Chapter 1. No one likes being woken up at 7 a.m. on their day off. Especially not when the person had just worked a double shift in a busy emergency room and was about to fall asleep. But when woken up by a grumpy werewolf for a father, you didn't give the snippy remark you had readied for whoever woke you. My father didn't just lightly tap on my door. No, that would be too nice. My lovely father banged on the door like the house was on fire, startling me out of bed. My brain desperately looked for the danger before I realized that it was just my dad giving me his regular wake-up call. Edward's car just pulled up. He yelled loud enough to ensure that I wasn't going to be going back to sleep anytime soon. He's giving you a couple minutes to get presentable. I groaned and rolled onto my feet. All right, I grumbled. This better be important, I said to myself as I quickly threw myself together. Edward and I might have been dating for 3 years, but I still wanted to look nice for him. We were at least a few months away from him seeing the monster I could be in the morning. I didn't have werewolf speed or energy, so it took me 5 minutes to put my robe on, wash my face, and straighten up my hair. I was dead tired. When I came out of my room, I couldn't help but smile at what I saw. Edward was nicely dressed, like he usually was. He had on dark jeans with a button-up. He usually didn't have on a shirt underneath, but today he did. I really loved that he got along with his father so well. Dad didn't have a high ranking in the pack, but he pulled his weight. Edward was the son of the alpha. He wasn't dominant enough to take the pack from his father, but he was respected for his lineage nonetheless. They appeared to be having a serious conversation, so I stepped back to give them some privacy. I couldn't hear their conversation because I wasn't a werewolf. Yes, my father was a werewolf, had been well before I was born or conceived, but that didn't make me one. As far as I knew, it was hard for werewolves to have kids. When they did, they were usually spoiled, rotten little brats, just like I was as I grew up. I would have tried to give Edward's kids, but he wasn't ready for that. Plus, he'd have to marry me first. If I were going to be with Edward, I was going to try to change into a werewolf. It wasn't guaranteed, but being with the one I loved forever made the risk worthwhile. Edward gave me a small smile. One that I had grown to know means bad news. I offered a small smile back. I didn't want to be woken up for bad news, but if Edward came here this early, then it had to be important. When my dad sat back down on the couch, I knew they were done talking. Edward motioned for me to follow him into the backyard. I knew the thin walls weren't going to keep our conversation private from my father's ears. There's something I've been meaning to tell you for a while. He let out a nervous breath. It's not going to be easy. I nodded once and wrapped my arms around myself. It was chilly in the morning. Just say what it is, Edward. It's really early and I'm tired. He smiled. I know. I should have done this sooner. He looked around nervously. Was he going to say something that was going to upset me? It would make sense from the way he was acting. I need to tell you something. Edward's tone was serious. He rarely came over unannounced, so it had to be something serious. He didn't even call me first, which was very out of character. What's up? He was always so handsome that it made me smile. I loved that his dark hair was a little long. He had those beautiful brown eyes I loved to stare into. I still didn't know what he saw in me. My father just informed me that I'm getting married. My heart started beating fast, and a smile spread across my face. This had to be it. He was finally going to ask me. She's not from my pack. It's called a political pairing. My excitement dove right off a cliff. What does that mean? I asked, confused and shocked. I thought he loved me and wanted to be with me. I'm going to be leaving in a week. When I come back, it will be with my bride. Wow! I felt stupid. Embarrassment soon turned to sorrow as I realized that Edward was breaking up with me. Obviously, this means we can't be together anymore. What am I supposed to do? I didn't want to cry, so I just got angry. I absolutely hated crying about anything. I can't just turn off how I feel for you. I've loved you for years, and you just want to leave me for some stranger? Do you even know what she looks like? He shook his head. I know this will be hard for you, but this is the sacrifice I have to make for the pack's well-being. I know it's not fair to you. My jaw dropped. Of course it's not fair. How can you just turn it all off? How could you act like you don't care for me? I was devastated. I could feel my heart breaking in my chest. I can't just turn my feelings for you off, but this is different. Once she becomes my mate, it will be only her I love. That's how this pack magic works. I had absolutely no choice in this. The choice was made. The plans were set. He was leaving me. He didn't even look sorry, regretful, or hurt that he was forced to leave me. Are you going to tell her about us? He nodded. If she asks, I will. I looked down. I was being tossed away like some old toy he grew tired of. Are you okay, Amelia? Oh, now he feels sorry for me. Why would I be all right? I yelled as I stood up. You're leaving me to marry someone else. All this time we've been together, for nothing. 3 years of my life have been wasted on waiting for you to decide if you wanted me. I want you to leave and never talk to me again. Any sadness evaporated as my temper grew hotter. The temper I inherited from my father has definitely made itself known now. You know you don't mean that, he suggested gently. Oh, but I do. I walked into the house through the front door. Alpha's son or not. I want you gone and I don't want you to call me. It would be best if you forget I exist. I held the door open and motioned for him to leave. My father peered over his newspaper at us. Edward looked at him and sighed. Dad just moved his paper back up and cleared his throat. I tapped my foot, getting his attention. Fine, Edward said, obviously defeated. I'm sorry, Emiliana. I didn't plan this. Just leave, I screamed. Then he walked out the door. I waited until I heard his car start and take off down the road before I ran to my room and cried. I turned my phone off. There was little doubt that my best friend and werewolf, Nikita, was going to call me. She had to know what he was coming here to tell me. I sat on my bed in shock. How could this have happened? How long had Edward been stringing me along? He had been distant for a couple of weeks. Even his usual affection had almost completely diminished. Did the whole pack know? I put my head in my hands. If the whole pack knew, then how was I ever going to show my face again? Of course, they'd side with Edward. He was actually a part of their pack. I was just a human. It didn't matter that I had grown up around these people. Pack was pack. I was human and therefore unable to become a pack. When the door to my room opened, I didn't look over. There would only be 2 people who would come into my room now. My dad or Nikita. The lack of noise from my father told me that it was Nikita who had come in. She sat on my bed and wrapped her arms around me. I'm sorry I couldn't tell you what was happening. If it hadn't been for the door squeak as it opened, I might not have known she came into the room. She was always sneaky, even when we were kids. But now that she was a werewolf, she could move around without making a sound. I huffed. It doesn't matter anyway. If he loved me, he wouldn't have left me, no matter what. She sighed, I'm still sorry. I nodded once and rested my head against her arm. It was nice to be comforted by someone. Dad wasn't good with sad feelings. He locked himself away from everything when he was sorry, so he avoided people when they were sorry. He didn't know how to deal. How long ago was this all arranged? It's almost been a month. It was really hush-hush until 2 weeks ago when everything was arranged and agreed to. Edward should have told me a month ago. I had a right to know. I huffed in anger. I don't appreciate being left in the dark for so long. She smiled and nodded. I know. Why didn't you tell me something was going on? I wasn't mad at her. I had a pretty good feeling that if she could have told me, she would have probably as soon as she found out. I was bound under Alpha's orders. I nodded. I knew what that meant. Even if she wanted to, even if she tried to, she had been bound by the Alpha's order to keep her mouth shut. It had been Edward's job to tell me the news, and the jerk had waited until he was leaving to get his new woman. I sighed and lay down. I'll be fine, Nikita. I just need some rest. She smiled weakly. All right. Just call me if you need me. I'll be right over. I nodded and hugged my friend one last time. Thanks, Nikita. You're a great friend. She nodded and left my room as quietly as she had come. The next few days all seemed to blend. I don't know how long I lay in bed. I know that my dad tried to get me to eat with little success. I barely had an appetite, and most of what I ate didn't stay down. I didn't bother turning on my phone. Nikita came over a few times after I didn't answer her calls. She'd check on me, watch TV in my room, and go home when it started getting dark. I felt bad that I was ignoring her. I couldn't muster the energy to get out of bed. Then one day, the the boulder of depression that was stuck on me lifted. I woke up about 10 a.m. and I felt better. I was still depressed, but I had the energy to at least get up and fix myself something to eat. Dad watched me walk into the open kitchen from his favorite chair. He watched me cautiously as I got out things to make a sandwich. I must have really had him worried. He didn't take his eyes off me. I was sure that if I disappeared into the pantry for longer than a minute, he'd follow me in to make sure I was still there. "So how long have I been in bed?" I asked, not bothering to look at him. I knew he was paying attention, waiting for me to say something. 3 weeks, he said carefully. That was surprising. It didn't feel like 3 weeks. It felt more like 4 or 5 days. My depression had been worse than I thought. "So that means Edward and his new woman are back in town," I said, trying to stay neutral. I could see him slowly nod in my peripheral vision. "They've been back for a week." Edward really left without saying anything else to me. I didn't believe he had ever really loved me if he could forget about me so quickly. Are they going to have a big gathering with the 2 packs? I knew the rituals. Anytime someone joined the pack or left to join a mate in another pack, there was a gathering. He hesitated. He didn't want to tell me. "Yes, in a couple of days." "Am I invited?" He sighed. "You aren't technically pack, but you can be my +1. Would it make things tense?" That idea made me smile. I would love to watch some of those wolves, who took pride in their control, squirm. He got out of his chair. "I don't think it's a good idea. The last thing I want to do is have you back in that bed for a month. When you see them, it might make it worse." I shook my head and concentrated on my sandwich. "I won't do anything. I'm numb to all of this now. I want to meet the woman who's taken the place I wanted to be in." He stared at me as I put things back where they belonged. "I want you to think about this before you decide you want to go." I nodded and took a bite out of my sandwich. It was time to change the subject. "Is Nikita with Michelson?" "They were always together." He nodded. "Probably." "All right. I'm going to give her a call and hook up with her for a while." He nodded and cautiously watched me walk to my room. I had a feeling he'd be watching me closely for a while. I turned my phone on and waited for it to load all the text messages that had piled up in the past 3 weeks. They were all from Nikita. I didn't bother reading them. I just deleted the whole inbox and sent folders. She picked up her phone on the second ring. "Emiliana, is that you?" She sounded excited. "Yep. Just turned my phone on. How are you? It feels like it's been forever since we've talked." "Yeah, I know." I looked at myself in the mirror. I looked like a huge mess. "What are you doing right now?" "It's Saturday," she said, like I was dumb. Every Saturday, the pack would go to the lake and have fun. "Would it be weird if I showed up?" "It's weirder that you're not here. Michelson's on his way to here. Do you want him to swing by and pick you up?" Her chipper tone made me feel better about going. "Sure, that'd be great." Then we hung up. With his super werewolf hearing, my dad probably listened to the entire conversation. "Are you sure that's a good idea, Emiliana?" Dad said from around the corner. "It's a trial run. If I can't handle this, I'm just going to have to stay away from wherever they are." He nodded. "All right. A test run. If you need me to come pick you up, just call and I'll be right over." I smiled slightly at him. "All right. Can I have some privacy while I get ready?" He nodded and went back into the living room. Chapter 2. The car ride with Michelson was awkward. I knew he was going to be tiptoeing around me. He didn't want to bring up Edward and his new mate. I was curious. Was she worth leaving me for? I really hoped she was ugly and a huge witch. But with my luck, I probably wouldn't get that combo. I'd settle for one of the two. When Michelson finally parked the car, I opened the door to get out, but I was stopped. Michelson grabbed my wrist and stopped me before I got out of his car. He was a man of few words, so stopping me was probably a big deal. "You're not going to cause a scene, are you?" I shook my head. "Don't plan on it." I hadn't even given it much thought. I was going to try to be a grown-up through this thing. Well, now that I was done feeling sorry for myself. "Well, don't. This arrangement needs to go smoothly." I rolled my eyes. "Then I guess it's a good thing I hate Edward's guts right now." He nodded and let me go. "They're going to be here soon, so I expect you to control yourself." Who did he think he was? What made him think that I would do whatever he expected of me? "You should just mind your own business." I slammed the door and started walking to Nikita. I felt like I was being watched as I walked to Nikita. I tried to act like I didn't notice. But I knew they had all been gossiping. They all probably knew that I had been depressed. They probably all knew what had happened. It's not like they would side with me. I wasn't their alpha's son's girlfriend anymore. They didn't care if I was the one who was screwed in this arrangement. There was no way that there wasn't gossiping. Poor little Emiliana had her heart broken by Edward. I could already hear the whispers. I'll punch the first person in the face if they ask me how I'm doing. Nikita smiled when she saw me, ignoring my threat. Yay! I was thinking you were going to back out. She wrapped her arms around me in a tight hug. I thought about it. I sighed. Are they all going to keep looking at me? I don't want to be a spectacle. She sighed. You know how they are. Give them some juicy drama and they turn into hyenas. We left our bags at one of the tables, then went down to the water. We stuck to our routine. We placed our chairs right next to the water and sat with our feet in it. Our feet were freezing, and our shoulders were burning from the sun. It felt great. It felt great until the couple of the century arrived. Nikita groaned and muttered something I couldn't hear. We can leave if you want, she offered. I knew that Nikita would always be my best friend, even if she also had to be loyal to her pack. I shook my head and slathered on more sunscreen. I didn't want to go home with a sunburn. It's okay. Just don't leave me alone. She nodded. Of course not. She looked back and waved. Are you going to wave? She muttered just loud enough that I would be the only one who heard her. I gave her a look that conveyed my hatred. Then, without turning back, I lifted my hand and gave the happy couple a peace sign. I wasn't happy, but my grump werewolf father raised me not to be rude. Hey girls! A female voice I didn't recognize said. That meant that this had to be Edward's new woman. I knew everyone in this pack. Nikita looked over at the new arrival and smiled. Oh, hi Margot. How are you doing? Margot, that's an old lady's name. I thought bitterly. I'm great. Do you mind if I join the two of you? She asked sweetly, which made me want to hate her even more. She had to have heard about me. Wouldn't people have hinted that Edward's ex hung around the pack? Maybe she didn't care. I already heard her setting up her chair. I rolled my eyes. Sure. Nikita was being polite. After all, Margot ranked higher now that she was with Edward. As it turned out, the woman Edward left me for wasn't so bad. I didn't actually talk to her, but I listened. If she asked me a question directly, I answered it. When I finally rounded up enough courage to look at her, I wished I hadn't. She was terrific, much more beautiful than I considered myself to be. The evil little troll in me wished she were disgusting and 600 pounds overweight. I couldn't help but notice all the pack members glancing at us from time to time. They all wanted to ensure the non-pack member behaved herself around Edward's mate. Their loyalty was to her now. This princess was the one they cared about. After all, she'd be the one who outlived me. She was probably a werewolf already, and if she weren't, she'd be one soon. Everyone stuck around until it was very dark out. We lived so far out that light pollution wasn't a factor when looking up at the stars. It was clear enough out that it felt like we could see every star in the sky. I'm going to grab water. Want one? I nodded a response to Nikita. She rolled over and got off the ground. I could hear everyone sitting around a fire as it popped and sizzled. Nikita and I forewent the group gathering and lay on the beach with our towels as we looked at the stars. It was something that we've just always done together. We'd even make our own constellations and name them. I was actually feeling okay. It didn't bother me as much as I thought it would when I witnessed Edward being affectionate with his new mate, like he had been with me only last month. Amelia? My tormentor said gently. There was no way I was going to respond to the name he called me while we had been together. There was no point now. He hadn't moved any closer as I ignored him, so he was probably asking for permission to get closer. Emiliana. I huffed and tilted my head back. I wasn't going to get up for him. What do you want? He shrugged awkwardly. I just thought I'd check on you. I rolled my eyes and looked back up at the stars. You don't have to check up on me, I'm a big girl, I said irately. I heard him take a few steps closer. You don't want to come over here. I warned. Everyone knew I got my temper from my father. I'd make a scene if he came any closer. I wouldn't be able to control it. I just feel guilty that you've been so depressed because I left you. I looked over just in time to see the shock in his face. He hadn't meant to tell me that. He must think I'm pretty pathetic if that's what he was thinking of me. Then the anger switch flipped. How dare you come over to me and act like I'm the one overreacting? I hissed. I'm underreacting. I picked up a stone and threw it at him, pegging him right in the chest. He could have easily dodged it, but then it would have hit one of his pack members behind him, thus gaining more of an audience than we already had. I'm not ready to talk to you. Hell, I don't even want to see you. I had to be honest. You'd better get back to your pack before they're missing a member. I threatened. I watched his eyes flash from the challenge, but he reined in his control. I saw the anger in his eyes that I've never seen before. It was as if I were someone else. I held no special place in his heart. Hell, I wasn't even packed anymore. I disrespected him in front of his pack, and he was going to have to live with it. There was nothing he could do. He couldn't put me in my place because I held no position in his pack. His hands were tied unless he wanted to threaten the human. That would make him look like an asshole. He turned and walked away, going back to his woman. She looked just as awkward as I suspected. I knew then that she wasn't a werewolf. If she were, she would have been angry, trying to hold her wolf back from attacking me. But she didn't know what to do. She just kept her eyes on the fire as Edward sat down next to her. She didn't want to rock the boat, given her newness. I couldn't blame her, but that didn't mean I had to like her. Michelson decided that I'd embarrassed him enough for the evening. He was the one who brought me here, so he was technically responsible for my behavior. He escorted me to the car with Nikita following behind us. It was awkward for a couple of weeks after that, but it didn't stop me from visiting Nikita wherever she went. I even went with my dad to a few pack barbecues without caring what they all thought of me. I was still going to be a part of this pack even if Edward had made it a bit more complicated. I grew up here, and I cared for these people, wolves. They were all my family. Could they all just reject me because I wasn't with Edward anymore? Were the feelings I had for the members of this pack even reciprocated? Besides the situation about how she came to be in this pack, I was starting to like Margot. She was actually pretty funny. But my grudge with Edward stayed firmly in place. I had a feeling I'd be angry with him for a while. Maybe it wasn't fair that I could like Margot but not him, but I didn't care. This was easier for me to deal with. I didn't have to worry about Edward running me out of the territory because he couldn't do that. I'd just come right back. But there came a night when I decided that I needed a break away from it all. I didn't want to have to worry about running into any members of the pack. I just wanted to be a normal human woman for the evening. I had to wait for my dad to leave before I could start getting ready to go out. If he knew I planned on going somewhere, he'd hound me until he knew all the details. I wasn't going to explain to my father that I was old enough to go have a night out without his approval. Nikita wasn't coming with me tonight. Usually, she would be right beside me, trying to sweet-talk the bouncers into letting us into the club with the boys, but they were all at the Alpha's house, meeting Margot's family. I was not going to be involved with that. I didn't need to meet the pack's in-laws. That would have made everyone tense and made them all look at me weird, so it was easier to just avoid the whole thing entirely. The only thing I would have gotten out of it was having fun making Edward squirm, but that wasn't worth it. Plus, I didn't tell anyone I was going out. I didn't want to be home, but I didn't want to be around anyone who felt bad for me. I just needed to forget about everything. I needed to be around people who didn't know what happened, so that they couldn't act sorry for me. I wanted to forget everything, and I would. I had $200 stuffed in my bra for drinks, maybe some food, and my taxi ride home. I didn't even bring my phone tonight. When Dad came home and noticed I was not where I was supposed to be, I didn't want him to catch me. There was an unusually long line to get into the club, but I went right in because of what I was wearing. I even thought I could see some surprise in the bouncer's eyes since I was utterly alone. I recognized him so that he might have recognized me. I was wearing a tiny red dress I'd be utterly embarrassed about if my dad saw me in it. I went straight to the bar and started with 2 tequila shots and a rum and Coke chaser. I didn't care if I mixed my alcohol. It's never backfired before. Then I went dancing. Throughout the night, I had many dance partners. It wasn't until I had spent maybe $50 that I started getting free drinks. By then, I was also willing to let a guy buy me a drink. I was sure I'd probably wake up to my phone beeping with texts from guys. I gave a few fake numbers just because they weren't cute. This was the first time that I had been able to go out to a club and not worry about too many guys hitting on me. I wasn't saving myself for some relationship or worried about how my friends would look at me in the morning. All that mattered was having a good time. I knew I couldn't black out because I still had to get home somehow. So I decided to burn some of the alcohol off by dancing. Then the most handsome guy I've ever seen started dancing with me. If I could describe the hottest guy in the world, it would be him. He had jet black hair and hazel eyes, I was sure. I attributed some of my amazement to the alcohol coursing through my body, but I knew he was not ugly and that he was super fit. I could see his damn muscles under his shirt, even in this horrible club lighting. I couldn't help but think I'd definitely chosen the right night to come out without any babysitters. When I got close enough to him, I could feel the muscles under his shirt. He probably had money too, given the expensive clothes he was wearing. They actually felt amazingly soft. After about 20 minutes, he gently took my hand and led me off the dance floor. I'd follow this guy anywhere he wanted to lead me. "What can I get you to drink?" His voice was so deep and seductive that it made me shiver. I had already drunk so much that I knew if I had another right now, I'd be headfirst in a toilet in 20 minutes. I didn't want to pass up this opportunity. "Just water's good for now. I've already been drinking." Luckily, my words didn't sound too slurred. He smiled and turned to the bartender, who amazingly enough came right over. Everyone who had been waiting for a drink looked over jealous. The girls kept looking at the guy holding my hand. There was something about him that made it impossible not to look at him. If I hadn't grown up around werewolves, I would probably be staring at him too. Werewolves have this amazing ability to attract all the attention around them when they want it, and the older, more experienced ones could blend in like they were invisible if they needed to, too. He took my hand and led me over to one of the few couches, where we sat and talked for a while. The talking quickly turned into flirting, and when he finished his beer, we went to the dance floor again. He definitely knew how to dance. He was sweet and irresistible. I never wanted to take my hands off of him. He was playing his cards right to spend the night with me, and we both knew it. An hour and a few shots later, we were leaving for his hotel for the evening. By the time that we got there, it was already 4 in the morning, and we didn't go to sleep for a few hours. This guy, whose name was Maco, was terrific. Although my experience was brief, he was definitely number one. Edward had always been great, but Maco was in a different league. I really wish I'd found this guy before I had gotten together with Edward. I would have tried my hardest to keep Maco happily with me. But now that it was just one night, he'd walk away and have no regrets. When I woke up the next morning, I was a bit startled. During my sleep, I had forgotten all about going out to the bar. It could have all just been a very vivid dream. The dull throb in my head told me last night had been real, but it wasn't anything that would take away my ability to function. Then I realized I was in his shirt. There was a second's worth of panic when I looked around. Maybe this guy wasn't just like I remembered. Perhaps he left me with the tab for this room. I scanned around for my clothes. I didn't want to get caught in nothing but his shirt. Maybe he was out looking for a conquest and made off with my clothes as a trophy. I didn't hear any running water in the bathroom, so I knew he wasn't there. When I got out of bed, I saw a note on the desk saying he'd be back. I got out of bed and tamed my hair. I was finishing up my cute, curly side ponytail when the door opened. I held my breath, not knowing what to expect. I was instantly relieved when he looked just as I remembered. I hadn't been so wasted last night that I didn't even clearly remember his face. He had a couple of Starbucks cups. "Morning." His voice sounded much more alluring without the constant thump of music drowning it out. He held out a cup with a smile. "You said this was your favorite last night." I took the cup and took a sip. It was delicious. "That is my favorite." "Thanks. Are you hungry?" I nodded. "There's a Waffle House across the street if you want to go there." I looked down at my clothes, or his shirt. "Do you mind if I take a shower first?" He shook his head. "I need to take one too." He must have seen my back stiffen, because he added, "When you get out I'll hop in." "Do you know where my clothes ended up?" He pointed to the closet behind me. My clothes were hanging inside. "Oh, were they cleaned?" "They sure looked cleaned." He nodded. They have a fast turnaround with their laundry service here. Well, that's convenient then. I smiled. Do you bring girls here often? I teased. He smirked and shook his head. No, you're the first. This is my first time visiting here actually. That probably meant that he wouldn't be back here. This town didn't really offer too much if you weren't a werewolf. It's just another boring town in the middle of nowhere to humans. I didn't really know what to say, so I nodded. Well, I guess I should hop in the shower. He nodded, sat on the bed, and turned on the big TV. This was definitely one of the nicer rooms in the hotel. I was amazed by the bathroom. I didn't really get to take showers in granite stalls. The glass door wasn't even smoky, so if Maco decided to sneak a peek, I'd have nothing to hide behind. I was already in the shower, washing my hair, when I remembered that I had forgotten my clothes in the closet. Great, I muttered to myself. I'd have to wrap myself up in a towel to get my clothes. I quickly finished my shower and towel-dried my hair the best I could before walking out to get my clothes. I made eye contact with him and smiled before focusing on getting my clothes. I felt his gaze on me while I went to the closet. I had my clothes in my hand and turned around to see Maco leaning against the wall by the bathroom. He was fast and very quiet. Do you make it a habit to walk around in a towel in strangers' hotel rooms? He teased. His eyes looked more intense. I smiled nervously. I try not to. But I figure it was more appropriate than strutting out here with nothing on. It's nothing I haven't seen already. He smirked. A few times actually. I felt my face flush. He made me blush super easily. Yeah, well, that's all I could say before he was standing in front of me, tilting my head up to look him in his eyes. Don't be embarrassed. He smiled. You're beautiful. I was sure he just meant it to be a peck on my lips, but as soon as my lips touched his, it was like electricity. I wanted to touch him, and I wanted him to touch me. It was such a blissful feeling. It was as if we'd been together for years, entirely comfortable with each other. It was another hour before we were resting on the bed again, and I felt like I needed another shower. The evening was just as good as the night before. I didn't even need aspirin anymore. He breathed deeply, then rolled out of the bed. Let's go take a shower. We both need to eat, and I need to check out. I looked at the clock. It was already 3. Oh, my dad was going to be so worried when I got home. He'd probably smell this guy all over me. Maybe I'd drop by Nikita's and change before facing my dad. That sounded like the better plan, plus it'd give me time to come up with an alibi. I nodded and squealed as Maco picked me up and carried me into the shower. We ate at the Waffle House, and then he dropped me off at my car. We awkwardly went our separate ways, to never speak again. That made me sad because he was so good. But that was what I had signed up for last night. Chapter 3. I was beyond nervous when I pulled up to Nikita's house. I wasn't so naive as to believe that she wouldn't have tried to get in contact with me last night. She had probably called multiple times. If she got desperate enough, she'd go over to my house to look for me. As customary, I didn't knock when I walked into Nikita's house. Her car was in the driveway, so I knew she was home, but I couldn't hear her anywhere. I slammed the door and waited for the scurrying to tell me that someone was coming to chew me out. That didn't happen. Guess she's not home, I muttered to myself as I walked to the shower. I took a nice, long one because I knew Nikita would be home when I got out. Her neighbors are the biggest snoops I've ever met. They would have called her when I walked into the house. I hung my dress to dry in the shower stall when I finished. I had to get Maco's scent off the dress so Nikita couldn't smell him. I didn't want to give him a headache if she ever happened to come across him. I put on the brand new clothes I bought on my way here and braided my wet hair. Nikita was waiting in the living room, pacing when I walked in. Her eyes narrowed on me, but she kept pacing. Michelson sent me an amused smile. How long's she been at it? I motioned to Nikita's pacing, jokingly. Nikita's glare turned deadly, and she stopped moving. Do you know how long I looked for you last night? She was practically screaming. I rolled my eyes and sat down on the couch. I'm allowed to go out at night without you. She shook her head. You should have told me. I was worried you'd gone and done something stupid. Like what? She shot Michelson an exasperated look. He just shrugged and smiled at her, which made her even more furious. I don't know, Emiliana. You've been so off the radar lately. I told you she'd be fine. Michelson held onto Nikita's hand. You're overreacting. She pulled her hand out of his grasp harshly. Look. I adjusted my position on the couch so I was sitting on my feet. I needed a night out. You're both busy with your pack stuff. I know this arrangement with Edward is all fun and exciting to you. I just needed a night off. I thought you'd run away, or worse. Worse? I asked, confused, but then it clicked when Nikita's eyes softened. You think I would hurt myself because Edward left me? I yelled hysterically as rage shot through my system. Nikita exchanged a sad look with Michelson. I was just worried. I jumped off the couch, right up in her face. You think I'm that desperate? You think I would do that because Edward has mated someone else? You must think I'm pretty pathetic if you think I'm capable of that. I turned on my heel and went to the bathroom. I threw my dress in the new clothes bag and headed out the door. Nikita got in my way. I'm sorry. She looked sorry. I was just so worried. I looked at my best friend with narrowed eyes. If you could think that I could do that, what does everyone else think I could have done? I stepped around her and walked out the door. I threw the bag in the back seat and slammed the door. Michelson knocked on the window as I calmed myself in the driveway before I could pull out. I reluctantly rolled the window down. What, Michelson? You know she's just worried. She didn't mean it. I shook my head and looked away from him. I need a few days. He nodded. Don't take too long. You know she'll start stalking you. I smiled weakly at him and then went home. Dad was in his spot when I got there, reading his newspaper. Everything okay? He didn't even peek out from behind it. I shrugged. Define okay. I threw the bag down the hallway. It hit my bedroom door. I sat down on the love seat across from Dad's ottoman. He folded his paper and looked at me. Nikita came over worried about you last night. I just rolled my eyes. She's just a drama queen. Dad smiled. That's probably true. You don't look like you were worried. He shook his head with a shrug. I know you're way too smart to go and do something stupid. I shrugged. I'm going to go rest. Hungover. I smiled at my dad. Maybe a little. He smiled and whipped open his paper. Go rest then. I got off the couch and went to my room. I love you. Love you too. He said just loud enough for me to hear before I went into my bedroom. The next few weeks were hard on me. I threw myself into work. I did at least 3 double shifts every week on top of my regular schedule. In one pay period, I increased my work hours from 80 to almost 130 hours. I was exhausted. Too exhausted to do anything besides sleep and eat. Dad didn't say anything because he knew that I was almost exactly like him. When he was troubled, he would throw himself into work. I knew he would have stopped me if this all got too out of hand. It was almost 6 weeks later that I was told that I needed to take time off from work. I was given a week of paid vacation. When I asked why I had to do this, they told me to look at my ankles. They were swollen. I hadn't been eating right and I was on my feet all day. I had even complained a bit about being exhausted. When I complained about a painful lower back, they sent me home without completing my shift. My patient was overweight and would not cooperate with using the lift we had to help him up. The stubborn jerk didn't even look sorry when I walked out holding my back. While my employer appreciated the dedication I was showing, I needed to take a step back and take care of myself. It was on my first day off that I had noticed that I hadn't spoken to Nikita since we had that little fight. She hadn't called me or left any messages. She didn't even make Michelson call me. She was actually giving me the time she thought I needed. I knew I had to be the one to make the first move. It was, after all, my fault that we weren't talking. It was the longest we had ever gone without talking, and it was entirely my fault. It was Saturday morning, so I knew she'd be home and probably be a bit mad at me for not talking to her. I had to catch her before she left for the lake. If I missed her before then, I couldn't show up at the lake. It would be weird and people would stare. Plus, if Nikita and I yelled, I didn't want there to be a scene. I packed a beach bag just in case Nikita and I made up and went to the lake. I had to wear my workout pants instead of my jeans because they wouldn't button. They were borderline fitting before, so when they didn't button, I wasn't mad that I had gained weight. Plus, I had been eating crap while I was working so much, so it wouldn't have surprised me if I'd gained a pound or two. This would ultimately become an excuse to buy new clothes. It had been so long since I've really gone shopping. It was the last Saturday in August, so it'd start getting cold soon, but that wouldn't stop the wolves. They were like impervious to the cold. They'd go to the lake if it were snowing. I was the only one who had to pay attention to the weather. When I got to her home, Nikita opened the door before I could even knock. Before I could even say anything, she wrapped me up in a bone-crushing hug. "I missed you so much." She rocked us back and forth. "I don't want to go so long without talking again." "I missed you too." I chuckled and wrapped my arms around her too. "I'm sorry I didn't call. I just got so caught up in work." She nodded. "I know. I've been calling your dad." I couldn't help but laugh a little. "You would. Are we okay?" she asked as she pulled away. I nodded. "I think we both overreacted a little bit." She smiled and nodded in agreement. "I think so too." A throat cleared behind us. Michelson was in his swim trunks and a cotton tee. "You two ready to go? We're going to miss the food." "I need to change." I grabbed the bag from my car and ran into the house to change. We ended up being a little late for the food, but no one had gone for seconds yet, so there was still plenty of it. This time, the lake wasn't so painful. It still hurt to see them together, but no one threw it in my face. No one even gave me those looks that I hated. It was almost back to normal. Nikita and I floated on our rafts for most of the day. We only went to shore to eat and grab sunblock. I didn't want to get sunburns out here. Everything seemed to be leveling out now. I couldn't feel the massive tension which had been there the last time I had come to the lake. The pack members were content that I wasn't going to make a gigantic scene, and that made everyone happy. The end of my first week back at work from paid vacation was 8 weeks after that fateful night with Maco. I hadn't even thought about him, but it was then that I started to worry about the repercussions of a drunken night in a hotel room with a stranger. I didn't go out and buy a drugstore test. My father would have found it. He knew about everything that happened under his roof. I didn't want him to think it was Edward's. That was worse than him knowing that his first grandchild would be the result of a one-night encounter. If he felt it was Edward's, he'd stomp into the Alpha house and demand help for me. I could only imagine Margot's disappointment in her husband. I didn't want her to think that she wasn't going to have Edward's first child. As much fun as it would be to torment Edward, making him believe that I was having his kid, I couldn't do that to Margot. I actually liked her now. I did the test at work. It wasn't hard. I just asked a favor from one of the lab techs who did the in-house testing. I had a result in 30 minutes. I kept the results in my back pocket as I worked. It wasn't until I was off and in my car that I looked at the results. I stared at the positive pregnancy test for a while. Over the past year, while I was with Edward, I thought that someday I would be bringing his child into the world. I would have been over the moon that I was pregnant with his child. I would have been terrified, but happy. I never thought I'd have a child with a stranger I didn't know. Hell, I didn't even know his last name. All I had was the number he gave me. I hoped it wasn't fake. My stomach squeezed at the idea of talking to him. I didn't want to get sick again due to nerves, so I decided to call him later. What was the harm in waiting a few more weeks? I drove home as slow as I could manage. I knew that when I got there, my dad would know something was wrong, and I would have to tell him. I really didn't want to, not yet. I just found out about it. I wanted to have a plan when I told my father that I'm pregnant. So I didn't go home. I had to talk this through with Nikita. She'd know what I had to do. She'd know the best way to break the news to my dad. She knew him as well as I did, maybe even more so, since she was a wolf too. Nikita wasn't expecting me. I knew it because there was a frantic rush from her bedroom when I walked through the door. I didn't holler for her, she knew I was there. I only felt a little guilty that I had interrupted her time with her mate. But I knew they'd continue once I left, well, if my situation didn't completely ruin her mood. The last time I saw her was a week ago at the lake. She probably thought I was getting sick, not pregnant. I went to the kitchen and looked for something to eat. I spotted a bowl of cut-up fruit in the fridge and fished it out. I needed to eat healthy now. It wasn't just my body anymore. Nikita was in her short silk robe when she walked into the kitchen. "This better be very important," she growled. "It is." I could see the amber streaks in her eyes. Her wolf wasn't happy about my untimely interruption. "I think you might want to change." She groaned and rolled her neck. Are you sure it's that important? She sighed in disappointment at the lost moment with her mate. Her face fell. You don't have cancer, do you? I shook my head. The thing growing in me isn't cancer. I just stared her right in her eyes. I could see instant joy, excitement, then reality settled in and I saw confusion and fear. I'll go change. I carried the bowl over to the table. Michelson was at the bottom of the stairs, looking concerned at his mate as she went back up to their room. His shirtless torso didn't even faze me. Growing up around wolves made the sight of someone without a shirt not seem like a big deal. Working in a hospital made it normal. Nikita whispered something to him as she passed, and he looked right at me. His eyes were angry as he looked over me. I knew they thought I was pregnant with Edward's baby. As Nikita vanished upstairs, Michelson sat down across from me and picked out a watermelon cube. Just tell me it's not his. Go figure, he'd want an answer while my mouth was stuffed. The seriousness of his face made me want to burst out laughing, but that reaction would have been highly inappropriate. I covered my mouth with my hand as I nodded. He was right. I saw terror in his features for a few seconds. Nikita stumbled down a few steps after the fastest wardrobe change ever from feeling her mate's reaction. I held a finger out to him as I quickly finished my bite. The cold fruit hurt my teeth. It's not Edward's. I felt relief enter the room. Remember when you got upset at me because you thought I did something drastic over Edward? I saw her annoyance, but I was still a little bitter and my tone showed that. I would use that dig when I could. I went out with a guy from the club that night and voila, you have an honorary niece or nephew on the way. Nikita slowly sat down on the chair next to the one I was occupying. I could tell by the look on her face that she was processing. She just needed a minute. So Michelson spoke. You know everyone's going to think it's Edward's regardless of what you say. I shrugged. I guess they're going to have to build a bridge. Michelson's confused face made him look constipated. Babe. Nikita sighed in disappointment. He really should understand some of the dumb sayings we've had by now. Build a bridge and get over it. Michelson rolled his eyes. This isn't a time for jokes, Emiliana. This isn't the time for jokes. I mocked. This is the perfect time for jokes. I'm freaking out here and it makes me feel better. Nikita reached over and grabbed a grape. This is going to be so dramatic. I nodded. And I'm going to get fat. She looked down at my still flat stomach. The unflattering scrubs hid everything anyway. So there's really a baby in there? I pulled out my test. That's what this says. How are you going to tell your papa? I could see the exaggerated fear in her widened eyes. I don't know. I came here for advice. He's going to think it's Edward's too. She nodded. He's not going to be so calm about it either. Michelson huffed. Imagine how Edward's going to freak when he finds out. Maybe I should get shirts made that say Edward is not the father and wear it around the pack. Nikita laughed at that. That's so tacky. Michelson sighed. It'll be easier to call a pack meeting. I shook my head no. That's so embarrassing. I don't want everyone to think I'm some kind of tramp. It was just one time. Michelson shrugged. It doesn't matter. The pack will be in distress if they're gossiping over you. They don't want Edward's first child to be from you. They want that for Margot. I looked at Nikita. I still like the shirt idea. My phone rang. We all looked down to see my dad's grumpy face on the screen. Great. I mumbled. Hi, Dad. I'm not even out late. I chastised. I need you to come pick me up at the Alpha's house. I gave Nikita a confused glance. Why are you there? She just shrugged. Should we come with? Yeah, sure. All of you come. Then my dad hung up. He knew it was Nikita. The couple went upstairs to change while I went out to my car and waited for them. We'd all fit comfortably in my car. It wasn't a long ride to the pack house, but once we were there, I was a bit confused. What would my dad be doing here this late? Michelson got out of the car and led us into the house. Follow me. Obviously. Nikita and I muttered simultaneously. We shot each other grins as we followed her mate. When he led us to the infirmary, I got a little worried. Maybe that's why Dad needed me to pick him up. He was conversing with the pack doctor when the three of us walked in. I felt relieved when I found out there was nothing wrong with him. What's up, Dad? He looked at me regretfully. I felt the sinister news brewing. I think you're getting sick. Alan here is going to run a few tests on you, so we can figure out what it is so we can catch it early. I groaned and slumped my head down. Time to shine. Nikita encouraged, poking my side. My father's confused gaze switched from Nikita to me a few times, trying to catch on to our little secret. Dad, I don't need a medical intervention. I know what you smell. Dr. Allen took a deep breath and smiled. He had been through this enough that he probably recognized the scent immediately. Dad looked at me expectantly when I didn't immediately answer. Well, I glanced at Nikita once for confidence before looking back at my father. I'm pregnant. I felt Michelson tense up. I knew why. Dad was mad. I knew exactly where his mind had gone. His eyes steadily turned amber as he looked at my stomach. Dad, it's not Edward's. I wanted him to hear it before it was too late. He can't hear you right now. Michelson stepped in front of Nikita and me. Nikita, take her inside. Nikita nodded and grabbed my arm. Let Mikey take care of it. I felt something in me break. My dad was supposed to be supportive. He was supposed to have faith in me. Wasn't a pregnancy a better alternative to what he was thinking? I wasn't sick and I didn't have cancer. Nikita led me into the pack house as the Alpha ran past us. Nikita pulled me out of his way. Why is he so mad at me? I asked her. She had to know. She sighed and ran her fingers through her hair. He's just caught off guard. I'm his daughter. This is his grandchild. She nodded. I know, sweetie. He's just upset. He'll get over it. You're pregnant, Edward said from the side of us. Nikita jumped, looking over at him. She hadn't heard him coming either. Answer me, Emiliana. He growled. Nikita growled at Edward and stood protectively in front of me. Yeah, I am, but it's not yours. He took another step forward. How do you know? Nikita kept a buffer between the two of us. I just found out today. I'm like 8 weeks pregnant. He huffed in relief. Thank God. The glass broke. The next thing I knew, I was in Nikita's arms while she ran to the other side of the room. Dad was on top of Edward while Michelson and the Alpha tried to pull them apart. Edward was caught off guard when my dad confronted him. Nikita kept me far away from the fighting. I knew there was nothing I could do. Werewolves were fighting. I was human and pregnant, so there was no way I was getting close to that. It was a good 5 minutes before Dad was sitting on the ground with his hands under his butt and his Alpha grabbing his shoulder. I felt immense guilt because this was entirely my fault. Dad calmed down a bit when it registered that my child wasn't from Edward. It didn't give him much solace to know that his baby girl had had a one-night encounter. Chapter 4. Dad was ordered to cool it overnight in the basement, so Nikita and I crashed in a guest room while Michelson stayed up with Edward and the Alpha. I didn't want to know what they talked about. Dad didn't cool it for a few weeks after everything happened. He didn't talk to me. He communicated with me through grunts, and that was only if I asked him a yes or no question. Michelson had been right. The Alpha pulled together a pack meeting to discuss my situation. It was the first pack meeting I had been to as an adult. The only reason I was allowed in was because I was the topic of this meeting. I was about 10 weeks along by then, so when they did the math in their heads, they knew that Edward had already mated with Margot around the time I conceived. After the humiliating meeting, my dad talked to me for the first time since finding out about the baby. Maybe he talked to me out of pity that I had been humiliated in front of everyone I knew. I couldn't bring myself to meet the pack at the lake. I figured we all needed a break from each other after what had happened, so Nikita and I had turned it into our weekly girly day. We'd get our hair and nails done instead of facing the pack. Well, that was the plan until I met her at her home, just after my 12-week checkup. I had ultrasound photos when I ran in. I stuttered to a stop when I saw Margot laughing with Nikita. I was shocked and instantly on guard. I never heard what she thought about my little situation. She smiled happily at me. I hope you don't mind me intruding. When Edward told me this is what you guys were doing instead of the lake, I figured I'd see if I could tag alone with you gals. I gaped like a fish out of water for a few seconds. She didn't look mad or angry or even bothered about all the recent embarrassment that had been going on. Nikita widened her eyes. I needed to give Margot an answer. I swallowed the ball of cotton stuck in my throat. Yeah, sure. Nikita smiled at Margot. See, I told you she'd be okay with it. Margot's head tilted like she was looking at something. Are those your ultrasounds? Her eyes widened in delight. Can I see them? I'm over the moon about everything, baby. I nodded and sat down at the table with them. I just slid the pictures over to her. Nikita tapped my chin, which effectively reminded me to shut my jaw. I hadn't noticed I'd been slack-jawed while looking at her. I collected myself and cleared my throat. So you're not mad? Nikita huffed and rolled her eyes. Margot giggled and shook her head, passing the photos to Nikita, who cooed at them. I know Edward had girlfriends before me, and I know that you two were together for a long time. At first, I was a little nervous since I had stomped all over your territory. She grabbed my hand and squeezed. You weren't evil towards me, so how could I be evil to you when you're having a baby? It's not Edward's, so we have no quarrel. You're unbelievably cool that I was with Edward right before you two got together. She nodded. I didn't have a choice. This was all prearranged, and I had to do what my father said. At first I was scared out of my mind. But now I'm happy with him. Anything he did before was all before he met me. Nothing matters before then. I just nodded. It still felt a little weird, but eventually everything worked out. She became one of our group. Of course, she wasn't around all the time, but when she did show up, it was like she'd always been a part of the pack. It wasn't until I was over 16 weeks pregnant that I finally summoned up the courage to call the guy I had met. It was time to face the music. Maybe his name wasn't even Maco. It was 3, almost 4 months ago. Would he even remember me? Would he think I was some psycho trying to blame him for a baby? I held my thumb over the send button. I didn't want to do this, but I had to. It wasn't just me anymore. I had to find this guy for my child. My child's father had the right to know he was going to be a dad. He also had the right to blow me off, call me a crazy person, and never talk to me again. My thumb had a spasm, and the call was made. I felt like I was going to be sick as the call connected. At least Maco gave me a real phone number to call. The automated answering system picked up. The machine woman's voice ranted off the number and told me to leave a message, so I did. Hi. I hope this is Maco's phone. This is Emiliana from a few months back. I was hoping that I would be able to catch you. There's something that I'd like to discuss with you, so call me back. I gave my number and hung up. Once the deed was done, I collapsed onto my bed. I felt so relieved that I didn't have to talk to him. Then my phone started ringing. I looked at it and saw one of the pictures of Maco and me that we had taken at the bar, which made me shoot up off the bed. I groaned. I wasn't ready. Maybe it wasn't Maco's number, and they were returning the call to tell me that. I cast my eyes at the ceiling before answering. Hello, Emiliana? It's Maco. I didn't need him to tell me. I recognized his voice. It made butterflies erupt in my stomach. Hi, I said, unsure. I started pacing. I just missed your call. I heard things thumping in the background and a set of keys jingling. What do you want to discuss with me? He sounded amused. I was kind of hoping that you were planning on coming back here soon. When I heard him inhale, I cringed. He was going to say no and try to let me down gently. It's okay if you're not. I just don't think what I want to say should be said over a phone call. All right. He didn't sound mad. I'm going to be back there in a couple of weeks. How about I call you then and we'll set something up? Sounds great. Okay, bye. Then he hung up without waiting for a reply. I dropped the phone in relief and collapsed on the bed again. At least I had that problem figured out for the time being. The following 2 weeks passed by as usual. I had a little morning sickness when I first woke up, but after that, everything was normal. Of course, I still felt a little tired, but that was to be expected. They eased my load at work to compensate for my fatigue, so work wasn't an extra strain. Margot's birthday barbecue had to be on the only day that Maco was going to be in town. When he told me the date, I was disappointed. I was hoping to have more than an hour to talk to him, just in case he wanted to settle things right away. I couldn't be absent from the party for too long without anyone noticing. I was terrified and excited all at the same time. I was probably just nervous. This was the first time I would see Maco since that night. I was sure he wouldn't be too happy about it when I got around to telling him. I knew that my dad would be eyeing my weird behavior, so I stalled for as long as I could. I took an extra long shower, curled my hair, and did my makeup. It was a very long process, which took a lot of time. Dad was waiting very impatiently for me by the time I was ready. I was slipping on my heels when he started yelling for me. "We're going to be late." When he saw me, he immediately looked at my shoes. "You think you should be wearing those things while you're pregnant?" I looked down at my heels, seeing the small bump that was steadily growing. "You can barely tell that I'm pregnant. It just looks like I've let myself go a little." That was a bit of an understatement. I was over the hump of looking like I was packing on some weight, and I was finally starting to show signs of pregnancy. But I didn't want to hear my father whine about me wearing heels. They were 4 or 5 inches at most. I was hardly in danger. My center of gravity wasn't going to shift until I got a little bigger, so I could still wear heels with no problem. He sighed. "You shouldn't be wearing them. They will strain your back. Then I'll just have to suffer, right?" I snapped. Dad didn't know I had a pair of flats in my bag, too. I knew heels would hurt if I wore them for too long. I wasn't an idiot like my father apparently thought I was. He nodded once and opened the door. Fine. I remembered my sunglasses as I was running out the door. We were going to be outside in the hot sun all day, so I'd need my sunglasses. There might be swimming involved, so I had put my bikini in my big purse. The ride to the Alpha's house seemed routine. The more that I talked to Margot, the more I liked her. It made my initial hatred for her seem so irrational. When we got there, I put my bag on the coat hook by the door, then walked to the kitchen while my dad followed behind me. Margot was shaping some hamburgers when I walked in. I wrapped my hands around her and hugged her. "Happy birthday." She smiled and leaned her head on mine because her hands were full of hamburger gunk. "Thanks." Dad muttered a happy birthday before escaping into the backyard. She smiled at me when he walked out the door. "He's still not quite over the whole baby thing, huh?" I shook my head. "I don't think he will be until the baby's actually here." She turned her attention back to the food. "Anything I can do to help?" I asked. She motioned towards the tomatoes. "Slice those for me." I grabbed a knife and then started cutting the tomatoes. "So, any luck on finding the father yet?" I nodded my head. "Yeah, actually." "That's great. What did he say?" "I haven't actually told him yet. I'm meeting him later to tell him." "When?" I looked at the clock. "I should leave here in 30. She eyed me carefully. "Does anyone know you're meeting him?" I shook my head. "No way. My dad would stalk the hell out of the guy if I told him." I went through the 20 tomatoes quickly. "I'll tell everyone I sent you to the store. Pick up some brownie mix or something. There's never any here." I put the sliced tomatoes in a container before refrigerating them. "Maybe you should go now." I was so relieved that she would cover for me. "You can pick up the brownies on your way there. If you try to leave later, all the guys will be all up on your business." Trust me. I would have exchanged anything for a cover. "Sounds good. They're more nosy than a bunch of girls." I hugged her, then I left the kitchen. The warm sun hitting my skin felt nice and lifted my spirits a little. It really was a nice day. Hopefully, this meeting with Maco would go over well. After picking up 10 boxes of brownies, I made my way to the cafe at a busy shopping center. I chose a place with a bunch of people out of habit. Whenever I had to tell Dad something I thought would make him mad, I chose a place with a bunch of human witnesses. That way, he couldn't make a scene without a bunch of people staring at him. Plus, he couldn't set me to check my mood. Unfortunately, that didn't always stop his lie detector. He just knew me too well. I had never been able to lie to a werewolf. They're just too good at telling lies from the truth. I sipped my strawberry smoothie as I waited for Maco. I was still 20 minutes early, so I grabbed a magazine to flip through. I wasn't alone 5 minutes before Maco showed up. He sat down across from me. And I thought I was early. He sounded amused. That was so much better than being annoyed to be here. I couldn't help it when I smiled at him. He was just as gorgeous as I remembered him. "Yeah, well, I don't have much going on right now." His smile filled my stomach with butterflies, among other things. "Not to be rude, but I have somewhere I need to be. So let's cut to the chase." It's a good thing he was such a charmer from anyone else that might have been rude. I nodded. Fair enough, I really didn't want to tell him, but I had to. There was no beating around the bush. I just needed to say to him and be done with it. "I'm pregnant." His smile faded until it was gone. "Excuse me." I felt my palms sweat a little. I was so damn nervous. The faded smile told me that he wasn't exactly happy about this. I'm pregnant. With child. I have a bun in the oven. Maybe all the examples will click in his brain about what I was talking about. He took a deep breath. We were together for one night. I wiped my palms on my dress. I wanted this to be over without him condemning my child or something horrible. Apparently, that's all it took. He closed his eyes and rolled his neck, cracking vertebrae. Are you sure it's mine? His voice was deeper. My dad used to do that a lot when he was mad. I nodded. You're the only guy I was with around the time I got pregnant. When he looked into my eyes, I noticed there were amber streaks that hadn't been there a moment ago. I recognized that sign immediately. Everything clicked into focus. He went to that place to pick up any willing woman. That's why all the women couldn't look away from him. It wasn't just because he was hot and confident. It was because he was a werewolf. I breathed deeply to keep myself from panicking. I couldn't pass out there, not around a werewolf I didn't know. I needed to get to the pack house now. I had to get away from this unknown werewolf. He could be dangerous. He could harm me and bury my body without anyone knowing what had happened. Maybe he was trespassing in the area. Well, I've got to go and I know there's somewhere you need to be. So I'll call you. I said quickly, trying not to sound panicked. I got up and walked out of the cafe, my hand protectively on my stomach. Holding the belly made the bump obvious. I looked back as I left. He was still sitting there, watching me intently. There was more amber. I could barely keep myself from running to my car. Once I was safe and secure in my car, I sped to the house. I even ran a few red lights. I couldn't let this guy catch up with me. I couldn't let him know where I live and put my friends and family in danger. When I was at the pack house, I sat in my car for a minute. I desperately tried to wrap my mind around what had just happened. I had met a complete stranger, and he turned out to be a werewolf? How could I have met a werewolf I didn't know? I did have experience in that area. I didn't know if he was from a rival pack or just a lone wolf. I needed to compose myself before facing everyone. I knew that by the time I left here, I needed to tell the alpha. If there was a threat to his pack, he needed to know about it. My stomach started to turn, which meant bad news. So I quickly got out of my car and ran into the pack house, carrying the 2 bags of brownies. I threw them onto the couch before rushing into the bathroom, just in time to get sick. As I rested against the bathroom wall, I began to shake. I was absolutely terrified. Chapter 5. When I was a child, I knew that werewolves had the worst track record of having children. They were always so much more thankful for children than humans were. I had never considered that I'd lose my baby before I could give birth to it. It didn't matter that I was already pregnant. It wasn't down to a science, but werewolf pregnancies weren't guaranteed until well into the 2nd trimester. My mom and dad had failed plenty of times before I was born. They had tried again after me, but I never got a sibling. I brushed my teeth, it was necessary to have a toothbrush in my purse now, and delivered the boxed brownies into the kitchen. No one was there, so I had time to collect myself. I'd have to tell Dad what I now know. He'd want to tell his alpha, which would end up with new rules for me. I sighed and put the boxes away. The only reason I didn't bake a box was that Margot's cake was probably chocolate. I was definitely craving chocolate today. I didn't want to tell Dad here. I'd wait until we got home. He'd make a scene and ruin Margot's birthday. I didn't want to take away from her birthday party because I was dealing with some issues related to the father of my child. When I went outside, I spotted my dad, so I went and sat next to him. He was alone, looking into the trees that surrounded us. "Whatcha thinking, old man?" He shrugged. "Nothing that matters anymore. Care to share?" I knew what he was thinking about. He always thought about my mom, which most of the time broke my heart. Over time, I remembered less and less about her, but I knew that Dad would never forget. The only reason I remembered what she looked like was from old pictures. She passed away a long time ago trying to change into a werewolf. He shook his head. "You have enough on your plate to worry about me." "Well, if you don't tell me, I'm just going to bother you more and more until you tell me. No secrets, remember." He nodded and took a deep breath. "I just wish you weren't having to do this by yourself." I could understand that. But if he knew the other option, I was sure that wouldn't make him comfortable either. I wonder what your mother would think if she were here. I looked at the ground for a moment, ordering my thoughts before I said anything. Dad didn't speak of Mom very often. It was usually when he was really sad. Well, I think she'd look at the whole situation. She'd see that I made a mistake when I was trying to get over Edward. She'd see that it's not something I'm proud of, but I'm grown enough to take care of my own. I'm 26 years old, Dad. I'm not a baby. I've been through college. I'm making enough money to take very good care of this baby. I don't care that I'll have to do this by myself, but I can't do this if you're going to be sulking the whole time. He smirked. So it's my fault if you're not enjoying your unplanned pregnancy? He had a bit of an attitude. Yes, it's unplanned, but it's happening. If everyone sees that you're ashamed of me, then that's how everyone will act towards me. I made him look me in my eyes by grabbing both sides of his face, which was quite an achievement since this werewolf was usually so damn stubborn. This is my child, your grandchild. You need to get yourself together so I can have someone to lean on if I need it. Like it or not, you're all I have. He looked down and nodded. All right. Go back to the party. I'll be there when I'm ready. I stuck my tongue out at him before strolling back to the party like nothing happened. Margot was at the barbecue with her father-in-law, Jericho, giving him the burgers. I stood next to her. She winked at me. Get the goods. Subtle, I thought. I got a bunch. When you find them, I know you'll be surprised. Jericho just looked between us skeptically before saying, you two should go beat the boys at volleyball. I looked at my dress. Not exactly a dress sport. Jericho looked in the pool area. It's water volleyball. I'm sure you brought your suit. Plus the food's not going to be ready for another hour or so. I shrugged. As long as it doesn't get too rough. He nodded. Go change. I'll take care of the boys. Margot and I walked into the house together. It was an oddly warm day for early November, but I didn't plan on being in the pool for very long. I didn't want a chance getting sick. I changed in the downstairs bathroom and left my purse in there. I turned to the side and looked at myself in the mirror. I had a bit of a belly that was rounded enough now. I liked it. The chance of losing my baby because of his or her werewolf father scared the life out of me. I walked over to the pool like I wasn't self-conscious about having a growing stomach. I didn't want any of these guys to look down on me, so being confident about what was happening was the only way to do that. I took the team that didn't include Edward. Margot would want to be on her husband's team. Ah, look at the little baby bump. Jace, Edward's best friend, commented. I was on his team. I stuck my tongue out at him. He smiled widely and lifted me up in a big hug. It's cute, and I won't stop teasing you until the baby's out. Then he kissed my cheek before putting me down. Margot came out and got on Edward's team, and then the games began. We were in the pool for what felt like minutes, but soon Jericho was calling that the food was ready. All the guys jumped right out of the pool for food like there were sharks in the water. It wasn't something humans could do, so I walked to the edge of the pool to help myself out. Jace was there, waiting for me at the edge, extending his hand down for me. He hoisted me out of the pool. He was the only one who stayed behind. He threw a towel at me with a smile. You okay? I nodded and dried myself off. As good as I can be, I guess. He nodded. You can talk to me. Just because I'm Edward's friend doesn't mean I can't be yours. I smiled and sat down on one of the lounge chairs. Thanks. I'll keep that in mind. He wrapped the towel around his waist, then went to the horde of werewolves trying to get food. Margot sat beside me. They're insane, she said, looking at the craziness. I nodded. I didn't feel happy at that moment. I felt exhausted. My hormones were definitely giving me a run for my money. Then she looked towards the side gate and smiled widely. It must be her family. I hadn't met them yet, and I heard a rumor that they were all stopping by for a surprise visit. I looked over, eager to see her family since I had never met any of them before. The small group looked happy to see her, but the last one through the gate made my stomach drop. It was Maco. She shot up and ran over to her family at incredible speed. I, however, was stunned into paralysis. What is he doing here? Is he related to her? He looked distracted and tired. I wasn't surprised to see that. I suppose that was the reaction from guys when they were told they were going to be dads from a one-night encounter. It was a good thing he was distracted, too, Otherwise, he would have spotted me. That would have created a scene. His eyes stayed vacant until Margot wrapped him up in a hug. His face completely changed. He had tucked away all his personal feelings. I saw that in older wolves all the time. If he was old, that meant that maybe Maco was her father? I felt the very real sensation of needing to be sick with that thought. I couldn't run into the house without causing notice. So I got up and walked in at a normal, unsuspicious speed. As soon as that door was shut, I sped to the bathroom I had changed in before. After that bout of sickness, I put my dress back on. I decided on flats. I was going to be walking home, and I couldn't do that in heels. When I opened the bathroom door, Dad was leaning against the opposite wall. He startled me, so I hopped back a fraction of a step. He slowly looked up at me. "What scared you away from the party?" I scratched my head. I had to get dressed again. I don't want to walk around in a bikini when my stomach is getting pudgy. He shook his head. "Don't lie to me, Emiliana." I looked down. That wasn't necessarily a lie, Dad. Dad's eyes lightened to the amber color of the wolf's eyes. He was already angry, and I hadn't even said anything yet. "What's with the short fuse, Dad?" "Geez. You don't have a mate and you're pregnant." His tone told me his wolf was the one talking to me. I am an adult. I felt the anger starting to boil up too quickly. He huffed. "Right. I am 26 years old. That's an adult to humans. I know it's been a while since you've been one." I shoved past him. "Looks like I get my short fuse from you." Then I walked out of the house. Sometimes living with werewolves is worse than living in a house full of girls. I did my best to keep calm and collected. If I stampeded my way through the pack, I'd call attention to myself. I didn't want Maco's attention. Not now. I sat down next to the pool and put my feet in the cold water. I was in my own world until slender hands grabbed my shoulders and almost pushed me into the water. I looked back, probably with terror on my face, to see it was Nikita. She smiled at the scowl I gave her. I was so glad she didn't push me into the pool. I hadn't brought any spares. When she sat next to me, I noticed she was wearing a sundress too. "Hey, preggers." I stuck my tongue out at her, unwilling to talk to her. When she tried to grab it, I quickly drew it back in before she could. "So, how'd your little meeting go?" "I learned a lot today," I said vaguely in case someone was listening. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? I pursed my lips, thinking. Both, I guess. She waved her hand, urging me to continue. He showed up and didn't get upset. "Well, not at the cafe. I think he was in shock." She nodded. "Understandable. Did he say anything about being there?" I didn't want to look over at Maco. Nikita would catch on, and there would be a scene, so I just shook my head. Didn't get that far. I knew that people finding out that Maco was the baby's father would create a circus. It was all just going to explode, and I was going to be right in the middle of all of it. I heard soft running, but I didn't think anything about it. Not until I heard the diving board. By then, it was too late. Jace was flying towards the water, his heart set on soaking Nikita and me. "Oh no." Nikita and I said in unison. It felt like slow motion watching Jace's grin. Then the water hit us both. He landed perfectly, so the water jettisoned to us. We were soaked, and I regretted wearing the white, floral printed dress. I just sat there while Jace surfaced slowly. "Nice." He was still smiling. "I don't have any more clothes." I glared at him. He spat water at me. "You can have my shirt. I'm sure it'll cover you." "Awesome," I muttered. When he tried to get out of the pool, Nikita pushed him back in with her foot. "Jerk," she called him as she wrung out her dress. Margot came over and gave Jace scolding eyes. "I'll let you guys borrow clothes. Follow me." A breeze gave me goosebumps when the cold stuck to my wet dress. We nodded and followed her into the house. I kept my eyes on my wet clothes or Nikita. I didn't want a chance making eye contact with Maco. Margot's jeans didn't fit me. I felt super self-conscious when I couldn't get the button. When I tried to suck it in, Nikita stopped me. She didn't want me to hurt the baby. Margot gave me some of her warm leggings that definitely looked like they would keep me warm. At least they fit. She gave me a pink shirt that fit me nicely, too. It was loose enough so I didn't look fat. I was dreading going back outside. I knew that Maco would have seen me. Jace had ensured that. Even if he hadn't looked up at the commotion surrounding the pool, he would have kept an eye on Margot. My father was always keeping an eye on me, so I knew if Maco were related to Margot, he'd be watching her like a hawk. My stomach turned again, and I went right to the bathroom. Nikita knocked on the door. "You okay?" "Maybe." I groaned as I tried to keep my hair and the borrowed clothes out of the toilet. "It's like this kid's attacking my insides." She burst out laughing. My stomach clenched, sending what little food I had right back out of me. Nikita just kept laughing. "Keep it up," I mumbled threateningly. She gasped for breath between laughing fits. "I'm sorry. Go away. We'll wait for you downstairs," Nikita said, laughing still. If I could, I'd hit her. "Come on, Margot. She'll be fine." I heard a small protest, but Nikita ushered her out of the room. I felt so queasy. When I felt confident enough that my stomach was settled, I opened the door. Sitting on the end of Margot's bed was Maco, and his gaze was locked with mine. Chapter 6. Ugh. I groaned and tried to slam the door. I didn't think he was that fast. He held the door open with little trouble as I used my whole body weight to keep him out. "Go away." "I don't think so." He eased the door open a little bit more. I readjusted my hold on the counter and the wall. I didn't want to face him. "You'd better move or you'll get hurt." "Fine." I huffed. I knew it was useless to fight him in the brute force category. I'd choose to fight him in some other category. It was bound to happen since I was carrying his baby. "Let the door go and I'll come out." "Fine," he muttered before letting the door go. It slammed shut from the force I was using. I winced. Anyone in the house would hear that. I didn't want to bring attention towards the fact that Maco was up here with me. I took a deep breath before opening the door to see Maco. He was sitting on Edward and Margot's bed. "At least knowing what we are makes the werewolf secret easier for you to deal with." I nodded and leaned on the door frame. "If I knew you were part of Margot's family, I wouldn't have gotten close to you." He smirked. "She's my little sister." At least that cleared up one of the many worries I had. "So," his eyes dipped to my stomach, "you think you're having my kid?" I nodded. "Yep. This isn't a good thing," he stated matter-of-factly. I didn't want to show him how much that hurt me. I didn't want my child to grow up thinking he or she was just a mistake in his or her father's eyes. "There's a reason I've stayed child-free," he said like it explained everything. "Children would get in the way of your bachelor life, wouldn't they?" He shook his head. "That's not why I've stayed childless for all these years." I felt my blood drain from my face. Had I met someone older than my own father? His brow creased. "What's with the look of horror? How old are you?" I studied his face. He did not look old. I'd guess late 20s, early 30s. But unless you got a date of birth from a werewolf, you couldn't be sure just how old they were. They just didn't age. He scratched the back of his neck. I don't usually disclose that kind of information. I started heading towards the door of the room. It was weird being in Edward and Margot's room. Really weird. Edward had changed rooms since he had shared nights in the other one with me. He couldn't bring his bride into the same bed that I had shared with him. "Where are you going?" he asked, following behind me. "To my own age group," I muttered as I walked down the stairs. I cringed thinking of the night Maco and I had spent together. "Do you normally look for young women?" "You creep," I harshly whispered. I knew there had to be someone lurking around. I didn't want to get caught with this old man. In my haste, I jumped down the last few steps and almost fell right onto my face. "Will you stop it?" Maco growled at me when he caught me by my waist. He brought me close to him. I could feel his hands on my belly for a second. "You're freaking out." He put me on my feet, but held me by my elbow. "We need to talk." I pulled my arm away from him. He didn't fight me. "I don't want to talk to you." I wouldn't have gotten far if he really didn't want me to escape. He was probably trying to keep this as low-key as I wanted to. He probably thought I'd yell if he kept me trapped. He rolled his eyes and muttered something as I walked away. I made my way outside and sat next to Nikita at a table. She eyed me suspiciously. "What's up your beautiful bottom?" Jace's eyes were humorous, but he didn't know he was playing with fire. When I didn't say anything to him and just stared him down, he got the hint. He collected his things and walked away from me. "I'll just excuse myself." "Good boy," Nikita teased as he walked away. She turned her attention back to me. Want something to eat? You're a little grouchy. Her gaze flickered behind me. I had a millisecond of panic. Maco had probably followed me out here to cause a spectacle. A plate appeared in front of me, having everything I love on it. I looked up, expecting to tongue-lash someone else. But it was Dad. He watched me with a twinkle in his eye, daring me to say something sarcastic to him. This was my dad's way of making it up to me for our little argument. Food solved everything in our family. I straightened myself in the chair and did my best to smile. Thanks, Dad. He nodded and took Jace's old seat. Everyone left me alone as long as my dad was sitting next to me. After I was done eating, I sat there with my head on my dad's shoulder as he patted my knee. We weren't saying anything, just sitting there together. It was nice to watch the pack converse together during Margot's party. It was as if nothing was wrong at all. It was just like everything should be. Nikita came over and held out her hand. We're going to play volleyball. She knew how much I loved the game while we were growing up. I played it through high school and college in my free time. I shook my head. I don't think so, Nikita. I'm not feeling up to it. Her brows creased, and my dad turned to look at me. What? You can't fool us. Nikita sat down next to me now. What's wrong? You were fine when I got here. Was it because of Jace? I'll hold him down and you can beat him up. She nudged me with her elbow. I shook my head. I'm just a little queasy. Nikita rolled her eyes. I just said you can't fool us. I didn't know what was giving it away. So I just shrugged. I don't want to talk about it right now. It'll just cause a scene and I don't want that on Margot's birthday. Nikita eyed me. Well, come play then. I sighed and gave in. We all knew Nikita would keep pestering me to play until I agreed. When we got to the grassy area, I took a look at the teams. Edward and Jace have to be on the same team. I groaned as we approached the groups. You know they'll get crazy competitive if they're not. Nikita shook her head. You boys will be on your best behavior during this game, right? She asked as we were a bit closer now. They both nodded as Nikita swore them into behaving themselves. Nikita and I joined Jace's team. I was just happy that Maco wasn't taking part in the game. We all got into position. I would have been a setter, but I couldn't jump anymore and playing against Werewolf sucked. I knew I had no chance one-on-one with these people. Jace held his hand out for a low five, and I slapped it as hard as I could. He smirked. Take it easy. We both knew that I was more likely to hurt myself on his hand before I'd be able to hurt him. I would have slapped him, but Nikita had the ball. I scoffed. You take it easy. It was enough of a distraction to make sure his eyes stayed on mine. She aimed the ball right at the back of his head. It hit and bounced over the net. I couldn't stop laughing at the shock that covered his face. The serve didn't count, but it was funny. The game was fair and not too competitive for about 10 minutes. Then the two started exchanging insults. Most of it was funny. Maybe 5 minutes of that went by, and they stepped up their competitiveness again. I glanced at Nikita, and she motioned for me to get off the court. Of course, the guys got too aggressive, which meant I could have got hurt. Edward and Jace got into their blindly competitive mood before I could get out of the way. Because I had rotated into the setting position, I was the least able to get out of their little contest. I knew how they performed in similar competitions, so I should have anticipated this outcome. It always did. I didn't have the werewolf speed, but they did, and they were using it. I was getting out of the way when Jace bumped me. I hadn't even seen him because I had turned my back on him in my attempt to escape. It wasn't a big deal. I'd been bumped and jostled before, and it was never a cause for concern. But things were different now. I was pregnant. They had promised to behave themselves, and my gut told me not to believe them. I should have gone with my gut. I landed on my hands and knees, at least 3 feet onto Edward's side of the net. I was fine, and I knew I was a little scraped up, but otherwise fine. Jace hadn't bumped me too hard, though I'd probably have a bruise. Nothing was broken or ruined. My palms and my knees burned a bit from the landing. I was just stunned. Jace knew about the baby. He had been teasing me about it all day. He had promised he wouldn't let his competitive edge with Edward ruin the day for us all. But he did anyway. Nikita was kneeling by me in a heartbeat. Are you okay? I nodded. Just a little startled. She pulled me up off the ground and out of the way of the guys. They hadn't even stopped to notice that I had fallen. I shook my head and looked at my hands and knees. The skin on my hands was dimpled, but not broken. My knees were a little skinned, but they weren't bleeding. Margot's leggings took most of the damage, which I felt guilty for ruining. My side ached where Jace had pushed me. When I touched it, I hissed. Maybe Jace had fractured a rib or something. I hadn't been paying attention to any pain on my side until I felt it. I looked over when people started coming over. Dad looked upset. He'd seen the whole thing, and knowing him, he took a moment to breathe so he wouldn't go after Jace. Alan, the pack doctor, was almost by my side. He probably started coming over when Jace knocked me down. Margot was already running over. She was probably as worried as Nikita was. But I didn't spot Maco with the few that were headed towards us. Usually, werewolves were very protective of their pregnant women, but then again, we weren't a couple or anything. Maybe it was different for werewolves when they're not in a relationship with the woman carrying their child. Nikita gasped at me when I kept her hand away from my tender side. Did he break your rib? I hushed her. Don't be silly. You would have heard it if it snapped. Her eyes instantly shot to the guys in question. I saw the determination there. She was going to cause some drama. I shook my head and grabbed her arm. It's okay. I'm okay. By now, Alan was here and trying to usher me away from everyone. He probably wanted me to check in at the infirmary and make sure everything was fine. Everyone made such a big deal over the pregnant woman falling. I didn't even have a big belly yet. I tried pulling Nikita with me, but she wouldn't budge. Nikita, come with me. When a hand touched my side, I yelped and tried to move away from it. It stung, and I had been caught by surprise. But I was held firmly in place. When I looked back, I expected to see Alan, since he was the pack doctor and all. But it wasn't him. It was Maco, and he did not look happy. I looked back at Nikita, but she was still focused on the guys. They were still completely oblivious to what had happened. Maco grabbed my wrists and brought my palms together to look for any damage. His thumbs went over the base of my hand, wiping away any dirt that might have stuck. It was a surprisingly gentle touch considering the anger I saw in his eyes. I was too shocked to do anything besides stand there and let him do what he wanted. If I knew that this wasn't typical behavior for a wolf's reaction to a stranger, then everyone else around us knew it too. No one knew that Maco was the father of my child. If anyone were watching him, they would know something was up. When I looked around to see just who was looking at us, I was surprised not to see many. How could they not notice Maco standing here? But then again, I hadn't known he was here until he touched me. Given that he had such control, even when he was upset, I believed he was probably older than my father. The wolves I knew didn't have the skill to bottle up all of their influence. He was probably older than the alpha. Alan's going to take you to the infirmary. I'll meet you there. His focus switched from me to the boys. Now I had two people to keep back. I was more worried about Maco than Nikita, though. I knew Nikita couldn't do the damage that she wanted to, but I wasn't so sure about Maco. So I let Nikita go and put both of my hands on Maco's chest. Geez, these muscles were my first thought. He's just like I remember. Then I remembered what I was doing. I shook my head. Leave them alone. Maco's eyes refocused on me, and for the second time that day, I could see his wolf peeking out from his eyes. No. The look in his eyes was absolutely terrifying. I knew there was no point in arguing. He wouldn't hear it. It immediately had me wondering what this man's ranking was in this pack. He gently grabbed my wrists and handed me off to someone. I was still amazed by how his touch was so gentle despite the fury in his eyes. There was no discussion. He was going to do what he wanted to do, and there was no way I was going to be able to stop him. I had no negotiating power with him. When Maco stepped towards the boys, I looked at the person holding me now. It was my dad, and he looked more confused than I had ever seen. How do you know Malcom? Malcom? I asked, confused as I looked at the guys again. I didn't want them to get hurt. I didn't like how everything went down today. Dad started tugging me towards the house, and Alan helped him herd me. Yes, Malcom Medill. He motioned towards Maco. How do you know him? It was my turn to be confused now. He said his name is Maco. Dad instantly growled and yanked me closer to him, stopping our forward progress in its tracks. Is he the father? I instantly flushed. When I looked over Dad's shoulder, I could see the commotion going on. Maco had Jace by the collar as Edward stood there in bewilderment. I could see Nikita shouting at Jace, glad that he was being taken care of. I couldn't answer his question with all these people around. I needed to talk with Maco. Malcom, whatever his name was first. Let's go inside. I offered. I knew his temper was getting worse by the nanosecond. I needed to contain the explosion before it spilled out into the party. Then the alpha put his hand on my father's shoulder. Let Alan get her to the infirmary first, then we'll talk. I knew it was an order by the look on my dad's face. Dad instantly let me go, and Alan took over, leading me to the infirmary. Like I said before, I was fine. Except for some bruised ribs, I was in perfect health. My hands and knees were going to bruise for sure, but at least nothing was broken and the baby was fine, and I owed Margot a new pair of leggings. Because my dad wasn't in the room, I confirmed that Maco is the baby's father. So Alan did an intense ultrasound. He looked at everything and recorded the whole session. He checked the development and the placental attachment. That's what he was worried about. But then, he found something we hadn't seen before in our previous ultrasounds. There was a second baby. I knew what twins looked like on an ultrasound. He didn't even need to tell me. We were both stunned into silence anyway. Children were hard for werewolves. Twins were extremely rare and rarely survived the second trimester. This makes it more complicated, Emiliana. I knew twins already came with some complications, so having a werewolf father only made it more complicated. They're not identical? If they were, then they'd either go full term or both be lost together. Or one could be lost, and that process would affect the other baby, who might have survived if it were a single pregnancy. He shook his head. They're not. He showed me 2 different areas on the ultrasound. There are 2 placentas, which is common in fraternal twin pregnancies. The growth rate looks equal, and they're both about the same size, so they could both be purely human. We'll have to do an ultrasound in a couple of weeks and compare the results. He saved the data on the ultrasound computer. I brought my hands up to my face and huffed to keep any tears away. There were 2 of them. Losing one would be hard enough, but 2? I couldn't imagine. I wanted this. These babies. Alan rubbed my leg. It's good that they're the same size. It's been my experience that if one were a werewolf, it'd develop a lot quicker than the human twin. You just need to take it easy and stay away from the 2 boneheads that knocked you down. I nodded and just lay there, trying not to get upset and desperately trying not to cry. I heard Alan's printer going, but I didn't pay any attention to it. My mind was racing. How was I going to do this? How would Maco react when I told him? I was supposed to take it easy, but how could I with everything that I knew was going to have to happen? Alan helped me sit up. They're all waiting for you in the lobby. All who? I asked cautiously. Just go see. He held out new ultrasound pictures. These showed the twins. Alan led me out of the room and through the infirmary. They didn't have to use the ultrasound often, so it was its own little self-contained area in the back. If someone mourned the loss of a baby, they could do it there in private because it was soundproof. Which also meant Alan and I were the only 2 people in the world who now knew that I was having twins. Double the trouble and twice the worry. Edward and Jace were nursing bruises when I walked past one of the rooms. Alan turned to me. I'm going to check on those 2 idiots. You go out to the lobby. I nodded and let my eyes linger on Jace for a second. He could have unknowingly endangered my children. He looked sorry, but that could have just been from the pain his face was enduring right now. A big part of me was happy that he had gotten a punch in the face from Maco. He deserved it, and I didn't have that werewolf strength to do any damage. The upside to having Malcom as the father of my children was that he would definitely be willing to defend them. Chapter 7. When I went to the lobby, it was empty. Nikita was the only one there, and she wasn't happy. She had a frown and was tapping her foot quickly and steadily. She had probably kicked everyone out of the room. Then she looked at me, and the anger simmered down a bit. It was probably because I was smiling. How's the baby? The babies are fine. Her eyes narrowed as she looked at me suspiciously. You said babies? I nodded with a huge smile. I did say that, didn't I? She screamed and picked me up, twirling me around until I felt like I was going to get sick over everything in the immediate area. When she put me down, Her smile slowly disappeared into a frown. What? I couldn't get rid of my smile. Is Malcom the baby's father? Her tone was all business. That question made my smile go away a bit as I looked down at the new ultrasound. Yeah, I guess he is. What do you mean you guess? I shrugged and looked back into her eyes. They were still a little golden. When we were together, he said his name was Maco. She sighed and nodded. Werewolves as old as he is tend to have a couple of names they go by. As old as he is? She looked towards the exit door. How old is he, Nikita? She looked back at me with hesitation. All I know is that he's old. Like older than anyone we know. I cringed. I was afraid of that. Did you know he was a wolf when you were with him? No, I shook my head. But I should have known that morning. I couldn't help but smile at the memory. I could see the curious question begging to come out of her mouth. I groaned and opened up the door to the infirmary. Go ahead. I know you're dying to ask. She let out a nervous chuckle. I've always been curious. He's probably experienced, and he's always so confident when I see him. I felt my cheeks heat up as I thought about it. He's good. She smiled teasingly at me. That blush says better than good. The sunlight hurt my eyes for a second before they adjusted. I never noticed the light difference inside the infirmary before. You shouldn't be gossiping when we have important things to discuss. I jumped when I heard a deep voice behind us. I looked over and saw Malcom standing against the building. Nikita and I exchanged nervous glances. Both of our faces were flushed with embarrassment. He totally caught us, and I couldn't have been more embarrassed. I stayed put while Nikita hurried towards the house. I could trust her to keep her mouth shut about the twins. She knew that was my news to tell, and she wouldn't be the one who took that away from me. Eavesdropping is just as bad as gossiping, I retorted. He just shrugged as he walked towards me. We really do need to talk. I nodded only because I knew it was inevitable. Where are we going to do this? He asked. The Alpha's office. He followed me there. There was no one in there when I walked in. We were actually going to have some privacy to work this all out. We needed a plan. Hell, I didn't even know where this guy lived. How was he going to visit my kids? So, I said, taking a seat on one of the sofas. The soreness made me want to get off my feet. How far along are you? 18 weeks. He nodded. That definitely makes me a possibility, doesn't it? I crossed my arms over my chest. Did he think I went around with lots of men? I'm not a tramp. This isn't going to be some TV drama. I know you're the father. He scoffed and leaned on the back of the sofa opposite me. You went with me the night you met me. Who's to say you didn't do that another time? I rolled my eyes. That was the only time I've ever done that. At least that sounds truthful enough. I did my best to hold on to my temper. How is this for the truth? You're the only one that I was with since Edward broke up with me to mate with your sister. You're the only possibility to be my children's father. Children. I could swear I saw the blood drain from his face. Yes, I'm having twins. He let out a slow breath as he looked at the floor. I could see the tension start in his shoulders and make its way down his arms to his hands. He gripped the sofa so hard that his hands were white-knuckled. He was going to ruin the couch. I didn't want him to ruin the Alpha's furniture, but that was better than interrupting the fight he was having with himself. I leaned forward to pull the ultrasound picture out of my pocket. I glanced at it for a moment before placing it on the wooden coffee table between the two couches. I faced it towards him so he could see the first photo of both of his kids. I stared at his golden eyes while they soaked in what I was showing him. Baby A and Baby B both had arrows pointing towards them. Then the back of the sofa gave, and the couch broke in half in front of my eyes. These were leather couches. No one was supposed to lose their temper in this room. But the rules didn't matter when you were the head alpha son, obviously. I kept my usual retort to myself. I wasn't sure he would understand my sarcasm. One is bad enough, but there are two. He snarled. I nodded. You're not the one who's going to be worrying about a miscarriage for the next few months. I said lightly, trying to ease some of the anger he was feeling. He sighed as his eyes settled on me. This wasn't supposed to happen. I shrugged and looked at the ultrasound. But it did. I know that you probably don't want these kids, but I know that I want them. I'm not asking you to be around. I looked him in his wolf's golden eyes. I just need you to decide and stick with your decision. Either you want to be there or you don't. You can't decide one thing then change your mind. He growled. I have no choice in this matter anymore. This entire pack knows who the father of your kids is. The information will leak and you'll have dangerous rogues after you. You can deny it. I don't need you around. He shook his head. I won't have your death and the death of unborn children on my conscience. You need to stay close to me so I can protect you. I am constantly surrounded by werewolves. What makes you think you're so much better than the rest of them? It's my job to be stronger than them. These wolves cannot protect you from what would come for you. Because I'm carrying your kids? I asked in disbelief. What did you do to make so many people mad? That's part of my job, he said in obvious frustration. There is a lot that you'll be learning about me over the next few months. I just have to deal with the fact that he wasn't going anywhere. I would just have to get over it. If being around him meant that my babies had a better chance of making it full term, then I'd have to step up and do it. Does that mean you're moving in with me until they're born? No, he laughed. I'm not moving here. You're coming home with me. I shook my head. I'm not leaving my home. I'm not leaving my dad. I can't just leave my duties. You're coming with me, he said with finality. He assumed I would simply go along with what he wanted. He thought that he had the final say here. No. His brows rose. You think you can defy the inevitable? Would you put those you love in danger because you don't want to move? You being here would put all of them in danger. I'm not going. It's safer. You'll be on Finley's land. Rogues know it's a death sentence to invade the head alpha's land. I'm not going to pack up my life and move into your special little house just because you found out I'm having twins. I yelled. I'm going to stay here. This is where my life is. You think your life matters more than your children's? If you stay here, you're exposed. Anyone who wants to can teach me a lesson on loss. I have a lot of enemies, Emiliana, too many for anyone here to take care of. He stayed calm through my yelling. He hadn't even raised his voice. I refuse to move for you. I'm not sure that you even like me. I like you just fine. Protecting you from my father's land is more convenient. My enemies aren't going to enter onto the head alpha's territory for you. But if you stay here, they'd be more willing to take the risk. They don't know if this alpha is worth any worry. I'm not going, I said with finality. I don't care what you say. I was sure it was mostly my hormones, but I had been stubborn since my birth. He'd have to deal. I had my hand on the doorknob when I felt his hand encircle my elbow. We're not done here. I glared at him and tugged my elbow away from him. Yes, we are. I'm finished with this conversation. I threw open the door. I wanted it to hit him in the face, but it didn't. Unfortunately, he caught the door before it could close. I didn't want to leave my home. This was where I wanted to raise my children. I wanted them to be around my father and Nikita. They were essential to me. I didn't know Malcom or his family. I walked right out the front door. I didn't need my dad's car keys to get home. I needed to walk anyway. I was mad, and I needed the long walk to think about it. I made it to the tree line before I heard footsteps behind me. Leave me alone, I shouted. It didn't matter who it was. I just needed time alone. Emiliana, you can't just leave. Not right now. It was Nikita. I shook my head. I think a werewolf would understand the need to go for a walk to cool off. Nikita caught up quickly. I do understand that, she said, turning to walk backwards so we could talk face to face. But you're not doing that. You're trying to get away from Malcom. I stopped. He wants me to leave. He wants me to drop everything I'm doing and go live with him. Nikita sighed. It's not that bad. It's about keeping those babies safe, Emilia. I sighed and slowed down my speed a bit. Why did I have to find him that night? I ran my fingers through my hair and stared at my best friend. I don't regret getting pregnant. I just wish it was someone else. She nodded. I know it's complicated right now, but it'll get better. I promise. I kept walking to my house. I just want to go home, shower, and take a nap. She shook her head no. You have to stay here until they get things worked out. I rolled my eyes and scoffed. Like hell that'll happen. She stepped in my path and stopped, effectively stopping me. I've been ordered to bring you back to the house. Nikita, come on. I tried to reason. There was no way I wanted to go back to that house, not right now. Not while he was there. She shrugged. An order's an order. I thought about getting past her. I knew there was no way I could really get past my friend. She was a damn werewolf, and I wasn't exactly athletic. Can I get a 30-second lead? Sure, she sighed. You can act like you almost got away. I started running immediately. I didn't get very far in the allotted 30 seconds. Nikita grabbed my shoulder, stopping the game. I laughed. Come on, Nikita, let's just go to my house. She shook her head. Can't, Amelia. This is either going to be very easy or not comfortable for you. I rolled my eyes and kept walking. I shrugged off her grip on me. She wasn't holding tight enough to leave marks on my skin. After the show between Edward and Jace, we both knew Nikita wouldn't put any bruises on me. Neither of us knew how Malcom would react. I kept struggling, so she picked me up and carried me back to Jericho's house. Damn werewolf strength. She was right, this was not comfortable at all. When we got in the house, Nikita put me down. Margot rounded the corner quickly, obviously enraged. I didn't even have time to think of something spiteful to toss at Nikita. Her smirk told me she knew my train of thought had been interrupted. Is it Malcolm's baby? She asked, out of breath. I nodded once. She shook her head. I can't believe him. He gets a girl pregnant and leaves her. She started pacing. Just wait until I see him again. I'll give him a piece of my mind. She nearly yelled, then turned and stomped off somewhere. Her reaction was funny. It didn't make me laugh, but at least I smiled a little bit. Nikita smirked. I don't know which one to be more afraid of, her or Malcom. I followed her into the living room, where we sat down and stared out the window. So why are you so afraid of him? I knew my best friend well enough to read it in her body language. Nikita took a deep breath and sat up straight in her chair. Malcom is his father's enforcer. If there's a werewolf breaking pack law or completely out of control, it's Malcolm's job to take care of them. So he goes after other werewolves. There's more to it than just that. Nikita sounded like she was defending what he did for his father. So if you lose control one day, it will be Malcolm's job to stop you. I said in disbelief. She nodded. If I lose control, I hope he's quick. Out-of-control wolves are very dangerous. They hurt everyone until someone stops them. I don't want my babies growing up knowing that their father is a punisher. It's hard enough growing up when your dad's a wolf and your mom died trying to be one. You grew up fine. We both grew up fine. I sighed. I just wanted a normal life for my child. School, college, marriage, a family. Who knows what's going to happen now? Nikita sighed. The babies can still have all of that. Who knows if Malcolm's even going to be there? If he's not, the babies won't know anything you didn't growing up. They can have a close to normal life. Yeah, but what if he wants the babies? What if he takes the babies from me? Nikita shook her head. No one would let him take your babies from you. Who could stop him? Nikita looked down for a minute, then she looked at the door right before it opened. I tried to sink deeper into my chair, but I wasn't very successful. Alpha Jericho sat down on the love seat across from me. He looked at Nikita. Give us a minute alone. She nodded and walked outside. I had never been alone with Jericho. The Alpha had never had reason to speak with me, the human. Even when Edward and I had been together, we had never really spoken to one another besides pleasantries. He leaned back, looking relaxed. Malcom being the father creates some problems. I raised my brows. Really? I replied sarcastically. He smiled as if amused by me, which slightly irritated me. We all know what he does for his father, and he doesn't exactly have many friends. He has a lot of enemies. If they find out that you're having his first children, they'll come for you. This is his first ever? That was a shock. Malcom was ancient and had a dangerous reputation. Who would want to mess with his kids? He nodded. It's never been safe for him to have a family. You're going to need to be protected. Why does anyone have to know? I didn't want anyone to know. He shrugged. Word will get around that he's having children, and when it does, they will come. So my children will always be in danger. He nodded, even though it wasn't a question. Which means I'm going to have to change to protect them. He nodded again. Will I be able to go to work? He shook his head. That isn't important anymore. Keeping yourself safe should be your only goal. If he has so many enemies, why don't they just go for him? I asked bitterly as I put my hands on my protruding belly. He smiled. There aren't many who could take Malcolm on directly. Malcolm would wipe the floor with anyone here, including me. I don't have to leave, do I? He shrugged. I don't know yet. Your best protection would be Malcolm, but I'm sure I could provide you with adequate protection. I nodded. I don't want to have to leave. He gave me a small smile. I'll see what I can do to keep you here. Finley wants you to go home with them while Malcolm is more willing to let you stay here. I nodded, then the alpha left. I was tired, so I leaned back in the chair and just rested my eyes a bit. It had definitely been a long day. Chapter 8. When I woke up, I didn't feel fantastic. I felt tired, like I had gotten no sleep or rest. I sat up and looked around. It didn't matter that it was dark in the room. I could still tell that I wasn't in my room. It actually looked like one of the many guest rooms in the Alpha's house. Had I fallen asleep? Who had taken me up here? Where was my dad? I needed to get home. I had work in the morning. Are you intentionally ignoring me? The voice made me jump. My eyes instantly landed on the one who had spooked me. It was Maco, Malcom. I rolled my eyes. I was kind of hoping yesterday had just been a horrible dream. He offered a small smile. Me too. Why am I still here? I ran my hands over my face in an attempt to wake myself up. The clock beside the bed read 10:30. We still need to do some talking. I rolled my eyes. We need to reach some kind of agreement about everything before I can leave. Are you planning on leaving in the morning? His handsome features creased in confusion. It's well past morning. You slept through everything. The bedside clock didn't offer AM or PM, so I got out of bed. I pulled the cord for the window covering and was instantly blinded by the sun. I felt instant panic. I had work today. This morning. I couldn't get fired. I had twins to support. I was instantly scrambling for my phone. It wasn't anywhere on the bed. It wasn't on or in the bedside tables. Where had I left that damn thing? I ran my hands over my body, feeling for the stupid cell phone as my eyes scanned the room. What are you panicking over? Malcolm asked while playing a game on his phone. I need to call my work. I can't just flake out of my job. I started towards the door. I have it. I stopped and turned around on the ball of my foot. He extended his leg and lifted his hip to dig into his pocket. His grimace suggested he was having some problems with his hand, as it barely fit in the pocket. I already called them. I told them you were having some serious morning sickness today. They understood and sent you well wishes. He tossed me my phone. While the iPhone was in the air, I had a mini heart attack. Who throws phones these days? They break. Everyone knows that once the screen is cracked, you have to buy a whole new phone. When I caught it, I breathed a sigh of relief. Then I shot a glare at the one who put it in danger. He smirked. You'd think I just threw a baby at you. He was too good-looking. There should be a rule against having features that could attract women so well. You didn't know that I would have caught it. He rolled his eyes. You really want to have a fight over what could have happened, but didn't? I pursed my lips, contemplating the risks of slapping that gorgeous smirk right off of his face. My stomach was about to complain about being empty. It had been way too long since I had last eaten anything. So, what am I supposed to call you? I felt my stomach grumble. I put my hand over it, hoping that it wouldn't get much louder. Maco or Malcolm? He shrugged and stood. Whichever you prefer. I haven't used Maco in a long time. Everyone I come across usually calls me Malcolm. Why didn't you just tell me your name's Malcolm then? He extended his arms up towards the ceiling in a stretch. It's easier to go by Maco with people I don't plan on knowing for long. His shirt lifted an inch or two up past his jeans, gluing my eyes there for the seconds he had been showing skin. Then I realized what he said. He hadn't planned on knowing me for very long. He probably forgot all about me until I called him to meet up. He met me at the door with his lightning-fast speed. When are we going to talk? After I eat something. I hissed and opened the door. I went down the stairs to the kitchen. I knew that all we had was a one-night encounter, but it was much more complicated than that. I was going to have his twins. I never wanted to have kids with someone who only saw me as a one-night stand. I wanted my kids to have a family, but it seemed like that was never going to happen. Yes, there was physical attraction, but I was going to get big. If that's all he saw in me, in a few months, he wouldn't like anything about me. What if I couldn't stand him? What if he were one of the old wolves who had to have control over everything, or else they'd go crazy? I got to the kitchen without Malcom breathing down my neck. Werewolves understood the need to eat. They were always hungry. If Malcom had been there, watching over me while I slept, he would be even more famished than I am. Someone was angrily throwing things around in the kitchen. I recognized the grumbling immediately, which made me smile. Nikita looked just as angry as I had imagined. When her eyes landed on me, she literally dropped what she was doing and came over to me. She didn't always use her speed, but this time she did. She was at me faster than my eyes could track. "Are you okay? Malcom ordered everyone to stay away from you while you were sleeping. I was worried that yesterday had stressed you out too much and the babies were in trouble." I smiled and hugged her. "I'm sorry. I'm fine. They're fine." I felt her relief before she rested her face in the crook of my neck. "You know how worried I get. These babies were just as important to me as they were to Nikita. She probably wouldn't have babies of her own. Once I had these babies, I'd probably be changed into a wolf and never have any more babies." I couldn't help but laugh a little at her. "I know. I'm sorry I worried you." She growled and yanked me behind her. "What?" I looked at who she was growling at and saw Malcom. "Oh." I rubbed Nikita's arm. "It's fine." She shook her head. "He thinks he's the ruler of you because you're having his kids." His eyes narrowed on her. She couldn't meet his eyes because he was a whole lot more dominant than she was. Malcom was more dominant than everyone in the house, with the exception of his father. As long as she has my kid in her, I get a say in what she does. Nikita's mouth dropped at the same time as mine. We were in shock. Who was this guy to show up and assume control over me like I was his property or even his girlfriend? "We're having a meeting tomorrow morning about this situation," he commanded before he pointed a finger at Nikita. "And you're not allowed to join it." Her eyes narrowed at the order. I was too shocked to respond to him as he walked away. I couldn't just let him think that I was going to roll over and do as he said. "You know," Nikita said thoughtfully, "he didn't order me to make sure you were there tomorrow." I smiled at the thought. "Then maybe we should disappear for a bit." She smiled and nodded. "I'll get the keys from Michelson." I nodded and went to the front door. No one told us that we had to stay put. No bad guys were coming for me, at least not yet anyway. Malcom needed to learn that I wouldn't be pushed around. He needed to understand that I wouldn't listen unless I agreed with his reasoning. So I wouldn't attend the small meeting. I'd miss it or be a couple of hours late. Nikita met up with me with a smile. He didn't even fight me on it. With the keys in our possession, we hit the road. We cruised for a few hours before coming to our favorite spot. The ocean wasn't a big deal to the locals, but when you had to drive for hours to get there, it was the best place in the world. You knew you were close to the ocean when you could smell the saltiness in the air. Then, when your eyes finally set on it, it was simply amazing. It had been so long since we had been here, and we had missed it so much. Nikita stayed close, knowing that if I slipped on a rock and fell in, we'd both be in trouble. I didn't bring any spare clothes, and I couldn't air dry. It wasn't a hot day. It would be a long and miserable process waiting to dry. I was crouching over a tide pool, looking for life, when Nikita scared me by faking a push. She thought it was hilarious until I lost my balance trying to retaliate and ended up rump first in a puddle. No. She thought that was funny too. My phone started ringing while we were eating at a restaurant. The dress hadn't taken a long time to dry, so by the time we were hungry, I was already dry. It was a number I didn't know, so I showed the screen to Nikita. She shrugged. "I don't know." "Answer it." I took a sip of water to clear my throat and answered it. "Where are you?" I had expected Malcom to be mad and yell my ear off, but he was surprisingly calm. "Having dinner with Nikita." As an adult, I am allowed to do that. "It's almost 11. You should be here, in bed, asleep." Nikita snorted, causing her to choke on her drink, which resulted in a coughing attack, and I laughed at her expense. "I don't have a bedtime. I don't have to work for 2 more days. You're pregnant. You need rest." He growled. "Thanks for the news flash." I shot back sarcastically. "I am pregnant, but that doesn't make me disabled. Get back to this house right now." Nikita motioned to hang up as his voice took a threatening tone. "Don't make me come looking for you." I nodded once at her. You know, we were planning on making this a mini vacation, I said thoughtfully. And it's useless to throw around orders with me. I'm not a wolf or in a pack, so I'm not bound to do what you say. I ended the call before he could give her an order. I smiled at her. I really think he's learning. She laughed, and we continued eating without worrying about Malcom. We bought a couple of blankets and slept under the stars. Chapter 9. The next morning, I woke up confused. I rarely ended up in a different place than where I went to sleep. I was in a bed, nice and warm under blankets. It took me a couple of minutes to realize where I was. When I did, I whipped the blankets off and went for the door. I almost twisted the knob when I noticed I wasn't wearing any clothes. I let out a surprised squeak before rushing to the dresser. There were clothes in my size. I put on the leggings and a shirt a size too big because I didn't want the belly bulge to be really obvious. Then I continued on my mission. I was going to smack Malcom, and hopefully it would leave a mark. It was morning, probably early morning, because the dining room table was full. The pack was still getting ready to start the day. I didn't spot my victim, so he was either asleep or in the kitchen. I spotted his shirtless body right next to the stove, waiting for someone else to finish gathering their food. I grabbed the closest thing to me, which happened to be the toaster, yanked the cord from the wall and threw the thing right at his head. I wasn't dead on, but I hit his upper back. I saw his shoulders move in a sigh as the toaster clattered to the floor. He put his plate on the counter before turning back to me. That was uncalled for. I put my hands on my hips. So was ruining my trip with Nikita. We'll talk in private. I reached for the stack of plates, but before I could get them, I was in a restraining grip. Fine, we'll talk now. He lifted me off my feet and carried me down the hallway to an unoccupied room. You're acting like a child. Well, compared to you, I am a child. I yelled. I was mad, hungry, and hormonal. It was like the evil trinity for my bad behavior. He rolled his eyes. I'm not going to stay here 2 more days because you're acting out. Today the arrangements will be made so I can finally go home. Well, just go. I sure as heck don't want you here. He took a deep breath and paused. So I jumped in again. How did I even get here? Nikita brought you home because I ordered her to. She didn't bring her phone. I would have heard mine go off. He shrugged. There are other means of communication within the packs. I turned on my heel and left him in that room. I had had enough. I grabbed breakfast and joined Nikita's table. She didn't need much sleep, and she didn't sleep well in any bed that wasn't hers. We didn't talk about her having to bring me back here because I knew it wasn't really her fault. I'm not sure if it was because I was being hormonal or if I was afraid of what he would say, but I really didn't want to talk to Malcom. I didn't want to have to move away from my family and friends when I needed them the most because I got involved with the wrong guy. But if you were telling the truth about having enemies, then I wouldn't have a choice. I'd have to go with him for the sake of my babies. I couldn't put them in any more danger than they were already in. Nikita had to stay downstairs when the time finally came. She couldn't be in on his little powwow that I was supposed to have with Malcom, Finley, the head alpha, my dad, and Jericho, the alpha here. I knew the 4 were already in the office waiting for me to make my appearance. They had probably already started the conversation without me. But with powerful men in the room, I knew the conversation would end up being about what they wanted, what they thought was best for my babies. I rested my hand on the handle of the office door and hesitated. Why did this have to be so complicated? Why did I have to meet Malcom that night? Why couldn't it have been someone else? If babies had been such a no-no for so long, then would having a girlfriend be so bad too? Would we even try to make something like that work? I tried to stop thinking about it, but I couldn't. I just needed to suck it up and get this conversation over with. I twisted the knob and walked in. The 4 men weren't even talking yet. They were just sitting on the sofas, waiting. They each had a small glass with some alcohol. 3 of the 4 seemed to be in their own thoughts. The one that didn't was looking right at me with a smile. Being the only one I didn't recognize, I knew that man had to be the head alpha. He didn't seem big and intimidating like Malcom could easily give off. He appeared fatherly. I knew that was all for show. You couldn't be all warm and fuzzy when you were putting every pack under your will. This man was probably ready to handle everyone here if they stepped out of the line he had drawn. He smiled at me when I took a step into the room. You must be Emiliana. I just nodded once in reply. Since we're going to become very well acquainted, you can just call me Finley. How was I supposed to talk to the one who had a continent's worth of wolves at his beck and call? My dad and Jericho shook off their thoughts and turned their attention to me. I didn't like being the center of attention. Malcom didn't look over. He was likely embarrassed and possibly a bit ashamed for letting this happen. I know I was when I found out about this. Malcom says you're refusing to come with us to our lands. Again, I just nodded. Finley smiled. You don't have to worry. No one here is going to make you do anything you're uncomfortable with. Malcom let out a huff. He didn't have to tell me what I already knew was going to happen. I was going to be on lockdown until I gave birth. Malcolm's babies and Finley's grandchildren wouldn't be put in any unnecessary danger. I knew that everyone was sure of what was supposed to happen. If I planned on being a good little girl, I'd go along with what they had to say. They knew what was best for me and for my children, right? I should have just wished them all good luck on their argument. I had been told I was as stubborn as a mule. How about we sit and talk about this for a bit? Finley offered a gentlemanly gesture towards the sofas. I took the sofa that no one had been using. It was the love seat, which no one ever really used. It wasn't big enough for two werewolves, but it didn't feel comfortable enough for one. It was perfect for a little human like me. I sat on my feet since they were cold anyway. Whenever I could get away with walking around barefoot, I did. The three wolves retook their places. As you know, Finley started, this creates a bit of a security issue here. Dad reached up for my hand. We were close enough that neither of us would have to reach for the other, so I took his hand. It was as much for my reassurance as it was for his. When Malcolm's enemies come here to judge if the rumors are true, the pack members here would be put at risk. It would be safer for everyone involved if you just came with us, at least until the children are born. You want me to pack up my life because of the possibility that something might happen? Because maybe a rogue will come create problems for the pack. It's not so much a maybe. It's more of a when. Jericho said. The word is going to get out. Someone's looking for this opening. But that could be months away, maybe even years. I tried to reason with these people, wolves. No one's going to be here tomorrow trying to harm me because I'm pregnant. Malcom didn't respond until Finley nudged him to pay attention. Malcom bit off a growl by finishing his drink, then setting his glass on the table. His eyes were golden now. Malcom wasn't a part of the conversation anymore. His wolf was. The wolves that would be coming wouldn't harm you. No, that would be way too easy. They would take you away, where you wouldn't be found. My dad's grip on my hand got a little tighter. They'd let you carry to term and give birth to my children. Then they'd use you. Dad growled at Malcom. It wasn't playful or a warning. It was a threat. A foolish threat. Malcom eyed my father for a second before getting back on track. They'd only need you until the kids were old enough to eat real food, then they would mistreat you before burying your body so it would never be found. Dad let go of my hand and stepped in front of me, blocking everyone from me. That's a brave notion. Malcom didn't even sound concerned with my father's distress over this conversation. By not standing, he told everyone that my father wasn't a threat to him. But that would save her maybe a minute before they took her. She's safe in her home with me. I knew the difference in my father's voice from human to wolf. His wolf was in control, too. Soon, all the wolves would be out to play, and the conversation would be well over. Soon she's not going to be safe with you acting as her personal bodyguard. Malcom shot back. Both of you stop. Finley didn't even raise his voice. We're going to keep this a strictly human meeting, so these wolves better recede before we try this again. It took a few seconds before my dad sat down again. When he was seated, I rested my hand on his arm. There wasn't even much time before I started feeling ill. I usually had a pretty good buffer time between feeling sick and actually losing my breakfast. And I was glad I did. I was up and over the back of the couch as fast as I could and out the door, down the hall and in the nearest bathroom as fast as my legs could take me. Usually, I didn't have any sickness, but when I did, I was in the bathroom for at least 30 minutes. The first knock came after the initial bout of sickness had passed. It was then that I could sit back and look around. I missed the toilet a little bit. The mess missed the floor and landed on the clothes I was borrowing. Emilia, it's Nikita. I have 7-Up and some crackers for you, and some tissues. I smiled and wiped my eyes. Getting sick had always made me cry. Okay, hold on. I didn't want to answer the door in soiled clothes. So I undressed to my bare minimums before opening the door. I unlocked it and cracked it open for her. I threw the clothes in the tub and turned on the water. Nikita nudged open the door and slipped in, barely opening it. You have guests outside. I groaned. Let me hurl out my guts in peace. She set everything down near the sink before leaning against it. I'll bring you something to change into. I nodded and rested my head on the side of the tub. Okay, thanks. I'll be right back. While she was gone, I finished cleaning off the clothes. When she knocked again, I was already in the second round of being sick. She knew not to come in right then. When that was over, she came in with new clothes in hand. You think you'll be done soon? I slowly shook my head. I think this will go on till round 5. She laughed a bit as she got comfortable on the floor, guarding the door from any unwanted intruders. Do you want to get dressed now or when you're done here? She asked even though she knew the answer. After. I muttered. It sounded to me like I had a sore throat, but I knew that was just from the trauma of throwing up. I told the guys in the hall to take a hike. I nodded once and looked over at her. You don't have to keep my company. She smiled. Of course I do. We're going to go through this together, so you're not even going to be alone while you get sick. You're such a devoted friend. I teased. Just remember this when it comes time to name those kids. She winked, making me smile. So how did the big talk go? I shrugged. It didn't get very far before their wolves joined the conversation. Then, when they were calming down, I had to be sick. Well, it doesn't look like that conversation's going to be happening anytime soon. I nodded. It probably wouldn't have ended well anyway. Why not? I kept a small smile as I looked at her. Malcolm's trying to scare me into going with them willingly. She sighed with an unhappy, but concerned look plastered on her face. What did he say? Well, it was his wolf, but he said that I wouldn't have to be worried about being harmed because they wanted to take the babies after they were born. Then they would harm me after having a bit of fun first. She shook her head. That's probably what made you sick. I shook my head. You know it would take more than a warning of what might happen to make me sick like this. He still shouldn't have said that to you. I just shrugged and waited for the next sickening wave to come. I was wrong. I had 6 bouts of being sick before I felt stable. Nikita brought me a skirt that fell to my ankles, featuring a weird green print. I liked that it was light and flowed well. The tank top was a light brown color that matched the skirt pretty well. I fixed my hair and played a bit with Margot's makeup. After feeling so horrible this morning, it felt necessary to be pretty for the rest of the day. Margot still wasn't happy with her brother, but she wasn't cursing the day he was born anymore. Well, that was until Malcom had tried to talk to me again while we were having girl time. She followed him out of the room. While she was gone, Nikita's voice got lower. Don't you think it's weird? I raised a confused brow at her. What's weird? That the guy you met was Margot's brother on the night they were celebrating the joining of the packs through your ex and her? Do you think there was some kind of conspiracy to make sure that I wouldn't be ruining their new plans for the future? I asked jokingly. She shrugged. I'm not saying that. It would make sense, but I don't think they'd plan for you to get pregnant. And what do you think they'd plan? I completely stopped putting on makeup and turned to her. Maybe they just wanted you to get stuck on Malcom long enough for everything to solidify between Edward and Margot. She nodded, believing everything she was saying. Then how wouldn't he know about my pregnancy when everyone else found out? Why wouldn't he come question me about it? Maybe you convinced him that you were an easy girl and that you were with others after Malcom left. I rolled my eyes and turned back to my makeup. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. You say that now. But tonight you're going to call me and yell at me 'cause you can't sleep because you know what I'm saying makes a lot of sense. How would they know that I would go for Malcom? She scoffed. Men would go for Malcom. Margot found us giggling when she came back. She looked proud of herself, so Malcom had smartly taken his sister's advice and left us alone. Chapter 10. I knew the conversation couldn't be avoided, but I didn't want this to turn into the meeting it had been earlier. So I made sure to get Malcolm's attention before making my way outside. Nikita knew the plan, so she hung back. She'd come join my walk if Malcom didn't follow me in 5 minutes. I barely made it to the trees before I heard Malcom following me. He stomped loudly so that I could hear him. I knew that he could probably be just as quiet as Nikita. How far are you planning on walking? He asked after following me for a few more minutes. I don't know, I answered. Far enough that our talk won't become a pack meeting. It didn't take much for him to catch up with me. So this is about talking. I nodded once. I didn't lure you out here to reenact our meeting. I said it with a hint of a joke. He smirked. And here I'd been hoping. We walked for another minute or so without saying anything. I shouldn't have let my wolf tell you what it did. At least he sounded a little regretful. It wasn't appropriate. Do you think that's what would happen if said bad guys came for me? He nodded once. Then it was good you told me. But I still don't want to leave my home. They can visit. The drive isn't so bad. I shook my head. That's not the point. I always imagined that this was where I was going to raise my family. Plans change, he offered carefully. He seemed to be learning fast how to deal with the hormonal pregnant woman. I don't want to put you or the babies in danger. I did my best not to show any reaction to that, but it still stung knowing that I had been replaced so easily. Apparently, I was just a replaceable spot in some people's lives. I had probably just been a temporary replacement in Malcom's life, for that matter. Do you still have feelings for Edward? That question wasn't so well controlled. It's not that I have feelings for Edward in an intimate way anymore. I confessed with a shake of my head. I just hate feeling like I'm replaceable. I wiped my face when I could feel those dumb tears. It felt like I cried all the time some days. So now that we're free of distractions and away from everyone else's opinions, we can work this out. He eyed me carefully before nodding. I guess this is as good a place as any. I nodded once. Then I guess I should just put it out there that I have no intention of following you back to your pack lands. The look on his face told me that he thought I was being stupid again, and he immediately opened his mouth to say to me so, but I stopped him. There's no immediate threat and no one's coming for me. He sighed once. Right now there's no threat because the rumor hasn't spread, but it will, Emiliana. Then have the Alpha order the pack to keep its mouth shut. It could already be too late for that. He put his hands on his hips and looked at the ground. What can I say that will convince you to come with me? He looked up, making eye contact now. Right now, nothing. I don't know you. You're just the guy I met that night. If you don't come with me, then I'll have to stay with you. I can't take the risk of something happening to my kids. I nodded. Fine. I'm sure the Alpha would be okay with you staying there. He shook his head with a mischievous smile. No. I'm going to be staying wherever you are. I felt my stomach drop. I didn't want him at my house. It was bad enough that I had to wait for my dad to leave the house when I needed to be alone, but if Malcom stayed, I would never have a moment's peace. The side effects of pregnancy were driving me crazy. Being without a boyfriend and too busy to find one, I just needed some time to myself. That wasn't something I could do when a werewolf was keeping tabs on me. We don't have a guest bedroom, I said quickly. I didn't want him at my house. I needed the privacy. I'll take the couch. He said it was a straightforward solution. I instantly started shaking my head. No way. He smirked. Come on, I'm trying to compromise here. I thought you said that you couldn't stay here. Maybe I could convince him that he didn't have to be here. When someone finds out or I'm put in danger, then we can talk about you staying at my house. I'd just be back in a week to check things out. Then you can travel. He stared at me for a good 2 minutes before speaking again. Fine. But when I even hear a rumor about someone that I feel is threatening to you, you're going to do this my way. I shook my head. I'm not doing this your way. I can't have you around 24/7. Trying to sneak around a boyfriend? That damn smirk was back. Maybe I am. I tried to be vague so he couldn't tell what the honest answer is. Maybe I have things that I don't want you getting involved in. He rolled his eyes. Fine. Whatever you want, princess. So you're going to go home? He nodded. Until I feel like I should be the one protecting you. Your father will suffice for now, but he won't last forever. My father is not weak. Malcom shrugged. But he's compromised by the loss of his mate. It still haunts him. I didn't know that after all this time, my mother's death still followed him around. He was getting better at keeping up an act when others were around. She wouldn't have wanted this for him. It made me wonder if the whole pack was as perceptive to my father's pain as Malcom obviously was. You also can't go around telling people about twins. That will make it more worth the risk to anyone thinking about revenge. Fine. Once we got back to the pack house, I was exhausted again. I just wanted to go home and sleep in my bed. So I found my dad. I'm ready to go. I told him as I hovered over the card game he was playing. Give me 10 minutes. We could be home in 10 minutes. I whined as I leaned on his shoulder. I'll probably fall asleep in the car. Have Nikita take you home if you can't wait. He snapped, irritated. I shoved myself off of him. Fine. I shot back, just as irritated. It wasn't my fault he had to start a stupid game. Nikita! I shouted as I walked away from him. I knew my dad's quirks. Yelling right next to him annoyed him. His old werewolf ears were sensitive. It was a jarring experience, for him. Nikita! I didn't even bother moving towards where I thought she was. I wanted to annoy my dad, and from his huffs and puffs, I knew it was working. Nikita! I shouted one last time, louder and longer than the previous 2 yells. Dad's chair scraped against the hardwood. I pivoted on my heel to look at his wolf's golden eyes. Shut up, child. The wolf growled threateningly. His eyes held a challenge that I instantly knew I was going to test. I couldn't help it. I breathed in deeply and dramatically. Dad's wolf was a bit more hands-on than my father, but I usually knew when to stop antagonizing. I ignored the alarm going off in the back of my mind. I was 2 years old again, unwilling to back down or listen. When I started to yell again, a large hand covered my mouth, muffling the yell considerably. Will you stop being a pain for 10 minutes? Malcom murmured into my ear as he pulled me back towards him. Dad's wolf's attention immediately switched to Malcom. Let her go. I don't think so. Malcom growled back. He let go of my mouth, but still held me close. My entire body shivered from the sound. I liked it. For the time being, she's not yours. What? I thought, but I wasn't going to get into any more trouble when wolves were playing a dominance game over who had more rights to me. I felt like nothing more than a possession, but I was used to it. I'd find some way to get some payback. She's always been mine. The side of Malcolm's face was pressed against mine, so I felt Malcolm smirk. For the next year or so, she's not. You're not taking my daughter from me. Dad's jaw clenched shut tight. His hands had balled into a white-knuckled grip. You sure you want to do this? I can guarantee it won't end how you want it to. Malcom taunted. He wanted to fight with my dad. I had a pretty good feeling that everyone knew this was going to happen, eventually. Dad didn't answer Malcom. The wolf in control wanted this fight. He wanted to keep what was his, and I was all he had left. Malcom nodded once with a smile I had never seen before on any face. Good. Go to whichever place your pack holds its challenges. I'll be there in 10. Here and now. Dad's voice was rough. I'm not afraid of you. Malcom shook his head. Not with little Emiliana around. He put his hands on my stomach to highlight the reason why everything was going so crazy. Now go. He ordered my father. Dad snarled very much like his wolf as he made his way towards the sliding glass door. It shattered into a million pieces when he slammed it open. I flinched at the booming sound it made. Malcom picked me up as I stared at my father's retreating back. I was honestly afraid for my father. If Malcom was what everyone claimed, how did my father stand a chance against him? Nikita started following Malcom once we passed her. Come up in 5. That was all he said to her. She instantly stopped and smiled weakly at me. Malcom took me into the room that I had woken up in that morning. You need to stay in here tonight, he said gently as he sat me down on the edge of the bed. I'll be back soon enough. What are you going to do to him? I asked as I watched him go to a bag and pull out some shorts. You can't hurt my father. Malcom glanced over his shoulder at me. You're not a wolf. This doesn't make sense to you. It wasn't something that required an answer, but I shook my head anyway. He set the shorts down on the bed before coming close and crouching in front of me. Normally, this wouldn't be such a big deal. But you come from a werewolf father, and you didn't wait to be claimed before getting pregnant from another wolf. My jaw dropped. What? So it's my fault that you came around and I got pregnant? I asked defensively. What you're about to do is because werewolves are stubborn and unwilling to bend. He smiled up at me. Yes, I suppose that has something to do with it. He put a hand on the bump where his kids grew. It's happening because I won't let your father push me around. I could see the amber streaks slowly starting to form in his eyes. I won't let him think that he has control over my children and, by extension, my woman. I'm not your woman, I said carefully. He smirked. The way I see it, so long as there is a piece of me growing in you, you're mine. He stood up, took off his shirt, and threw it at the bag of clothes. The clothes he had been wearing were nice. He probably didn't want to ruin them in a fight with my dad. I couldn't really think of anything to respond to him because his shirtless torso was very distracting. I needed to get out of the room before my hormones kicked in. I had taken 2 steps towards the door when I heard him getting changed. By the time I was close to the door, I heard him laugh. I'm decent, he teased. I turned and glared at him. You'd think that all your time around werewolves had made you okay with it. Well, I'm not okay with you. I tried to keep my glare, but he was still shirtless. He was so handsome when he smirked. Those hormones making you flustered already? My cheeks grew hot. I was blushing, and it gave me away. That's none of your business. I felt thoroughly embarrassed. He barked a laugh. Oh, come on. We can have a bit of fun with our situation. He came towards me. My cheeks were still hot with embarrassment. He cupped my face with his hands. That decision, I'll leave to you. He brought his lips down to mine before I could even process the proposal he had given me. It felt like it would be so easy just to give in to whatever he wanted. The kiss went from sweet and innocent to intense in seconds. The last person who had kissed me so intensely had been Malcom on the night I had conceived. That had been so long ago, and it was so lovely to feel wanted again like that by someone. A knock on the door didn't completely bring me out of my haze, but it sure affected Malcom. His kisses weren't so intense anymore. I didn't want him to leave yet. I knew that once he did, he would be facing my dad, and I didn't want my dad getting hurt. Malcom pushed himself off me and the bed with a second knock. I'll be back in an hour or 2. I just nodded because I couldn't do anything else. I was still trying to catch my breath when Nikita came into the room. Nikita came to the foot of the bed and stood there with her hands on her hips. You need to be careful around him, Emilia. I took in one last deep breath, finally breathing normally. I'm trying. The feeling of confusion wasn't going to go away anytime soon, though. Well, try harder, she chastised. Malcolm's about to go fight your dad and you were kissing him. My hormones are making me crazy. It's like my emotions are all over the place, and it's torture because I know that I have no one to really talk to about it. Nikita sighed. We'll find you a boyfriend, she suggested. One that won't make the pack call you a rank-climbing opportunist behind your back. Nikita slapped a hand over her mouth. And, just like that, the fuzzy feeling I had was gone. They're calling me a what? I really didn't need her to repeat it. I heard what she had said very clearly. It felt like I had been stabbed in the gut. Her look of guilt told me that it was true and also that she had been trying to keep it from me. I'm sorry, Emilia. I shouldn't have said anything. She slowly sat on the foot of the bed. It's not the whole pack. It's only a few guys. Everyone else understands what happened. Why would they call me that behind my back? I've never done anything wrong. This is my first slip-up. Nikita nodded. I know. They're just being jerks about Malcom being the baby's father. I felt tears collecting. Pregnancy had also made me become a fountain much easier than before. I just found out that he was a werewolf. I met him at a club. I sobbed. I didn't know who he was. Nikita crawled over to me and wrapped her arms around me. I know that. They're just being jerks. Is that why Dad's been so easy to get upset? Is he hearing what I'm being called? She bit her bottom lip nervously. You shouldn't worry about this. You have enough on your plate. I felt faint. Daddy knows. I whispered to myself. I sat up and put my hands in my hair. Daddy knows. Nikita cringed. He didn't want you to. But now I do. I felt the tears falling without even needing to blink. I looked back at Nikita. Who's been calling me that? Nikita shook her head. It doesn't matter. Malcom will put them in their place. I shook my head. No, I wiped my eyes and got off the bed. Who is calling me an opportunist, Nikita? She looked at the bedspread and shook her head. Nikita, I'm your best friend. You have to tell me who's spreading rumors about me. She groaned. It'll do no good if you yell at them. Tell me. She shook her head. So I played the trump card. The longer I stay stressed out, the longer the babies are smothered in this bad energy. Tell me so I can relax. She glared at me. You can't use the baby card on me. I just did. I snapped. Tell me. She did. Chapter 11. 5 minutes later, I had my car keys in my hand. Luckily for my targets, I decided on a confrontation instead of something worse. I didn't want to cause permanent harm, I just wanted to make them understand. The only way a human could really get a werewolf's attention was by being absolutely fearless. I was going to do just that. I was going to show them what the ramifications were for upsetting a pregnant woman who knew their secrets. My first 2 targets were playing pool in the game room when I walked in. When Nikita saw my determined face, she panicked and instantly started calling Michelson through their connection. Luckily for me, the bonds were sealed during the challenge. Nikita wouldn't have been able to contact him, so she followed, but she didn't get close enough to stop me. Jace and his buddy Jordy didn't even look at me when I walked in. They were too focused on their game. The side of Jace's face was still a little bruised from the confrontation with Malcom yesterday. I walked right up to the table and slammed my hand down, rattling the balls. They both froze. I had their full attention. Jace gulped. He knew why I was there. I made Edward stop, Emiliana. I wanted nothing to do with it. He slowly put the pool cue down. Edward's always been a jerk. He's not spreading rumors anymore. I kept my hands on the table. Jordy remained frozen with the blue chalk still at the end of his cue. I'm sorry Edward said things about you. Jace said calmly, probably hoping that his calm mood would influence my furious one a little. Tell her the truth. Nikita growled from the doorway. And don't even think about challenging her. Jace's eyes narrowed on Nikita, but it was Jordy who spoke. She's not even Pack, and you protect her like she's a part of us. Jace's narrowed eyes turned to Jordy. Since the Pack meeting she went to, everyone has been thinking of her as an opportunist. Now, she's just with Malcom for his rank. I pushed away from the table, my rage barely contained. I was well beyond the point of shaking from my nerves. You think you know anything about me? I asked, my voice dangerously steady. Pull something. He taunted, putting the cue down. Give me an excuse to show you your place. I needed to handle this in a way that he wouldn't forget, but I couldn't get physical. I took a step closer. Your place? You mean the one you barely have? The one you only have because Edward keeps you around. You little tramp. He screamed and lunged. Before he could get close, Jace moved, intercepting him and slamming him back against the wall. Jordy cried out as his head hit the drywall. Enough. Jace roared. Nikita nudged me, so I looked over. She smiled at me. Good job. I smiled weakly at her. You think he'll be okay? He'll be fine. Jace said, looking down at his friend. He's lucky you didn't provoke him further, otherwise I would have hurt him. Jordy growled in my direction. You'll pay for this. He threatened. Jace kneeled next to his pack mate. You need to shut your mouth. Jace warned. You would be gone if Malcom were here. You're being a coward, 'cause she's pregnant. You were right there when we were talking. You didn't stop us. And get beat up by you and Edward? I didn't say anything. Jace looked over Jordy. You're going to have to explain yourself to the Alpha. I suggest you start practicing your story. Jordy spat at Jace. You betray us for some human. Jace snarled at Jordy before grabbing him by the shirt and hauling him to his feet. Jordy couldn't disrespect Jace like that. Not while Nikita and I were there, and not while Jordy was ranked so low in the pack. Nikita scoffed. You talk about betrayal after spreading rumors. She's just as much a part of this pack as you are. Nikita was clearly upset about the whole situation. You shouldn't say hurtful things when you have secrets in your own closet, Jordy. Nikita warned. You don't know anything. Know your place. Jordy sneered at Nikita. Jace shoved Jordy back against the wall. She's right. Jace growled. You're in this pack only because you're Edward's friend. Unless you want the entire pack to know why you got banned from your last pack, I'd suggest you shut your trap. I couldn't help my curiosity. I wanted to know what he had done. But I knew that Jace wasn't going to spill the beans on it. Maybe someday I'd get it out of them. For wolves barged into the room, all looking for danger. What's going on here? Jace shot the new guys a smile. Just some intra-pack discipline. Make sure Alan is at the infirmary. Help me get him down there. Two of the guys walked in to help Jace with Jordy. I guessed that the other two had left to inform Alan that he had a patient arriving. Nikita escorted me to the kitchen. She wanted to get me away from the action. I wonder how it's going to go when all those guys get back and figure out you stood up to Jordy. I let out a little smile as I imagined their reactions. I'm hungry. I looked through the refrigerator and ended up pulling out one of Margot's frozen pizzas. Nikita said she couldn't resist stocking up on them. We waited for the stove to heat up, keeping an eye out for anyone. Margot came into the kitchen looking alarmed. What happened? I heard a commotion. I glanced at Nikita, who nodded once. I confronted Jordy. Her jaw dropped. Is he hurt? I shook my head. No. Jace handled him. Why did you confront him? Because he deserved it. Nikita growled. Apparently, she still wasn't happy. I patted her arm. A few guys were calling me a rank-climbing opportunist because your brother and I are having babies. Her shock turned to anger and annoyance. Yet the guys can go around and hook up with anyone and everyone they want to. Nikita smirked. My thoughts exactly. Margot pursed her lips in thought. Who else was calling you that? I looked at Nikita, whose smirk faded. There was Jordy and Jace, so we took care of them. She nodded. Good. Was that it? Nikita sighed and looked down at the counter. There was one more, but we were thinking of just letting it go for now. Margot's eyes narrowed on Nikita. Who was it? Someone I'm close to. You could say that. I said vaguely. Come on. Margot complained. You have to tell me who it is. The pack can't go around bad-mouthing you because of Malcom. Nikita nodded. If anyone should be getting heat, it should be Malcom. He was the one who met someone and didn't even know about the consequences until months later. Margot nodded. Werewolves are supposed to check up on the women they are with in case children result. I sighed. I didn't want to speak badly of Edward to his wife. Nikita nudged me, telling me that she expected me to tell her about Edward. Jace told us that Jordy and your husband were the main ones. Margot stayed still, except for her mouth, which slowly opened in an O as what I had said sank in. My husband said his ex-girlfriend was a rank-climbing opportunist? I slowly nodded, not really knowing what reaction I was going to get from her. The same one who jumped at the chance to marry one of Finley's daughters. Nikita smirked, knowing where Margot was going. I still wasn't sure, until Margot burst out laughing. I'm sorry. She covered her mouth. If anyone should be called a rank climber, it should be Edward. She laughed hysterically. I can't believe he'd judge someone like that. She breathed deeply, containing herself. Oh, I'm going to let Malcom at him. She wiped her eyes as she sighed again, coming down from the laugh. I leaned over to Nikita, who was smiling as she watched Margot try to contain herself. I don't get it. Why is she laughing? Nikita turned her smile towards me. Think about what she said. In a way, I could see the amusement. Because her husband jumped at a chance to be in Finley's good graces by marrying her, he was a pack climber. The fact that he accused me of being one was comical, primarily when I hadn't known anything about Malcom. Margot leaned on the counter, still with a smile. Edward's going to be in some deep trouble. Her smile faded as she looked out the kitchen window. I'll tell Malcom tomorrow. Nikita and I looked to see the men coming back. My brother would hurt Edward if we told him tonight. Finley and Malcom were ahead of the rest of the group by a lot. I could see Malcolm's amber eyes from where I sat. Margot grabbed my arm as I stood. Don't tell him tonight. My husband may deserve a talking to, but I don't want to become a widow. I looked towards the group. They were helping someone. I was out of the house in seconds. I wouldn't tell Malcom, not when my dad was hurt. I ran toward the group, but was captured as I ran past Malcom. Not now. Malcolm's gravelly voice rumbled. Give him a day to heal. Tears instantly welled in my eyes. What did you do to him? Malcom shrugged and dragged me along with him. He lost his challenge. He can't even walk. I hissed as I fought against him to get to my father. Let me go. Malcom and Finley exchanged glances. When Malcom looked at me again, his eyes weren't as bright as they had been. He tugged me close before lifting me up and throwing me over his shoulders. "It would be wise of you to listen to me," he warned. "I'm not as patient as you may think." "Patient?" I scoffed as I tried to prop up. "I have never accused you of being patient, or even reasonable." Being on his shoulder gave me a few more feet up. Maybe I could catch a glimpse of my father. He was hurt because I couldn't control myself. I heard the wooden patio as Malcom stepped onto it. The group with my father had gone away from the house, towards the infirmary. "Just be quiet until we get to my room." He carried me through the sliding glass doors that opened up the spacious living room. "Put me down," I complained. "I know how to walk." He ignored me as he carried me up to the guest bedroom that was now his room. He dumped me on the bed. I just lay there and thought about my dad while I stared at the ceiling. "Why did you have to hurt him so badly?" Malcom took off his shirt. "Your father challenged me and refused to submit. You're lucky I didn't seriously injure him." I turned my head and looked him right in his eyes. "You'd hurt my father, the grandfather of your own children." Malcom stopped when he was about to get changed and turned all of his attention to me. His gaze didn't leave mine as he stalked towards me. He leaned over me, getting way into my personal space. "I'll handle anyone who tries to test me," he warned. "Don't think that because you're having my kids you can hold them over my head for leverage." I narrowed my eyes on him. "I haven't yet, have I?" His amber eyes narrowed on me. "If you ever try to, you'll regret it. I'm the mother of your kids, who you're not in a relationship with. Things are bound to get complicated." He bared his teeth with a growl. If I didn't think the act was cute, I probably would have been terrified. I laughed right in his face. "That doesn't have the same effect as it would if you were in your wolf form." The meanness left his face and was replaced by shock. "Don't laugh at me." I tried to stifle my laugh, but couldn't. He rolled his eyes and pushed himself off the bed. "I'm sorry," I said between giggles. "I'll act like I'm afraid of your threat." I put on my best serious face. He stared at me for a few seconds before I broke into another giggle fit. He turned away from me with a roll of his eyes and went to the dresser. He stood in front of it, giving me a view of his very tense back for a good minute as I calmed down. I sighed as I got back in control of myself. Malcom, however, was a different story entirely. His fists came down on the dresser in a double hammer punch. My jaw dropped as the solid oak dresser crumbled under one hit from Malcom. That dresser had been strong. My jaw dropped as I watched him leave the room. The door slammed so hard when Malcom whipped it open that it cracked the frame. Had my laughter really made him so furious? I didn't mean to seem like I wasn't taking the situation seriously. I just had moments of inappropriate reactions to situations. This had to be my fault. It seemed that lately, anytime something went wrong, I was stuck in the middle of it. I slowly got off the bed and stared at the mess. Nikita slowly peeked into the room. When she saw that I was alone, she rushed in. "What happened? Did Malcom hurt you?" "No," I shook my head. "I think I hurt his feelings." Nikita barked out a laugh. "You can't hurt his feelings, Emilia." I could tell her laugh was releasing the anxiety she had because she thought Malcom had hurt me. Nothing can hurt Malcom's feelings. He practically has none. I couldn't believe that. Everyone has feelings, Nikita, even if they're bottled and buried. I went to the bathroom. I knew they kept bags under the sink, so whoever had to clean didn't have to go to the supply closet to get them. When I came back into the room, Margot came running in. "What was that?" She stopped when she saw the dresser, then the door. "Malcom did this?" I opened up the 2 garbage bags I had grabbed. "He sure did." "Did he hurt you?" I shook my head as I walked towards the demolished dresser. "Of course not." I crouched next to the mess and shook out one of Malcom's shirts that had been in the middle of the mess. All of his clothes would have wooden splinters. I put the shirt in one bag and the smaller pieces of debris in another. "Where did Malcom go?" A deep, familiar voice asked from the doorway. I looked over in a glare to see Edward standing behind his wife in the doorway. Margot had her hands on her hips with her eyes towards the heavens. "You want to get yourself far away from us," Nikita warned with a growl. Edward's eyes narrowed on her. Edward held a higher rank in the pack than Nikita. "Watch how you talk to me." Margot's face turned from annoyance into fury. "You watch how you talk to people." She whirled around and faced her husband. "We know what you've called Emiliana." Edward put his hands up in surrender against his wife's advances on him. "You're lucky Malcolm's in a foul mood, otherwise we'd let him know all about your big mouth." She threatened her husband with a pointed index finger. "Never again." Edward's jaw clenched, but he nodded. "Fine." I have to admit, it was amusing to see Edward get put in his place by his wife. Edward sent a glare towards me for a few seconds, which caused Nikita to take a couple of steps towards me. Nikita, Margot, and I spent at least an hour or two fixing the room up and doing a couple of loads of Malcolm's clothes. I folded them and put them on the edge of the bed before collapsing on it. I instantly fell asleep. I was hot when I woke up. The cold air I could feel on my face told me that I didn't want to leave the warmth of the covers. When I moved, I bumped into someone. I figured it was Nikita, so I bumped her with my butt a couple more times to annoy her. But a deep, male groan made me freeze. I slowly and tiredly looked over to see Malcom with a very sleepy face. "What are you doing?" he asked with sleep in his voice. "I thought you were Nikita." With a sleepy smile, he reached out and pulled me close so my back was against his chest. "Go back to sleep," he mumbled into my ear. "I don't know if I can sleep with you here," I said in a sleepy sigh. His hand that had been resting on the baby bump moved to my hip as he adjusted. "Just try." I laughed tiredly. "Yeah, right? Can't blame a guy for trying." His hand went back to my belly. "I'm sorry for last night." I was halfway surprised that Malcom was so fast to apologize. I shrugged and relaxed into Malcom's grip as I gave in a bit to the temptation of more sleep. I've been around when a wolf has lost their temper before. A dresser can be replaced. I shouldn't stress you out. His hand rubbed a circle around my bump before resting again. "My babies can't be replaced. We can talk when we wake up." I felt him nod before he nuzzled against the back of my head to fall asleep. A lot of Malcolm's behavior was very wolf-like. If Malcom stuck around, my kids would probably pick up that behavior. Chapter 12. Malcom was gone when I woke up, and so was the rest of the mess from last night. Once I made my way downstairs, I finally saw what time it was. The clock in Malcolm's guest room had been on the dresser. It was already noon. Starving, I went into the kitchen and stopped when I spotted Edward as he scoured the cabinets for food. His head slowly turned towards me. I looked around the kitchen for anyone. Unfortunately, I was alone with Edward. I took a slow step back. I knew that Edward would still have been mad with me. "You might as well come in." "I won't bite," he mumbled, pulling out my favorite cereal. He set in on the island. "Well, come on." I hesitated to walk into the room. "You're still peeved." He nodded as he got out 2 bowls and spoons. "I'm more worried about when you tell Malcom what I said. He'll probably be angry with me." He jerked his chin to the counter bar. "Sit." I really didn't want to, but I did. "I haven't told Malcom yet." He put everything he'd gotten out next to me, but didn't get too close. "It's not you I'm worried about. My wife will tell her brother what happened." He put milk next to the cereal. "Doesn't that make you mad?" I carefully asked while reaching for a bowl. I didn't want to make any quick movements around a wolf that wasn't happy with me. He sat on the stool a space away from me. "Kind of. But I know what I deserve." I poured my bowl and started eating. "Why did you say what you did?" I really was curious about it. He shrugged as he stared at his bowl of cereal. "After we broke up, I wasn't expecting you to go out and get pregnant." He looked at me with a small smile. I'm a little embarrassed to admit that I was jealous. There was a small part of me that still considered you mine, and when you replaced me with Malcom, it made me a little mad. I shook my head in disbelief. I pushed the bowl away from me. I lost my appetite, disgusted with what I was hearing. "You had no right." He looked back at his bowl. "I know. You left me to get in a good standing with Finley. That was your decision and had nothing to do with me." He nodded. "I know. I got up and took my dishes to the sink. You don't get to feel sad or regretful or even unhappy. You got your mate and you got your favor with Finley. You got everything you ever wanted." He shook his head as his eyes shifted to my bump. "Not everything." I put my hands over my belly in an attempt to block Edward's view. "That's something to discuss with your mate." A throat clearing behind me had me whirling around. Malcom was standing in the doorway, blocking me from making a quick escape to Nikita. "What's going on?" His eyes went over me, checking for any outward signs of injury. His eyes stayed on my belly, where I still kept my hands. Do I need to call Alan over? I shook my head. I'm fine. I just need some air. Malcom switched his gaze towards Edward. I didn't look over to see if he was squirming. All right. Let's go. He walked past Edward, keeping his eyes on him. Edward cowered, trying to stay small and out of the way, when Malcom got close. Malcom opened the door and held his hand out for me. I tried not to be afraid of Edward, but I knew that Malcom would pick up on it anyway. I took Malcolm's hand and let him lead me wherever he wanted to go. I didn't really pay attention to where we were going until Malcom stopped. We were in a clearing. I was rarely taken to any clearings since they were mainly for the wolves. It was a beautiful sight. The trees still had frost from the cold temperatures. What was going on with you and Edward? He asked, taking a seat on a fallen tree. I shrugged, looking over the area. Most of the wonderful vegetation was covered with frost. Any flowers had long ago receded to escape the oncoming cold winter weather. I looked back at Malcom. He was being patient about it, but he looked at me expectantly. I don't want to talk about it with you. If it has anything to do with those kids, I want to know. I don't care if it makes you uncomfortable. I couldn't keep looking him in the eyes. Not when he knew I was hiding something. He probably thought I was hiding an affair or something. It's not your problem. He smirked. That was very close to a lie. I rolled my eyes. Did you bring me out here to give me a lie detector test? He shook his head. I brought you out here for privacy. We're alone. You can lay all your problems on me. I'll help you. I shook my head and put my hands on my hips. I can take care of my own problems. He sighed. I'm not trying to offend you. I just want to help you. You're stressed out and it affects the pregnancy. I sighed and shifted my eyes to the sky in an attempt to keep tears from forming in my eyes. I didn't want to be a bad mom already and harm my unborn babies. But I didn't want to share my humiliation with Malcom. I heard Malcom get up and walk towards me. I knew that he was making noise so that he wouldn't startle me. With a gentle hand on both sides of my face, he tilted my head, so I had to look at him. He was so much taller than I that he didn't have to move my head much. Trust me enough to take care of the problems that I can. It's the least that I can do since you're giving me my first children. His care felt sincere. How's your control today? His brows scrunched in confusion. Afraid I'll go on a rampage? I stepped away from him, and thankfully, he let me go. I wiped away the extra moisture that had collected. I promised Margot I wouldn't tell you unless you could control yourself. He rolled his eyes. My sister has a flair for the dramatic. Why don't you tell me what it is now? All right, I said in a sigh. I told Malcom that I shot Jordy first. I told him about what Nikita had said to me about Edward while I explained the shooting. Then he made me tell him about what had happened in the kitchen. Malcom wasn't exactly happy when we walked back to the Alpha's house. When we got there, the house was in full swing. Margot was in the kitchen with Nikita as they cooked a very late breakfast for the pack. Both of their smiles dropped when they saw Malcom and me come back into the house. Take her home, he said to Nikita as he very briskly made his way up the stairs. It looked like he was going to go to the Alpha's office. Nikita and Margot stared at me when Malcom left their sight. What happened? I sat down on the bar stool, feeling exhausted. He walked in on Edward and me having a little confrontation. Margot chewed on her bottom lip in worry. He trapped me into telling him. He didn't get too mad. I tried to soothe her anxiety. It's when my brother is silent that he needs to be watched out for, she warned. No one can go around disrespecting you, because in turn, it disrespects Malcom. Edward's not a very dominant wolf. It's insulting to my brother. We're not together. I didn't understand why it would matter so much to him. Nikita looked at Margot. She's right. Nikita agreed with Margot as she came over to me. You're under Malcolm's protection from now until you die. Everyone knows that you don't mess with the Medills and what is theirs. I rubbed a hand over my belly. If everyone knows that, then why does Malcom insist that I leave? If the Medills have such a reputation, I should be safe here. Margot shook her head. You're not. This pack has a few strong members, but Malcom has a lot more enemies that are stronger and much more devious. I rested my face in my hands. I'm so tired and I've only been up for an hour. Nikita smiled and patted my back. Let's get you home so you can rest in your own bed. What about Dad? Do you think I could visit him first? Nikita took out her cell. I'll ask. I got up and helped Margot while Nikita walked out of the room to talk to whoever was working at the infirmary at the time. I wasn't allowed to go visit my dad, which made my anger towards Malcom rise. How could he have hurt my dad when he had just been standing up for me? Nikita and I hung out on my couch until Michelson came for his mate. Unfortunately, Michelson left Malcom there with me. Just seeing Malcom made me feel exhausted, so I went up to my room and promptly fell asleep. The next morning, I wasn't alone when I woke up. Of course, I wasn't alone. This werewolf had no sense of boundaries. I pushed him away from me, but he woke up before I could dump him onto the ground. Good morning, he said with a smile. It was obvious in his voice that he had been awake for a while. I groaned and turned away from him. Why are you watching me sleep? You're cute when you sleep. You're not trying to kill someone. He teased. I cuddled up with my pillow. Well, don't push your luck then. We're leaving tomorrow morning. I looked over at him. I haven't agreed to go anywhere with you. He nodded. Where didn't include you? I didn't know how I felt about that. And where has this sudden change of heart come from? He smiled mischievously. This pack is going to get some more protection. There's always going to be someone around for you. I sat up and rubbed my hands over my tired face. Won't that make it obvious that something's going on in this pack? He shrugged. There is something going on. I'm not keen on leaving you here, but I can't convince you to go somewhere safe. Unfortunately, I can't drag you back to my home since you would fuss and fight me the entire time. I don't want to be followed around everywhere I go. I still have a job and a life here. I really didn't want to have someone around all the time. Either you're going to deal with the guards, or you're coming with me. Those are your two options. I sighed. I don't like those. I need more choices. He got out of my bed. I don't care. You have a decision to make, but we both know what you're going to pick. He quickly got dressed and left my room as I thought about it. I needed a few weeks, maybe even a few months, to decide what I was going to do about this. Could I pick up and move my life? At least Malcom wasn't going to hound me over it anymore. I took a shower and got ready for the day. I actually had to work for a few hours this afternoon. Since I was going to be taking maternity leave, I needed to have a money reserve in the bank in case there was an emergency. Malcom was eating breakfast when I walked into the kitchen. There were pancakes, eggs, bacon, and toasted English muffins waiting for me. At least the man knew how to make breakfast. Eat, he ordered. I grabbed a plate and served myself before sitting across from Malcom. Am I going to be allowed to see my father today? He nodded. When you're finished with your job today, there will be someone to take you to the Alpha's house so you could see your father. I looked down at my food. It was Malcolm's fault my father wasn't here right now. I needed to talk to my father to make sure he didn't hate me. I missed talking to him and just hanging out with him. We'd been on such a rocky road lately that I wasn't sure what each day would bring. Malcom dropped me off at work and pointed to another car in the parking lot. That was my ride home. A pack member was waiting for me in there. I had been babysitting while I worked. Work provided a welcome respite from the drama surrounding me. It was nice to focus on work and the problems of others. It was as if life were wonderful, with nothing to worry about except the well-being of my patients. After getting out of work, I went to the car Malcom had pointed out earlier. I didn't recognize the wolf in the car on the ride home. This guy had to be part of the group that Malcom wanted to protect me. The man didn't look like he was in the mood to have a conversation, so I kept quiet as he drove. It was late and dark outside. I was ready for bed. These past few days have been very draining. When we arrived at the pack house, I felt nervous about seeing my dad. I didn't wait for the man to get out of the car before I quickly made my way into the pack house. I opened the front door to see my dad sitting in the living room. He looked normal, but he didn't get up when I walked in, which meant that he was either still very mad at me or that it still hurt to move around. It was probably a mix of the two. I didn't run towards the group he was sitting with. They would have heard me come into the house. I leaned over the back of the couch and wrapped my arms around his neck. I was so relieved that he was healing so well. I never wanted my dad to be hurt. This whole situation was never supposed to happen, and it seemed like it would only bring more problems and drama. He patted my arm with his hand. I'm fine. I'm not even sore anymore. My nodding head rubbed against his. Don't worry about me. Come sit down. I let go of him and walked around the couch to sit down. I did notice some discoloration on Edward's face as he sat next to his wife, careful not to look in my direction. From the look of it, Malcom had confronted him. There was a movie on the TV screen. I curled up next to my dad and fell asleep watching the film that had been playing. Before I knew it, I was being loaded into a car. When it wasn't my dad's, I was confused. Where's my dad going? I asked, waking up a bit more at the realization. He's going to a meeting for the patrols tonight, Malcom said as he held open the door. But he's healing. Malcom shook his head. Not anymore. He's healed enough to resume his duties. I sighed and got into the car. I was too tired to engage in a pointless argument. When we got to my house, I didn't wait for Malcom to follow me. I went to my room and closed the door. It had been a long day. Too long and too complicated. How was I supposed to get through the next few months if it felt like I wouldn't get through the day? A light knock at my door kept me from sleeping. I pulled the blankets up over my bare legs. It had to be my dad, back from his meeting, so I told him to come in. I immediately noticed that the silhouette wasn't that of my father's. I quickly sat up and turned on the lamp next to my bed, all the while the figure got closer. I knew it was a man. He was too strong-built to be a woman. I let out a partially relieved sigh when I recognized Malcom's face. Are you trying to scare me to death? He smirked and shook his head. Of course not, sweetheart. What are you doing here? In response, he moved the blankets away from the other side of my bed. I shook my head when I realized what he was doing. You're not staying in here tonight. He took off his sweater and shirt together with a smirk. And do you think you can stop me? He threw his shirt aside. Plus, your father is on patrols tonight. And you're not going to be left alone. I rolled my eyes and kept my gaze away from him. I would have been fine. He sat on my bed. Humor me then. I crossed my arms over my chest. There's a couch downstairs that you should sleep on. He chuckled as he made himself comfortable next to me. Not going to happen. I'm not eager of the idea of your father walking in on me when I'm not fully dressed. And what makes you think that won't happen now? I looked over at him. He was lying on his side, facing me, looking awfully content with my pillow. I'll know when he comes in the house. I'll have a few more seconds to get ready. I sighed. There would be no point in fighting him. If I left the room, he'd just follow me anyway. Want me to get you some shorts or pajama bottoms? You're not going to get away from me. I know. I snapped irately. I was just trying to be nice. He didn't even know me. Did he think I was stupid enough actually to try to run away from him? I turned and gave him my back. But you can forget it now. His arm wrapped around my waist, pulling me closer. I gripped the side of my mattress to resist him. Don't touch me, I hissed. He chuckled and pulled gently until I stopped resisting and he could pull me against him. You go from irritated to furious in a heartbeat. It must be all those extra hormones. He mused. I tried to turn and push him, but he held me closely enough that I couldn't get a better angle. All right. He chuckled. Enough of that. Go to sleep. I huffed unhappily. Let me go. I felt him shift behind me. And why would I do that? He whispered in my ear. I could feel the heat of his breathing against my neck, and my heart rate spiked. I've got you right where I want you. His tone was soft, and despite the situation, I felt a sense of security. Exhausted from fighting him and everything else, I finally relaxed in his hold. I was too tired to argue anymore, and soon I drifted off to sleep. Chapter 13. A cold breeze woke me up. Confused, I opened my eyes to see Malcom leaning against my window frame while looking out the now open window. Are you really standing in front of my open window? I asked teasingly. I didn't get the smirk I expected. He didn't even look over at me. He had something on his mind. I sat up, holding the blanket over my chest. My back felt instantly frozen. What's wrong? I reached for his sweater, which was still on the bed from when he'd taken it off. It was still too early to be awake. I pulled on the sweater as he continued to gaze outside. I ignored the cold when I scooted out of bed. I hesitated for a few seconds before I decided to wrap my arms around his waist. What's wrong? He brought one of his hands down to cover mine. You realize this is probably the only time that we're going to actually get along, right? I laughed lightly. When we're asleep? He nodded and stood, so he wasn't leaning on the window frame anymore. Precisely. He unwrapped my arms from his body. I have to go. I thought you were here for me. I was. He nodded as he quickly dressed. I was making sure you were safe, wasn't I? All I could do was stand there in shock. He had been so calm and protective last night. How could he do such a turnaround so quickly? He looked over the sweater I was wearing. I want that back. I'll bring it to you at the Alphas, I said as everything settled into my mind. Perhaps he viewed me as a problem to be managed. He shook his head, his cold eyes never leaving mine. I want it now. Are you serious? I asked in disbelief. I'm wearing it. He took 2 menacing steps toward me. In that moment, I could see why everyone feared him. Take it off before I do it for you. I stared at him for at least 20 seconds. He was serious. I grabbed my robe, put it on, and then ripped off the sweater and shoved it into his chest. Fine, take it. Leaving me there feeling humiliated. Don't forget who I am, Emiliana. He took the sweater and tossed it on the bed just before he grabbed me by the chin. I'm not the guy you met at the club. I was just looking for a distraction, and I happened to have found you. You're a jerk. I tried to push him away, but he just blocked it. He pushed me back against the wall, his hands braced on either side of my head. You're going to have to follow some new rules while I'm gone. If you break them, I'll be back and I won't be happy. His voice was low and serious. So long as my children are inside of you, no other man will be near you. I struggled against his hold. You can't make rules and expect me to follow them. He leaned in, his grip on the wall tightening. I will do what I want to do. He growled. If you don't think you can handle it, I'll mark you and make sure there's always a protector on you. I glared at him. You wouldn't dare. He leaned down towards my neck, and I flinched away to block him. He looked at me with a smirk. Fine, I'll choose another spot. I panicked. Another spot? How many places were there that werewolves could place their claim on someone? He smiled when he saw my fear. His hands were large enough that he had no problem keeping me cornered. His hand moved from the wall and slid down my arm, coming to a stop on my shoulder. He was making it clear that he was in charge here. I couldn't get away from him, even if I gave it my all. He was too strong. I felt his teeth graze my shoulder as he held me against the wall. They felt sharp against my skin. I did not want him to mark me. Not like this. Not while I was pregnant. Not when he didn't care for me. I felt his teeth slowly start applying pressure as he bit down. Don't do this. I pleaded. You don't want this. He growled as the pressure steadily increased. Marks aren't meant to be given like this. I tried to reason with him, but the pressure continued to mount. I didn't want to be marked in this kind of situation. You're not thinking clearly. I cried out when I felt his teeth break my skin. It was a sharp, stinging pain. I tried to get him off of me, but it didn't work. You don't want to be stuck with me, I said through my tears. I felt him freeze. You really don't want to be stuck with me. He let go of me and pushed himself away. My shoulder ached as I brought my hand up to it. I could see some blood on my skin. I wasn't worried about bleeding out. I wasn't even worried about changing because of the bite. I knew it took more than just half a bite to change me. I was worried that I'd get sick and lose the babies. I applied pressure to the bite as I sat on the bed. Malcom grabbed his things and left without looking at me or even saying anything. He had nearly marked me, and he had nothing to say to me. Not sorry. Not anything. I went into my bathroom and cleaned off the bite. It stung and it ached. Fortunately, it wasn't deep. It wouldn't require any stitches, and the pain was okay enough to live with. I didn't know what excuse I would use to explain the smell of blood to Nikita. She would smell the healing bite, and I didn't want to admit to her what had happened. I'd have to avoid her for a couple of days, as it had healed enough that I could pass it off as some light bleeding from the pregnancy. Some women bled during their pregnancy. But that wouldn't work since I'd be healing for a long time, and the prolonged bleeding would worry her. Maybe as long as I wasn't worried, she wouldn't be. I knew my dad would be coming home soon. He would have still been very unhappy with me. If he knew Malcom had stayed last night, he'd be even madder. The least I could do was clean and air out the house and have a nice, large meal for him to eat. I showered to get any of Malcom's scent off of me before I started cleaning. I had been alone for a couple of hours before I heard multiple footsteps coming towards the front door. I usually didn't hear anyone approaching. Either they were being very loud, or my hearing had gotten better. I had been cutting up some vegetables for roasting, so I had a knife in my hand, which made me feel a bit more secure since I didn't know who was approaching. I watched the door open, and my dad walked in, followed by Alpha Jericho and Edward. My dad's movements looked stiff, like he still ached as he moved. The knife slipped against a wet carrot and sliced my hand instead. I hissed and put the knife down before turning on the faucet and rinsing off the blood. The cut was long and just deep enough to warrant some concern. It went from the base knuckle of my thumb across the bottom portion of my right palm and stopped just before the side of my hand. The knife set we owned was of excellent quality and very sharp. I gently opened the cut to see how deep it went. It wasn't stitch-worthy, but I would have to bandage it up. "You okay?" Alpha Jericho asked from beside me. I nodded as I wrapped a towel tightly around my hand. "I'll be fine. I just slipped." He looked over the stove. "We'll finish up in here. You take your father to help you fix yourself up." I went to the living room, where I kept my med bag. Dad had already taken it out and opened it on the couch. "Thanks, Dad." I gave him a small smile. "I need some butterfly bandages." He nodded and sat down next to the bag, pulling out the package and taking out a few. He grabbed my wrist and pulled me to a sitting position on the couch before he unwrapped the towel. "You should be careful." I nodded. "I know." He looked over the wound, just like I had, before securing the skin together with the butterfly bandages. I had 3 on. He covered the cut with an antibiotic cream, then added a couple of layers of gauze, and finally wrapped it all up to keep it secure as I moved around. "I'm sorry I pushed your buttons the other day," I said quietly. I didn't want to bring it up again, but I felt so guilty about it. He pulled me onto his lap as he leaned back against the couch like he used to when I was growing up. It was a frequent thing after my mother died. "It's okay." He kissed the crown of my head. "I should have been in control. I'm the one who lost it. Malcom was angry with you because I acted immature." He chuckled. There was a lot of immaturity going on that day. It all just built up to that moment. "Because you found out," I let the sentence drift off as I looked towards the kitchen, because of what Edward had said about me. When I looked at my dad, he nodded once. "Among other things." I sighed. Usually I'd ask what other things, but right now I really don't want to know. He chuckled as he swayed side to side. "The Medills left an hour ago. Part of the terms agreed to, you need to be around the pack at all times. You're not allowed to go anywhere without protection." "Fine." I sighed. It's not like I have much of a choice in the matter. He continued to sway. It was comforting. I felt safe and secure in my father's arms. The following weeks, I juggled work and managing the wolves I was surrounded by. I came up with a bogus excuse about job shadowing so the wolf assigned to me could stay close. The wolf would have stuck close regardless of any given permission. You can't tell a werewolf that they can't go somewhere. There was no way a human was going to stop them from going where they wanted. The cut on my hand had healed enough that I no longer needed to wrap it. It was a healthy, thin pink line now. Malcolm's bite was still a little scabbed over, but mostly it was a pink bite mark, almost as pink as the cut on my hand. I had expected it to heal better, into more of a muddled, uneven circle, but the bite mark was obviously a bite to anyone who would have seen it. I didn't tell anyone about it. I didn't need more drama than I already had. I didn't know if this bite even had any claim over me. Maybe it did, since the bite mark was so clearly a bite. I'd need to find a way to compare Nikita's mark with the other one. The guards assigned to hover over me had just started to relax, finally. I could take a bath without someone knocking on the door or take a walk without them breathing down my neck. After coming home from a shift, I realized my time at the hospital was limited. A wave of dread washed over me when I realized that nothing was ever going to be the same. Was I supposed to roll over and accept my fate? Or was I supposed to fight for what I thought was right and just have to face the consequences, and there were going to be consequences? I treated myself to a nice hot bubble bath to help me unwind. But my mind wouldn't stop running. I couldn't help but think about my situation. How was I supposed to treat one of the most dominant werewolves on the continent like the father of my children? It was not a secret that parents argue over their children. How was I supposed to argue with him without him putting his foot down and stopping the argument? I knew how to argue with my father. I knew how to bend most wolves in the pack to get them to listen to me. That wouldn't work with Malcom. Everything was dependent on what he wanted to do. Everything had to be run by him. My bodyguards even reported to the man every day. Malcom knew what I was doing at any given moment of the day, but I knew absolutely nothing about him. He was a stranger. How was I supposed to raise kids with a stranger? By the time I finished relaxing, I was in tears. And that was how I was found 2 hours after getting into the tub. The water was cold, and I was cold too. All I could think was, I'm going to be such a bad mom. Emiliana. Nikita shrieked as she ran in. In what felt like a dream, she scooped me out of the tub and moved quickly out of the bathroom. She threw a blanket over me to conceal me from the wolf that was on duty to watch over me. Nikita held me close and rubbed her hand over my arm to create a sense of warmth. Get Alan. She ordered the wolf in the room. She put her hands on my belly. Your belly is cold, Amelia. I slowly looked down at the protrusion in my abdomen and started shaking my head. I can't do this, Nikita. Oh, Amelia. She bundled me tighter. Yes, you can. You're the best person I know. You're stronger than you think. It's just the hormones getting to you. I put my hands on my belly. It truly felt cold. I stood up with the blanket. I need to get in a warm shower. They're not moving like normal. Nikita had the water going, literally, a second later. It's warming up, she shouted. I made my way over and stared at the cold bath water. What if I hurt them? Malcom will be furious. I heard Nikita huff and looked over to see her smiling. Don't worry about him. You worry about you and those babies. She felt the water. Now get in. I dropped the blanket and stepped into the shower. I hissed when my feet were sprinkled. It's too hot. She shook her head. No, it's not. It's like 80 degrees. Get in. I was in the shower for 5 minutes when Alan arrived. The more time we spent alone, the moodier Nikita became. He slowly walked in, eyeing Nikita for a second before giving me a small smile. What's going on in here? Someone decided to take a cold bath. Nikita grumbled unhappily. It was hot when I got in. I shot back. You should have gotten out instead of feeling sorry for yourself. Alan put his hands up in surrender. All right, you two. Time out. Nikita, how about you go make some hot chocolate? We all knew that Alan wasn't really asking. He might not be the dominant wolf in the pack, but everyone listened to the pack doctor. Nikita nodded and left. It should have felt weird being in just a towel in front of another man, but it was different. Alan had seen everyone I knew for medical reasons a time or two. What's wrong with you? Alan asked as he leaned against the wall. I sighed and put my face in the stream of water for a moment before looking over at him. I think I'm having some depression. He smirked. A bit. Do you need Malcom here keeping an eye on you? I don't need Malcom. I shot him a dirty look. I need my life back. He nodded, understanding where I was going. The guards. The guards. I agreed with a nod. They're not going anywhere. He crossed his arms over his chest, looking oddly comfortable against the wall. I know. I sighed. I just wish things were different. Alan gave me a small smile. Endangering your children isn't worth your depression. Not to anyone. I nodded. I knew that. Malcom is on his way back. He smiled at my frown. His personally chosen guards have failed, so he feels the need to come rectify the situation. But everything is fine. It was just a little cold water. I rubbed at the ache I felt in my lower back. It didn't constantly ache, but when it did, it usually brought tears to my eyes. Alan kept an observant eye on me as I changed position in the shower, so the hot water hit the ache in my back instead. You should rest in bed until Malcom gets back. I grumbled incoherently as Nikita stuck her head into the bathroom. Hot cocoa is ready. Alan looked back at her and nodded. He didn't turn back until she shut the door. He stepped towards the shower door and opened it, reaching in to put his hand on my belly. Alan wasn't an idiot. He knew if I felt uncomfortable around him, Malcom would pick up on that. He wouldn't make any unwanted advances on the woman Malcom was protecting. Alan felt my lower, middle, and the top of my belly before he made me turn to feel my back. Confusion furrowed his brow as his gaze traveled up to my shoulder. The bite from Malcom. I thought. How could I have forgotten about that? Had Nikita seen it? As soon as the tip of his fingers grazed over it, he pulled back with a hiss and noticeably paled. I felt like I was going to be sick. I brought my hand up to my mouth and closed my eyes as I stabilized my stomach. Put some clothes on. I heard Malcolm's voice clear as day. He didn't sound happy, which sent my heart beating so fast it felt like I had just sprinted a mile. I looked towards the bathroom door, expecting him to be there. Alan shook his fingers as if he were trying to shake out a fire on his hand. He's not here. His voice was laced with pain. It was in your head. I looked at Alan, completely confused. What do you mean in my head? He stopped shaking his hand and just looked at his fingertips. Finley has his own telepath at his disposal. She gives him access to his pack's mind. Malcom and quite a few others have access to that means of communication. I turned off the water and wrapped a towel around my body. I needed to get in some authentic clothing. If he had access to my mind, I didn't want to give him an excuse to linger around. What did he do to you? I asked, looking at his fingers. Alan shrugged with a sheepish smile. He gave me a good shock I'm not going to be forgetting. So it's a real mark, I said, running my hand over the towel-covered bite mark. Alan shrugged. It's not as deep as they normally are, but it does the job, obviously. How did he know when to shock you? I asked in curiosity. I wanted to know how it worked. Alan flexed his hand. He was obviously still feeling the effects. It's like an alarm. Malcolm can feel if you're startled or feel threatened. He can also feel when someone else touches his mark. It gives him the ability to prevent anyone else from marking you. Malcolm had an alarm for me. If Nikita doesn't know, don't tell her. Maybe I needed an alarm of my own. Alan nodded. All right, go get dressed. And I did. I dressed warmly since I still felt a chill. Alan was with Nikita in the kitchen before I even got my clothes out of the closet. Chapter 14. I felt cozy when I walked into the kitchen. Alan had his stethoscope out and ready. I sat down next to him and grabbed the hot cocoa. Nikita scooted towards me. When is Malcolm going to be here? I asked anyone who was listening. Nikita and Alan both shrugged their shoulders. But one of my guardians, this time it was Polio, spoke up. Tomorrow afternoon. I nodded, taking a sip of the hot cocoa. It tasted like heaven. Nikita looked surprised. I didn't think he'd be back so soon. He's only been gone a couple of weeks. Polio spoke up again. He's not coming back because he's finished with his job. Nikita harbored unidentifiable hate towards my guardians. Then why? She snapped. He doesn't trust me. I interjected. He thinks I'll put the babies at risk again, so he's coming back to keep his eyes on me. Alan breathed on the stethoscope to get the chill out of the metal before tucking it under my shirt. We all sat quietly as he listened. His ears would tell him if anything was wrong. His face scrunched unhappily after a minute or two of his stethoscope roaming my belly. I think I hear a murmur. My stomach dropped. A heart murmur? He nodded. And it wasn't there before? He shook his head. Not that I've detected. I brought my hands up to cover my mouth as I stared at Nikita. You need to stay in bed until I check on you tomorrow. You need rest and warmth. Nikita immediately pulled out her phone, probably to call her mate. Bring an overnight bag. She paused as he spoke. Alan smiled, probably at something Michelson said. Of course we're sleeping at Emilia's tonight. Then she hung up with a huff. You don't have to stay here tonight. I offered. She shook her head. You heard him. She jerked her chin towards Alan. You need warmth. Warmth is cuddling up with werewolves. I sighed, and Alan put his stethoscope back in his bag. It's a good idea. He interjected before I could protest again. We finished the cocoa, then Alan left, saying he'd be back tomorrow afternoon. I knew that was because Malcolm would want to talk to him about what had happened. There was no point in making repeat trips. Nikita and I made a makeshift bed in the center of the living room. I fell asleep with 3 wolves surrounding me. Nikita and my dad were lying on my sides, and Michelson used my thighs as a pillow, keeping my legs warm. The big, heavy wolves didn't crowd uncomfortably against me, but they stayed close. If I moved, I was checked on. I felt Michelson nudge me when I accidentally kneed him in the snout, but I was too tired to care. It felt nice to be surrounded by all that heat. The next morning was supposed to be the beginning of one of the best days of the year. It was the day before Christmas Eve. Today was usually the day when I'd go out and pamper myself to make sure I looked my best for Christmas photos. It used to always make me feel warm and fuzzy with happiness, but I didn't have that feeling today. Malcom was going to be here in a few hours. I rolled my neck and popped my back as I sat up. The only person left was my father. He was human now, thankfully fully clothed, as he watched TV. Did Nikita already take off? Dad nodded. She was going to wait for you, but it's already 10. I rubbed out a kink in my neck as I walked to my room. Nikita had to go home and change. I needed to shower and get over to her house. Hopefully, I will be gone before Malcom or Alan can stop me from going out with Nikita, thanks to my dumb decision yesterday. When I walked into my bedroom, I paused and took in the scene. 2 of my guardians were asleep on my bed, still in their clothes from the day before. I contemplated waking them up, but I had a better idea. Nikita had bought me a whip once as a gag birthday gift a couple of years ago. I'd rarely ever used it. Usually, I just used it to chase Nikita around. I went into my closet, grabbed the black leather whip, and tried to decide who I wanted to surprise first. I couldn't startle them awake. You can, but the result wasn't conducive to my current health status. I climbed onto the center of my bed, where there was a mutual understanding of not crossing the midline of the bed, for both of the men's comfort. I cleared my throat. When they started stirring, I was excited. I never got to prank strangers. Well, good morning. I have 2 men in my bed, I said so that they'd know it was me. They would have been aware that I was there since I had moved the bed by climbing on it and now had spoken to them. Hopefully, there'd be no confusion about my identity. That was all the warning they got. I managed to get a good crack of the whip in the air before they both bolted out of my bed. What the hell? Polio grumbled unhappily. I couldn't stop myself from laughing uncontrollably at them. I couldn't help it. You guys were just perfect. The other wolf grumbled and walked away. Polio gave me evil eyes as he scowled at the whip in my hand. I didn't think a girl like you would pull a prank like that. His voice held a teasing tone. I smirked at him. Oh honey, you have no idea what pranks a girl like me can pull. He huffed and smirked. In another life maybe. I felt my victory high edge off a bit at his comment, but tried not to let it show through. Polio said it was in another life because Malcom would never allow it. He'd send poor Polio to Antarctica if he felt like it. I left the whip on the bed and went into my bathroom. After showering, I put on a little makeup to at least look like I was happy. I was already showing enough depression for these wolves to be worried. I couldn't let them witness any more of it. Normally, I would have walked out of the bathroom without any clothes on. No one was supposed to barge in on me. But I learned that lesson very quickly. Now I kept a robe in the bathroom, so I didn't give anyone watching over me the whole show. It had become routine for someone to be in my room at all times now. I walked out, tying my robe shut, to see Malcom standing at the foot of my bed with his arms crossed over his chest. It made his biceps look impressive. I clung to the memory of our last encounter to prevent myself from wanting to jump him. He was the one who forcibly marked me. I had no such claim over him, so it was entirely unfair. What are you doing in here? I asked with some bitterness in my voice. What did I tell you before I left? His voice held an accusatory tone, and he eyed me like I had done something wrong. I rolled my eyes. Oh please. With all your spies, I'd be surprised if there was anything you didn't know. I walked towards my closet. Can you go wait downstairs while I get dressed? I didn't wait to see if he was going to leave. He probably wouldn't just to spite me. I quickly pulled on some underwear so I wasn't completely naked with Malcom in the other room. I grabbed a cute shirt that made me feel comfortable, and it also accentuated my baby bump. I leaned over and pulled out some jeans that Nikita had decided to alter. She wouldn't let me wear my regular jeans anymore. She had taken them all away and replaced them with jeans featuring a special elastic front that gave my growing belly all the room it needed. I hated them, but I hate to admit that they were so damn comfortable. An unmistakable crack of leather made me stand up straight and hiss, holding my hand where the sound had come from. What was that for? I looked over at Malcom. He was holding my whip, that I had left on the bed. That's not yours. His brow rose. And I suppose since your bed smells like both of your protectors, you've all gotten quite comfortable. He looked down at my exposed leg. And that's caused a few bruises. I looked down at my leg to see what he was talking about. The nudge Michelson had given me had bruised in a few places, leaving a weirdly patterned bruise on my thigh. Then it clicked. He thought I had been with my guards. Maybe I did use it on them. I taunted. It wasn't a lie. I had used the whip on both of my guardians just this morning. Plus, I didn't specify from whom I received my bruises. It surprised the hell out of them. I told you no men. I scoffed. I told you that you can't give me rules. Those are my kids. He growled. Now he was getting too serious. You're taking all the fun out of teasing. I muttered before taking my whip out of his hand. I didn't use the thing on anyone last night. I was forced to sleep with 3 wolves downstairs. His eyes narrowed on me, obviously not believing me. Don't play games with me. Then chill out. You're too serious and mean all the time. How could I be anything else with someone I don't trust? He asked seriously. Because, I said, I'm the mother of your children. You're stuck with me for the next 18 years. He huffed. I don't have to be stuck with you for 10 more minutes. I felt my shoulders sag. His eyes quickly picked up on my body language, and his eyes instantly went guarded. See, that was unnecessarily mean. He rolled his shoulders, probably trying to stave off some frustration. So is implying that you've been with the men I assigned to keep you safe. I was kidding. I said exasperatedly. You would have known, right? You're the one with the mark on me. I haven't been spying on you. He defended himself. So what? I'm not pestering you about who you've been with. I'm sure you weren't alone while you were gone these past few weeks. We're not in a relationship. I let out a frustrated groan. I know we're not in a relationship. How do you not see this double standard you're putting on me? How am I the only one who has to go through so many changes? Why do you get all the freedom? These hormones are driving me crazy. I can see that, he muttered to himself, before standing up straight, assuming all the bravado of a dominant male. You feel overwhelmed, fine. When you feel that way, let me know and I'll take care of it. His tone made it feel like he'd be doing me a favor, like it was something that he didn't necessarily want but something he had to do. It felt like I was just another one of his obligations. I didn't want to be someone's obligation. I wanted someone to want me. I shook my head and looked down at the belly that was causing all this chaos in my life. Get out. I muttered while trying to keep my every emotion wrapped up so he couldn't see them. He'd just use them against me anyway. I waited until Malcom was out of my room and the door was shut before I sat on my ankles and cried. The babies started going crazy, kicking and squirming. I wanted to think that they were feeling how upset I was, but I knew that this intense emotion was sending tons of hormones to the babies. They were just reacting to the temporary surge in hormones. Of course, after I was done with my pity party, I felt like a big baby. I picked myself up off the floor and put my damn pants on. I have a girly day to get started with soon. Nikita would be calling me, telling me that I was late any second now. How could Malcom be around for only 30 minutes and I was already in tears? Why couldn't he treat me with some decency? Why did this pregnancy have to be so emotionally taxing on me? When I got downstairs, I knew that my chance at a quick escape was long gone. I sent Nikita a quick text to get me, since Alan was already here. He only had his stethoscope in his hand. He was going to check for that heart murmur again. Morning, Alan. I admitted my fate and sat down on the couch. Let's get this over with. I lifted my shirt to expose my entire 24-week expanded belly. It had grown a few inches in the time that Malcom had been gone. Malcom took the opportunity to look proud. Making 2 babies was no small accomplishment for a werewolf. Alan nodded with a smile and sat down next to me. He didn't bother trying to take the chill off the metal before he touched my warm belly with it. It was cold, but the metal warmed up quickly as he moved around my belly, trying to find the best spot to listen to their hearts. After a tense few minutes, Alan smiled at me. Whatever I heard yesterday is gone now. Both of their hearts sound normal. So no damage was done? Malcom asked behind Alan. Alan stood up and looked at the wolf. No damage was done. Alan looked at me with a happy expression. We'll double-check at your ultrasound in a couple of weeks. The tension that had been in the air was gone. Everyone was relieved, and I was given a clean bill of health. Nikita knocked on the door before letting herself into the house. She smiled at Ellen. Baby's all good? I nodded and got off the couch, smoothing out my shirt. Babies are good. Now let's go. Malcom grabbed my arm gently, stopping me from making any more progress towards Nikita. Even with the good news about the babies, he was still on edge. I could see it. Where do you think you're going? He asked, careful not to sound as bossy as he usually was. Nikita and I always go out on this day every year. We're not going to stop because you're here. He let me go. You're not going anywhere without me. I opened my mouth to argue, but there was something in his eyes. He was worried about something. You have to agree to a few things. I said reluctantly. You need to butt out. You're our shadow. You won't stop us from doing anything and you won't bother us. His jaw clenched as he thought about it. Fine. He agreed. But I retain the right to stop this little outing if you get into any trouble. Fine. Any real trouble. Let's get this over with. Malcom led Nikita and me to his car. We both sat in the back seat and pretended Malcom was nothing more than our personal chauffeur today. It was nice to think of it that way. First, we went to a spa. I opted for a leg and foot massage as full-body massages aren't recommended for pregnant women. This place wouldn't even entertain the idea. Regardless, it was still a very relaxing experience. The first couple of times I visited the spa, I found the soft-spoken nature of the masseuses a bit unusual. Now it was just a part of the experience. After our spa, we went to a nail salon. Nikita and I indulged in mani-pedis since Malcom had agreed to wait without bothering us, and we chose the package that took the longest, to spite him. Then we went to a hair salon and got our hair updated. When it was finally time for lunch, Malcom went ahead and got us a table while Nikita and I paid for our haircuts. I shook my hair to get the stray strands out, so I wasn't covered in them. When Nikita and I spotted Malcom in the restaurant, he was sitting at a table with a woman who looked like a model. I felt self-conscious, and from Nikita's stunned face, it was clear she was taken by surprise too. Should we even go over there? Like hell we won't. She took my wrist. I couldn't help but smile a bit at her attitude. Nikita would go crazy for me if she had to. Make sure you're smiling, Nikita said as we neared the table. Look like the happy, pregnant wife in front of this woman. Since Malcom and his model woman were sitting across from each other, it left 2 chairs, also across from each other, free. Nikita and I sat down without saying anything. The look on Malcom's face was shocked for a moment. Maybe he hadn't expected to be caught, or perhaps it was because I was messing up his private meeting because of my pregnant belly. The woman smiled at me. You must be Emiliana. Her voice was like honey. I nodded at her, unable to take my eyes off of her. She's a pretty one, Malcom. The movement of my chair brought me out of whatever haze I had been in. Malcom had pulled me closer to him. Maybe this was someone Malcom had been worried about getting close to me. Nikita's plan didn't seem like such a good idea anymore. I wanted to be far away from this woman. Now tell me why you're here, Malcom growled. And don't give me the runaround. The woman looked me up and down. To get a good look at her. There are a lot of people who would pay handsomely to know who she is and what she looks like. Malcom silently cursed in a language I had never even heard. And what is your silence going to cost me? Her predatory smile made me feel very uncomfortable. I moved closer to Malcom to put some distance between us and this woman. She was a supernatural being. She had to be. Malcom wouldn't take threats from a human. If she were a wolf, he could have strong-armed her into silence. This woman, he had to pay for silence. She could keep werewolves at bay and use information against them without fear of retaliation. It's going to cost a lot, darling. She purred. Her lips silently moved. When she looked at me, her lips stopped. I felt a tingling sensation run slowly and painfully through my torso. It felt like a limb waking up after falling asleep. I gasped at the suddenness of it. Malcom's eyes lightened a bit just as the sensation encircled my belly. Oh, Malcom. The woman smiled in delight. That is quite the secret you're trying to hide. He growled just low enough so the sound was contained to the table. Use anything on her again and you'll regret it. He threatened her, but her smile didn't falter. Oh, it was just a little trick. Her eyes held a threat right back at him. Would you like to discuss numbers in front of your woman? You might want to double, maybe even triple the offer you're planning on making me. He looked at me for a moment before shaking his head and giving the woman a solemn stare. You know how to reach me. This was fun. She got up with a smile. We should do this again sometime. Malcom huffed, watching the woman leave before he reached for the menu. What was that? I asked with my eyes trained on the door in case that woman came back. That was blackmail, he muttered as he looked back at the menu's selection. I looked back at Malcom with just as much shock as Nikita's voice held when she asked, "And you just let her blackmail you?" "Yes." He sighed and leaned back against the chair. "We are in public. There are witnesses. I can't just force her to stop. That witch is smart. That's how she stayed alive for so long." "Witch?" I whispered in surprise. "A real witch?" He glanced at me and nodded. "Yes, a real witch. Not the kind you'd want to be alone with either. That woman is more dangerous than some wolves you know." "Geez." I rubbed a hand over my belly. "What will she do?" He kept his eyes on me, even though Nikita was looking at him with just as much interest. He reached his hand forward and rested it on my belly. "She's going to take my money and keep her mouth shut. She knows if she doesn't, I'll make it my mission to find her." "What makes her think you won't find her anyway?" Nikita asked without any of the hate she usually had for him. He leaned back in his chair, taking his hand away from my belly. "We have history. I'm not going to go after her so long as she stays out of my way." "What kind of history?" I really didn't want to be caught up in old drama. "Just history." He smirked, but his eyes stayed on the menu. "Don't worry about it." "How can I not worry about it?" "She's threatening me." He shook his head. "She's threatening me, not you. I'll take care of this, and you can keep being as carefree as always." He held a menu out for me. "Now choose something. You need to eat." I took the menu and scooted my chair back where it had been. Any retort I had, I kept to myself. I didn't want to fight with him right now. Tomorrow was Christmas Eve. I planned on having a nice, happy day. I didn't want it to be full of dirty looks and arguing. "She used a spell on you," he said unhappily. "Everything feeling normal?" "It is now." I looked down at my belly and rubbed my hand over it. It hurt when it happened. I don't know if the babies felt it. His fists clenched on the table for a second. "She'll pay for that mistake." We didn't really speak as we waited for our food. We all stayed in our own minds, thinking about what had just happened and what it meant. The seriousness of the situation that Malcom had warned me about was starting to come true. Malcom had threats that weren't just werewolves. I don't know what kind of history that witch had with Malcom, but I wanted to know about it. That history made this witch feel comfortable enough to threaten a very dangerous werewolf. That didn't settle well with me. When we got back to the house, we were still not in the greatest of moods. I went straight to the kitchen and started some hot cocoa. We needed something nice to watch some Christmas movies with. I was going to keep to the tradition, no matter how worrisome a day I had just had. Chapter 15. That witch had made Malcom worry. He hadn't left me alone the rest of the day. He kept a close eye on me, making sure I wasn't out of his sight for long periods of time. Despite my protests, Malcom decided he was staying with me in my bed. When I woke up the next morning, he was lying there, shirtless, playing a game on his phone. "What time is it?" I groaned during a fantastic morning stretch. 10, he said, distracted. I froze. 10. He nodded, eyes still glued to the little screen. "Sure is." I quickly shot out of bed. "You turned off my alarm." He smirked. "Yes, I did. I need to go help at the Alpha's house." I nearly shouted at him. "You're breaking my tradition. Calm down." He rolled his eyes and put his phone down. "They won't care if the pregnant woman is late. But I care." I countered. "I can help just as much as I always have." "Whatever." He grumbled, bringing his phone back up to his face to play again. I hopped in the shower and made it the quickest shower of my life. I wrapped the towel around myself, twisting the ends together to keep it from slipping. I swiveled myself into a sitting position on the counter since I couldn't just climb onto it anymore. I was picking out my makeup when Malcom came in. He had a towel wrapped around his waist. "You slept like that?" I asked in complete disbelief. He smirked and stood in front of the mirror. "You act like it's something you've never seen before." He walked up behind me. I kept my eyes locked on him via the mirror until he was close enough behind me that I could feel his body warmth. You should get used to it. I hate sleeping with a shirt on. It feels unnatural. He was using that charming voice of his. I rolled my eyes at him. If he thought he could win me over this morning, he was way wrong. That was until he started rubbing my lower back. I melted like butter in the microwave when I was given massages. I have to get ready, I reluctantly admitted after a few minutes. Then he completely surprised me. He leaned over me and kissed the right side of my belly before repeating the process on the left side. Don't fall. He turned and walked over to the shower, leaving me obviously shocked at what had just happened. That had actually been a remarkable gesture towards his children. That was a side of Malcom I wanted to see more of. That was the kind of Malcom I wanted to be around my kids as they grew up. Once I had a little bit of makeup on, I walked out of the bathroom to my closet. I grabbed some of those comfortable jeans that fit my belly and a cute shirt that Nikita had bought for me. It was light blue with snowflakes falling. There was a little snow angel, signifying the baby. If the pack knew about twins, she would have found one with 2 snow angels, but regardless, I loved it. Malcom was dressed and ready by the time I gathered everything I'd need for the day. I loaded my makeup bag and grabbed a lovely dress before I hooked the strap of my low heels with my finger. Dad, you ready? I hollered while I shut the door to my room. We're going to be late. Waiting on you, he muttered from the living room. He hadn't seemed to be in a murky mood when I had woken up this morning. Maybe it was from seeing Malcom again. Dad's last encounter with Malcom probably hadn't gone well, not after the challenge. I quickly made my way down the stairs, which were becoming more uncomfortable. My body had definitely acquired some extra fullness now that I was into my 24th week of pregnancy. I slipped my feet into my expensive faux fur boots that Dad had bought me last Christmas. Being part animal himself, he refused to buy real fur. It would have been weird to wear fur around werewolves anyway. Dad opened the door for me, and I walked through into the cold Christmas weather. I groaned when I took in what I saw. Malcom was waiting in his big black Denali for us. I looked back at my dad. Do we really have to go in that? Dad nodded and locked the door to the house. Suck it up, Buttercup. I huffed, then held my head high as I stomped towards the stupid car. Malcom hit a button as I neared the car, causing the back trunk door to start opening slowly. I set my things in the back, careful to place the dress so it wouldn't wrinkle. I was going to sit in the back seat because I didn't want to sit with him, but he leaned over and opened the door. It says something if you sit beside me, not behind me. Afraid I'll cause trouble or something? I asked as I climbed into the car. No, he shook his head as he watched my father near the car. The entire pack will be in attendance tonight. I don't want anyone thinking that I'm not going to take care of any threats towards you. Malcom took the opportunity to look me right in the eyes. You're not beneath me, Emiliana. Your present condition puts you right at my side. I narrowed my eyes on him. That's saying a lot coming from a guy who seems to have a different woman every week. My hormones spiked my anger, making me lash out. My logical thinking brain would have thought that what Malcom had said was a nice sentiment. He had actually been nice this morning. I should have just left it at that. Now we were both going to be irritated all day. I rested my hands on the protruding belly and stared out the window. Dad hopped in the back seat seconds later. I was already thinking about going to bed again. My mood swings were exhausting. Fortunately, we didn't speak to each other until we pulled up to the house. Go inside. I'll gather your things, Malcom said as he got out. I was glad I didn't have to carry anything in. It was cold, and I just wanted to get into the warm house. I was already late. Dad followed me into the house. Heaven forbid I slip on a patch of ice or something. I fell into the routine just a few minutes after walking into the kitchen. I had to do rounds of hugging and feeling belly touches from the random women I hadn't seen since Thanksgiving. Malcom stayed close. If he said he didn't trust me, I could only imagine what he thought of everyone else. He watched every hand that came close to my stomach. He kept an eye on everyone who had the potential to get close to me. It was annoying, but endearing. At least he was showing some outward signs that he cared for the children he would be meeting in a few months. We need to change, Nikita said as she poked at my elbow. Nikita had been pestering me for the last 30 minutes to go change. I know, I said as I finished setting up the table with the desserts on it. Which room did you put your things in? I wiped my hands on my pants. Malcom brought them in. She groaned. Well, let's go get your things. I nodded. Where is he? The sliding glass door opened, and Jace walked in. Why aren't you guys dressed yet? We're hungry. Now Jace was bothering me about getting ready too. I rolled my eyes in annoyance. Where's Malcom? Jace motioned outside. He's out back. I'll get the stuff and meet you in the bathroom, I said to Nikita. She hesitated and gave me a careful look. Are you sure? I nodded. What's he going to do with a bunch of witnesses? She reluctantly agreed. All right. I'll meet you upstairs. Jace held the door open for me. Malcom was actually smiling when I spotted him. He was talking to another man who bore a slight resemblance to him. The similarities led me to believe that the guy was somehow related to Malcom. Both of the men spotted me coming towards them. The man I didn't know yet looked down at my bump with glee in his eyes. You must be Emiliana. I confirmed with a genuine smile and a nod. He was charming. I am Feliaz, Malcom's younger brother. Well, it's nice to meet the uncle of my baby. I barely caught myself before I said babies. In this huge crowd of werewolves, I knew I had to keep the twins a secret, even if Feliaz already knew. Feliaz gave his brother a sly smile as he wrapped a big arm around my shoulder. She's prettier than you let on. I recognized the mild challenge the younger brother was giving. Malcom gave his brother a low growl. And young. That tease made Malcom roll his eyes. The fact that someone could challenge and tease the mighty Malcom made me really smile as I looked at the victim of the teasing. I need my things. I'll show you where they are. Malcom held out his hand for me to take. In front of the pack, I knew that the simple act would show that I was willingly Malcom's. I was reluctant to do it, but I couldn't disrespect him by not taking his offer. That would only make things worse between us. My reluctance would have shown through to the pack. So I took a deep breath and took Malcom's hand without complaining about it. I needed to be in a decent relationship with this man. If this was going to be the proverbial olive branch, I had to take it and not mess this up. Malcom led me into the house and up to the guest bedrooms. When we passed the bathroom Nikita was in, she poked her head out as we passed. Where are you going? She asked with suspicion in her voice. We're getting my things. Her hand went to her hip. Where, huh? I recognized the tone of her disapproval. Oh, shush. I stuck my tongue out at her as Malcom kept pulling me along. He hadn't even stopped to acknowledge that Nikita had spoken to me. Malcom opened the door to the guest room that was at the end of the hall, closest to the huge window which showed a beautiful view of the snow-covered trees that surrounded the parklands. You can get ready in here. He muttered as he let my hand go. It'll give you more privacy to change. I nodded. All right. Can you send Nikita in here when you pass her on your way down? He clenched his jaw for a second, but he agreed to it. All right. He turned and left without saying anything else. Nikita walked into the room with all of her things a minute later. By then, I had my hair in a bun, and I was starting on my makeup. The room Malcom had chosen had a lovely full-length mirror, but no connected bathroom. I sat on the floor, surrounded by makeup. I'm going to have to help you up, aren't I? Nikita said as she took in my situation. I nodded with a smile. Yep. It was nice having a private space to get ready with Nikita. When it came time to get off the floor, Nikita laughed at my inability to stand up. I had to roll onto my hands and knees, push myself up into a squatting position, then push my big belly off the floor. It was quite the process, requiring a lot more balancing than she thought. Nikita helped me put on my shoes at least. It was hard to bend down to reach my feet. Just think, she mused, next Christmas, we'll be frantically trying to get ready with 2 little babies screaming in the background. The joy was evident on my best friend's face. Will you come and visit on Christmas if Malcom makes me take the babies to his house? She scoffed. You think that a little distance is going to stop me from being there for the baby's first Christmas? 'Cause you're crazy if you do. I smiled and wrapped my arms around my friend. Hugs felt funny because of the baby bump, but I couldn't fight the compulsion. I guess this pregnancy hasn't changed just my life, I said in reflection of this entire situation. She nodded her head eagerly. Of course it hasn't. You're my sister. Whatever happens to you happens to me. Ditto, I said with a crackle in my voice, making both of us laugh. We were downstairs, dressed and pretty, 10 minutes later. It was just in time, too. We hadn't missed the blessing the Alpha gave every major holiday. Even though I was human and not bonded to the pack like werewolves, I could feel the love and sense of family that came with a pack. The kitchen was clean, and both dishwashers were busy washing the dishes we could fit in. Everyone else was outside, enjoying company and the fire pits that were spread around the backyard. Nikita shoved a blanket in my hands. "It's cold out." I nodded. "Hence the fires." She stuck her tongue out at me. "Just take it out there. It is cold and you're in a dress." I followed Nikita outside. Michelson was sitting next to a few guys from the pack, smiling and chatting about something. We made our way over there. Nikita sat next to her mate, of course, while I took the other side of Nikita. I wrapped the blanket around me since it was frigid outside. We had a snow-covered Christmas, so it was a given that it was cold. The guys were discussing a sports team that had played over the weekend. I really didn't care about the conversation, and now that everything was over, I felt tired. I smiled when I glanced at Nikita. She was snuggled up against her mate and staring at the fire in obvious deep thought. I wanted that. I needed that kind of love. But I needed to accept what I had. It was time to start acting like the woman I was so that I could be responsible for my children. It wasn't their fault that I had made a mistake with Malcom. It wasn't their fault that Malcom was a jerk most of the time. I just needed to learn how to cope with my situation. Someone sat next to me. I automatically assumed that it would have been my father since he would have been the only one who wanted to be around me. Drama seemed to have a thing for following me around. But I was pulled into someone's lap. I looked over to see Malcolm's expression blink. It was as if he had half expected me to say something to get him to let me go, but he was warm. His warmth quickly soaked through the blanket, taking away any of the chills that remained. So I didn't say anything. I relaxed into him, since he probably hadn't been expecting it. Nikita sent me a look to check that I was okay. With a little nod, she turned back to her mate. She didn't go off into La La Land this time. "So, Michelson's best friend Tyler started. Are you excited to be a father in a few months?" I felt Malcom tense up a bit at the question, but soon relaxed. He probably wasn't used to the idea of someone asking him a personal question. As excited as any wolf expecting a child, I suppose. He replied without any of the hesitation I felt in his body. Tyler smirked. Most wolves in your predicament would have stolen her away and locked her in their fortress already. Malcolm's grip on me momentarily tightened before he decided to respond. Most wolves will never be in my predicament. Tyler glanced at Michelson, probably taking in a silent warning before looking back towards Malcom. Of course, he kept his eyes away from Malcolm's to avoid any challenge. The wolves that I know would have taken your predicament and done right by it. I couldn't help but give him a little smile. This pack was big on family, even if the members were acquired by untraditional means. It took a lot of courage to say something like that to a dominant like Malcom. "You're angry." The humor was evident in Malcolm's voice. "The idea of doing right by someone is subjective. I will keep her alive and free to raise my child the way she sees fit without having to worry about danger or finances. That's more than some can offer." "Unless," Nikita interjected, "that doesn't give her the family she deserves." "I don't make promises I don't intend on keeping." He made it sound like a threat. "Enough," I said tiredly. "I don't need anyone else's opinion on what's happened or what's going to." I didn't want to stick around for more remarks. It would ruin my Christmas Eve. So I got off of Malcolm's lap and went into the house. Malcom wasn't far behind. He probably threw a threat or evil eye at Tyler. "Don't let what he said get to you," he said after he shut the door behind himself. "It's not about what Tyler said. I'm just tired. I want to go home." He nodded. "All right. Let's go to the car." "What about Dad?" He shrugged. "He'll meet us at the car." I just nodded. If I argued with Malcom on this, it would only leave me feeling even more exhausted. I didn't have a Christmas Day to wake up early for. Nikita and Michelson would come over in the morning to open some gifts with us. But I knew they were coming over primarily for breakfast. I made breakfast every Christmas Day. Malcom led me to the car. We didn't wait long until Dad showed up and we went home. By the time we made it to the house, I had already fallen asleep. Chapter 16. The next morning, I woke up in a frantic rush to get to the bathroom. I got there just in time to be sick, when the sensation left as suddenly as it came. So I sat there for a while, just to make sure that the feeling wouldn't come back. I was sitting on the floor, rubbing my belly, when Malcolm's large frame darkened the doorway. "You feel okay?" His eyes scanned over me, double-checking for any outward signs of injury. I nodded. "I'm okay." It was a false alarm. He leaned on the frame and crossed his arms over his chest. It made his biceps appear larger than usual. "And are you going to sit there all day?" He was smiling down at me. I shook my head. "Of course not. I'm just making sure that I'm going to stay okay." He strode into the bathroom and crouched down in front of me. "Want some help getting up?" I sighed then nodded. "Sure." I lifted both of my hands up for him to grab. With a smile, he took them and helped me off the ground. "Are you going to be okay?" I was hopeful that my stomach wouldn't turn queasy. "I think so." "Good then." His beautiful smile widened. "I have heard that you have a tradition to uphold." I couldn't help but smile at him. His nice, charismatic personality was back. "Yes, I do." He stepped to the side. "Well, I don't want to be to blame for messing up another tradition, so you'd better get going." I stared at him for a moment, wondering what his move was. Was he actually going to be nice today? Was this all an act? He was acting very similarly to the man I met at the bar. I liked that version of him. I wish I could have that all the time. That would make my life extremely easy. I stopped by my closet to grab my robe. It was chilly, and until the fire got started, I would be cold in the house. Dad was at the kitchen table, reading a newspaper. His smile wasn't as bright as usual, but it was still a smile. "Merry Christmas." I wrapped my arms around him and squeezed. "Merry Christmas." He patted my arm and leaned his head on mine. Nikita called and said they'd be here in an hour. Malcom sat down on the side of the table opposite my father. I kissed the side of my dad's face before starting breakfast. If I only had an hour, I would need every minute of it. It was almost an hour later when I heard 2 cars come up the driveway. I looked out the window, trying to see who it was. I felt Malcolm's eyes on me. Dad had left the 2 of us in there to take a shower before they got here. "What's wrong?" I shook my head and turned back to get the potatoes out of the oven. "Nothing." I thought I heard something. "It's just Michelson and Nikita. You don't have to worry when I'm here." Yeah. I finished everything up by the time Nikita came bursting through the door. "Merry Christmas," she shouted. "I love this holiday." Michelson came into the house, managing to balance way too many gifts. "You've given her a reason to spend all our money." He huffed as he shut the door with a kick of his foot. I smiled and hugged my best friend. "Merry Christmas, Nikita." She swayed side to side a couple of times before pulling away and rubbing my belly with both hands before kissing the baby bump twice. "Oh, I can't wait for them to be here." Malcolm took an armful of the gifts from Michelson before walking with him into the living room. Nikita hugged my bump, resting her head right at my belly button, trying to hug the babies. "Oh, I've been thinking of next Christmas all morning," she said dreamily. "The next 10 Christmases are going to be the best." She finally stood after Michelson came back into the kitchen for food. "Leave her belly alone. They'll be out for you to smother in a few months." "I know, but it's just hard to wait," she said excitedly. I handed her a plate. "Eat. Then presents." She stuck her tongue out before taking the plate. "Fine then." I followed right after her, loading up a plate of food for breakfast. We reminisced about past Christmases and tried to get Malcolm to share some of his own, but he wouldn't. After breakfast, we all went to the living room and took our places. It was a tradition for Dad to pass out the gifts before we started opening them. Of course, we all bought each other something everyone could use or wanted. Gift giving was just as enjoyable as watching someone open a gift you'd bought for them. Malcolm tossed a box to me. I eyed him suspiciously. "What's this?" "Open it and you'll see." I very slowly opened the box and peeked in. Nothing gleamed at me through the small crack, so it wasn't jewelry. Thank goodness. I opened it to see a small block of plastic with a Mercedes symbol on it. I picked it up confused. "What's this?" Nikita burst into laughter and nudged Michelson with her elbow. "I told you she wouldn't know what it is." I gave her an unhappy smile. "What is it?" "Press the button on the side," Malcolm said. When I looked at him, he smiled at me. Press it. So I did, and a laser-cut key swiveled out of it. My jaw dropped. You bought me a car. He nodded once with a smirk. You need something safe to put my kids in. I had been planning on replacing my sedan when the time came, but he beat me to the punch. Then it clicked. I had heard 2 cars when Nikita pulled up. You're in on this? I pointed an accusatory finger at her. You can't keep secrets worth a damn. Michelson laughed. That's why she didn't know until we left to come here. Nikita shot us both an unhappy look. I can to keep secrets. So you want to check it out? Malcom asked, standing up. I nodded and took his offered hand to help me up. He kept a hold of it as he led me out to where the car was parked. It even has a bow, I said in amazement. I've never gotten a car with a bow on it. Nikita laughed and skipped towards the passenger side of the car. Open it up. I want to check it out. Michelson wouldn't let me drive. I couldn't erase my smile as I got closer to my new huge car. It was black with silver accents. It was completely beautiful and probably worth more than I'd ever be willing to pay for a car. We hopped in and played with the buttons for a while before Malcom hopped in the back seat. Why don't you take us for a test drive? He reached back and buckled himself in. It snowed, so take it easy. Nikita and I exchanged a look before I started the brand new car and drove out of the driveway. The first drive in a new car is incredibly exciting. More so when the car was a gift and you didn't have to pay a dime for it. Nikita played with the buttons while I drove. Malcom would reach forward and move my hand if I tried to mess around with settings as I drove. The first time was enough to prevent me from doing it again. We were having a fantastic time until I decided that I needed some warm apple pie and vanilla ice cream. When we arrived at the grocery store parking lot, it was nearly empty, just as I had expected. There were 3 parked cars and 1 with a person in it. I had assumed that the driver was waiting while someone ran in for something. I parked my brand new, shiny car in an area that others would have easily avoided, so we had a little bit of a walk. Nikita laughed at me. You think someone's going to ding your car already? I stuck my tongue out at her while I unbuckled and opened my door. Yes, new cars are a magnet for scratches, dings, and fender benders. She unbuckled and opened her door. Whatever you say. I took one step out when I heard an engine being way too loud for the icy parking lot. I had both of my feet on the pavement when I saw the car. It was the one I had assumed was waiting for someone. It was coming straight at my car with no intention of stopping. Instead of freezing in my spot from terror, I scrambled to get back in my vehicle. The car would at least offer some protection in the impending collision. I wouldn't have even had time to shut the door by the time that car hit. I closed my eyes and braced for it, but the hit never came, but I heard the crunching of mangled metal. Oh my gosh, Nikita whispered. I looked over to see Malcom pulling a man out of the car. Console. He growled. Nikita and I both heard him clearly. We both reached for it, but Nikita swatted me away. She grabbed a syringe and quickly got out of the car. It was standard practice to keep syringes in the center consoles of Werewolf cars, just in case. She injected the man who was fighting Malcom, causing him to fall limp immediately. Pop the trunk. His intense eyes told me there was no room for argument. We were in public and taking a man against his will. Malcom made sure the man was unconscious before shutting the back hatch. I could see the damage the car had done to him from the impact. Malcom was already bruised and cut. He needed medical attention, and I was the only one with that expertise. Malcom reached into the car, probably unaware that he was bleeding. The blood stain on his shirt was slowly getting bigger. I opened the door to the car only to have him look back and give me a harsh stare with those amber eyes glowing with fury. I swallowed my fear and stepped out of the car. Finley had suggested that I stand up for myself when it came to Malcom. I assumed that it included his wolf, too. Malcom pulled out 2 bags from the other man's car before walking towards my car again. Up close, I could see that his shirt was ripped from the center of his chest, diagonally down to the side of his left ribcage. The collision had clearly hurt him. Let me take a look at you, I said as I took a couple of steps away from the car. He shook his head. We need to get out of here. I need to get you out of the open. His voice was much too deep and gravelly to be purely human. They're not coming right this second and you're bleeding. He threw the bags into the back seat. There's a tow truck coming to clear this mess out. We need to leave before a crowd gathers. You could pass out. I really didn't want to go anywhere until I had Malcom checked out. If he passed out from his injuries, we really wouldn't have any protection. It's not that bad. Climb into the passenger seat. I'm driving. He ushered me into the car, not giving me any opportunity to check out his wounds. I climbed over the center console, all while Malcom kept a hand on me. Nikita was already in the back seat, keeping an eye on the man we'd captured. Tell me if he even flinches. Malcom ordered, making Nikita nod in response, not once taking her eyes off the man in the back. Malcom started the car and pulled out of the parking lot at high speed. Once we were away from the central part of town, he took one hand off the steering wheel and put it on my stomach. I felt a slight tremble, so I looked at him. He was probably as worked up as I was, even more so because he was the one who was injured. I put my hands over his and moved them towards a kicking baby. Maybe knowing that his babies were fine and still safe would take the edge off whatever he was feeling. I knew he was furious and probably worried as well. He squeezed lightly just before he let go to turn onto a side road to the Alpha's house. Anyone who set eyes on Malcom would know he was furious just by looking at his body language. His amber eyes hadn't stopped their furious glowing yet either. He was terrifying right now, but I was more afraid of what he was planning on doing than how he'd react to me. If Malcom hadn't been there, I could be in danger. I could have been captured. Something terrible would have happened if Malcom hadn't been there to stop it. To say Malcom was in a bad mood when we got to the Alpha's house was an understatement. The bleeding he had still hadn't stopped. I could see that the bloodstain was noticeably larger than it had been when we got into the car. He left the car running, barely stopping to put it in park. Nikita watched the man until Malcom dragged him out of the back of the vehicle. He then literally dragged the man through the dirt and to the rear entry of the basement, so he wouldn't have to pull this man through the house. Nikita gave me a gentle smile. I guess we'll have to get you pie another time. I let out a small laugh. Yeah, I guess so, huh? She followed me into the house. That guy was a werewolf, wasn't he? Nikita nodded once. Yeah, he was. He's not going to have an easy time during an interrogation with Malcom. I nodded. I know. I can't say I feel bad for that guy. He did try to run me over with a car. I'm surprised Malcom didn't hurt him more right there. Nikita huffed. He should have. Nikita rubbed my belly before her phone started going off. It's Michelson. She went towards the patio while I went to the kitchen. I still wanted something sweet. I couldn't help but stare off into nothing, thinking about how close that call had been. I was almost hurt because I was having Malcom Medill's children. This man wasn't the only one out there waiting for a good opportunity to get at me. I tried to close my eyes and relax, but I couldn't. I had to get a new car now. The generous gift was a constant reminder that I had narrowly escaped an accident. All the drama I was going through almost meant nothing. I would have lost everything. I leaned against the counter, but it didn't help. It felt like I couldn't breathe. More of those evil men are going to come after me. I started breathing faster, trying desperately to get a satisfying gasp of air. These bad men will always be after my children. My chest started hurting. On top of everything else, it felt like my heart was racing. How am I supposed to protect my children? I can't stand up to a werewolf. I slid down to the ground with my hand at my chest. It hurt so much, and I couldn't breathe. I can't always be dependent on others for the safety of my children and me, but I will never be able to do it as a human. I was hyperventilating and freaking out when I was scooped off the ground into a big, firm grip. Shoo, the deep voice cooed into my ear. It's okay. You're safe. I still couldn't get enough air. The person sat me on the counter and then brought their big hands up to my head. You're having a panic attack. I recognized those amber eyes. You're safe. The babies are safe. No one can get to you here. I started crying. Not gently either. I was uncontrollably sobbing. I could only gasp for breath in between my tears. Malcom brought my face to his chest and let me cry into his shoulder. I was past terrified. There wasn't a label on the feeling I had, realizing what had almost happened. Malcom could have easily been seriously hurt. He stopped a speeding car with his body. I didn't hear Nikita come in, but I heard her get shooed away. I heard several people get shooed away, but none of them could stop the tears that were streaming down my face. Malcom stayed patient, waiting for me to finish my crying fest. I kept my head on his chest until I realized that his chest was injured. I sniffled and pulled away from him, wiping my face with my hands as soon as I was able to. He was still in the bloodied shirt. "You're still hurt." He nodded and winced as I tugged his shirt apart, ripping it more to get a better view of the cut. He grabbed the end of the tear and finished the job. The shirt was ruined anyway. He slowly slid the shirt off like a vest. "What's broken?" I looked towards his side. "Several things are broken, most likely." He gave me a small smile. "Are you doing better now?" "Yes." I nodded with another sniffle. "I think my breakdown is over." I reached for a paper towel, but Malcom stopped me. "I'll get it." He grabbed the roll and a bottle of water. "Go ahead, nurse." His face was smiling and his voice was teasing, but those eyes, they said that this man was a wolf on the edge. He was ready for someone to give him an excuse to be aggressive. I wet a folded-up paper towel with the water from the bottle. "Are you okay?" He shrugged. "I'll be better after I finish with the one in the basement." I nodded and brought the wet towel to his chest to wipe away the dried blood. "I thought you would have already been done with him." He shook his head. "I could feel you freaking out up here." "He'll stay for an hour while I make sure you'll be fine." I applied pressure to the deepest part of the wound that hadn't healed enough to stop the bleeding yet. "This part is very deep." He nodded. "That was the brunt of the impact. I'd say that car got up to 45 before I could stop it." I kept my eyes on his chest. "Thank you for stopping it." He smirked and put a hand on my belly. "Anytime." I cleared my throat since it was feeling a little dry. "We're going to have to decide what we're going to do, since there's actually a threat now." He nodded. "We'll talk tomorrow." I checked the part 1 was pressing on. The bleeding had stopped with some pressure. He was already well on his way to healing. "Is Alan going to set what's broken?" He half sighed, half growled. He's not keen of the idea of setting my bones in my current state. I looked at his eyes and smiled. "Because the wolf ascended?" He smirked and nodded. "He's likely to end up with broken bones." "You're fine with me tending to your wounds." I pointed out as I wiped the paper towel over the wound one last time to clean it up. "You're pregnant with my kids. It would be counterproductive to hurt you. What if you keep focus on me while he sets your bones?" He ground his teeth as he thought about it. "I don't think you'd be comfortable with the kind of focus it would take." "Oh yeah?" I tossed the wad of soiled paper towels into the garbage can without getting splatters of blood anywhere. My aim was to get better. "Why's that?" "You'd have to be my focus," he said, his eyes intense, completely. I flushed at the idea. "What do you mean by that?" He smirked and nodded. "I just need you to stay close. Let me focus on you." "Fine. Let's try it." "You can't let those bones heal more than they already have." He nodded once. "I'll go get the unfortunate doctor and we'll try." I felt a sense of nervousness creep into my system. I had agreed to be close with Malcom while his wolf was ascended, while his broken bones were going to be set. What was I thinking? Chapter 17. Malcom came back into the kitchen, trailed by a reluctant-looking Alan. "I don't know how good of an idea this is," Alan said with a sigh. "If he even flinches too hard, he could cause harm to the pregnancy." I looked into Malcom's eyes. "If you're not going to be able to control yourself, we shouldn't do this." He nodded. "It'll go fine. I just need a distraction so I'm not tempted to hurt Alan." Malcom stood between my legs. "Make this quick, Alan." The doctor scoffed. "I haven't even found the breaks yet. I need to do some feeling around." Malcom nodded once before Alan's fingers started feeling the bones in his arm for any breaks. Malcolm's amber eyes glared at Alan when he found a separation. "Where else do you hurt?" "Upper arm, near the shoulder," Malcom grumbled, barely understandable. Alan nodded and started to feel it too. "2 breaks aren't that bad for stopping a car." "Tell that to my ribs." Alan smiled and held back a chuckle. "Those will heal on their own." Alan grabbed his arm on the lower portion at the first break. "All right, let's do this." Malcom grumbled unhappily, but met my gaze, his focus entirely on me. In the next 5 seconds, I heard 2 sharp snaps that I would never forget the sound of. Alan quickly backed off when Malcom growled, his amber eyes glowing even brighter. He was going to follow Alan since he looked like fleeing prey. So I grabbed his face and made him look at me. I would have preferred to pull him down to me, but he was giving in to his primal instinct. Instead of following Alan, his attention turned completely to me. His hands went to my hips and pulled me close, his grip firm as he fought for control. I gently touched his cheek. Hey, it's okay. The wolf in Malcolm's amber eyes scanned the room. Right. He moved his hands from my hips to under my thighs. Hold on to me. I locked my ankles around his waist and wrapped my arms around his neck. My belly didn't get as much in the way as I had expected it to. Malcom quickly took me upstairs to a quiet room, where we stayed until he had calmed down. I had been sound asleep, exhausted, when a banging at the door startled me awake. I pushed myself into my elbows and looked at the door. Who is that? Thinly, Malcom grumbled as I lay back down. I've been blocking him for the past hour. I stretched. Why? You needed rest. He looked over at me. My wolf was a lot to handle. Are you okay? I smiled at the memory. His wolf was intense, but he never let me feel unsafe. He's going to break the door down. I stretched, causing my back to crack wonderfully. Malcom got out of bed, shirtless again. The deep cuts on his chest looked like they were mostly healed now. The portion of the cut near his sternum was still an angry red color, but there was noticeable improvement. You should get dressed. Your father wants to see you. I groaned and covered my head with a pillow. I'm tired. His finger poked my side. If I have to face my father, so do you. I whipped the blankets off myself and grabbed my clothes on my way to the bathroom. I still felt exhausted when I got out of the hot shower, but at least I didn't feel so emotionally unstable anymore. When I came out of the bathroom, the room was empty. I continued out of the room, down to the living room, where there were bound to be people waiting for me. I found Nikita and my dad waiting there, staring at each other. Hey guys. Nikita smirked at me. You look like you're feeling better. I stuck my tongue out at her as I took the seat next to her. I was feeling better. What happened? Dad asked. All I was told was that Malcom held off an attack. He did, I said with a nod. Malcom said he was going to interrogate the guy. Dad looked me over. Were you hurt at all? I shook my head. No. Malcom stopped the car before it could even touch her new one. Nikita added. I don't know how well anyone else would have done in that situation. Malcom was so fast. He made sure Amelia was safely in the car before turning to the speeding car. I don't know how he managed to damage that car with only his body. He had several breaks from stopping the car, I muttered beside her. Nikita's eyes rose in surprise. And he still handled that wolf. Dad leaned back on the sofa. If they're sending scouts, you're going to need constant protection. Nikita bobbed her head in agreement. He should send protectors for her. At least 2. Dad eyed me. Or you go with Malcom. I sighed. I don't know if that's what I want. It's not about you, Amelia, he said in his very fatherly tone. This is about keeping those kids safe. I looked down at my fidgeting hands. I know. I'm just scared. Nikita wrapped an arm around my shoulders. Everything will be fine, Amelia. Whatever you decide, Malcom will provide you with the best protection available. Where's Malcom? We might as well decide on the plan now, while we're on good terms. He's in the basement with Finley. I looked at the clock. It was already dinner time. I'm starving and sleepy. Nikita smiled. Let's go make dinner then. It'll give us something to do. As Nikita started the chicken, I took out one of the big steaks. Feeling like steak? I shook my head. Malcom's still healing. He won't want enchiladas. How thoughtful of you. She teased with a smirk. I grabbed a knife from the knife block. You'd better be nice. I'm armed. I warned playfully. She scoffed. I'm not nearly as afraid of that knife as I am of your influence on Malcom. Whatever. I muttered as I cubed the meat into bite-sized pieces and put it in a bowl. Nikita and I fixed dinner for the next couple of hours under the watchful eye of my father. I decided I wanted enchiladas. Nikita cooked and shredded the insane amounts of chicken needed while I tried to keep up with her. She worked so fast. We were almost finished when Finley walked in, followed by his son. Finley smiled. It smells wonderful in here. Nikita and I just smiled in response. We were definitely over the fun of making enchiladas. The finished ones are over there. I motioned to the row of dishes next to the oven. He nodded and grabbed a plate. I wasn't going to lie to myself and say that the head alpha trying my food didn't make me a bit intimidated. He had probably had the best Mexican food in the world. Now he was trying my humble food. After he took a bite, he nodded and made a satisfied sound. These are really good. I'm glad you like them. I caught Malcolm's eyes and looked towards the fridge. He caught on and opened up the refrigerator. His eyes lit up when he spotted the raw meat, ready to be eaten. He grabbed the bowl and popped the first piece like popcorn. At that moment, I realized just how accustomed I was becoming to this. I should be shocked that he'd be so satisfied with raw steak, but I had anticipated this and cut it up for him. He took the bowl and leaned against the wall, munching away at the meat. His eyes were lightened enough to show everyone that his wolf was influencing Malcolm's decisions. Nikita and I finished the food much quicker with the 3 men watching us, waiting for us. By the time we were finished, my stomach was growling. Nikita and I took our plates of food to the dining room, mindful that we were being watched closely. After eating, I was too exhausted to have a serious talk about the future and what this attack meant for it. Malcom caught on to my fatigue and took me up to his appointed room, where I quickly fell asleep. I woke up to soft snores and kicking babies. I didn't want to wake up, but I couldn't fall back asleep. When I did manage to fall back asleep, Malcom woke up, ensuring that I wouldn't fall back asleep tonight. I figured you'd sleep in today, he said groggily. I shrugged. I woke up a long time ago. He smiled. I know. So, what's going to happen today? He sat up and rubbed the remaining sleepiness out of his eyes. You're going to stay here today, where I know they're safe, while I take care of the driver from last night. I rubbed my hand over my belly. Is he gone? Malcom looked at me for a second before getting out of bed, shirtless again. Yes, he's gone. Malcom disappeared into the bathroom. Was that the first man Malcom had dealt with since knowing about the babies? How did he get used to taking someone else's life? Did it get easier over time? I stretched before getting out of bed and wrapping a robe around myself before going down to the kitchen. I was starving and I could smell pancakes. I didn't see Malcom during breakfast. I didn't see Finley or Felia's either. They were dealing with the body. Nikita didn't show up today. She had a life outside of my problems. She needed this break, especially after what happened yesterday. I knew she needed it, but I still missed her. No one wanted to talk to me anymore. I could understand that because I was a magnet for trouble, always carrying Malcolm's babies. I didn't wish to Nikita, or anyone else for that matter, to get hurt because of Malcolm's enemies. I spotted the men when they came back into the house. Felia's was smiling, Finley looked amused, and Malcom looked unhappy. He was probably on the receiving end of his brother's teasing again. I wished Malcom would let me in so I could understand their family dynamic. I just wanted to know where I would fit in, or if I even fit in. Finley and Felia's left Malcom when he stopped in front of the living room. He kept his eyes on me, making me feel uncomfortable since I could see the amber hue of the wolf behind his usually hazel eyes. Come on. We need to talk. That doesn't sound good, I said as I got off the couch. Carrying twins was becoming increasingly challenging for me to manage. As I drew closer to Malcom, I noticed he was covered in dirt and stains. Even the bottoms of his jeans were soggy. He was barefoot, so I'd imagine that the shoes he had been wearing were caked in dirt. Did you guys bury him somewhere far away? I teased. He shrugged and started leading me to his room. Apparently, he wasn't in the mood for joking. Maybe he had some conscience left if disposing of a body put him in a grumpy mood. He shut the door behind me and locked it. Feeling tired, I climbed onto the bed and sat right in the middle of it. So did that attacker give you any good information? He shrugged. He confirmed some of my suspicions, but other than that, he didn't give me information I could use. What did he say? He smirked at me. Don't worry about it. I'm going to take care of it. I let out a frustrated sigh. I want to know. This involves me and my unborn children. I think I'm entitled to some information on who is attacking me. He put his hands on his hips and looked at me. Why did that wolf try to run me over? I asked nervously. I knew Malcom wasn't happy because he had just returned from dealing with the body. He was a scout. Malcom started taking off his stain-covered shirt. He was here to gather information on you for the wolf he was forced under. There's a pack that's not in Finley's control? I asked in disbelief. Who would stand up to someone like Finley? He smirked as he took off his dirty clothes and headed for the shower. Of course there is. They can't stake claim to land because they're constantly on the run from my father, and they're bitter because of it. Once I lock down his location, he won't be a problem anymore. You're going to stop whoever it is, I said. Yes, he said. He attacked my children and their mother. He's going to pay for that. Maybe it was just a message, I said thoughtfully. Why would a wolf attack me when you're around? Maybe they were gauging your reaction, or they're saying that they're not afraid of you. He shrugged. He made a mistake when he decided to attack. He's going to pay for that mistake with his life. Do you think this person will be planning anything soon? Malcom shook his head. I know he's not. Phileas is tracking him. Once he gives me the location, I'm going after the guy. So you know who it is then? He nodded once in confirmation. I do. How bad of a guy is he? He's not someone you'd want to be stuck in a room with. I was afraid of everything that might happen because of this evil man. What did you do to make him hate you so much that he'd want to harm your kids? Malcom looked down and rubbed his hands together quickly. You might not want to know. I sighed and thought about that for a moment. If he didn't think I should know, maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I should wait until the babies are here before I get to know all of Malcolm's dark secrets. I shook my head at that thought. I needed to know what kind of guy I was having children with. I do want to know, I said, confident in my decision. We're going to be connected for a very long time. I need to know your secrets to protect my kids. He leaned back. Such confessions can wait until you've given birth, probably as far as waiting until you've completed the change. I shook my head. There are wolves coming after me now. Waiting is going to make a big difference. If it's what you want, I'll fill you in. You're not going to like it. You'll probably use it against me. I motioned for him to get on with it. All right. He sighed, but nodded. Fine. He hates me because I dealt with his only son. You dealt with his son? Malcom nodded once. Why? There could be thousands of reasons Malcom decided to handle another wolf. 50 years ago, when Finley was starting to bring other packs together, there were a few who were fiercely against the idea. A few even went so far to try to take on my father. Obviously, that didn't work. Anyone who tried was defeated by my father. There were dozens. This particular wolf had only been an alpha for a few years. Back then, that was an impressive run at alpha. His son decided to go against his father's orders and came up with a plan to make Finley vulnerable. So, he decided to take it out on you? He shook his head. No. He tried to harm Phileas and one of my sisters. Isn't Phileas a good fighter? He gave me a small smile. He wasn't. He didn't believe that fighting was the way to go. He looked down once before looking at me again. The son attacked Magdalena first. By the time Phileas could get him away from her, she was already badly hurt. Was that how she was changed? From talking with Margot, I knew that her sister, Magdalena, was a werewolf. I didn't ask to hear the story because I knew it could have made Margot uncomfortable to discuss. Yes. He nodded. She almost didn't make it. When I got there, Phileas was bested and almost about to submit to that guy. He thought he could easily beat me because Phileas didn't know how to fight. I didn't take my time. He lasted all of 5 seconds before I ended the fight. That's not such a bad reason. He scoffed. You really have been around wolves for too long. I told you that I defeated him with no remorse and no regret, and you say it's not that bad. He almost hurt Magdalena. I reasoned. I shot out Geordie's knees because of what he called me. The comparison made me feel like I was the one out of control and needing to get a grip. He shook his head with a smile. I guess it could be worse. You could be a human with no experience with werewolves. I guess you met the right stranger at the club then, I said teasingly. But he didn't think it was funny. He pushed himself up and walked out of the room without saying anything else. Okay, I mumbled to myself. Note to self, don't bring up how we met. I thought to myself. When I couldn't find Nikita, I decided to go to the room that Dad decided to turn into the nursery. He was excited to have grandchildren. He might not have shown it outright all the time, but with all the work he was putting into the nursery, he had to be excited for it. It was going to be painted and decorated after we found out the genders of the babies. I could have found out already, but I was on the fence about whether or not that was something I wanted. Dad was almost finished with reframing the window. He was a good builder, so he decided that the babies needed a huge window to gaze outside. It was probably more for me since I'd be the one who was in here the most. I looked out the window to see Malcom talking to 3 protectors. They were listening intently and nodding their heads. Malcom was going to leave. It wasn't my fault that the babies were conceived the way they were. This wasn't supposed to happen. The chances of this happening were very low. I was so confused. Malcom was so hot and so cold. His mood changed in the blink of an eye, and it was giving me emotional whiplash. I felt a tightening in my lower abdomen. It wasn't uncommon during pregnancy since the uterus was constantly stretching and preparing for the baby. But it was scary for a first-time experience. I rocked side to side, keeping my hands on the contracting area. I used a slow breathing technique to keep myself from panicking. I was a nurse. I knew what was happening. It was my uterus practicing for the main event. Braxton Hicks contractions are a part of pregnancy. Logically, I knew this was supposed to happen. But a small part of my mind was freaking out. Malcom turned around and looked up at me. His movement caught my eye. "What's wrong?" I heard his voice in my head again. I didn't know how to communicate back. I wasn't a psychic. I didn't have mind-reading abilities. I was just a normal human. How was I supposed to tell him it was nothing, just some contractions? I saw him nod and turn back to the 3 guys. Was that it? All I had to do was think about my answer. Go rest. His voice came again. I'll be back in an hour or 2. I nodded and watched him disappear in his car. One of the 3 men stayed outside while the other 2 came into the house. Chapter 18. I didn't see Malcom until the afternoon of New Year's Eve, making me officially 25 weeks pregnant. I wasn't very happy that he could just vanish for a couple of days. The guards said they didn't know where he was. Finley wouldn't tell me. No one was cooperating with me. I didn't even think it was Malcom who had come through the door. I thought it was Nikita. She usually came over after finishing her work to relax for a few hours. This time would have only made her about an hour or 2 early, which was perfectly reasonable. We were going to get ready for the New Year's Eve party together. I was curling my hair and putting it all into curlers to set. I was stunned, momentarily. That, sure as hell, was more than a couple of hours. He just gave me a shrug and walked into the room. So maybe it took me longer than I thought. You could have called. You could have let someone tell me where you vanished to. He rolled his eyes and stood next to my bed. It doesn't matter where I went. I knew exactly where Malcom was going with this. It was the only way he went when we got into arguments. We're not in a relationship. I know your excuses. I was irate. Don't give me that nonsense, Malcom. You've been gone for days without any kind of excuse. He huffed. I didn't know I was supposed to give you excuses for where I go. I narrowed my eyes at him. I could slap you right now. He smirked. I would love to see you try. Why did you even come back? I snapped. Your guards need to be with their packs and families today. I don't want to keep them away from their loved ones. I scoffed. Since when do you care about anyone but yourself? He stared at me, but didn't say anything back. I turned back to what I was doing. Why don't you go do something in another room? You're good at leaving, so it shouldn't be very hard for you. I watched him leave through my mirror. He kept his eyes on mine, and I let him know exactly what I thought of him at the moment. I wanted him far away from me. How many times could he hide behind the fact that we're not in a relationship? Whose fault was it that we weren't? Malcom kept away from my room, just as I had asked. The men who had been guarding me each said goodbye before leaving. They were all good men and deserved to be with their packs and loved ones. A while later, Nikita came into my room when I was finishing up my hair. She gave me a confused look as she walked in. What's Malcom doing here? I huffed. He's decided to give the guards a break to go be with their families tonight. She barked out a laugh. It will take those men hours to get home. Some of them might not make it until tomorrow. If he were being considerate, he would have came back yesterday. I nodded as I unzipped my makeup bag. I already told him he's selfish. I raised my voice with the last word to ensure that he had heard me. She smiled and threw a bag on my bed. I couldn't decide what I wanted to wear tonight. We took our time getting ready. It was 8 at night before we were ready to leave the house. We had reservations at a restaurant. We had reserved a table big enough for all the guards, but they were gone now. We chose the restaurant because it was close to Tyler's house. He was the one hosting the New Year's Eve party. That meant that not just werewolves would be in attendance. There would be humans, mostly people that Nikita and I had gone to school with. Many of those women were seeking a partner to settle down with and marry. Dinner wasn't as fun as I had initially planned it to be. It was just Nikita, Michelson, Malcom, and me. Michelson and Malcom casually chatted while Nikita and I couldn't wait to leave. When the time finally came, I couldn't have been more relieved. I really was mad at Malcom for leaving me hanging. What if I disappeared for a few days and no one knew where I went? What if no one offered him any information? Nikita and I went to the car and waited for the men to pay the bill. Did he say anything? I shook my head. Of course not. All he said was that it's not my business, I said bitterly. One day I am going to get him back, and he's going to regret ever crossing me. She leaned back against the seat. Well, if you need help with that, just let me know and I'll provide backup. I spotted Michelson and Malcom walking out of the restaurant. Will do. Michelson gave Malcom directions to Tyler's house. I decided not to talk while in the car. I had nothing to say to Malcom anyway. Until he could man up and treat me like he should, I wasn't going to talk to him. We arrived at Tyler's by 9:30, and I could tell by the number of cars on the block that not everyone was there yet. Usually, the 3 blocks surrounding Tyler's house made parking a nightmare. Not that I would have been an issue this year. He emptied his driveway this year for me since my belly was huge. Big bellies tended to make werewolves a little nervous. When we walked in, I could hear Tyler's nervous voice. He was in just as much of a panic as I thought he'd be. What's going on in here? I asked in a teasing tone. Tyler let out a slight growl, which was instantly returned by another, more threatening growl from behind me. Tyler paled a bit when he saw Malcom. Tyler, like everyone else, hadn't been expecting Malcom to make an appearance. I smiled at him. It's funny how scared of him everyone is. Nikita huffed, grabbing my attention. That's only because you're not worried about him getting angry with you. True enough. I turned back to Tyler. His panic had been replaced by fear. So, what do you need help with? The fear turned to annoyance as I changed the focus. He jerked his thumb behind him to his beautiful girlfriend, who was sitting on the couch nursing a glass of wine. That woman was supposed to have this place clean and food cooked. Nikita laughed. You think a human would get that all done out of the kindness of her heart? Nikita looked the girl over. I'd bet the only thing she's good at is spending your money. He huffed and walked into the kitchen without a retort. It wasn't a surprise that Nikita let Tyler know precisely what she thought of the woman. She couldn't hold back. The girl hadn't been around long and probably wouldn't be for much longer. I followed Tyler into the kitchen. So, what do you want cooked? He waved his hand across the counter, lined with grocery bags. All this stuff. He growled as he ripped open a bag, sending food flying. I managed to catch a small bag of produce. I patted his shoulder. I'll get it. Don't leave this kind of stuff to a girl you hardly know. He grinned and kissed my cheek. That's what I have you and Nikita for. He quickly made his way out of the kitchen and up to the 2nd level. Well, Nikita said indignantly, just like a man to run away. I smiled at her and got started on the other woman's job. It didn't take Nikita and me long to get the food cooking. Tyler mainly had bought food that just required heating up. We found some meat in the fridge, so we cooked that too, knowing that food was not going to last long among werewolves. Once everything was well on its way to cooking, I stepped out of the kitchen. I immediately set my eyes on a pair of people in the living room, too close for a casual conversation. I stepped closer and got a better view. It was Tyler's useless girlfriend and Malcom. Her smile was definitely beautiful. Her body language suggested she was more than willing to offer herself to him. And Malcom, as shameless as he was flirting right back with the woman. I cleared my throat loudly enough to break Malcom's flirting with the woman and also gain attention from other wolves in the room. Malcom's eyes became suspicious. I need your help, I said sweetly. The woman started to size me up, but her eyes stopped on the baby bump. You have Nikita, he suggested. I shrugged my shoulders. You know we can't open jars sometimes. I wanted to smack him in the face, but I'd wait until I got to the kitchen. We're weak little things, remember? He knew what I was doing. The smirks from the other wolves in the room told me that they knew what I was up to too. He stood up with a groan. A weak little thing isn't what I'd call you. I smiled and led him into the kitchen. Once far enough in, I turned on him and poked my index finger into his chest. Stay away from her, I ordered. I don't care if you want her for a night, stay away from her. Malcom swatted my hand away gently. You're giving me commands now? I nodded. It seems like that's how it's going to go today. You can try, he said with a smile. Every stupid rule you've given me, I'm giving you. You'll stay away from those women because it disrespects me. If you don't listen, I'll find a willing guy and flirt with him. He crossed his arms over his chest. No one's going to get involved with you. I crossed my arms over my chest, mimicking him. There is more than just your kind here tonight. I'm sure I'd do just fine, belly or no belly. Malcom stuck his head out of the kitchen and scanned the area. Some guys were human here. They would be afraid of Malcom, but they wouldn't have to listen to him. He looked back at me with a set jaw. Fine, if you can get the girls to stay away from me. Fine. I agreed. You can't go looking for them either. Whatever you say. He was obviously amused as he walked out of the kitchen. Nikita smiled at me. Go you. I sighed and leaned against the counter. Now I'm going to have to ward off a horde of women. Nikita smiled and reached over to rub my belly. It won't be that hard considering you have a baby bump. I nodded and looked down at the bump. Yeah, but I didn't sign up for all of this. She shrugged and turned back to arranging a snack tray. Well, suck it up, Buttercup. I stuck my tongue out at her and picked up a carrot stick. I peeked out of the kitchen to watch Tyler's girlfriend walk up to Malcom, who had been a good boy, and walked towards a group of males. When she tapped on his shoulder, he turned around with a smile. Obviously, this girl wasn't going to play hard to get. When she turned on the charm, I sighed and leaned against the doorway. Tyler, I called for him loudly enough for the woman to hear. Tyler, I called again, earning a glare from the woman. He came down the stairs in new clothes. Check your woman before I do. He leaned over the railing to look at her. She had taken a couple of steps back. Malcom was smirking at me. What did she do? He asked, not seeing the misbehavior I had caught. I rubbed a hand over my bump, just for her to see. Your woman is overstepping her boundaries. He sighed and came down the steps. When he saw that she had been close to Malcom, he filled in the blanks. He closed his eyes tightly and scratched his forehead. I don't have time for this nonsense right now. Tell me about it. I sympathized. No one had time for this. Come here, he told his woman. He even held out his hand for her. She reluctantly went over to him, feigning her innocence. Tyler took her upstairs. I gave Malcom a warning look before turning back to Nikita. She smiled at me. Sometimes you make my life so interesting. It's not my fault. This is his fault. I pointed at Malcom. She nodded. Oh, I know. By the time 11:30 came around, the party was in full swing. Tyler and his girl came back not long after they went upstairs. When they came back, his girlfriend avoided Malcom or any other man in the house. Of course, she gave me a few spiteful looks because I tattled on her. I wasn't even bothered to stop the woman from talking to Malcom. I had seen Tyler's girlfriend go to her group of friends and tell them what happened. Those identical girls were now surrounding Malcom, flirting shamelessly. They all saw the belly. They all knew I was with him. I had a plan, so I wasn't worried about it. When it came time to watch the ball drop, I would take Malcom away from the women. Well, that was the plan until Tyler's younger brother Barton came into the house. After Barton arrived, I lost interest in the plan. Malcom could have all the women in the world. I didn't see Barton often, but when I did, I had the most fantastic time. Last time I saw him, I was with Edward and definitely not pregnant. Hooey, his voice boomed through the house. I thought you told me this was going to be a small party, big brother? Barton had been loud since the day I had met him. Tyler smiled and was up instantly to hug his brother. Barton never wanted the change, so he stayed human. He was 35 and looked it. Tyler looked like the younger brother since he was in his late 20s when he was changed. Looking at the two, you wouldn't think Barton was the younger brother. Nikita and I got up off our chairs and followed Michelson over to him. Barton hugged Michelson, then Nikita. When it was my turn, he froze and stared at my baby bump. Then he smiled teasingly at me. Someone's been having a little too much fun. I laughed and hugged him. He rubbed his hand over the bump. You're so big, he chuckled. Where's Edward at? Well, this is awkward, I winced. Edward is with his wife, and they're not here. Barton's face was priceless. He didn't even have anything to say. I smiled at him. It's really not a big deal. Barton's brows furrowed as he looked at his brother. You could have warned me, you jerk. Tyler sheepishly shrugged. It's been a long time. I didn't think about it. Barton looked back at me. So where's your new guy? I took a deep breath and thought about what to tell him. Malcom had made it very clear that we weren't in a relationship. This is a little awkward for me too. I'm not in a relationship with the father. Really? You? He laughed, Miss Goody Two-Shoes. I playfully pushed him. Yes, that's what I'm told. He laughed. Well, that's good then. Good isn't the take most people I know have taken on it. Barton smiled at me. Yes, but most of them didn't want to do this. He grabbed both sides of my head and gave me a big kiss on the cheek. I was instantly surprised, but I knew this was Barton. I trusted him. And I knew that this was to rattle me. Barton got his kicks out of rattling people's cages. I couldn't help but laugh while he did it. He smiled widely when he let me go. I don't know why anyone would let you go. You're too much fun to tease. I laughed. One day you're going to do that to the wrong woman. Tyler cleared his throat and motioned towards the living room. I looked over to see Malcom staring over here, not at all okay with what he witnessed. Barton looked over too. He looked back at me with a smile. What happened to no man? I'm not in a relationship with him. He's made that very clear. Barton scoffed. I know as well as you do that he still thinks that he has a claim on you. Yeah, he thinks he does. Barton gave a quick sigh. Guess I'm going to have to apologize then. I rolled my eyes. Yes, it's annoying, but he's stronger than I am. Really, Barton, just let him be mad. I suggested. No thank you, Barton shook his head. I don't want to have to watch my back tonight. Barton walked towards Malcom completely unthreateningly. Everyone looked on eagerly to see what was going to happen. Malcom wouldn't hurt Barton. He was the family member of a pack member, and I hadn't fought against Barton when he had surprised me. Everyone else knew Barton was just messing around. That was something Malcom should have understood. After a few words, which I couldn't make out with all the noise, I saw a smile spread across Malcolm's face. With that, I knew I didn't have to worry about Barton, so I went outside. I needed to take a walk before going back in there. It wasn't long before Nikita came out after me. You know the ball drops in like 3 minutes, right? I sighed. Sure, sorry. I just needed some air. She gave me a small smile. I understand. I just didn't think you'd want to miss the ball drop. I nodded. You're right. One of Tyler's girls' friends hung herself on Malcolm's arm, looking at the television, waiting for the countdown to begin. I walked into the kitchen, grabbed an empty champagne flute, and poured some cider for myself. I could still toast and have a drink with everyone. I bet I'd get a few looks from people who thought I was actually drinking champagne. Barton's elbow was sticking out, so I slid my hand through and latched onto him. I needed someone alone. Everyone else would be giving their significant others kisses to celebrate the new year. The show cut away from the newscaster to focus on the shot of the ball drop. The ball held still at the top of its pole. I couldn't look over to see Malcom with the other girl, so I made sure I kept my eyes on the screen and my hair shielding my view of him. I just couldn't stand to look at him. When the ball started dropping, I could hear everyone counting down with it. I couldn't be happy about what this new year was going to bring me. The only good thing I was going to get out of it was 2 babies. This year was going to bring me pain, arguments, and self-consciousness. I couldn't see anything to really look forward to this year. 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year. Everyone yelled together. Barton hadn't counted down with the crowd either. He tapped his glass with mine. Here's to another year, huh? Yeah, I sighed and nodded. Happy New Year. Chapter 19. Barton nudged me to look towards Malcom. I inwardly groaned. I really didn't want to, but I looked in that direction to see a chest very close to my face. I looked up to see Malcom smirking over me. Barton disappeared. You're sad, Malcom said matter-of-factly. I shrugged and took a sip of my cider. So what if I am? You're supposed to be happy. Humans typically rejoice at a new year. I huffed and looked him in his eyes. Most humans aren't in my situation, are they? I took another sip of my cider, wishing it were something more substantial. Most people don't have to deal with your mood swings all this coming year. Malcom smiled. I know a few women who would be glad to put up with me for a year. I scoffed. Not women who know that you want nothing more than a casual fling from them. That's not all I want. I felt his hand on the bottom side of my bump. You're giving me children this year. Yeah, I am. What are you giving me? He chewed on that for a moment. Anything you want. I opened my mouth, but he pressed his index finger against my lips. Except that. You know I can't give you that. I shrugged. Looks like you're not going to be giving me anything of worth then. He smirked. I'll keep you happy enough. He interrupted my retort with a simple kiss. It was in front of everyone. It was an obvious claim. Something that wouldn't go anywhere, but he was just playing games with me some more. I pushed him away from me. You need to get permission for that. I motioned towards the woman he was around earlier. I'm not one of those women you can just get what you want from and leave. Malcom stood up straight, hovering over me. I'm not going to be with any of those women tonight. I made you a deal and I'm going to stick to it. I rolled my eyes. We'd see just how well that would go. I stretched as I woke up. Malcom had kept his promise and did not go home with any of those girls. He didn't even entertain the idea for any of them. I didn't feel as wound up as I had been last night. It was amazing how much better I felt after we'd made up. When I didn't hit Malcom, I looked around the room. I was alone. I had woken up alone in the hotel room when we had first met anyway, so I didn't think much about it. I got up and got ready for the day. I had to go to my work and put in my resignation. If I were going to keep my pregnancy safe, I needed to be around the pack all the time. I couldn't do that when I was at work for hours on end. When I was dressed, I was surprised that Malcom hadn't come back yet. I glanced at the clock by my bed. It was only 9 in the morning. My dad wasn't due back for another 2 hours. I went to the kitchen to find it empty. Living room. Empty. Office. Empty. Bathroom. Empty. I searched the entire house and couldn't find him. Not a note, nothing. Would he have gone on a run and left me here alone? Wasn't he the one pushing me to stay where I was guarded at all times? I pulled on a jacket and put on my hiking boots. I needed to stay warm, and the tread on the boots would keep me from falling on any ice. I stood outside my house and listened. I couldn't hear anything to suggest that there was a wolf out there running around. When I heard my cell phone ringing in the house, I decided to go back in. It was Nikita. Where are you? I've been looking all over. I looked out the front window to see my car alone and snow-covered, in the driveway. I'm on my way. I couldn't let Nikita know that Malcom and I had made up again. He might have been charming, but this time it made me feel foolish. What do you mean on your way? Malcolm's already here. Everyone knows he wouldn't leave you alone. She's not alone, a man's voice said behind me, which scared me out of my skin. Geez, Edward. I put my hand over my rapidly beating heart and tried to calm myself down. Malcom left you with Edward? Nikita shrieked. I'm coming over. No, really, Nikita, I'm on my way over. If you're not here in 10 minutes, I'm coming over. Knowing my best friend as long as I had, gave me the knowledge that she would do no such thing. Nikita would be in her car as soon as we hung up. All right. See you in 10. When I ended the call, I couldn't help but be confused. Why are you here? Malcom called out for a guard, and I happened to be closest. He adjusted the sweatpants that were at least 3 sizes too big for him. Dad kept a stash in the backyard, and unfortunately for Edward, my dad was of a much bigger build. I took a couple of steps away from him. Edward had changed since he'd been mated to Margot. He wasn't sweet or even nice to me anymore. Well, I can give you a lift back to the house. He shook his head. Why don't we have a little chat first? I inwardly cringed. I didn't want to hear what this newfound Edward had to say. What do you want to talk about? I know what you think of me. I want you to leave. What? Why? His eyes narrowed. I don't want you to stomp around my territory, flaunting your pregnancy in my face. I don't flaunt anything. I said, mildly offended. I didn't plan on this happening. So what? We break up, and then you happen to end up pregnant? That's too much of a coincidence. He was on the verge of yelling. I really didn't want to be this close to him. Alone and delicately pregnant. You know I wanted kids. Edward, I tried my best to stay calm, but I knew he could sense my panic. I didn't try to get pregnant. I wouldn't use this as a way to get back at you. I could tell by the look on his face that what I had said only seemed to make him even madder. No, why would someone as vengeful as you do that? I took a few steps slowly away from Edward. I needed to get to a gun. Dad kept several hiding spots of silver-loaded guns. I knew where they all were, but Edward would be looking out for most of them. Any werewolf who knew how to use their nose recognized silver. I know you tracked down a wolf of higher ranking on purpose. If I could just get further down the hall, there was a panel I could open with a handgun. I'd bet you tried to get pregnant. I shook my head. Why would I use a baby as payback? Why would I subject myself to the miscarriage rates werewolves have? I was about 5 feet away now. I just needed a few more steps to get my hand on that gun. If I wanted to have a baby out of spite, I would have chosen a human, because if I had, you wouldn't be able to confront him or say anything. He growled at me. Malicious growls aimed at you are always frightening. You shouldn't be pregnant. He doesn't deserve to ever have kids. Was all of this coming from jealousy? Had Edward wanted kids that badly when we had been together? If I had known. I couldn't think about what-ifs right now. I needed to focus on what was happening in the present. I ran my hand over the wall and found the lip of the panel. Please don't do anything stupid, Edward. This is my baby too. I couldn't tell Edward about the twins. I had only told Nikita and my father. I don't know who Malcom had told. I don't care. You can try again. I pulled the gun from the panel and shot, hitting Edward's hand as he reached towards me. The bullet lodged in the wall behind him. Blood dripped from his hand. He hissed and pulled his injured hand back. His eyes seemed to clear of the rage that had been feeding him. I pointed the gun right at his face, but I didn't shoot. What was that for? He yelled in confusion. I kept the gun pointed at him. Don't reach for me, Edward. I like Margot. I don't want to make her a widow. He hissed, holding his injured hand, and looked around. What am I doing here? He asked aloud, but to himself. How long have I been here? I don't know for sure, Edward, but you should take a step back. He took a step back and looked at the bullet in the wall while he clutched his hand. Did you shoot me with silver? I nodded once, completely confused by what I was witnessing. How could he not know why I had shot him? He had to be faking to get my guard down. Emilia, you can lower the gun. He made it sound like he hadn't been a threat to me moments ago. I shook my head. I don't know what you're playing at, Edward, but I'm not lowering this gun. You're fast, but not faster than my trigger finger. He nodded and backed up slowly. I'm going to the kitchen to grab a towel. I'm not going to make sudden moves. I can tell you're a bit frazzled. With every step he made away from me, I felt safer. When he was 20 feet away from me, I started to follow. He grabbed a towel from the drawer and wrapped his hand. You feel like telling me what happened? I'm confused here. I huffed. You're the one acting strangely here. His brows creased. I threatened you? Not me exactly. He shook his head, seeming to understand what I was saying and not liking it. I wouldn't have done that. Margot is excited to have a niece or nephew. I wouldn't take that from her. I made my way to my purse and searched for the feel of my keys. If I looked away from Edward, he could attack before I could react. I'm not going to make any quick moves. I know you'd shoot me. I found the keys and tugged them out of my purse before bringing the strap over my shoulder. While I'm here, I should apologize for what I said about you a while back. Jace told me to steer clear since you knew, he confessed. I was just jealous. I should have kept my trap shut. Right now I find that hard to be sincere. He checked under the towel. I know. Is it still bleeding badly? He nodded. A bit. In my med bag there's a packet called Bleed Arrest Clotting Powder. Rip it open and pour it on. Keep the pressure on it until the bleeding stops. He nodded. It's still under the end table? I nodded once to confirm. Wait until I'm in my car. Okay. He grabbed another towel. I'll stay put until you send someone for me here. I shut the front door and nearly ran to my car. I had it unlocked when I heard the zipper of my medical bag. That was when Nikita's car squealed to a stop, blocking me in the driveway. Get in. I didn't think twice. I left my car unlocked and jumped into her car. Get me out of here. Nikita drove like a professional driver as soon as I was buckled in. What the hell happened? With a shaking hand, I set the gun on the console. I shot him, I said in disbelief. I shot Edward in the hand. How long had he been there? I didn't know he was there until you heard him on the phone. I didn't even hear the bells chime when he came in. Were any of your windows open? I shrugged. I don't know. Maybe. The bathroom window is usually open. Edward was gone all night. Margot's been worried about him all morning. She glanced at me. Did he stay with you last night? I shot her a harsh glare. No, I did not have Edward over last night. Malcom stayed with me, but he was gone when I woke up. Did something happen last night? I heard Malcom was in quite a funk this morning when he got to the pack house. What did he do? Our talk last night shouldn't have left him angry, unless he regretted us making up. I was the one who pushed for it, after all. When Margot asked him if he could look for Edward, he snapped at her something about not being Edward's keeper. Not brother/sister drama? She shrugged. I don't know. When we got there, I started looking for you, and I overheard her crying to her father about Edward. Nikita reached over and put my handgun in her glove compartment. You're too jumpy to be carrying. She locked the compartment. It would definitely keep me out. What happened with Edward? Why did you shoot him? By the time I finished telling her the story, I was sobbing and holding my belly. She groaned. Malcolm's going to be furious with Edward if he finds him first. We need to tell Finley what happened before Malcom can find out. He'll keep his son from tracking Edward down. I wiped my tears away with the bottom of my shirt. When we got into the driveway, I knew I was still a mess. Nikita held my hand as she led me around. I ignored where I was going until Nikita let go of my hand and knocked a door down, literally. It was one of the guest rooms. As quickly as the door was broken, she was on the ground on her stomach, lying limply with a big body holding her down. You should speak to Emiliana in private, Nikita said when she gave her neck to Finley. He looked over at me and took in my frayed nerves. You could have knocked. He got off of Nikita and went back into his room for a shirt. The head alpha's pretty cute. I mused to myself, which helped me calm down. And full of scars. I also noted. Nikita slowly got off the ground and kept her eyes on my stomach. When Finley came out, he was in jeans and a long-sleeved shirt. Let's go to the office, since my door is now broken. He shot Nikita a look before walking in the direction of the office. Nikita stood still until I dragged her along with me. I didn't want to do this alone. I needed someone there for me. Finley cleared his throat when I followed him into the room with Nikita, grabbing the attention of the others in the room. Alpha Jericho's brow creased in concern. We're setting up a grid to find Edward. Can this wait? Finley watched me for a moment before he shook his head. This can't wait. I need all of you to give me the room for a few minutes. Jericho shook his head and tapped his pointed finger on the map. I need to find Edward. He's never gone missing like this before, which means this is serious. That's what we're going to talk about, Finley said calmly as the Alpha's face became angry. If this has to do with my son, then I am going to hear this too. I shook my head. Edward's at my house. You should take Alan. Panic was the look on the Alpha's face. Finley watched the Alpha run to save his son. He probably thought that Edward was dying. When they left, Finley locked the door. What happened with Edward? I told Finley what had happened, leaving out the hurtful things he said. I didn't want to have to face that again today. I kept my hands on my belly since it had helped my jitters last time I told the tale. Finley took a deep breath before speaking. Don't tell Malcom about what happened until I say you can. The order sank into Nikita. Finley smiled at me. Don't let my son run all over you. He needs a woman with a backbone. The door to the office boomed, but didn't open. It sounded like someone was trying to get in with a battering ram. Finley sighed at the door, but went over to open it. Behave, Finley chastised. I don't want to pay to replace another door you've broken. Then don't lock me out. Malcom growled at his father as he walked into the room. What happened? He was looking at me, but all I could do was stand there. Malcom turned towards Finley. Then you tell me. Finley leaned back against the Alpha's desk. This needs to be figured out before you go about dispensing your justice. What happened? He asked from a clenched jaw. I looked at Nikita. Maybe she wasn't as scared as I was. She sneezed, grabbing both of the wolves' attention. She smiled at me. You smell like black pepper when you're scared. I glared at her, which eased some of my fear. That had probably been her goal. You should tend to yours. Finley remained calm, even with his son raging. It's been a long time for you, but she still needs attention and affection. Malcom rolled his shoulders and cranked his neck. Don't speak with her again unless I'm present, he told his father threateningly. Don't go giving orders to me, boy. I was definitely more afraid of Finley. By the way Malcolm's back tensed, I knew he was scared too. Care for what's yours before it's taken away. Finley walked to the door and held it open. After you, Nikita. She squeezed my hand once before walking out of the office, leaving me alone with Malcom and the wolf staring out of his eyes. Chapter 20. Now are you going to tell me? He was still plenty mad, but I wasn't worried that he'd attack me like Edward had. I shook my head. Finley said not to. Malcom took a deep breath. How about you just tell me if I'm wrong then? I'm pretty sure that's still cheating. Guessing isn't you telling me what happened. Technically, it's not breaking what Finley told you to do. He was pretty convincing, but no was the answer he got. Malcom held a hand out and ushered me to him. I hesitated because I didn't know if I could trust him. He was sneaky. I didn't give him my hand because I was much more comfortable having my hands on my stomach to reassure myself that nothing had happened to them. My babies were still healthy and growing in me. When I didn't reach out to his hand, he stepped closer to me. Did something happen to the babies? I shook my head. Of course not. If something had happened, I'd be in a hospital, not here. He put his hands over mine. But something happened to you that had given you the need to protect them. I just stared at him. I wasn't going to give him the answers he was looking for. He brought a hand away from my stomach and kissed the knuckles there, which made me feel a little better knowing he was on my side. Gunpowder. Anger. A lot of fear. And a trace of my brother-in-law. He wanted me close to search for clues, not to comfort me. I tugged my hand away from him, now mad. You left me in the middle of the night. He shook his head. It was morning when I left. The sun was up and shining. Why did you leave? He took a step away from me with irritation on his face. We're not in a relationship. We just made a truce. I know we're not in a relationship, but you left me with Edward. His eyes narrowed. I left you with Jace. I don't trust Edward. Jace wasn't around. If he was, he would have come to help me since you were obviously too busy to stick around. What did Edward do to you? I shook my head and went towards the door. Edward didn't lay a finger on me. It's not Edward's fingers I'm worried about, he seethed. Edward has a wandering eye, much like his father. Edward is mated to your sister. Why would he be involved with me? I'm obviously not enough to stick around for. And then I felt the pain in my chest. Edward left me for a mate, and Malcom didn't even want to stay until the morning. What was so wrong with me? You're such a pain, he muttered. You expect me to bring you breakfast in bed? He snapped. The pain in my chest throbbed. I rolled my eyes at everything in my life. What was the point? No. I'm sorry I ruined everything for you. I walked away from him. When I got downstairs, I saw Edward come in with the group of men that Finley had kicked out of the office not long ago. Edward's hand was bandaged up, which meant Alan had cleaned it up. The alpha slowed down to let the group pass him. When they were all down the way, he turned to me. I don't want you to stick around after what you've done to my son. I didn't have the strength to oppose what he wanted. So I grabbed a set of keys to a truck and went outside. Clicking the unlock button alerted me to one of the many packed trucks. I drove off alone. I needed to get all of my thoughts together, away from everyone else's influence. I drove to the lake. No one would be out there. Well, no sane people anyway. Snow rested on the top of where I knew the water to be. It was tempting to walk out and test the strength of the ice, but I knew better. I put the hood of my jacket up to keep the cold off my neck. This morning had been so crazy. It was only noon. I had been rejected, I had been threatened, I shot someone, and now I was kicked out of the Alpha's house until further notice. I cleared off a portion of a bench and sat, staring at a view I've seen a million times. It was calm and quiet. The cold almost didn't seem to matter against the beautiful view of the lake and surrounding trees. Almost. I'd pay for the chilling wind to be absent for even 10 minutes. Would my kids get to come out here? Finley's land probably had beautiful views, but I wanted to share these memories with my children. Or would Malcom place them in impenetrable bubbles to keep them from danger and ruin their childhood? Would my kids be witnesses to parenting that had nothing to do with love and affection? How would my children know what a relationship was supposed to be if I couldn't offer an example to them? Would this be a joint custody arrangement where I'd have them every other holiday, but go months without seeing them? Would Malcom even let me have main custody over them? If Malcom didn't let them out of his territory, I'd have to move there permanently to see my kids at all. And there would be the inevitable part where I would be changed into a werewolf. Would I make it through the change? When was it going to happen? What if Malcom ordered me away from my children? I'd have to listen to him as a wolf, and he was so strong that there would be no chance of challenging him on it. But the question that bothered me was this: what would I do when my children grew old and passed away? What would I do if they tried the change and both failed? What if only one survived the shift? That was the most haunting idea. I heard a rustling in the trees and remembered that I didn't have a gun with me. If it were a wolf, I'd be in trouble. If it were one of Malcom's enemies, I'd have to deal. Regardless, I just watched the area where I had heard the rustling. The sound of snapping and reforming bones had me cover my ears. I hummed to myself to keep the sound out as I scanned the trees. I really didn't care who it was. They had interrupted my thoughts. All I wanted to do was to be left alone. I wanted to curl up in my bed and cry myself to sleep. In that moment, all I could feel was an overwhelming depression. Then my dad popped his smiling head out of the bushes. I stopped humming. "What are you doing out here?" I hollered. "Word on the street is that you ran off on your own after the alpha sent you away." He walked out of the trees, adjusting the clothes he'd just put on. I closed my eyes and turned my head away. He didn't send me away. I was already on my way out. I defended. He didn't sound convinced. You know, a normal person would find this situation really weird. I couldn't look at my father right now, not while he was still getting dressed post-change. Check the truck for clothes. Hopefully there's some in there. I tossed the keys in his direction. I knew he'd catch. A few minutes later, he sat down next to me after dressing and smiled. "I knew you'd be here." "You weren't supposed to take off on your own," Dad said gently as he put hand sanitizer on. He knew I had a thing about germs. "Whoever did this to Edward could have been waiting for you." "Well, it's a good thing you found me first then," I said monotonously. Dad nodded. "Talk to me. I know you're unhappy." "It doesn't really take a rocket scientist to figure that out," I said with sarcasm. He smiled at me. "So talk to me. I know I'm not Nikita, and it's not easy to talk to your dad about relationship problems, but I'm willing to listen." I looked at my dad, but I couldn't bring myself to say anything. He was just trying to be a good father. But I couldn't lay my problems on him. He gave me a sympathetic smile. "How about you tell me what happened with Edward so I'm not caught off guard?" I was grateful that he gave me another option. So I launched into the story. At the end of it, Dad's eyes were angry, but I also recognized his thinking. This is going to be a Malcom problem again, isn't it? I couldn't offer an answer to that, so I gave a non-committal shrug. He wrapped an arm around my shoulder. "We'll work this all out. No one's going to hurt you or the babies." I rested my head against his shoulder with a sigh. Why couldn't this be easier? Dad chuckled, bouncing my head a bit. "Life is never simple, especially for you. Werewolf dad, werewolf friends, early passing of your mother, unplanned babies, and last but not least, a complicated baby daddy." I couldn't help but laugh. "That sounds so weird coming from you." He kissed the top of my head. "I know." We weren't alone long before another werewolf came out of the trees. This one was in human form, though his amber eyes told me he was furious. "Are you going to tell me what happened now?" Malcom hollered as he looked over me. "Why are you in the cold?" "It snowed recently." "I have to be in the cold," I said matter-of-factly. "And no, I'm not going to tell you anything." I felt my dad sigh as Malcom stomped closer to us. "So the alpha decided he could banish you from his house for no reason? His son has a bullet wound in his hand." Malcom stopped right in front of the bench, causing me to look up at him. I was protecting myself. I wanted to scream. I was protecting my babies. Edward's lucky I didn't hurt him worse. My dad's hand squeezed, reassuringly, on my shoulder. Malcom crouched down in front of me. If the Alphas banished you on assumptions, I have no problem with overriding that command. But if you attacked Edward, there's nothing I can do. I shook my head in disbelief. How can I attack Edward when he came into my house? You didn't even know he was there. You thought Jace was there. Malcom nodded once. Jace was there. He's currently nursing a fracture on the back of his skull. He was knocked out, but he claims he doesn't know who did it. Why would Edward attack her? Dad got off the bench and began to pace. This doesn't make sense. I thought over the moments after I had shot Edward. I felt over how confused he had been. I thought over the genuine surprise on his face after noticing he was shot. He had deliberately made slow, cautious moves to ensure that I wouldn't be shooting him. Malcom tipped my chin with his finger. What are you thinking about? After I shot him, Edward seemed confused. He didn't know why he was at my house. He said he wouldn't have threatened me like that, if only for Margot's sake. I saw in Malcolm's eyes that something clicked for him. What is it? I asked hesitantly. Dad stopped pacing, looking at the back of Malcolm's head. Do you remember the witch, the one who blackmailed me at the restaurant? I nodded once in response. It could have been her. You're saying a witch is after my daughter now? No, Malcom stood up. I think she's working for someone. I looked up at his face. I thought you were going to pay her to keep her mouth shut. I did pay her. Malcom helped me off the bench. That wouldn't necessarily keep her mouth shut. Malcom helped me off the bench and led me toward the car. What happens now? I asked, blindly following Malcom to the car. I'll figure out if it was her or not. Malcom opened the car door for me. Don't worry about her anymore. I'll make sure no one gets this close again. That sounds like something that would be impossible for you to do when you're gone all the time. Malcom started up the car. No one said it was going to be easy. I leaned back in my seat and closed my eyes, trying to relax. Maybe I should have just run away until I had the babies. I heard both of the men chuckle. I kept my eyes closed the whole ride. When I opened them, I expected to be at home. I wasn't. Malcom had brought me back to the Alpha's house. I let out a long sigh. Are you sure this is worth the drama? Malcom smirked at me and nodded. Don't worry about the Alpha. He still doesn't have the whole story. And you do. My tone was sarcastic. Yes. He opened the door and got out. I rolled my eyes and opened the door with a frustrated huff. I should be at home. Dad was out of the car before me. Stay with Malcom. He's the one that's going to go against an Alpha. We caught up to Malcom at the front of the house. Does the Alpha know I'm here? No, Malcom said with a shake of his head. Don't be afraid. This Alpha is the least of my worries. I followed Malcom into the house with caution. Everything in me told me that I shouldn't have been there. I needed to go home, where I was safe. Before I could retreat, Malcom took my forearm and pulled me along with him. At the top of the stairs, the first person we ran into was Margot. She gave me a small smile. I'm glad to see that you're okay. That didn't feel sincere. When Malcom let out a warning growl at her, I knew it wasn't. Did she think Edward had been with me last night, with her brother around? Margot glared at her brother. She shot my husband. You expect me to be happy about it? Malcom let go of me and stepped closer to her, towering over her. I expect you to be civil. It was neither of their faults. If she hadn't shot him, he would have harmed her and my kid. I was surprised that she kept her glare. Her brother was rightfully intimidating. Margot faltered after a moment, but regained her composure. That's not my problem, Malcom. His brows rose in surprise. Maybe I should reconsider going easy on your husband for attacking Emiliana while she's under my protection. Margot instantly turned on her heel and went to her room. Malcom watched her until the door shut. He turned back to me and led me to the study with his hand on my lower back. He stopped right before the door. What my sister said was nothing against you. She's just backing up her husband. I shrugged. That's what she's supposed to do, right? Yes. He sounded a bit reluctant. Let's go inside. I moved to the side to let him go in first. I didn't want to be the first one the Alpha saw. Malcom caught on quickly and made his way into the study with me trailing behind him. What is she doing here? I told her to leave. The Alpha's voice was furious. And I brought her back, Malcom said. You banish her without even knowing what happened. That's bad leadership. I looked out from behind Malcolm's big back to see the alpha's face turning red in anger. You come into my home and insult my decisions and my leadership? Finley kept a watchful eye on both of the men. You sent the pregnant human away from the protection of the pack based on your fury and no idea of what was happening. Malcom shot back without any of the rage the alpha had shown him. If I reacted like you have, both you and your son would be in serious trouble. The alpha roared in a wolf-like manner, terrifying me. The only protection I had from the alpha was Malcom, so I grabbed onto the back of his shirt and cowered behind him. Malcom reached back and rested his hand on my hip as a reassurance to me. He knew what he was doing, whatever it was. Malcom let out a threatening growl. If you come at me now, you'll regret it. Enough. Finley cut in. Now is not the time. Jericho, go get your son before this becomes something else. Malcom pivoted me as Alpha Jericho walked out of the room. Once he was out of the room, Malcom stepped away from me. I was still afraid, and I knew it showed. Finley sighed unhappily as he looked me over. She needs to rest. Malcom put his hand on my lower back again and led me towards the couch. You should rest. Malcom echoed his father. I slowly sat down on the edge of the seat. I wouldn't be comfortable with Alpha Jericho standing over me when he came back. I couldn't relax here. Finley smiled at me like I was a small, fidgeting toddler. You can relax. No harm will come to you. I shook my head. I don't feel comfortable here. Finley nodded. After this is finished, Malcom will take you to your home. We need to be sure of what happened. I looked up at Malcom. How long will this take? Not long. I grabbed onto Malcolm's shirt when he took a step away from me. He looked down, confused for a moment before looking over me. I didn't want him to be far from me. He was all the protection I had against whatever was going to happen. I needed him close. Malcom sat down next to me, which made me feel much more secure. Edward and his father walked into the room. Edward's hand was still heavily bandaged since it was healing very slowly. Edward would probably be bandaged for a while because of the hole in his hand. He gave me a small smile and a wave. He was going to be okay, which made me feel a bit better. Alpha Jericho looked over at Malcom. The anger was still etched in his features. So Edward, Finley said neutrally, what do you remember happening? He shrugged. I don't remember what happened at all. I was getting ready to go out with Margot, then it all goes black until I came to with a bullet hole in my hand. How did he get past Jace? I asked Malcom in a whisper. You said Jace was there. Malcom nodded. Jace was knocked out. Edward looked down. I wouldn't have hurt Jace. I wouldn't have tried to attack Emiliana. Malcom looked over at him, gauging his reaction. I think you were possessed. Finley nodded in agreement. That would explain the feeling I get from the bonds. Possessed? Edward asked, alarmed. By what? A witch. I blurted before I could stop myself. A witch possessed my son. Witches can't possess werewolves. Alpha Jericho shot nastily at me. Malcolm's eyes lit up as he shot to the Alpha. This is your last warning. Consider this being your courtesy warning for my sister's sake. We know of a witch who is powerful enough to possess a werewolf for a short time, Finley added as he ignored the warning Malcom had given the Alpha of this pack. How long that witch had him was not a short time. The Alpha snarled. 10 minutes. Malcom was gone so fast I felt the wind from his departure. I looked over to see Alpha Jericho struggling against Malcom's powerful grip. I looked down and brought my hands up to my ear. I tried not to pay attention to the sounds of a struggle. I didn't want to see, hear, or even be involved with what was happening. I couldn't deal with it right now. I needed peace and calm voices. I felt on edge all the time, and this wasn't helping. Malcom, enough. Finley's voice boomed. I heard it clearly through my hands. You're not easing this situation. A crashing sound startled me into opening my eyes. Alpha Jericho was on the floor, surrounded by a mess of books, decor, and shelving. Malcom had shoved the Alpha Wolf into the wall-to-wall bookshelf. Malcom kept an eye on Alpha Jericho as he slowly got up. Finley waited until Alpha Jericho was back on his feet before saying anything. The look in Alpha Jericho's eyes was frightening. I had never seen the amber in his wolf's eyes before. We need to make sure that no one can do this again, Finley said to his son as Malcom walked back towards the couch. Do you want to bring Audrey down to set up blocks? Malcom suggested. Finley sighed and looked at me. I don't think we have much of a choice. This Audrey can't do it from her own land? There have been too many unknown wolves in my territory lately, Alpha Jericho growled. I saw Malcolm's jaw set as he looked towards the Alpha. I'll call and ask her. Finley's body language was calm compared to his son's. Finley looked between the two men. Either you two go blow off steam and calm down, or I'm going to let you two at it if you're going to act like children. For a moment, they just stood there, staring at each other. Alpha Jericho turned on his heel and walked out of the office. Edward followed his father out not long after. Once they were gone, I could feel the tension in the air leave. Take her home. Malcom nodded and helped me off the couch. Once at my house, I found my bed and slept. 2 days later, Audrey came to the pack territory and set up blocks in people's minds. She was more than confident that her blocks would hold up to a witch's assault. Tension eased slightly when the blocks went up around the pack, shielding everyone from any outside influence. When the time came to go with Malcom, the blocks would come down once the danger was gone. Once I was gone, this pack would settle down and become stable again. Chapter 21. Everything was going fine. We hadn't fought in days, almost a week. I was even considering asking him if he wanted to try to make this into a real relationship. But no, Malcom just couldn't keep his life drama-free. Nikita and I came back from the store after indulging in a girly day. We had bought some baby bottles and even a cute unisex blanket. I was actually happy. I was thinking that this life could be pretty cool. When I set the bags down on the couch, I heard rustling above me, coming from my room. No one was supposed to be here. Then I heard a woman's voice trying to say something quietly. I looked at Nikita and she was shaking her head. That jerk, she said in disbelief. I quickly made my way upstairs to see Malcom pulling on his shirt and a woman struggling to put on her pants. Are you serious? I yelled. In my own bed? Malcom just looked at me with a blank expression. I looked at the woman since Malcom wouldn't reply. It was a girl I knew in high school. I was so furious I couldn't even recall her name. And you? I walked towards her, but Malcom quickly blocked my path. I pushed him, but he didn't move. I saw red. You couldn't let things stay civil, could you? You have to bring this woman to my house and be with her in my bed. I yelled, swinging my fists at him furiously. You don't care about anything or anyone but yourself. Get your stuff and get out. His jaw clenched. I knew he would think that I was just being defiant and that I couldn't order him around. But I didn't care. I turned around and shoved past Nikita. I was at the bottom of the stairs before Nikita caught up. I threw open the closet and started pulling out the 3 jackets that were Malcom's. I threw them out into the snow. One of those jackets was leather. I hoped it would get ruined. Next, I grabbed the keys to the car he had given me. Those were tossed out as well. The woman came down the stairs behind Malcom. He didn't have his bags in his hands. The woman looked at the ground until she was out of the house, which was a good thing since I would have lost it on them both if either of them commented on my behavior. You're going crazy. After Malcom walked her to his car, he came back into the house with his jackets and his car keys in hand. You weren't even supposed to be here. Get out. I growled with my arms crossed over my chest. He tossed his jackets on the floor. I'll be back. It sounded more like a threat than a promise. I'll make sure all your stuff is outside. There's nothing you need in this house. Until these kids are ready to be born, I expect for you to make yourself scarce. With another unhappy glare, he turned and walked out of my house. I immediately went upstairs and started shoving his belongings into the duffel bag he had brought weeks ago. You're working yourself up, Nikita said from the doorway of my room. You should calm down and take a breather. I'll breathe when all his stuff is in the snow, I said furiously. I don't want him to take another step into this house. You think he's going to listen to your commands? I nodded. He will, or there will be trouble. Nikita sighed. I'll clear out the guest room too. When she left me, I felt myself deflate. This past week has given me so much hope. It made me think I might get the family I wanted. Fat chance of that happening now. I was more likely to lose my temper with him now. I threw the duffel bag out of my window, not even caring that I had shoved his laptop in that bag. It landed in the snow with a solid, satisfying thud. I took the bedding off my bed, then pushed it out the window, and even the pillows followed. When Nikita came into my room holding another bag, I was sitting on my bare mattress, feeling my babies move. "Are you sure you want to do this?" I slowly looked at her and nodded. Yeah, everything was going great. We were getting along. We weren't fighting. I was even getting used to him sleeping next to me. I wiped away a couple of escaping tears. He's just a selfish jerk. Right now he'll be lucky if I let him be there when the babies are born. She sighed and left the bag by the door. She sat down in front of me and put her hands over mine. "It will be okay, Amelia," she said comfortingly. "Malcom is a fool. When he hurts you, he hurts his kids." I shook my head. He doesn't care. This is all an obligation to him. He doesn't want this. I wiped my face again. Bringing that woman here to my bed was a slap in the face. She sighed. Maybe he just wasn't thinking straight. "No," I said regretfully, "we made up yesterday." She gave me a look, and I shrugged sheepishly. "It makes me feel less neurotic." Nikita nodded. "You were starting to fall for him, weren't you?" I looked down at my growing belly and regretfully nodded. "And that made me look like the fool I am." Nikita shook her head and grabbed my face, making me look at her. "You're not a fool, Emiliana. He is the fool. He led you on, then threw it in your face. He disrespected you in your own home, where you're supposed to feel the safest. He knew what he was doing. He could have taken her to a hotel, but he didn't. He threw it in your face and will use the fact that you're not in a relationship as a shield for his actions." I should have been stronger. I gave into a fantasy where I could have a loving husband and happy kids. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. I won't let that happen again. I can't give him the leverages to let him hurt me so easily. He's just the jerk who got me pregnant. Nothing more. When I looked at Nikita, I knew she was just as sad for me as I was. She knew I was giving up on the dream I had had since before my mother passed. "You know I'm here for you?" I nodded and felt tears collecting. "You know I love you." I blinked and felt the tears fall. This isn't fair. I started crying. What did I do to deserve this, Nikita? She scooted closer to me and pulled me into a hug. "You didn't do anything to deserve this. This is just a temporary problem. Everything will settle down eventually." Eventually. I hiccuped and took a breath. "I need a bath." Nikita nodded. "I'll go start the water. You lie down and rest for a bit." I leaned back on the bed and stared at the ceiling. He had to have done this intentionally. He wanted me to get mad with him. He wanted me to know that I was replaceable. He wanted me to know that I would never have the life that I dreamed of with him. Message received loud and clear. I thought to myself, "It's warm." Nikita shouted over the sound of the running bathwater. "Do you want bubbles?" I rolled off the bed onto my feet. "I can get it," I said while walking into the bathroom. "Why don't you make sure that duffel bag you brought over goes with the rest of his stuff?" She nodded and looked into the room. "Where did you put it?" "I threw it all out the window." She smirked as she walked out of the bathroom. "That's my girl." I shut the door behind her and relaxed my worries. When these babies were out, I would worry about what kind of co-parenting relationship Malcom and I would have. Right now, it wasn't worth the fuss. I didn't even have time to start undressing before something felt wrong. My entire abdomen tightened painfully in a powerful contraction. My initial reaction was to freeze. The stress from the altercation was now affecting the babies. I couldn't let my stress affect my children. That wasn't fair. I felt the contraction ease up completely, but the painful backache stayed. What was that? It was almost strong enough to bring tears to my eyes. It made my knees feel weak, so I sat down on the side of the bathtub. The pain didn't lessen. I felt a pooling of heat between my legs. It was embarrassing when I randomly leaked due to all those extra hormones, but this was different. It felt like a lot of fluid. This is different. I took off my pants to see clear fluid tinged with blood. My stress level skyrocketed to a panicked level this time. Malcolm's terrible ways couldn't send me into labor. I was only 27 weeks along. They would be too small. Their lungs wouldn't be developed. If they were forced to be born now, they wouldn't survive. "Nikki!" I screamed as loud as I could. If she were 5 miles away from me, she would have heard me. She was in the room within seconds, with a worried look on her face that probably matched my panicked one. "What's wrong, Amelia?" I felt tears form in my eyes. "I think I'm going into labor." Her face dropped when she took in what I was saying. "They're too little, Amelia." "I know. We need to get to Alan," I said when my brain started working again. The contraction let off completely when I got to the bottom of the stairs. Nikita didn't bother helping me into shoes or a jacket or even a new set of pants on the way out. She wrapped me in the blanket that had been on my couch and scooped me up before she carried me to the car, her werewolf strength coming in handy. When I got to the Alpha's house, Finley was outside waiting for the car to pull up. He was the embodiment of calm, like he had everything under control, when that was probably the farthest thing from my mind. When Nikita stopped the car, Finley picked me up and carried me to the infirmary, which was brightly lit, with doors all open. Alan was waiting for me. I would probably be under his close observation for a few days. When Finley set me down, Alan shooed everyone out of the room. I inserted my own four as Alan did an exam. It was uncomfortable to have him examining me so thoroughly. "Turn onto your left side and practice some breathing techniques," he said as he left the room for a moment. While he was gone, I tried my best to focus on the babies and not think about what Malcom had done. I cringed when a third contraction started. This one was stronger than the previous ones. This wasn't normal. All the stress from the fighting with Malcom ended with me going into preterm labor. Alan came back into the room with 2 fetal heart rate monitors and another device to monitor contractions. It's going to be a long night for the two of us. I took a deep breath, trying to clear my mind of everything that would stress me out. "I don't want any visitors." He nodded. "No one's going to be coming in here, except for me." I nodded and tried to get comfortable. I would be in this position for a long time, either until I was safe to go home or until my babies were born. Alan put 2 medications on the tray beside me, just in case. I saw a corticosteroid, which would help accelerate lung development and brain maturity in the babies. I'm scared. Alan secured a total of 3 monitors on my belly. "Everything will work out, Emiliana. Being positive about this is the best thing you can do for the babies right now. We both know if you don't stop this preterm labor from continuing, you'll be having babies that need a real NICU." I nodded and closed my eyes. Happy thoughts, I told myself. I didn't want my babies to have to be transported to a neonatal intensive care unit in an emergency. Alan sat on the bed behind me and gently pulled my arm back. "I'm going to give you magnesium sulfate. If it doesn't kick in as soon as I want it to, I'm going to give you the corticosteroids. Maybe you should give them to me now." I looked at him from over my shoulder, just in case. He shook his head. "I don't want to give it until the birth is imminent. There are too many side effects for it to be safe, especially if this therapy works." "All right." I lay my head back down and closed my eyes again. The best way to alleviate stress would be to sleep, so that's what I tried to do. Alan stuck around for a long time. We both held our breath when the heart rates dipped during the 4th contraction. The contractions were lowering the blood and oxygen supply to my babies. I couldn't be in labor for long, otherwise there would be serious consequences. When I went an hour without another contraction, I knew the medication was having an effect. The preterm labor was stopped for now. I just had to hope that it wouldn't start up again. There were no guarantees that if it started again, Alan would be able to stop them. I got fortunate that the babies weren't born that night. My babies would have had to live with the consequences of Malcom's actions and mine for the rest of their lives. Sitting alone in the infirmary gave me time to relax without being bothered. There was only one entrance to the infirmary, and I did not doubt that werewolves were waiting for my approval to let someone in to check on me. I wasn't surprised when my father was the first one into the room. Alan had limited my visitors to 1 at a time. I was sure he even kept out specific individuals who would cause me more stress. He frowned upon seeing the 4 hooked up and the monitors constantly recording everything that was happening. "I don't like seeing this baby girl." I huffed, but smiled. "I don't like being hooked up like this." He put his hand on my belly. "I don't understand that mumbo-jumbo." He waved his hand at the machine displaying all the stats I had been memorizing for the past few hours. "Just tell me if I need to be worrying about buying some car seats." I put my hand over his and gave him a genuine smile. "You can hold off on the car seats. This is all just a precaution now. Alan just wants to make sure we're out of the woods before he sets me free. Dad smiled back and bent down to kiss the side of my belly. No worrying me like this anymore. Your old man can only take so much. I noticed bruises on his hands and arms. Looks like the old man can handle some scraps. My father smirked at me. He didn't even see it coming. You attacked Malcom? I asked in disbelief. I sure did. He was proud of himself. I got a few good shots in. I'm glad to see he didn't get the best of you this time. I teased. That would just stress me out worse, but since you got a couple shots in, I think that makes me a little happy. He smiled and reached up to kiss my forehead. Nikita told me to make it quick. I'll be back later tonight, after you've rested. I nodded and watched my father leave. He wasn't gone for more than 30 seconds before Nikita was coming through the door in a hurry. Oh no, she said, horrified by the number of things I was connected to. No one told me it was this bad. I chuckled at her as she continued to have a panic attack. It's really not that bad, Nikita. Everything's much better now. It shouldn't have gotten to this point, she growled. I could have hurt him if I had the ability. Me too. I agreed. If only we could teach him a lesson. There would be no more Malcom issues. She smiled at that. Wouldn't that be nice? Nikita looked over at the monitoring screen. That's a lot of stuff going on. It's actually not so bad once you understand it. She snorted. Well, I don't understand it, Miss Nurse. I stuck my tongue out at her. She sat down on my bed and put her hand on my belly, probably taking a moment to calm herself down. This had been quite the experience for the two of us. I'm sorry if I worried you. I was freaking out last night. She gave me an understanding nod. You had all the rights in the world to freak out. Last night was a horrible turn of events. Everything will get easier now. She felt a baby kick. It was a good one too. This is kind of a reality check for all of us. Our actions have consequences on the baby. I breathed out a long sigh. This won't happen again. She rubbed the spot where she received a kick, probably trying to get another one. If Malcom doesn't straighten up after this, he's an idiot and should stay away, forever. I smiled at the resentment in her voice. Forever. She pushed herself up with a sigh. The doctor she spat like a curse, says we only get 10 minutes. The jerk. Malcom wanted to come in next. I shook my head. Not Malcom. I want to talk to Finley first. I don't want Malcom in here right now. Not so soon. Nikita nodded and wrapped an arm around me in a halfway, awkward hug. I'll send Finley in next. Then she was gone. Finley would be the last person I had to talk to today. I was ready to be alone again. It was so peaceful to sit here and not worry about any werewolf drama. It was just me and my growing babies. Finley didn't come into the room as quickly as Nikita had. I even heard his steps getting closer before his figure loomed in the doorway. I can't say I'm very surprised that you wouldn't want to see Malcom right now. I pushed myself up into a sitting position, keeping an eye on the heart monitors for any changes. I'm sure it doesn't surprise anyone that I don't want him around. Finley stood at the foot of my bed. Malcom explained what happened to cause this. I felt a slight tightening in my abdomen again. I closed my eyes and tried to relax. I just can't do it anymore, Finley. Your son is a dose of drama with an extra shot of chaos. That's putting it very nicely. Finley smiled at the confusion I was probably showing. I know my son hasn't acted much like the man I thought I raised. What has happened has opened his eyes to what he's doing to you and to his children. You two can't be constantly fighting if you're going to bring these two to term. I don't want to see Malcom for a while. I just can't handle him right now, I told Finley in complete honesty. He comes with a lot of stress, and that's just not what I need right now. I need to be calm and happy. I added a fake smile for emphasis. Finley bobbed his head once. Malcom will stay away until you think you can stand to be around him. That makes it sound so much worse, I mumbled to myself. Why did I have to be the one who felt bad about shutting Malcom out for a while? I needed this time to make sure the babies were carried long enough so they would survive delivery. Chapter 22. Alan let me go home 2 days later, when Malcolm's name didn't cause any more contractions. It was a couple of weeks before I even heard from any member of the Medills, and she wasn't even a Medill, technically, anymore. I was getting ready for work when the doorbell rang. I didn't worry about it because I had 3 guards outside my house and 2 inside. Besides my dad and Nikita, they were the only werewolves I had any contact with. It was like everyone had been ordered to give me some space. Margot poked her head in and smiled at my growing belly. It had grown noticeably in the past 3 weeks. Being 30 weeks pregnant with twins made me feel like I was smuggling a beach ball under my shirt. Nikita, the liar she was, told me it was cute. Margot brought her hand from behind her back and handed me a bouquet of white roses. It was a cliché, but they were my favorite flowers. Thank you. I smiled at the gesture. These are beautiful. Let's go put these in a vase. She looked over my attire. Are you headed out? I nodded as I put the flowers in a vase. Yes, actually. I have the rest of this week, then I'm done. Done as in quitting? I filled the vase with water. I can't really work now that I'm getting bigger anyway. And my cover isn't exactly subtle. I think they're getting suspicious about what's going on with the guys anyway. She hopped onto the counter and Saturday, so I know this is awkward, but how are you coping with what Malcom did? I froze for a moment. I wasn't okay with it. I was still mad, but mostly hurt. I'm dealing, I offered, even though it was only halfway honest. I wasn't having contractions because of him anymore, so that was an improvement. She fidgeted a bit. I'm sorry my brother is being such a jerk. I don't know why he has to be that way with you. I put the flowers in the middle of the dining table. Yes, he is. I just don't have the time or energy to waste on him anymore. Well, you are very pregnant. She smiled down at the belly. How is everything in that department anyway? I happily ran my hand over my belly. The baby is nice and healthy. It was really hard to edit myself while talking about the babies. I knew she needed not to find out I was having twins. No one needed to find out I was having twins. Her smile widened even more. Can I touch? I nodded and took a step forward as she hopped off the counter. She put her hand on the belly and right away received a kick. This is so amazing. I smiled down at the growing babies. Yeah, it is pretty amazing. I'm sorry, she almost whispered. I looked at her confused. About what? I know the last time I saw you, I wasn't really nice. Hurting Edward's hand wasn't your fault. You were just protecting yourself. I shook my head. You don't have to apologize for that. But I do. She leaned against the counter. I didn't behave like I know I should have. Edward didn't even blame you, so I shouldn't have either. I understand. You are worried about your husband. I looked at the clock. I really need to get going now. The flowers were from Jericho, she said as she headed towards the door. He won't admit it to anyone, but I know he feels a bit guilty too. I hadn't stepped onto the Alpha's property since the confrontation Malcom had with him. With Malcom's behavior, I hadn't been willing to see any of the pack for a while. I needed a break from the werewolf life. I talked to my dad, Nikita, and my guards. That was all the werewolf interaction I could handle. By the end of the week, Nikita had our night planned out. When I got home, she was waiting for me. She urged me to hurry up. Once changed and ready, Nikita practically dragged me out of the house. Normally, she said as she pulled into a parking lot, I'd say we'd go get some drinks to celebrate, but we can't do that. So we're going to go eat, then watch a movie if you're feeling up to it. I nodded. That sounds great. Thanks, Nikita. The diner was my favorite. We used to come here a lot, but life just got so crazy. She smiled when we sat down. So are you excited? You don't have to work anymore. I nodded and leaned back against the booth. Of course I am. I'm getting to be huge now. She glanced down at the belly for a moment. I'm so happy you've made it to one safe zone. I had made it past the time of worry for werewolf babies. If I were to lose the pregnancy now, it would be entirely unrelated for werewolf genetics. Finley mentioned that the safe zone for werewolf children was around 25 to 27 weeks. We would have celebrated then, too, but Malcom threw that wrench into the plans. Just 2 more until the babies make it into the bonus round 2. In a multiple pregnancy, any time past 37-ish weeks is considered a bonus. I was almost there. I was practically guaranteed my babies would be healthy when they were born. I just needed to keep them in there as long as I could. The longer they were in there, the closer they got to being full term. She smiled and looked at the menu. I can't wait until they're here. Me too. I adjusted, trying to get comfortable. I would trade my comfort of 7 more weeks for healthy babies, but I still wanted some relief. I feel so huge. Well, you're huge. Nikita teased. It will be all worth it, Mama. Just wait until you have those babies to hold. I smiled at her. I'll have you there to help me. She smiled, but I could tell something was bothering her. I couldn't ask her because our waitress came. She stuck around to ask me questions about the belly. I lied about having multiples and joked about my water breaking any second. When she was gone, I looked at my best friend. What's wrong? She shrugged to avoid the question, but I wouldn't let her. Not now. Nikita, I know you. I know you do, she admitted with a sigh. I just know you're going to have to leave soon. You need to have the babies on Malcolm's land, and I know you're probably going to end up staying there for a long time. It was the inevitable. Nikita and I were going to be separated. It would be the first time in our lives that we wouldn't be seeing each other almost every day. We'll adjust to it, Nikita. She sighed dramatically. What if you stay there permanently? I don't know, Nikita. I wish I could give you answers. She smiled a little. Maybe I could convince Michelson to do a pack change. I laughed at her. You shouldn't leave your pack because of me, Nikita. You'll still see me or talk to me all the time. You'll be able to visit whenever you want. A pack change is a big deal. She nodded. And eventually you will be in a different one. When you change, we won't be together. I nervously tore pieces off my napkin. You mean if I make the change? She smirked. There's no if, Emiliana. If I made it, you can too. You've gotten through dealing with the crankiest baby daddy I have ever seen. You can make the change. I hope you're right. Our food arrived, so we quit talking about anything so serious. Everything would work out in the end. It had to. At the end of our meal, we were arguing over what we wanted for dessert, all the while knowing that we were going to get both anyway. Nikita's happy smile was suddenly gone as she froze, looking towards the door. I expected it to be Malcom, but it wasn't. I'd guess he was around 35, 40-ish. He had on a blue plaid flannel shirt and jeans. His hair was overdue for a cut, which made it shaggy and messy. Even his stubble enhanced his features. Aside from the medills, I would say that he was one of the best-looking men I had seen in a long time. His side grin told me he had found what he was looking for at our table, which was instantly a red flag. As he walked over to the table, I knew he wasn't someone good. He walked like a predator, with muscles to match. He tossed a smile or two at the women who were staring, making them look away from the embarrassment of being caught gawking. He stood at the end of our table and looked between Nikita and me. You two are a challenging bunch of gals to get close to. Nikita was noticeably nervous about this man. He looked at Nikita. Why don't you join your buddy on the other side? His voice held a slight trace of the country twang. He had probably grown up talking. It was subdued now. She quickly sat next to me, blocking me into the booth between her and the wall. What's going on? I asked nervously. My name is Mars Alexander. He smiled charmingly at me. Malcom and I are past acquaintances. His eyes flashed amber for a moment before returning to brown as he sat down at the table across from us. Oh, I thought. He was a wolf. I looked back over the back of the booth. Where were my guards? Mars's smile turned not so charming. Those two are currently in dreamland. If this goes well, you'll be able to pick them up on your way home. This guy terrified my best friend. My throat felt dry. This was a horrible turn of events. This guy had gotten past the men Malcom had chosen to protect me. Mars slowly scooted my water closer to me. Take a drink. I don't want you choking. I did take a drink. So what happens now? Well, he looked over at me, clasping his hands together on the table. This is going to go one of two ways. 1, you'll cooperate and we'll all go home fine. Or 2, you won't cooperate and those guards outside, and your bestie, won't be going home tonight. His smile turned predatory. And you, my dear, will be coming with me. I glanced at Nikita before looking back at him. Nikita was shaking, whether from fear or anger, I didn't know. What do you want me to do? He shouted in joy, and his smile was pleasant again. He reached into his front pocket and pulled out a vial. You're going to fill this with your blood and you're going to give it to me. My blood? I asked, confused. Yes, your blood. He rolled the vial across the table. Fill it up. I shook my head. I can't. I don't have a needle. His eyes looked down at the table. There was a steak knife. That's not sterile. He grabbed his knife and reached over to set it in front of me. Either you do it, or I'll do it for you. When I didn't reach for it after a few seconds, he lunged forward and grabbed my wrist, pinning it to the table, holding the blade to my wrist. Nikita flinched, but we both knew she couldn't stop him. We didn't want to make him angry either. We needed to play along, or we were going to be in serious trouble today. I immediately conceded, all right. I'll do it. Just let me go. He leaned back in his booth, content. Good girl. I took the knife and looked at Nikita. We were both helpless here. I pricked my thumb and let the blood drip into the vial. Once it was halfway complete, I handed it over to him. There. I grabbed a pile of napkins and wrapped them around my thumb to help stop the bleeding. He covered the end of the vial with a plastic stopper. I'll see that the boys are loaded into your car. He got up from the booth. Thank you, ma'am, for cooperating. He started to leave, but he stopped and tapped the table 3 times. Make sure you also tell Malcom that I have his little witch. He reached into his shirt pocket one last time. She's a feisty one. He dropped a small ziplocked plastic bag on the table. I couldn't take my eyes off the bag. Inside was a lock of distinctive, silver hair. I grabbed the bag before anyone else could see its contents and put it in my jacket pocket. We need to go, Nikita. I dropped $100 bill on the table. She nodded and grabbed her head. I feel like I'm going to be sick. You can be sick at home, I said. We need to get to safety. She nodded and tried to stand up. When she did, she immediately fell to her knees and got sick onto the carpeted floor. The diner patrons all looked over disgusted. Through our encounter with Mars, the rest of the people hadn't blinked an eye. It must be nice to be oblivious to the supernatural creatures of the world. I would give anything to be ignorant for even a day. I put my hand under Nikita's arm and coaxed her up. I'm so sorry, I told the waiter, who was going to have to take care of it. Nikita was still feeling sick when I loaded her into the car. The guards were already waiting in the back seat, just like Mars had said. I drove carefully to get to the safety of the Alpha's house. When I sped down the driveway, I honked. I stopped at the very end, blocking in 3 cars, but it didn't matter. This was an emergency. I looked at Nikita. She was sweating and unconscious. I felt tears spring to my eyes. The door to the car opened. What's happening to her? I wanted to scream, but instead my voice crackled. I was pulled out of the car and carried to the infirmary with Nikita and my 2 guards. I glanced over Jace's shoulder to look back at Nikita. She still wasn't conscious. I was placed in my own room while Nikita and the others were carried down to another bigger room. I was okay. They were the ones who needed the medical attention. I lay on that bed for an hour before anyone came into the room. It was Alan. He smiled weakly at me. Everyone's doing fine. The guys woke up and are talking to Alpha Jericho. Nikita is, well, she's still asleep, but she's doing better. I nodded and leaned my head back down onto the pillow. Do you know what's wrong with her? He sat down on the stool with wheels on the bottom of it and scooted closer to me. Yes. Whoever that man was, he messed with the bonds Nikita has. The Alpha wants her to sleep until the bonds can be restored and Nikita can control herself. I sighed. How long will that take? He shrugged. Until Finley gets here and has a look at her, I don't know. He took my hand and examined my thumb. Did he do this to you? He made me do it to myself. It was this, or he would hurt them all and take me prisoner. Alan nodded and picked up the bottle of saline. It's a clean cut. I'll irrigate it and put some ointment on it. Other than this, is there any other pain or discomfort you haven't had before? I shook my head. No. I'm fine. He nodded. You guys got very lucky today. If he had taken you, no one would have known until your guards reported you missing. Since Finley is coming, does that mean Malcom is too? Alan just shrugged. Malcom is already here. His father has forbid him from speaking to you. Even under these circumstances, Malcom cannot approach you. If he does, Finley's psychic has blocks in place to throw his body 3 miles away from you. I smiled at the visualization of Malcom flying through the air. What about the bite? Finley shut that access down from his son. Finley has created a bubble of security around you. That probably saved you from being messed with like Nikita. If Mars had tried to mess with you, Finley would have known and Malcom would have been given permission to approach. So you already know? Alan nodded and swabbed the ointment over my cut. Yes, everyone in this infirmary knows. So, what if I need to speak to Malcom? Will he get sent away if I approach him? Alan shook his head with a small smile. As far as I know, no. I held my thumb out like a hitchhiker while he covered the wound with a bandage. I need to talk to him. Alan nodded. He's with Nikita, watching her. Why is he there? If something happens to Nikita, it will affect you the most. Just because you're in the werewolf's idea of a pregnancy safe zone, the stress of something happening to Nikita could trigger premature labor. If this happened in a few weeks, the twins probably would survive, but with complications and very low birth weights, Alan secured the bandage. If it starts hurting or if you feel off, come to me immediately. Don't wait for anything you don't think is normal. I nodded and stood up. Do the babies sound fine? He smiled. As far as I can tell, they sound just as they always do. With a smile and a nod, I was out of the room and in search of Nikita's room. It was easy to find. The two guards were sitting on the floor outside of it. The bump on both of their heads was gone, but the gashes remained, showing through their short hair. When they saw me getting close, they stood up and both wobbled. You two should stay sitting down. It will help you not to get dizzy. They both leaned against the wall, their faces set in solemn expressions. I patted their shoulders as I walked into Nikita's room. It's okay, guys. After weeks of avoiding Malcom, it was finally time to see the father of my children. Chapter 23. Malcom was gripping the bars at the end of Nikita's bed. These were reinforced beds, built specially for handling werewolves in emergency situations. It's not okay. He growled, looking over at me. How's what happened okay? It's not their fault. I shot back. You can't even find this guy. How do you expect them to prevent him getting close if you don't even know where he is? Malcom shook his head and looked back at Nikita. What do you think I've been doing this whole time? Running around with friends, not doing anything. I didn't figure you had friends. I assumed you would have been running around with one of your many girls. I don't have time to run around like that. I huffed. You had that time last month. And look how things have changed, he muttered as he kept his eyes on Nikita. What did Mars tell you? If I still know him, he probably told you to give me a message. I nodded and rubbed the bandage on my thumb. He wanted a vial of my blood. His brows scrunched in confusion. Mars can't work magic. He would have no use for your blood if he got close enough to get it. Your scent would suffice. The witch, I thought. But witches use magic and blood, right? Malcom cursed. Did he say a name? I shook my head. No, I reached into my jacket pocket. He said he had your little witch. I pulled out the bag. He gave me this. Malcom stared at the lock of hair for a few seconds before taking it from me. He opened the bag briefly before closing it again. Anger showed on his features as he examined it. He has that witch from the restaurant, doesn't he? Malcom nodded once with a clenched jaw. What can she do with my blood? Malcom leaned against the bed and looked at me. I didn't miss his eyes dip down to my swollen belly. He hadn't seen me for 3 weeks, which meant I had grown. She could throw a weak curse at you. She could possess you for a short time. She could influence you to do her bidding. He huffed and put the bagged lock of hair on a small table. That woman can do a lot of bad with your blood. What do I do now? You stay close to me. He crossed his arms over his chest. I'm sure Alan told you I can't intentionally get close unless you want me to. But no one can protect you like I can. I couldn't talk about that, not now. That would make me anxious and stressed again. The idea of a therapist would probably be useful, if one would understand about werewolves without putting me in a mental hospital. I needed a distraction, so I looked at Nikita. When will she be fine again? I've reversed most of the damage to the bonds, but there's not enough fixed to keep her control. I walked closer to Nikita and sat on her bed. This has been the worst winter in a very long time. I took her hand and waited for Finley to arrive. By the time that happened, I was asleep on some chairs by Nikita's bed. Malcom quickly pulled me away from Nikita when I started falling asleep because she was twitching in her sleep. I woke up when I heard Finley and Malcom chatting about Mars. She needs to come to the house. Finley nearly snarled at his son. It's your job to keep her safe. Start doing it. I breathed deeply and stretched a bit to make it evident that I was waking up. My back ached like I had been lifting things all day, which I knew came from the awkward position I had been in the chairs. I had it coming. I stretched to try to ease the pain, but it didn't help. Maybe you should go rest on a real bed, Malcom said, looking over at me. She's going to be asleep for a while longer. That's actually a good idea, I thought as I stood up. The pressure on my back hurt even more. Can I stay at the house? I don't want to be far from her. Of course, Finley agreed with a smile. I took a step, but then I had to stop. I felt a contraction. It was brief and my lower back didn't hurt with it, so I knew it couldn't be labor pains yet. It didn't even feel like the preterm labor drama. Malcom stepped closer when I froze. What's wrong? I breathed out hard. Just a contraction? I saw both of the men's faces drop. Don't worry. I'm not in labor. It's fine. Maybe we should have you checked out. Finley's voice sounded worried. With much amusement, I declined. Really, everything's fine. It's normal. You need to rest. Malcom stepped closer to me before I was lifted off the ground. You can argue with me later. I nodded and held on, trying not to think of the fact that Malcom was carrying me around. I was still too tired, and I ached all over. I'm never sleeping on a chair again. He chuckled, then took me to his room, where I fell asleep. When I woke up, it was 9 in the morning. I immediately got up, changed into something warm, and then went back out to Nikita. There were guards outside my door, which meant Malcom wasn't around. 3 guards followed me to the infirmary. When I walked into the room, I was surprised to see that Nikita was alone. I had expected Michelson to be here, but he wasn't. After sitting there for an hour, I started getting worried. How could Michelson not be here for Nikita? I knew he had obligations to the pack, but this was Nikita, his mate. I took a step out of Nikita's room and looked at one of the guards. Do you know if Michelson has been by? He shook his head. Malcom took him this morning. I sighed and looked back at my sleeping friend. When will they be back? The guard shrugged. Maybe an hour, maybe 2. There was nothing else I could do. I stayed with Nikita. I was sitting in a chair, resting my head on the wall and staring at her when 2 men walked in. Michelson went right to his mate, making sure she was okay. Finley smiled at me. I knew you'd be in here. I shrugged. I have nowhere else to be. Michelson sighed. I can't believe this happened. You had guards with you. I didn't know what to say to him. I knew this was my fault. It was because of that one night, that one mistake, that all of this was happening. Michelson squatted next to my chair as Finley stood next to Nikita. I know that face. Michelson patted my knee. It's not your fault that this happened. It's that man's fault. I gave him a small smile. You shouldn't say that about Malcom when his dad is in the room. Michelson smiled. Maybe we should go for a walk while Alpha Finley works on her. I nodded. Sure. Finley eyed Michelson for a second. I don't have to give you a warning, do I? Michelson shook his head and led me out of the room. Of course not, boss. Michelson led me out of the infirmary and took my hand before taking me to a path that leads into the trees. You should consider taking Malcolm's offer to go somewhere safe. I nodded. I know. I didn't think Nikita would get hurt because of this. I didn't think so either. He looked down for a second before becoming alert again. I'm not saying this to make you unhappy or to make you think that you're not welcome here. I nodded even though he wasn't looking at me. I know. I'm just afraid. Michelson stopped and looked at me. I know. But now you know who's out there, trying to get revenge on Malcom. It's not just a possibility anymore, Amelia. This threat is real. I nodded. I just need a couple of weeks to get my head around this. He nodded. That's fine, Amelia. You just need to think about what's good for the pregnancy, not what's best for you, necessarily. I know you're right. I agreed. Maybe we should be getting back. Michelson nodded and looked around. Sure. We're surrounded anyway. I looked around but didn't see anything. We are. He jerked his chin in the direction behind me. I turned to see a giant, purely black wolf. There were no breaks in the fur where the hair got lighter. This wolf was utterly black. I gasped. That one's huge. Michelson chuckled. He is pretty big. I crossed the distance to the wolf. I looked back at Michelson for a second. Do I know this one? He laughed. I'd say you do. You've got a piece of that one in you. My jaw dropped as I looked back at the wolf. This is Malcom? Yep. Michelson popped his pea. I slowly reached and touched his fur. The fur is actually really soft. The wolf lowered his head and nudged my thigh. I had always gotten along with Malcolm's wolf more than I ever had with Malcolm the man. You know, I said thoughtfully, we could make a saddle for the babies when they get a little older and let them ride you like a horse. Michelson burst out in a laugh while the wolf grunted. I laughed with Michelson and ran my hand through Malcolm's fur one last time before stepping away from the giant wolf. Well, I think it's a good idea. Me too. Michelson nodded. I would pay to see that. The three of us walked back to the infirmary. Malcom hung behind while Michelson and I walked back. Nikita was awake and looked confused for a moment before resting her eyes on Michelson. She lit up. I was just happy that she was okay. Finley smiled at me. She's going to be fine. Everything is back to how it was. I was thankful for that. I'm glad there was no permanent damage. Finley nodded and looked at the couple locked in an embrace. There could have been major damage done, but Mars made it all reversible. This was a warning to Malcom. I don't want this to happen to anyone else. The guilt for this happening to my best friend was overwhelming. I could only imagine the chaos if Mars decided to start attacking pack members. The only way that happens is if you come with us back to my territory, Malcom said behind us, echoing from the hallway. I rubbed a hand over my belly. When does that have to happen? The sooner the better. Finley didn't take his eyes off the couple. What if Malcom finds him first? I offered, knowing the answer I'd get in return. Finley shrugged. There is always someone else, Emiliana. Coming to my land is a permanent move. I need to think about it some more. He nodded. Don't take too much time. He walked out of the door, leaving me to witness Michelson and Nikita embracing. I cringed and left their room so they could have some privacy. I paced the waiting room. I didn't have anywhere to go, and I was too anxious to sit and wait patiently. Malcom came into the waiting room fully human and fully dressed. Why argue with Nikita and Michelson? They needed some private time. He smirked. Should I check on them for you? I shook my head. No, it's fine. I can wait. But I didn't. Michelson came through the door. Sorry, Amelia. You can see her now. I nodded and followed Michelson to Nikita. Malcom didn't follow us into the room. She held her arms out for a hug. What a scary guy, right? I scoffed. You're the one he messed with. I wrapped my arms around her. I'm sorry. She swayed side to side. You didn't do anything, Amelia. I nodded. I don't want this to happen to anyone else again. She chuckled. Yeah, 'cause it's not fun. Nikita was allowed to leave the infirmary that night. As a precaution, she had to stay at the Alpha's house for the night. So of course, I stayed up with Nikita and we took our minds off of everything that had happened. Waking up wasn't as bad as I thought it would be. I didn't have to worry about going to work. I didn't have to worry about Nikita because she was awake now. I had absolutely nothing to worry about anymore. I felt the need to take up a hobby to keep myself entertained. I looked around to see that I was alone. It made sense since I fell asleep before Nikita. She probably left me to go sleep with her mate. I couldn't blame her. If I had someone to love, I'd want to sleep next to them too. I skipped my morning routine because I already felt too run down to do it. It was already going to be one of those days when I was tired all day long. At least it came on a day when I was free from work. I tugged on a robe and went in search of food. I found Finley and Jericho sitting in the kitchen as others ate around them. The alphas usually ate before the rest of the pack. I hugged the robe around myself, not as confident around the wolves in just my robe. I knew that no one usually bothered an alpha while they were eating. So I grabbed a plate and ordered food. There was nowhere to sit, so I went to the living room where a few people were watching TV. I waited an hour without spotting either Nikita or Malcom. I needed to wrap up my talk with Malcom. Finley would know where his son was. The dining room was now mostly empty, occupied only by Finley and his laptop. When he looked over, he smiled seeing me. What can I do for you, Emiliana? I leaned against one of the chairs. Do you know where Malcom is? Malcom is probably asleep. He leaned away from the computer screen. Asleep? Finley's expression said he was amused. Yes, asleep. I knew better than to wake a sleeping werewolf. Do you know if he'll be awake soon? Finley shrugged his shoulders. Probably a few hours. He ran patrols last night. He didn't get in until a few hours ago. Malcom ran patrols? I asked in disbelief. Finley nodded with a smile. Yes, I can wake him up if you want me to. I shook my head. No, I don't want to wake him up. Finley gave a slight nod and looked back at his computer. That's probably a wise decision. It felt like an eternity waiting for Malcom to wake up. I had done everything I could think of. I had played every game on my phone. I didn't even have Nikita for entertainment. Nikita and Michelson left after breakfast. I knew Michelson blamed me. I could see it in his eyes. I knew that there was a small part of Nikita that did too. We needed a few days apart so she could figure out where she wanted to go with this. All I hoped was that she would eventually forgive what happened. I was swinging in a hammock, watching the clouds change, when I heard heavy footsteps behind me. I'm surprised you didn't wake me up. Malcolm's sleepy voice was behind me. I looked over at him with a shrug. I know better than to poke a bear when it's sleeping. He smirked and let himself onto my hammock, even after I shot him a glare. So, he said in a sigh, what is it you wanted to talk about? Malcom wrapped his arm around my shoulders, pulling me closer to him and forcing me to use his arm as a pillow. After what happened with Nikita, I don't want to stay here much longer. I feel like it's my fault. I confessed. If I was gone, or if I hadn't even gotten pregnant, Nikita wouldn't have gotten hurt. He shrugged, moving my head. Nikita knew the risks when she left the house with you. What happened is not your fault. It just happened. It was just Mars letting me know he's still present. Well, I don't want him to be present when the baby's born. We were still at the pack house. There were wolves here. They could easily eavesdrop. He smirked at my near slip-up. Mars won't get close to my kid once you've given birth. He knows I'd hunt him down. He's certainly not afraid of you now. Malcom tensed for a second, but quickly resumed his calm facade. I knew he was irritated. I knew he was probably barely holding it together. How about this, he started. You start packing, and when you're done, I'll take you up to my house until you've given birth. Then no one else will be in danger. I nodded and looked at the clouds again. They were always constantly changing, just like my life as of late. I'll start tomorrow morning. I'm feeling really run down today. Malcom nodded and rubbed my belly once before getting up. Come to the office when you're ready to go home. And, just like that, I was alone again. Guess that situation was too comfortable for him. I thought sarcastically. I didn't want to hang out here much longer. I really was tired. I felt so big and so useless since all I wanted to do was stay in bed. Malcom didn't waste any time getting me back to the house. Malcom decided it was necessary to bring protectors along with us. Making dinner felt like it drained the last of my energy. As soon as I was finished with dinner, I went up to my room. I left the kitchen a mess, promising myself that I'd clean it up tomorrow. I was climbing into bed when my door opened. Malcom stayed near the door. I knew from the look on his face that he wouldn't be staying here tonight. I have to go back and talk with Finley. He confirmed my suspicions, but I didn't really care. I was exhausted. There will be a few guys around if you need anything. I nodded and waved him away. I just wanted to sleep. He gently shut the door, and I fell asleep minutes later. Chapter 24. It's a sixth sense feeling when someone's watching you. And that's how I was woken up. I felt someone watching me, and when I saw a dark, hooded figure looming over me, I almost screamed. It wasn't Malcom. The figure seemed to have a human shape. It wasn't Nikita either, because the figure was too short. Looking out the window, I saw that it was still very dark, so I didn't get any light from outside. Who are you? I asked, terrified. Someone had to be on their way if my guards were taken out. The movements were deliberately slow. I don't mean you any harm. The woman's voice was familiar. I'm here to offer you protection. Protection? I pressed the button on my lamp. Protection from whom? Once the light hit her face, I recognized her. You're that witch from the restaurant. She nodded once. I am. Though I am surprised you recognize me so quickly. Her face was bruised and swollen. It was clear she had been badly hurt. I want to protect your children. She tried to smile, but the motion hurt her bruised face. This is the only chance I may get to perform the ritual on you. You can't do a ritual on me. I don't know you and I don't trust you. She held her hands out. I don't want anything back for this. I know my sister would have wanted me to protect Malcolm's children. I won't live to see what they look like, so I need to protect them like I can. Your sister. I was confused. Who is your sister? Why would she want to protect Malcolm's kids? She shook her head and pulled out a vial. I don't have much time. I scooted away from her when she reached into her cloak and pulled out a book of matches. I told you I'm not here to harm you. I scooted away from her to the opposite side of the bed and quickly pulled out the gun. I had one on each side table. That's not exactly reassuring. You were with Mars. Her brows rose momentarily as she set the matches down. No one wants to be held by Mars Alexander. No one gets away from him alive. I kept the gun pointed at her. You look like you're doing just fine. She shook her head. I'm not free from Mars. What you see now is a very strong spell. Once I'm gone, I'll be right back in Mars's captivity. She reached into the cloak again. This might get a little messy. She pulled out a vial of blood. This is what Mars took from you. Her hands were wrapped up. Your hands, I blurted before I could stop myself. She looked at the bandages for a moment. Hurts a lot. I suppose it's what I deserve for the life I've lived. A small bag came out next. This spell isn't exactly sunshine and rose petals. She opened the bag and pulled out a lock of dark hair. Our donor today is the one who hurt me. She smiled like the Cheshire Cat. No one will miss him. What? I looked towards my door. You should just go. Wolves will be in here any moment. She shook her head and started drawing on my end table with some green chalk. No one knows I'm here except for you. I didn't recognize the symbol, but it was beautifully drawn. She emptied the contents of the vial in the center circle of the drawing and gathered it up into a small mound before making a well in the center of it. She uncorked the vial of my blood and poured it into the center. I warned you it's messy. She looked at me and smirked. The spell would be stronger if I had their blood, but this will work too. I stepped away from her, flexing the grip I had on the gun. If I wanted to cause you harm, I would have done it for Mars. Unfortunately, protection spells need to be invoked next to the intended individual. Her voice dropped to a caress. I'm going to have to touch you, so don't go far. She looked back at the mound and started chanting. The blood pool started to ripple. She struck a match and dropped it into the blood. I expected it to go out, but the whole mound sparked into flames, angry red flames. She chanted some more and grabbed the lock of hair. She held it over the flames while she chanted. She repeated her phrase over and over again as the hair started to burn. Then she dropped it into the fire, and it slowly went out. Her face was serene as she slowly waved her hands around the smoke, collecting it. Then she turned to me. This is it. This is what's going to protect those babies. She stepped closer with a trail of smoke following her hands. The smoke wasn't dissipating into the air or flowing like normal smoke. She extended her hands and pushed the smoke onto my bump. When her hand touched my stomach, I had the sensation of static electricity. When she took her hand away, the feeling lingered. The smoke flowed around my belly until it was all absorbed. It only took seconds. Then she smiled at me. Normally that spell would protect someone until they passed, but this one was split 3 ways. She let go of my belly. Nothing's wrong with them, they're perfectly healthy and they're going to stay that way. She looked back at the mess. Sorry, but I don't have time to clean that up. She walked to the center of the room and put the oversized hood over her head. The babies should be safe for 20 to 30 years. I'm not sure about that. This spell hasn't been split like this before. I felt the babies get really active, so without thinking about it, I put my hands on my belly. What's your name? Clara. She smiled as she looked back at the bedroom door. Daddy's home. When the door opened, she was already vanishing into the air like the smoke was supposed to. She looked back at Malcom with a sad smile. He was instantly furious. He tried to stop her, but she disappeared just before he could reach her. What did she do? He roared. I'm going to find her. I opened my mouth to speak, but nothing came out. Malcom went to the side table and stared at the symbol drawn there. He wiped his finger over the residue from the spell and brought it to his nose. It smells like defensive magic. He pulled out his phone and took a picture of it. Did she say anything to you? I slowly sit back down on my bed. She said they were going to be safe, I whispered. She said the three of us were going to be safe. Malcom rumbled like a wolf as he pressed things on his phone. If this is anything but protection, I'm going to make sure she regrets it. I shook my head. Mars is doing a good enough job of that on his own. Malcolm's brows creased. Her face was covered in bruises. She looks like they've been rough with her. Malcom turned to the bed. Lay down. I need to check for anything harmful. I complied and rested my head on a pillow. He flattened the shirt against my belly, then brought his ear down to it. He closed his eyes and listened. After a couple of minutes, he stopped. It sounds normal, I suppose. His phone went off. He immediately checked it. She doesn't have to worry about me just yet. He let out a relieved sigh. It was a protection spell, a powerful one. He looked at the chalk drawing again, before his eyes started scanning around the room. Did she hurt anyone here? Not here. She brought a lock of hair with her. She dropped it in at the end of the spell. I could tell by the distant look in his eyes that Malcom was doing something. Maybe he was checking on everyone around the area. She said it was from the one who hurt her. He instantly looked less distracted. So then it wouldn't be anyone from this pack, he thought out loud. Why did she need the hair? I asked even though I was pretty sure I already knew the answer. The spell was the powerful kind that requires a personal link. A personal link. I stuttered. So she bound his energy to the spell? He smirked. Something like that. It's a dark form of magic. So, something bad happened to him for the protection of the babies? He nodded once, then went to the dirty hamper and grabbed a towel. He wiped off the spell. Yes, something bad happened. It's not something done normally by witches for that reason. Why would she do that? I didn't know her. She didn't know me. I didn't understand why she would do this. Who had she mentioned before? Who would have wanted her to do this for Malcom? Her sister. I thought aloud. Malcom stopped scrubbing the chalk, freezing in place. She talked about her sister? He growled. Not really. His reaction interested me, more like she mentioned her. All she said was that her sister would have wanted your kids to be safe. Malcom shook his head angrily. I need to take a walk. He slammed the door too hard behind himself. Who was Clara to Malcom? Why was he so pent up about her sister? It sounded like Clara's sister had passed since she talked about her in the past tense. If her sister wanted Malcolm's kids protected, wouldn't she do it herself if she were alive? I was getting into bed when one of the guards walked in. I cocked my head in confusion. What are you doing in here? He gave me a small smile. I'm to remain within 5 feet until Malcom returns. I rolled my eyes and patted the empty side of the bed. It's this or the floor. Your decision. I lay down on my side and watched the werewolf entertain himself by playing on his phone. It took a long time to fall asleep. It felt like an eternity. All I could do was wonder who this woman was and why she had such a profound effect on Malcom. I didn't sleep well either. When I woke up, I was surprised to see Malcom lying next to me. He was staring up at the ceiling. He didn't even blink as I watched him for a few seconds. Who is she to you? I asked quietly. Even though Malcom was here, there would be other wolves within hearing distance. Malcom didn't react at all. He stayed as still as a statue for minutes as I waited for a reaction. She must have been either really important to you, or she crossed you. Malcolm's chest rose in a sigh as he blinked rapidly. His eyes changed as he focused. He turned his head and looked at me. He didn't say anything. He just stared at me. His features were serene as he watched whatever his mind was showing him. Whatever he was remembering was a good memory. This wasn't the Malcom I knew. It would have been nice to know him when he had some peace to hold on to. It was a couple of minutes before his mind came back from whatever memory he had been in. His eyes hardened, and the Malcom I knew was back. She doesn't matter anymore. Clara's sister has been gone for a long time. He sat up and rubbed his hands over his face. With everything that's happened, you need to move to my pack's land. The risk of you being here is too great. I think you're right. I couldn't be stubborn anymore. I'm putting everyone I know at risk. He nodded and got up. Plan to leave tomorrow, he said as he walked out of the bedroom. I was stunned momentarily. I was going to leave my childhood home tomorrow. Everyone I had known my entire life, I wasn't going to see for a very long time. Everything was going to change so quickly, but I had to do this. I couldn't fight it anymore. I tucked myself into the blankets and curled up as much as I could. I would give myself the morning to process. I was going to miss everyone here. When noon came around, I hopped in the shower and got ready for the rest of the day. I tucked away all the self-pity I had. I wanted to say goodbye to everyone I'd missed the most. I spotted Malcom out of the kitchen window. He was on the phone with someone. I felt his eyes on me as I made something to eat. He stayed outside until I finished my food. "Change of plans," he said as he walked in. "Felia's has located Mars. I'm leaving as soon as my things are packed." "What does that mean for me leaving?" Malcom sat down across from me. "You're staying here until I come back. I can't handle Mars if you're in the open. So I'm just staying here then?" He nodded to answer my question. "Do you know how long?" He shook his head. "No. I had no choice but to accept what was going to happen. I couldn't change it anyway." "A witch?" Nikita asked in disbelief as she sat down on her couch. "The one from the restaurant?" I nodded. "That exact one." I looked over at the guards I had. They still had to stick close. Malcom wouldn't let them have any leeway with that. They were compelled to stay near. "What did she do to you?" she asked with concern. "Did she hurt the babies?" I shook my head. "As far as I know, she's protected us. She said it would last for years, Nikita." The shock was still written on her face. I had told her what happened yesterday. She knew I had initially planned to leave today or tomorrow, but with Felia's finding Mars, she was glad Malcom took off after him. She hated Mars with a passion, and I couldn't fault her for it. I hated Mars just as much as she did. The sooner Malcom deals with him, the sooner this can become a positive experience for you. I smiled as I felt the babies start kicking. I can't wait for this to be a good experience. I looked over the protectors, knowing there was nothing I could do to make them go away. I know what happened is partially my fault. Nikita started to protest, but I stopped her. "No, Nikita, it is. You got hurt because of me, because of the baby." Nikita looked around the protectors, surprised that they didn't know about the multiple babies in my womb. "I think we need to put some space between us, literally and figuratively." Nikita sighed. "I don't blame you, Emilia. Michaelson's still a little mad, but you know he just needs some time. He doesn't really blame you. He's just shocked and overwhelmed. That's how he should be reacting, Nikita. I know you two need your space. It's too dangerous to be around me. I'm just going to hold up in my house until Malcom comes back." Nikita looked at me regretfully. "Does that mean that I can't come visit you?" "Nikita, I don't know what to do." I sighed, frustrated and confused. "I want to see you, but it's not safe. I want to stay here, but it's not safe. I want to raise my kids here, but there's no way that'll happen." I wanted to cry, so I just shook my head and looked down at my shoes. Nikita's arms wrapped around me and rocked us side to side. "This guy isn't going to split up the friendship we've had for years, Emilia. No guy is ever going to get in between that. Except for Michelson," I added jokingly. She scoffed. "Like he would be so stupid. Then he'd have to deal with me every second of the day. It's easier to ship me off to you when he's tired of entertaining me." I sighed, pulling myself together before I became a fountain. "We'll be okay once this is all over, right, Nikita?" She nodded. "Of course. And until then, we have each other." Nikita and I kept talking for a bit longer. We had dinner together, with the protectors nearby, of course, to make it official that we wouldn't be seeing each other for a few days. She needed time with Michelson. Michelson needed his mate, and he wasn't exactly happy Nikita was hanging out with me. I spent an uneventful 5 days at home. It was nice to relax and hang out, but by the 4th day, I was incredibly bored. I tried to talk to the protectors, but they couldn't share any entertaining stories with me. I knew it was because they probably told not to get close. They would be reassigned anyway. I texted Nikita a lot every day, and we spent our free time playing every game we could on our phones to keep me entertained. My life slowed way down, which wasn't something I could have complained about. At the time, I could have used some slowdown. I was down the hallway, going to my room, when I heard a thump coming from it. I looked around for the protectors to come running, but that didn't happen. I grabbed the gun hidden in the closet and slowly made my way to my room. I stopped outside the door, but I didn't go into the room. I listened for a sound, any sound, but I couldn't hear anything. I checked down the hall once more for a protector, but I didn't see or hear one coming. There would be no point in yelling for one either. If I tipped off the intruder, they could hurt me before a protector could get there. But if it were nothing, I'd look like a paranoid person. I cracked open the door, keeping the gun ready. As I peeked in, I could see a woman, stomach down, lying on the floor. I kept my gun on her as I opened the door to get closer. She hissed as she looked up and opened her eyes. Emiliana. I recognized her voice immediately. Clara. She nodded with pain etched on her face. I got away from Mars. She pushed herself up to sit on her ankles. Both of her hands were wrapped in bandages. Since I had seen her, Mars had clearly been abusing her. But that doesn't matter, I reminded myself, and I kept my gun on her. Malcom didn't trust her. The protection spell didn't even earn her any points with him. I know you don't trust me, and that's fine. She took a deep breath, steadying herself. Mars poisoned me, and it's too late for any kind of help for me. She tried to stand up and stumbled for a second before slowly sitting on the end of my bed. Mars wants to raise those babies as his own. For a moment, it looked as if she was going to be sick, but she slowly shook her head. Malcolm's the only family I have left. She got tearful. My sister would have wanted me to do this for him. She blinked hard. I need to do this before I pass. She took an emerald pendant necklace from her neck and held it in her hands. A black haze surrounded her hands as she spoke in another language. It looked like she was casting a spell on the necklace. She breathed into her hands like they were cold, causing the black haze to soak into the pendant. She waved me over, but I resisted. Come on, girl, she snarled. Time is precious. I don't have much left. If you try anything, I'll shoot. I warned. I understand. She closed her eyes. Keep that gun on me if you wish. I did keep my gun on her. The barrel was pointed at her. With each step, I got closer. She held out the necklace for me. Take this. I grabbed the chain, careful not to touch her skin. What is this? What I had noticed as an emerald was now a solid black stone. Regardless of the color, it was beautiful. This is death magic, she said weakly. It only has a one-time charge. Keep your eyes on the one you wish to be gone. Say, boss of the Gandu. She inhaled deeply before locking her eyes with mine. It will only work if you say it in Irish. It translates into death coming for him. Malcom knows some Irish. He'll help you with the accent. The color started to leave her features. All this talking wasn't going to keep her alive any longer. I see why he's afraid of you. She looked me over with a sense of peace overcoming her. You look like her. I look like whom? I sat down next to her on the bed. I could see the strength flow out of her body as she nearly fell off the foot of my bed. I reached forward to stop her from face-planting. She smiled as her eyes avoided mine. It's not my place to tell you if Malcom hasn't already. Her eyes found mine again. That pendant was my sister's. It would be my suggestion to convince Malcom to let you keep it until the magic within it has been used. She looked over my face one last time. Her breathing became labored. So, where do you want to do this? She tried to get off the couch. I don't want to upset you by passing on your bed. I helped her stand. I couldn't help but feel bad for the woman. What about a tarp? They're going to wrap me up in one anyway. I shook my head. I can't let you pass on a tarp. Against my better judgment, I switched the safety back on and tossed the gun onto my dresser. I pushed the fading woman backwards. She wouldn't do much to fight me in her current state. She fell back with a sharp exhale, followed by a relaxed one. You should throw me outside. I don't deserve to be comforted as I go. She tried to get up again, but I held her down. And I can't throw you out into the cold to pass alone. I'm not that kind of person. I picked up her legs and heaved them onto the bed. She smiled weakly. You are far too nice. I positioned her so she wasn't lying awkwardly on the bed. I'm not sure anyone's accused me of being too nice lately. When things calm down, you should ask Malcom about Jessica. I don't recommend you ask anytime soon. He's too wound up to talk about her. He'd just snap and do something he'd regret. She lolled her head to the side to look at me. People with kind hearts are too rare to be abused. Pain crossed her features. It's not going to be much longer, she said breathlessly. You should head out. You don't want to witness the passing of a dark witch. I can SD. It's not really a suggestion, she cut me off. I've heard rumors. It may not be accommodating to a pregnancy. I nodded and got off the bed. I grabbed my gun and looked back at her. Can I bring you anything? Call anyone. Nothing and no one. She shook her head and closed her eyes. I'm sorry I came here. I just wanted to see her face one more time. I walked out of the room confused. She wanted to see whose face? Her sister's? Did I look so much like her sister? Chapter 25. I shut the door and walked downstairs. The protectors entered the house, dazed and confused. They didn't look injured, and they didn't look like they were going to snap. What's wrong with you guys? I'm not sure. They exchanged confused glances with each other. What are we doing here? Where's Malcom? Malcom's gone, I said gently. These guys seem to have some kind of amnesia. He's been gone for 4 or 5 days now. He left you guys in charge. Again, the confused glances were exchanged. The house rumbled like an earthquake had struck. I was quickly carried outside by one of the protectors. The quake was extremely frightening and lasted a good 15 seconds. When the quake stopped, the confused looks vanished. What happened? The one holding me asked. My memory from the last 15 minutes is gone. Amnesia, I suggested. You can put me down now. He shook his head. Was that witch here again? I nodded. She was. His jaw set. You should have called for us. Malcolm's not going to like this. She was in my room, passing away, I said gently. I'd guess that when she passed your memory came back. With the earthquake, another protector suggested. I shrugged. Let's go check out my room. She should still be there. She was still there. I was pulled back and taken down the hall. One of the guys came out and confirmed it. She had passed. The witch who had blackmailed Malcom, who had been taken by Mars, who had been hurt, who had given my children protection, who had given me a spell that could defeat anyone I wanted, and who was now gone. Was that earthquake a result of her passing? Why would that cause it? Finley's on his way, the one who held me muttered. So I can be put down now, right? He nodded and put me down. Can I go to my room? Not yet. He walked down the stairs, coaxing me to go with him. Come with me while they clean up the room. What happened? He gave me a small smile. It doesn't matter right now. You should rest. I scoffed. Like that could happen right now. But I cut the guy a break and followed him down to the living room. The two protectors carried out Clara's body, bundled with the blankets that had been on my bed. It was then that I noticed the pendant was still wrapped around my hand. I handed my gun over to one of the guys, then put the necklace on. The chain was long. So long that it disappeared completely into my shirt. The pendant dangled past my chest, resting on its side since my belly stuck out so much. I was stressed out beyond belief. When Finley came through the door, I was very disappointed. I expected Malcom to go through the door. I wanted Malcom to come through the door. I had questions for him. Who was Clara, really, to him? What's so special about the necklace that he'd want to take it from me? Who was Clara's sister? Did I really look like the woman? Why did Clara say Malcom was the last of her family? Why not Finley? Why not Felia's or Margot or Madalena? Why would the woman come to me? Finley eyed me carefully as I sat next to the wrapped body of the woman I hardly knew. What happened? She came here to pass away. I looked down at the wrapped body. Do you know why she would come here? Why wouldn't she just wait for Malcom? Finley crouched down in front of me. Are you all right? I nodded. I'm not the one wrapped up in bedding. Finley looked over at the bundle and gave a short nod. Get her out of here. Take her to the Alpha's house. The guys jumped at Finley's words. I'm not worried about the witch's body. His tone was mildly spiteful. I'm worried about what her passing has done to my grandchildren. What would her passing do? I kept my eyes on Finley. When he didn't answer, I asked him again, this time with some forcefulness behind it. What would a witch's passing do to my children? Finley sighed. If she were a good witch, it wouldn't have mattered. But she wasn't a good witch. Witches, such as Clara, hoard magic. They keep trinkets and pendants that hold power. They use it mostly to prolong their lives. Finley got off the ground and sat next to me. They power such spells with sacrifices. Like the spell she used on the babies. Finley's eyes lightened. Did he not know about that? That witch used a spell on my grandchildren. Well, it wasn't a bad spell. I rushed out my answer. I didn't want him to be mad. It wasn't my fault. Malcom hadn't told him. She said it was protection. Finley growled. That was what Malcom sent me. The drawing. Finley nodded and looked down at my belly. She didn't try to hurt me, I offered. She said she came here because she wanted to see her face one last time. Finley's eyes went back and forth in thought. Do you know who she was talking about? Finley took a deep breath. Yes, she was talking about her sister. He stood up and looked out the living room window. It offered a view of the entire front yard. It's uncanny how much you look like her sister. What happened to her sister? Finley looked back at me, studying me for a moment. Before answering, she sacrificed her sister to power a spell. My jaw literally dropped. Now you know why no one trusts that witch, especially with you. She was trying to make a dying plea to see her sister's happy face instead of the last memory she had of her. Finley's phone went off. He angrily answered the phone. What? His eyes looked over me. Get back now. He ended the call by throwing his phone against the wall, shattering it into thousands of pieces. Gather what you need and bring it to my car. You're not staying here tonight. Why not? I asked before I could stop myself. Finley wasn't in the mood to answer questions. Her magic reserves burst open when she passed. It left a residue here that will attract witches who want Clara's power. Until it's properly collected, you cannot stay here. I nodded, but didn't go gather anything. So I should stay away from it then. That's probably a good idea. He held out his hand for me. Until Malcom gets back, you're going to be staying with me. I couldn't go against Finley. Either I went with him willingly, or he was going to make me. I had no choice in the matter. I grabbed my purse, then grabbed Finley's hand. He led me out to the car Malcom had given me. I hadn't touched it since Christmas, when Malcom gave it to me. All it held was a bad memory that I didn't want to relive. He put me in the back seat of the car. They're going to be bringing the witch's body when they've cleared out the guns. I let out a snort. Good luck with finding them all. Finley started the car. I don't know when he acquired the keys. He left my house behind without waiting for anyone else. I guess that was the perk of being the supreme ruler of werewolves. He could do what he pleased, and he didn't need to wait for anyone to do it. I really did stay with Finley the entire time Malcom was gone. Since it was still very early in the morning, Finley took me to a bedroom and insisted that I sleep while he fiddled around with his computer. It was hard to fall asleep with Finley in the room after what happened. Having him there only made it worse. It felt like I had just gotten to sleep when Finley gently shook me awake. I hadn't even gotten close to a deep sleep yet. I rubbed my tired eyes and looked at Finley. Malcom's here. I sat up and rubbed my tired face. I'm up. I tried to convince myself, but it didn't really work. When I slumped back down onto my pillow, he chuckled. Well, either you get up to Malcom, or he'll come in here to check on you. I tiredly sat up again. I didn't have the time to get out of bed before Malcom barged into the room with all the grace of a raging bull. Why is it that every time I'm gone you attract trouble? He asked in a furious growl. I huffed. Like this is my fault. Maybe if you stuck around things wouldn't be happening to me. I knew the angry werewolf wasn't mad at me. He was mad at what had happened while he was gone. Maybe even mad that Mars was the one who dealt with the witch. I have Mars to take care of, Emiliana. I could tell he was making an effort not to be mean. I crossed my arms over my chest. You mean things that are obviously more important than your children? No, he said with a shake of his head, things that will make my children safe. Like running off after a dangerous wolf. He looked at his father, who offered nothing to him but a shrug. And what exactly do you suggest? I deflated. I don't know. Malcom stepped into the room and looked at his father. Can you give us a minute? Finley nodded once and then left the room, shutting the door behind himself. Malcom walked to the foot of the bed. What do you want me to do? I can't just stop what I do. It's important. Can't someone else do it for a while? He shook his head as an answer. Not even for a few months? He shook his head. Not even for a few weeks, Emiliana. Finley doesn't have the time. My brother doesn't have the skill. No one else has the mental capacity. Solving problems without having to fight the pull of a nearby alpha takes a dominant. "This isn't fair," I complained. "The kids will hardly know who you are." He just stood there, looking at me. Then his brows creased. "You have a necklace." I looked down at the chain. "I do. You don't wear necklaces." That was true. It wasn't very often that I was wearing a necklace. I didn't think Malcom would be so observant of what I wore. "It's new." I looked back up at him. "It's new to me." "Let me see it." I shook my head. "I'd rather not." "Did Clara give it to you?" I looked away from him. There was no point in lying. He walked over to the side of the bed. "She did give the necklace to you, didn't she?" I avoided looking at him by looking down. "And if she did?" "Let me see it." I looked up at Malcom. "She said you shouldn't take it from me." His face was calm. I remembered Margot warning that when Malcom wasn't yelling, you had to worry about Malcom's temper. "I don't care what that treacherous woman wanted. Show me what she gave you before I take it off your neck." When I didn't move to get it, he reached forward. I leaned away from him. All right, I conceded. No need to get physical." He waited as I pulled the pendant out of my shirt by the chain. Malcom stared, unblinkingly, at the pendant as soon as he laid eyes on it. When I first saw it, I could have sworn it was green. I leaned away from Malcom when he reached for it again. Clara locked a spell in it. Malcom reached for it quickly this time, giving me no chance to get away from him. Death magic turns stones black. He looked me in the eyes. "Did she say who it was for?" "No," I adjusted the chain so it no longer felt like I was being choked. "It's for an emergency. And you know how to cast spells." He was sarcastic now. He dropped the pendant on my chest and stood up. "To figure she would choose that necklace to give you," he growled angrily as he walked towards the door. Suddenly, he stopped and turned back. He rushed towards me and scooped the necklace off my neck. I got off the bed and tried to chase him, but he was too fast. I lost Malcom down the hallway. I leaned against the wall. The house was dark, which meant I hadn't been asleep long. "You should have told me that Clara gave you a spell," Finley said behind me, startling me and causing me to bump against a wall. I huffed and shot a dirty look at him in the dark. Just because I couldn't see much detail didn't mean that the werewolf couldn't see it. Werewolves saw just as well in the dark as they did in the light. "Why is it my fault that you guys hate witches?" "She did nothing to me." I pushed myself off the wall and headed back to the room. "You should trust my judgment, Emiliana." I rolled my eyes once I passed him. "That's right, you're the all-knowing." I stopped and looked back at him. "Since you know all, why is that necklace so important to Malcom?" Finley set his jaw and shook his head. "I won't tell you. Only Malcom can." I went back into the bedroom and slammed the door. I was never going to know. Malcom was never going to tell me. What was the point of even trying? The next day, I woke up feeling refreshed. It was as if all the stress of this pregnancy was gone. I sat up and stretched. I didn't even feel sore. The necklace that Malcom had taken away from me last night was sitting on the end table. I reached over and put it on. Now I needed to convince Malcom to teach me how to say the spell correctly. I dressed warmly and went in search of Malcom. What convinced him to give the necklace back? Why was it so important? The house was quiet. I found 2 protectors outside. I put on a jacket and went out to them. "Where is everyone?" I crossed my arms over my chest when the chill in the breeze hit me. "They're watching the witch cleanse your house," he said, disappointed. I'd bet that he wanted to watch also. "Let's go then." I went into the house and went up to the room where I had been sleeping. I couldn't let them object to the idea, as they claimed Malcom had said they weren't allowed to go over there. I grabbed my purse and, while searching for my keys, I remembered that Finley had taken them. Wolves tended to leave keys in unlocked cars. That was my only chance to get back home. "Either you're coming with me or you're staying," I told the 2 as they stayed in their positions. I got into the car and shut the door. They continued to watch me. But when I found the keys and jingled them, the 2 changed their minds. The wolves got in the car when I started it up. When I arrived at the house, I found a vast crowd. No one even really seemed to notice I had pulled up. The eyes of the crowd were transfixed on my home. Specifically, at the new window my father was installing in the nursery. I spotted Nikita with Michelson, so I walked over to them. "So when's the show?" Nikita jumped and looked over at me. She instantly had me in a hug. "I heard that witch we met at the restaurant passed here last night. I've been so worried." They wouldn't let me see you. She let me go and put her hands on my belly. She stopped herself just in time. Is the baby all right? I nodded. I'm perfectly fine and the baby is perfectly fine. I felt the tone of the crowd change as a woman stepped out of the house, followed by Malcom and Finley. From the way she was commanding information from the two men, you'd think that her beauty bewitched them, but she looked normal to me. She wasn't ugly, but she wasn't the prettiest woman I had ever seen. She looked like she was older than me, too. Her clothes, on the other hand, now called for all the wrong kind of attention. She looked like an older mother in her teenage daughter's clothes. They were completely age-inappropriate. Her pants were a few sizes too small, and her shirt looked like it had originally been something nice, but age had taken a toll on it. I could pick this woman apart just from the way she was looking at Malcom, and I hated that I could get so territorial over the man who frustrated me so much. The only thing that made me feel better was the fact that Malcom wasn't flirting back or making any indication at all that he was interested in her. Maybe the incident with the babies had knocked some sense into his big, old head. Chapter 26. The Good Witch pointed towards the ceiling. Malcom scooped her up and held her with one arm as he scaled the side of my home. I wanted to wipe that look off her face. She looked at him with longing, and he wasn't hissing at her about not being in a relationship. When he put her down, she smiled widely and flirtatiously at him. I rubbed the pendant, recalling the words Clara had given me. Maybe I could use it now. How did the words go? When did you get that? Nikita asked, pulling my attention away from the roof. It's beautiful. I nodded and held it out for her to see. It's new. She smiled. Maybe she was relieved that I left the house. Where'd you get it? I want one. It's one of a kind. I offered her a shrug, sad that I couldn't give her a better answer. I don't know where you can get one like it, but I'll keep an eye out for it. She pursed her lips unhappily before looking at the woman on my roof. You'd think that she'd be prettier for a witch. I heard they all steal away beauty from anyone who's prettier. I smiled as Nikita voiced my own thoughts. Don't start with your fairy tales, Michelson shushed Nikita. This one is actually a good witch. That doesn't mean she won't turn you into a frog. I laughed at Nikita. Michelson wants you to be a frog. She rolled her eyes. Watch the witch. I narrowed my eyes at her. Maybe I don't want to watch the witch. I looked back at the roof to see her chatting with Malcom. They're awfully chatty up there, I grumbled. Nikita gently nudged me. Apparently Malcolm's known her since she was born. I scoffed and crossed my arms over my chest. Malcolm's so old he probably hung out with Michelangelo. Michelson tried and failed to stifle a laugh, which in turn made Nikita and me have giggle fits, which we discovered was highly inappropriate once we were on the receiving end of the look from several members of the pack. We pulled ourselves together just in time for the witch to begin her work. Malcom jumped off the two-story roof without making much of a sound. He stayed near the house, probably in case the witch fell off. Then I saw what all the protectors had been sad to miss out on. The woman started a ritual dance. After a few minutes, I was already bored with it, while everyone else around me watched in amazement. Even Nikita was entranced by it. Usually, Nikita and I were mystified by the same things, but she couldn't take her eyes off the woman. Finley stood beside me, startling me a bit. The White Witch's ritual dance usually acquires a lot of attention. I looked around. Well, I'd say she got it. It's normal. Finley was smiling when I looked back at him. The only reason you're not staring is because you're shielded from influence. From your psychic. He nodded. I don't have to worry about Nikita then? He shook his head once. No. Your friend will be fine. I wouldn't let my wolves be here if it were dangerous to them. I felt better knowing that everyone was safe from her influence. I don't know why I felt I couldn't trust this witch, but I felt sorry for Clara, the witch everyone else hated. The woman on my roof fell to her knees with a groan, and not even a second later, I felt an invisible wave of energy hit me. I stumbled back a step and instantly had Finley's hand grabbing me so I wouldn't fall. I glared up at the witch. She was now lying on her back, staring up at the sky and breathing heavily. Finley lightly clenched my shoulder. It was just a little kickback. Sometimes it happens. A warning would have been nice. I kept staring at the woman as she got off her back. Finley smiled. Witches don't tell anyone more than their price for providing services. He jerked his chin towards the witch. This one told us how much she expected to be paid, which tripled once we told her she couldn't keep the residue she collected. I thought you said she was good. He smirked. Good doesn't mean she won't take the lingering power where she finds it. The woman looked confused when she stood up and looked away. Finley cursed and looked towards his son. Malcom was already climbing onto the roof. The panic had left her face when she saw Malcom, but she was still confused. What's wrong with her? Finley let out a long, regretful sigh. She siphoned off some of the power for herself. And that gave her amnesia? Finley nodded. Apparently so. Malcom hopped off the roof and carried the confused woman towards us. The wolves looked around, coming out of their trance-like states. Nikita smiled at me. That was beautiful. I rolled my eyes. Yeah. Nikita watched the witch being carried by Malcom with obvious concern. What's wrong with her? Exhaustion. Malcom stopped in front of Finley. I'm going to take her home. I narrowed my eyes at him suspiciously. He had a reputation with women, so who's to say he wouldn't try something with the witch? Malcom looked at me, not even acknowledging that I was glaring at him. You should pack. When I get back, we're leaving. I have an ultrasound the day after tomorrow. We were supposed to find out what we're having. I didn't doubt that he caught the undercurrent of anger coming from me. I'm not staying over. He threw me a look to tell me he knew what I was accusing him of in my head. I'll be back tonight or tomorrow morning. He left with the witch still in his arms. Nikita looked between Malcom and me as he walked away. What did I miss? I shook my head and walked towards my home. The wolves would clear out soon, leaving me to pack my things by myself. Nikita came into my room holding a box. I figured I could help you out. I know you have a lot of stuff. I nodded and started yanking clothes out of the closet, breaking some hangers in the process and throwing them over my shoulder. Nikita stood back and let me have my tantrum. The closet was empty when I was finished. Of course, when I turned around, I could see the new devastation my room had become. Nikita was leaning on the wall with her arms crossed over her chest. You finished? I bobbed my head a few times. I think so. Good. She pushed herself off the wall. Now do you want to let me know what I missed? I sighed and sat down on the mess covering my bed. What's wrong with me, Nikita? Her brows scrunched. Wrong with you? Is it because I'm pregnant and not a size 2? Have I become impossible to be around? Nikita shook her head as she came over to me. No, nothing's wrong with you. Then why can't he even pretend to like me? He doesn't have to find me attractive, but he doesn't have to flaunt the attention he can get. Nikita's face told me she was still confused. What are you talking about? What makes me undesirable to him? I wanted to scream my frustrations to the world. Why do I have to feel so territorial all the time while he couldn't care less? Nikita leaned down and wrapped an arm around me with a teasing smile. I think someone's hormones are making someone a little emotional. I paused for a moment, trying to clear out my thoughts. Maybe I was blowing it all out of proportion, but Malcom didn't have the best track record with me. I nodded in agreement with her. I think you're right. Nikita chuckled. Of course I am. She got up and started taking my clothes off their broken hangers. You're pregnant, so I'm sure it's normal to feel territorial over your baby's father. It's even worse since he's a player. Yeah, but my brain tells me I shouldn't feel this way because he's such a jerk. Nikita gave me a small smile and kept folding clothes. I'm not going to try to give you advice with Malcom. The dynamic between you two is so confusing to me, and I'm an outsider. Usually werewolves mark the women they get pregnant, or they at least put a claim on them. Oh yeah, I thought to myself, Nikita didn't know about that yet. It was time to tell my best friend about the mark Malcom had given me. I avoided looking at her directly, choosing to look over my clothes instead. I have his claim, Nikita. She froze mid-shirt fold. Say what? I have a claim, I repeated. I've had it for a while. She finished folding the shirt and then looked at me. Is it permanent? Permanent? The claim could be temporary? I don't know. She looked at my neck. Where is it? I rubbed over my shirt where the mark was, right here. She looked at my hand. Can I see it? I lifted my shirt and bunched it right above the mark. Nikita sighed unhappily as she bent down closer and looked carefully over it. It's not permanent, she said confidently. If you wanted to, you could have it removed. That would hurt. It would hurt a lot. Nikita stood up straight, so I pulled my shirt back down. It would be a serious procedure to remove it. I made a face of disapproval. He hasn't upset me that much yet. She smiled, obviously relieved that the mark wasn't permanent. At least it's not permanent. I couldn't have agreed more. It was bad enough that I was stuck with Malcom already, but to be bound to him would make it torturous for me. Nikita and I packed up my clothes and threw away the broken hangers. The ones that made it were put back in the closet. It didn't take nearly as long as I thought it would to get it all packed. It felt like I had a lot to move, given that I had to relocate my entire life to an entirely new place. I would be living out of my suitcase until the time came to move to Malcom's house. I don't know what time Malcom got back, but when I woke up, he was sleeping on my couch. He looked tired, and I didn't want to wake him, so I left him alone. He'd wake up whenever he felt like it because he was the master of the world. Everything went as he had wanted. When I looked at the clock, I noticed it was already 10:30. That was a good time to check in with Alan. So I put the dishes away loudly. I even banged some pans together to ensure that I was being loud enough. "What are you doing in here?" Malcom asked from the doorway. I smiled as innocently as I could. "What does it look like I'm doing?" "I'm putting everything away. Sounds like a herd of elephants in here." I put my hands on my hips, knowing it was a joke, but turning it on him. "What are you saying?" "I'm sorry, I'm not a size 2. He raised an eyebrow at me. "I don't think anyone's ever called you fat. You're just being insecure." That sparked some real anger. "There we go," he said with a satisfied smirk. "Don't pretend to be mad at me. I know when you're faking. With your amount of experience, I'm sure you know when everyone is faking." I put the last of the utensils away. "I want to go get the ultrasound done soon. Your father wants you to pick out things for the nursery before we leave." I nodded and walked to the car. I called Nikita from the car, inviting her to join me. There was a part of me that feared she wouldn't want to meet me here, or if she did want to come, Michelson wouldn't want her to. Maybe it was the fact that Malcom was going to be there too. To my surprise, she even wanted us to pick her up on the way to the Alpha's house. So of course, I made Malcom swing by and pick her up. I felt my excitement bubble over now that she was here. I could finally be really excited. I couldn't stand not knowing what I was having. I needed to start buying things for these babies. After all, these were probably going to be the only babies I ever had, so I planned on going all out on everything they'd need. I couldn't stop moving on the ride to the Alpha's house. "Will you stop fidgeting?" Nikita muttered from the back seat. "You're making me anxious." "I just can't help it." I looked back, unable to keep a smile off my face. "I'm too excited." Nikita smiled at me. "I'm excited too." She confessed in a squeal. "We'll have to go shopping for stuff too after we find out. And we can start designing the nursery too." Nikita and I bounced ideas off each other while Malcom tuned us out. The big tough guy was bored by all the baby talk Nikita and I were doing. When Malcom stopped the car, I got out and headed right for the infirmary. Alan was waiting in the waiting area for us. No one in the pack was hurt, so he was a bored doctor. It was better to have a bored doctor than a busy doctor. He allowed both Nikita and Malcom to enter the ultrasound room. Somehow, we all managed to pack into the room, but it was a tight fit. Once the screen lit up with the silhouette of a baby's profile, I couldn't help but let out a contented sigh at seeing my baby. "Are you ready for the big reveal?" he asked me with a big smile. I nodded eagerly. "Very ready." I leaned back into position as Alan lifted my shirt to reveal my belly. I purposely wore low-riding leggings because I didn't like Alan adjusting my clothes near my private area. Once the cold gel was on, Alan got to business, trying to find a good angle to reveal the baby's gender. "All right," he said, adjusting the monitor so Nikita wouldn't have to hover over me to see it. "This is baby B. He is a boy." A boy. I was having a boy. Maybe 2 boys. He saved a picture before moving his hand to the other side of my belly. "And this is baby A. She is a girl." Nikita burst into a celebratory dance. I was having a girl and a boy. Now I'd never have to regret not having one of the genders. I was getting both in one shot. Alan took another picture. "Now you can set off choosing names for the twins." I smiled with a nod. "And go shopping." We headed straight from the house to the store, where my dad met up with us. We had to set up the nursery at my father's house for our visit. I couldn't say when the visit would happen. All I knew was that my father was going to be as much a part of my children's lives as Finley was going to be. When we got to the baby store, I was nearly overwhelmed. My dad and Malcolm stayed behind us. They were probably just as overwhelmed by the amount of baby supplies. "Wow," Nikita said, looking around, "we're going to get lost in here." I nodded in agreement as a young woman bounced up. She was definitely lively. "Hello." She beamed, almost making me feel uncomfortable with her exuberance. "Can I help you folks with something today?" Nikita nodded. We didn't know where anything was, and this girl would. She'd probably even give us suggestions. When we told her we had absolutely nothing, she looked hesitant. "I thought you were farther along." She looked at the baby bump before looking at my face again. "You must be having multiples since you're so big." I gave her an unimpressed look as Nikita tried not to laugh. She's a bit sensitive about how much she shows. The look on the worker's face was priceless. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to offend you." I shook my head and interrupted her. "It's fine. I know I'm bigger than I look. Let's just find what we need and get out. Start with the bedding. I need to go to the hardware store to pick out a few things and get the painting done tonight." I nodded as the girl smiled again. "You must be the expected father." Nikita burst into laughter while I could have hit the girl. "Oh, this is priceless. I never realized my father would appear to strangers as someone I was dating." I looked at my father, really looked at him. I never noticed how young he seemed. Now that I think about it, he and Malcolm could be a few years apart in age. I pointed my thumb over my shoulder at Malcolm. "This one's the expectant father." I then pointed at my dad, who looked as uncomfortable as I felt. "He's my dad, the grandfather." Her jaw dropped, and she looked down. "I am so sorry." Her face was red with embarrassment when she looked back up at me. "I'm just saying all the wrong things today." Nikita continued laughing. "Oh, this is awesome." She wiped her eyes, ridding them of the tears of laughter. "Let's check the bedding out." I shot Nikita a glare as we followed the girl to the bedding section. As we looked at the bedding, I couldn't find anything that would be right for a boy and a girl. "How are we going to buy anything without making it obvious that you're carrying multiples?" Nikita whispered when the girls stepped away for a minute to look for something unisex. I had no idea. "How are we going to pick out paint?" I asked right back. We both looked at the girl when she came back with 3 sets. "We have yellow and green sets. We also have a brown set that's embroidered with blues and pinks." She looked at the belly. "It's popular for mothers with multiples having both sexes." Nikita's head whipped to mine with her eyes big. That was her choice, and honestly, it was mine too. "We'll take the brown." I motioned for the girl to throw it in the basket, but she turned and picked up the 2 sets with that huge smile again. "Which color would you like?" She held out the blue set and the pink set. They were both very pretty. Both. I admitted this, knowing she would automatically assume she was right and that I was having multiples. She smiled and put them both in the basket. I knew that on the inside, this girl was probably doing a happy dance about being right about me having a multiple pregnancy. Dad snapped pictures of both of the bedding sets. He kissed my forehead, then left. I trusted him to pick out paint. Chapter 27. It took a little over an hour to pick out what we'd need. We picked out cribs that converted to beds as they grew, a changing station, decor, some stuffed animals, and a comfortable rocking chair. Undoubtedly, the rocking chair took the longest to pick out. Nikita and I argued so intensely over which was more comfortable that we didn't notice Malcolm had disappeared. He wouldn't have left us, she told me when she noticed my behavior change. "He's around here somewhere." When I went in search of him, Nikita was right behind me. We found Malcolm in the stroller section. He had a man by the shirt, pushed up against the wall. We stayed back far enough to keep an eye out for the worker who had been helping us, but close enough for Nikita to hear. Nikita smirked. "Mars has a rat in his pack," she whispered as she looked over at the man. "He's telling Malcolm that Mars has escaped up into Canada. He's not sticking around when Malcolm's after him." The worker girl spotted me and smiled. "I'll keep her busy." I walked towards her, deciding I needed help picking out a chair. Nikita nodded and continued to eavesdrop as she looked over car seats and strollers. I kept the woman busy for maybe 10 minutes before Nikita came over. Those strollers are amazing. She did sound impressed. A couple of them have cup holders. I laughed. You're so easily impressed. We tested strollers by walking around with them. Malcom showed up 10 minutes after Nikita. Everything okay? I asked him. He knew Nikita and I had found out about Mars's informant. Of course. You picked out everything your dad will need. I nodded. Everything we need right now. I gave the stroller back. We didn't need one now. We'd get one when we got to Malcolm's. When we visited, we'd have to bring strollers and car seats anyway. We checked out and went back to the house. We'll wash everything today while we wait for the fumes in the nursery to go away. I was only allowed to carry in some blankets and light decor. Heaven forbid the pregnant woman lifting anything over 20 pounds. My dad was sitting around, watching TV with paint splatters all over his clothes when we walked in. His eyebrows rose once everything was in. And this is all essential? I nodded. Yes, this is the basics. He let out a long whistle. Things sure have changed since you were a baby. I scoffed. I was only one. There are 2 coming now. My dad smirked. True. We rested the remainder of the night. Malcom didn't say anything about the guy at the baby store, and I forgot all about it when we got home. The next day, I remembered when my dad was setting up one crib while Malcom worked on the other. I didn't think I could leave the 2 alone, so I stayed in the room, just visualizing what it would look like when it was finished. My dad's painting was much like the bedding. It was light brown with accents of blues and pinks. It all merged quite beautifully. So, what happened with that guy from yesterday? What guy? Malcom asked absent-mindedly as he looked over the instructions. The informant from yesterday. Malcom looked up at me as my father looked up at him. I smiled innocently when I saw the look he was giving me. Apparently, this wasn't something he wanted brought up in front of my father. A wolf followed my daughter in the baby store? Malcom lowered his head for a second before looking back at my dad. Nothing happened. The informant just wanted to switch sides. Dad scoffed. He was there to spy, and you know it. Malcom nodded. And now he's in a cell at the Alphas. So what? My father was in apparent disbelief. You left her there? Malcolm's brows creased from being offended. Don't misunderstand. Of course I didn't leave her there. I had him picked up. And even if I had left her there, it wouldn't be your place to question it. She could have been hurt. The babies could have been hurt. Malcom looked over at me, giving me a look that said, "Look what you started," before turning back to my dad. And she's fine. The wolf wasn't even there for her. The idiot was there for me. Is Mars really on the run? I interjected, potentially stopping the argument before it could gather momentum. Malcom nodded, still looking at my father, with his tail between his legs. I doubt he'll be an issue. He looked at me. The bounty on me and the price to bring you in to him have quadrupled, leaving rogues and Mars's lackeys a potential threat still. Dad looked back down at the instructions, grumbling incoherently to himself. Does it have to be obvious when we move tomorrow? I asked Malcom. Malcom shrugged. Maybe. I'll let you know tomorrow. I kept an eye on my dad as the 2 of them set up the cribs. Once they were done, Malcom left my father and me alone as he set up the changing station, and I set up the cribs and started decorating. It was nice spending time with my dad, semi-alone, knowing it would be the last time we did this. After I went to Malcolm's, I probably wouldn't see him until after the babies were born. Then once they were born, I'd always be around them. This was it. We didn't go to bed until Malcom practically dragged me there at 4 in the morning. I woke up with a knot in my stomach. This was the day I was supposed to move to Malcolm's. I couldn't stay here anymore. It was too dangerous for everyone around me. At least if I were at Malcolm's, it would be safer for me. Nikita and Michelson dropped by when we were loading up my car. It was nearly full when they pulled up. Nikita smiled. I thought we were going to miss you. She looked back at Michelson after hugging me. I've convinced him to let us road trip with you to his place. Michelson stood by his car. He didn't look nearly as happy as Nikita. He looks grumpy. She looked back at her mate. He hoped we would miss you too. She smiled when she looked back at me. I'm glad we didn't. I hugged her. Me too. They loaded some of the bags and boxes into Nikita's car as I went inside to say goodbye to my dad. I knocked on the door of the study a couple of times as I walked in. Nikita's here, so we're going to head out. He nodded once, looking out the window. I could tell he was depressed. I already felt bad for leaving him here, but he needed to be with his pack more than he needed to be with me right now. His pack could help him. I couldn't. I couldn't leave without hugging him, so I walked over to him and wrapped my arms around his shoulders. "I'll miss you, old man." He smiled weakly and returned the hug. "I'll miss you too." He let go a bit and put a hand on my belly. "You take care of my grandbabies." I smiled and kissed his cheek. "I will. I'll call you when I get settled in." He nodded and followed me out of the house. "You sure you packed everything?" I nodded. "I hope so." Saying goodbye to my dad was hard. It hadn't been this hard when I left for college, because this time it was going to be permanent. Nikita gave me a walkie-talkie remote so we could chat even if we weren't in the same car. We joined up with Finley at lunchtime. He started a bit earlier than we did, so he was already sitting at a table when we got there. I was starving, so I knew that the werewolves probably felt like they were dying from starvation. After I was well fed, I took a nap for a while. It took hours to get to Finley's territory. My back was very sore. I kept moving around to try to ease it, but nothing helped. Malcom ignored my curses and complaints because I was always saying something. For the last hour of the road trip, I had to suck it up and deal. Being uncomfortable was just another part of pregnancy. We arrived at Finley's house first. I needed the break, and we all needed dinner. It was 8 at night when we got into the house. It was even dark out because the tall trees blocked out a lot of the light. The outside of the house itself was impressive. It was a log cabin mansion. Huge windows showed the large living room before you even got into the house. It had 3 stories and a significant, gravel turnabout that acted as the driveway. It was amazing to say the least. Solid double doors led into the front entry. They were heavy and probably strong enough to put up with werewolf abuse, but most of all, they were beautifully hand-carved in an intricate design. I stretched my legs as I explored the first level. I didn't want to wait for a tour. I knew I'd be followed around anywhere I went, regardless. The main feature of the living room was a massive fireplace. It was almost tall enough to stand in. You could probably do that if you ducked under the mantel to get into the fireplace. I was absolutely in love with it when I saw it. There was a sofa set up to enjoy the fire, and a few feet away, another sofa set was set up to enjoy the biggest flat screen I had ever laid eyes on. One side of the living room led to a sunroom that exited to the back patio and a hallway that led to the back bedrooms. The other side led to the dining room, where a huge table sat surrounded by chairs. I'd guess that more than 15 wolves would fit comfortably. The dining room had bar seating that opened into the kitchen. An archway connected the dining room to the kitchen. The kitchen was huge. The walls were lined with counters and cabinets. The fridge and stove were industrial-sized. My favorite feature, though, was the bar seating. It made it feel more open. A huge window sat over the sink, giving a view from the side of the house that showed a massive amount of trees in the distance. "This place is pretty amazing, huh?" Nikita said as she opened the fridge. "Yeah, this is just the downstairs too." I was amazed at the house. I shouldn't have been surprised since this was the head alpha's house, but it was still amazing. She nodded as she pulled out a container with leftovers. "Looks like someone did a bunch of cooking." Nikita pulled out 6 more containers full of food. "Doesn't this look like a bit much to be leftovers?" She smiled. "I don't care, I'm starving." Eventually, everyone was in the kitchen eating everything that Nikita had pulled out. I left them in the kitchen to look around some more. Numerous pictures were hanging on the walls of the living room. Some of them looked really old. I could hear everyone chatting in the kitchen from where I was standing, which made me feel secure as I explored the place where my children would be raised. It would be quite a childhood growing up in this place. Having all of this decorated during the holidays would be amazing. I was looking at an ancient picture, which turned out to be a great sketch, when I heard a throat clear. I looked over to see Malcom. I really only recognized Finley in the sketch. He was with a woman, 2 boys, and a girl. That's the only picture we have from my childhood. I looked at the picture again and could now see some of Malcolm's features in it. That was probably what my son would have looked like when he grew into a boy. I pointed at the second boy. So this must be Felia's. I pointed at the girl, and this Madalena. He nodded a confirmation and reached in front of me to point at the woman. And my mother. I looked between the woman and Malcom. From what I can tell, you have her eyes. He looked towards the front door and started heading towards it with a smirk on his face. I had a gut feeling I wasn't going to like it. A woman burst through the door and ran towards Malcom at a speed that was almost imperceptible. She jumped, and he caught her. He carried her outside without another word to me as Nikita poked her head into the room. What was that? In my gut, I knew. I'm not sure. I walked to the front to gaze out the window to see the two kissing. Nikita came up behind me, but didn't say anything. At least he took it outside this time, I offered. Nikita sighed. I would say that's a plus. I kept looking at the woman. She was fit and thin, someone who looked like they belonged. Human or wolf? Malcom disappeared into the side door that led to the garage. He would probably spend his time with her. Nikita scoffed. Wolf and clearly interested. Darn. I was sure the woman probably had a low opinion of me, too, since I was the one who was with him for one night. Don't confront her. It's on Malcom, Nikita suggested. I know, I said as neutrally as I could. I couldn't risk that wolf hurting me and making me lose my babies. And I didn't want Nikita to start attacking people. Let's get something to eat. I'm hungry. We were going to be here for a while since Malcom had taken it upon himself to spend time with another werewolf. You're going to wear a hole into the ground if you keep pacing, I said as I looked over the rest of the pictures in the room. There weren't any more pictures of Malcom's mother around. I don't understand how this doesn't bother you. I just shrugged and stared at my cooking food. I'm not in a relationship with Malcom. He can be with whoever he wants. It doesn't matter if you're in a relationship or not. He doesn't respect you enough to stay away from other women during this delicate time. He doesn't have to respect me, Nikita. I don't care what he thinks about me. All I am to him is the woman who was with him for one night and got pregnant. I'm no better than that woman he drove here with. You don't think that? She sounded affected by the truth. You're not like that, Emilia. You'd know if I were lying. I scanned over a photograph of the Medill family with a new woman and a baby in a pink blanket. That baby had to be Margot. Maybe that's his girlfriend Nikita. Maybe they've been together longer than you and Michelson. I could be the one who's ruining everything. Nikita wasn't pacing anymore. But you're not ruining anything. You don't know that. I didn't know about anything when I was with him. He could have been anyone and I wouldn't have known. I lost interest in the photos. I went to the fireplace, taking the closest seat to the fire. Somehow, I knew that Finley had been the one who lit it. Who else would have taken the time to light a fire for the woman Malcom got pregnant? No one. I had come here hoping to get some time to talk things through with Malcom, and all the time I had thought about the possibility of starting a relationship with him seemed so stupid now. That was not what he wanted. That wasn't what he was ready for. I hadn't planned on him being with someone else while he was away. There was a part of me that hoped we could use some of this time to connect. She was a wolf and therefore very, very fit. She probably looked wonderful. I looked like a pumpkin. She had a stamina that I never had. Malcom wouldn't have to be careful with her. She wouldn't break like I would have. There were absolutely no upsides to being with me. What did I have to offer him? Nothing. I just stared at the fire, unblinking. All I had to look forward to was a lifetime of changing diapers and maybe finding a man who was willing to play stepdad and deal with Malcom when he had to. I felt my hope drop with my heart. My kids wouldn't have their mom and dad together. They probably wouldn't even have step-parents. Though I was confident they'd have to live through their father's multiple girlfriends. Emilia? Nikita carefully tapped me on the shoulder. When I finally blinked, the tears that had collected fell down my cheeks. Though I wiped them away as soon as I could. What, Nikita? She jerked her head. The woman smiled at me. She's humongous, the woman said gleefully as she looked over my belly. I always knew you were going to have a child. I'm glad I'm around to see it. Now I was confused. I glanced at Nikita, but she was also confused. This is Abiela, one of the many members of this pack, Malcom said from the entryway. I said, looking at the woman again. I didn't fall for whatever rouse he was trying to pull. Finley followed his son up the stairs. I didn't know where Finley had been hiding, where I assumed they were going to have a little chat on how to handle this little situation we had landed ourselves in. Then, the three of us women were left alone and together. While this could have gone very bad, very fast, I knew I couldn't just start yelling at this woman. I didn't know if she was in the right. I didn't know if they were together or had some special arrangement. Chapter 28. I turned away from the woman and went back into the living room. It wasn't worth a fight. It wasn't worth Nikita getting in a fight. We just needed some distance between us. After maybe 10 minutes, Nikita cleared her throat. I looked over at her, taking a second to glance at Emiliana over her shoulder before giving her my complete attention. Malcom wants to talk to you upstairs. Her smile was weak, but I never expected a smile to be on her face. Not when she was as mad as I knew she was. Upstairs where? I've never been here before. I wanted to stay here with the fire, but I knew that wouldn't last very long. Finley's office is the set of double doors at the top of the stairs, she said with a frown. I'm not allowed to go up there with you. I looked over at the stairs. The woman was standing there, looking like she was minding her own business, but she was listening to us as she stared at her nails. She was waiting for confrontation now that all the witnesses were upstairs. Looks like you're not the only one forced to stay down here. Nikita growled a bit. I already noticed. She looked over at the blonde. She's going to get the fight that she wants if she doesn't start minding her own business. Emiliana's head slowly looked up and locked eyes with Nikita. Just let it go, I told Nikita. It's not your concern. Nikita huffed. As soon as I'm gone, this chick will be all up in your business, gloating that she's been with Malcom just to get a rise out of you. Damn it, Nikita. I wanted to yell at her. The only one getting a rise out of me would be you. If I say I'm fine and it's not bothering me, then I'm fine and unbothered. He can be with whatever girl he wants because it all means nothing to him. I looked back at Emiliana. She's no more special than me or the hundreds of other women Malcom has been with in his lifetime. I went towards the stairs and went around her. Finding Finley's office wasn't very hard. Finley was leaning on the rail that overlooked the foyer. He had been keeping an eye on the first real interaction between the women. Finley opened the door to the office for me and shut it when I was inside, boxing me in alone with Malcom. So why have I been summoned up here? I snapped at him. I need you to stay here tonight, he said, but I could tell he was agitated. Why? I didn't get mad or offended by his attitude. I need one night to get my house together. Again, when I knew I should be getting mad, I couldn't. I was a little bitter that I didn't have anyone I could share a bed with when the need arose. Fine. I don't even know why you bother making up some excuse for taking that woman with you for the night. I'm not an idiot, Malcom. I looked over a bookshelf. If I were going to be here for the rest of the night, I could at least read a book in front of the fire. It would be nice to have a day when someone wasn't breathing down my neck. I haven't brought another woman around you since the incident with the pregnancy, have I? He asked in obvious disbelief. Have I done anything to suggest that I was sneaking off with other women? I rolled my eyes and continued looking over the books. I saw you out there with her. So what? You saw a kiss. It's not like we were doing anything out there. You sure were gone for a long time with her. I shot back. I sound like a jealous wife. I thought to myself. I don't want to sound like that. I don't need Malcom, right? I was reworking the agreement that we have. He leaned against the huge desk. I'll tell you that Emiliana and I were involved, but that's been ended now. Ended completely? He nodded once and crossed his arms over his chest. Yes, completely. Now can I go clean my house? And I'm not supposed to go? He shook his head. I'm taking Emiliana to help me clean. I don't need the two of you throwing snide remarks at each other. I couldn't say anything against that either. If Emiliana and I were left alone, we probably would play verbal tennis, hurling insults at each other. With a final nod, he was out the door and going down the steps as quickly as he could. I even heard a squeal from her when he took her along with him. Once I heard the door slam shut, I knew he was gone and that Finley was standing in the doorway to the office. He would have taken you with him if you fought him on it. Your son isn't worth my energy anymore. I just need to relax. I pulled out this pack's oldest-looking history book. Do you mind if I read this? You're going to be in this pack eventually. You may read it. Is this the oldest history? He shook his head. No. There are 2 more that are older, but you wouldn't be able to read them. They're not in English. What language are they in? I didn't realize that they spoke many other languages. They're in Norwegian. I could translate them for you if you wanted me to. I shook my head and looked at the book. That's not necessary. I'm just looking for some alone time reading. He nodded. That will keep you busy then. No one will bother you while you read, I promise. I nodded once, then went downstairs to the fire and curled up in front of it again. I woke up sore. The fire was still going strong, so someone had been tending to it as I slept, and also tending to me. I had a pillow and a blanket stuffed underneath my side to support the weight of my growing belly. I groaned as I pushed myself up into a sitting position. I was instantly rewarded with a couple of kicks from the babies as they were forced to wake up, too. I kept my hands on the kicking until they both stopped. When I stretched and popped my stiff and sore spots, they started again. I pushed myself up into the sofa. If I tried walking now, I'd probably stumble and fall. I did that once, and it will never happen again. Abiela was in the kitchen, cooking. It was already noon. How late had I stayed up reading that book? I looked back and didn't see it, so whoever had been tending the fire had probably put it back. I made a mental note to check and make sure it was there later. Morning, sleepyhead, she teased in a tone I didn't like. I was wondering who was going to have to wake your lazy self up. More like my pregnant self, I said spitefully, knowing full well that she had probably tried to have a baby and failed, like all werewolf women did at some point. But you wouldn't know what it's like to have growing babies inside you. Whatever had made my mood so composed yesterday was now gone. I could feel all the repressed feelings from yesterday, and it made me an angry, bitter, pregnant woman. She turned her complete attention to me this time, eyeing me down like she was going to rip my face off. I wouldn't be myself if I let her continue disrespecting me without standing up for myself. She was lucky I didn't have my gun with me. You'd better run to someone who wants to keep you safe the rest of that pregnancy, she said as she took a step closer to me. Instead of using my logical, working brain, I took a step closer. My belly was maybe a half a foot from her. I don't think you have it in you. What would they do if they knew you hurt Malcolm's first children because you got in a spat with the mother of his children? I taunted. I can be hormonal anytime I want. Her eyes narrowed into a glare. You might be smarter than I gave you credit for. We continued to stare at each other, neither of us backing away. And that was how Malcom found us. He froze when he saw us, probably waiting for an inevitable catfight over him. But we weren't fighting over him. I would let her win that fight. I wouldn't risk my heart on someone who would be with the first woman he could find. Everything is fine, Casanova. I stepped back from Abiela and walked past Malcom. There was no way in heck I was eating whatever she made, so I'd have to find Nikita to take me out. I found her talking to Michelson in the backyard. I waited for her inside the house to give them their privacy and to keep warm. I took a shower and got ready. When I came downstairs, she was prepared with Michelson to leave for breakfast. It was great that Nikita and I thought so alike. It made things easier. She smiled as soon as I set foot on the ground level. Are we going out to eat? I nodded and put my hand on the door handle. I'm not going to eat here and get food poisoning. Malcom stepped in through the front door when Nikita was almost with me. You're not going anywhere without protection. I think being away from your women will keep me plenty safe. His brows rose at me. I made sure to keep a smile on my face. Just so you know, when these kids are born, I expect you to be more discreet with the women you're with. You're going to start telling me what to do? Where my children are involved, you can bet I will. I was serious, and I wanted him to know it. They don't need to know their daddy is always with different women. He rolled his eyes. I haven't been lately. I patted him on the arm. Yes, well, we'll see how long that lasts. I didn't have any faith in Malcom. Then Nikita, Michelson, and I left to find some food. There was a diner that specialized in breakfast right when we reached some civilization, so we didn't have to search for food. We had just gotten comfortable at a table, because I couldn't fit into a booth, when Nikita jerked her chin towards the window. We have a guest. I looked over to see Felias making his way into the restaurant. He sat next to me. Did you guys order yet? I shook my head. We haven't. You're just in time. I patted his shoulder, bodyguard. He smiled guiltily at me. Malcom figured he probably would have gotten a talking to if he followed you here. I smiled and looked over the menu. He's probably right. With Felia's here, Nikita and I couldn't really talk, so we kept everything casual, nothing about Abiela or Malcom. Talking wasn't something we'd worry about with Michelson around. He'd listen to what we had to say, but primarily tune us out. "Are you sure you want to stay here?" was the first thing out of Nikita's mouth when we were on our way to the house with Felia's following us. As it is, no. I'd survive for a week before losing my temper with Abiela. "Maybe you should keep your gun on you," she joked as she smiled. I laughed. That's probably not such a bad idea. When we got back to Finley's house, I didn't want to get out of the car. "Stay a week, that way if I can't do this, I can still go home." Nikita shook her head. "I can't be away from work, and neither can Michelson. You knew that we couldn't stay long when we agreed to follow you up here." "All right. I'll just steal a car if I have to." I couldn't guilt her into staying with me. I knew she would stay, but I couldn't do that to her now. I had to hold on to the guilt from weekend trips when I really needed my friend. "And drive without protection?" she asked sarcastically. I hit her arm, then got out of the car. Malcom opened the door to the house as we approached. "We have to meet Jared in the infirmary." "Why?" I asked unhappily. It was amazing what Malcom could do to my attitude. "He wants to go over your birth plan before any excitement can happen." All right, I conceded. This was about the babies. We had to get everything straight before the babies decided to make their debut. And I had to feel like I had never had to before. So as fast as I could, I made my way to a bathroom. When I opened the door to leave the bathroom, Malcom was there. "Jared's anxious to talk to you about this." "I had to go pee," I said exasperatedly. "You can't get impatient with the pregnant woman for having to pee. He just received your doctor's file on you. And he can take his time studying Alan's notes then." I nodded. "Where's Nikita?" "Right here." Nikita was out of my sight because of Malcom. Jared doesn't want a lot of people in for the meeting. I shook my head. Whatever. I don't feel like arguing right now. Malcom led the way outside to another building. Nikita was resistant to staying in the house, but there was nothing she could do about it. This was what the doctor wanted. "This is our infirmary. Most likely, this is where the babies will be born." I just nodded and trailed him into the building. I followed him to the man who was looking at a computer screen. "You're here earlier than I thought you would." I threw Malcom a glare. Malcom was the one who had been in a hurry to get here. Malcom just shrugged and looked back at me. "Take a seat." The doctor looked at me and smiled. "You must be Emiliana." "I'm Jared." I smiled. "Hi. I agree with your previous doctor about the C-section if one of the twins is still breached." I nodded. "The girl is breached right now. That's what your file says. I'd like to do an ultrasound to get a look at the two." I leaned back and lay down. It was not comfortable to lie on my back. The girl stretched every time I did, which made it uncomfortable. I stretched to my right so I could breathe. Jared smiled. "Have a stretcher in there?" That's an understatement. "If he's not kicking, she's stretching." Jared laughed slightly. "Active babies make healthy babies." He lifted my shirt up enough to uncover my belly. "At least they have lots of room." I've seen a woman with twins no larger than a normal singleton pregnancy. The gel was cold. Whichever baby felt the cold didn't like it. It must be the boy, since there was a kicking fit hard enough to make my stomach look like it's trying to break out from the inside. This is good. The boy is in the head-down position, ready to come into the world. He maneuvered his way to see the girl. She's still breached. I glanced at Malcom. His eyes were going back and forth between my stomach and the monitor. He looked nervous. Then, when he noticed I was looking at him, his face went blank. So I turned back to look at the monitor. "You need to come back here once a week from here on out. Call me if you feel weird or have any pain," he said as he wiped away the gel. "You should consider bed rest, just until we get those babies out." I knew bed rest was a precaution against preterm labor, but I couldn't imagine that I could sit in bed all day and not do anything. There was too much to be done before these babies actually got here. "Thanks." He smiled and turned back to his computer. Malcom helped me up, then we walked back to the house. "So, what was with that nervous face?" "I thought nothing could scare you." I teased. "I'm not nervous." He defended. "You looked nervous in there." He ignored me. You know, it's okay to be nervous. There are going to be two of them. He shook his head. We need to talk. That was a bit of an understatement. No kidding. He stopped walking. We were probably halfway between Finley's house and the infirmary. I'm going to carry you to my father's office. It's private, and you're breathing hard. All right. I gave in with a sigh. I'd better get used to the idea of being carried around all the time. We were up there a lot quicker than if I had walked myself. I sat on one of the comfortable armchairs. You know, when these kids come, you're going to have to change, right? I nodded. When I figured out who you were, it crossed my mind. I was thinking of waiting 6 months to change you. Why just 6? You'll be finished breastfeeding the twins by then. He explained. I don't know how long I can keep the 3 of you safe by myself. What if I don't make the change? My mother didn't. He shrugged. You wouldn't be able to protect them from a wolf as a human anyway. I knew his mother didn't make the change. I thought he'd be a bit more sympathetic to my plight. So you'd just be getting rid of me? He shook his head. No. I want my children to be raised with their mother and father. But in order to protect them, you need to be a werewolf. 6 months is not enough time. My babies won't even remember me. He squatted in front of me. Well then live. Live so you can raise them. So we can raise them together. I don't understand how you can be so nice right now, but not all the time. I can't live with all your mood swings, Malcom. I gave him my honesty. I really can't. Wolves are infamous for mood swings. He was nonchalant. For their anger, yes, I agreed, but you're different. 1 second, I'm the bane of your existence. The next you're nice. Then the next you're trying to be with any woman you can. He nodded once. And from now on I will do my best to keep from being so unpredictable. I will make a conscious effort to be nicer to you. And as for the women, you won't know about any of it anymore. You won't even know if there's anything going on. I don't need you to be discreet. I was being frank with him. I had to. I need you to change. You can't be this guy that goes around and is with multiple women for some show of dominance. It's not for dominance, and it's not to just show you that I can. Then why are you shoving it in my face? I know you can have whoever you want and that I'm not a part of that option. I just don't want to have to be constantly reminded of it. I could tell he was getting frustrated. He wasn't ever really backed into a corner like this. When he didn't want to talk about something, he'd say so, and others would go along with what he wanted. I couldn't do that, not anymore. I'm going to change. He held one hand over his heart and the other in the air. I'll do my best to change into what you need. It's going to take a while, but I'll try. I nodded once. That's good enough for now. He led me down the stairs to where Nikita waited anxiously. Chapter 29. After I filled Nikita in about the lack of change in the baby girl's position, Malcom changed the focus of the conversation completely. Follow me to my house, so you can get settled in before the party. Nikita and I stared at each other and asked, what party? Simultaneously. The pack is coming together to meet you. An earlier warning wouldn't have been better? He shrugged. Follow. Nikita handed Michelson their car keys. She was going to ride with me because Malcom was going to take one of the trucks parked outside. The truck was probably his. Nikita and I were both irritated when we got back in the car to follow him. We didn't say anything, but we both huffed ever so often, thinking about this party. We didn't like parties that sprang on us without a good amount of advanced warning, especially now that it took me so long to get changed and ready. I hope he has clean sheets, Nikita muttered as we pulled up. Me too, 'cause I'm not cleaning them. I agreed unhappily. Malcolm's house wasn't as spectacular as Finley's. It was significantly smaller, being that it was just 1 story. It had the log cabin look and feel just like Finley's had, but that's how most of the places I had seen out here looked. The outside of Malcolm's house didn't suggest that there was going to be anything special inside. Some of the windows were all boarded up. This place looked abandoned. I brought in my suitcase while Nikita and Michelson brought in some boxes. I was pleasantly surprised to see that the interior of the house didn't look abandoned. Maybe he really did spend his time cleaning. Malcom was already inside, but he left the doors open for us at least. Where do we go? I asked the other 2 when we walked in. There was no sign of Malcom. This way. I heard Malcolm's voice come down from the hallway to the right. I glanced at Nikita before going towards where I had heard Malcolm's voice. This place doesn't look as bad as I thought it would. Nikita ran her finger over the sill of the window next to the front door. The boarded windows suggest someone hasn't been here in a long time. But they were here last night. I reminded her. I didn't need to have my memory jogged. Nikita started following behind me. I didn't assume they'd be cleaning. When I got to the door, I was tired again. This is exhausting. It's not that bad. Your home was more of a walk than this, she said, surprising me by not catching on to what I meant. I wheeled my bag to the one open door. Malcom had one of the boards from the inside of the windows in his hand, but the wall behind him didn't look damaged from the board. It was a fairly spacious room that, given the lack of any decor, had obviously been a guest room. This is it. He held the board as he looked at me. Later you can set up the nursery. I nodded and took in the room. There was nothing special about it. It fit the king-size bed easily, but that was the only thing in the room. I could probably fit a dresser and a couple of bassinets in here easily. Malcom motioned toward the mattress with the giant board. The mattress is brand new. There was even plastic around the mattress. And there are a few sets of bedding in the closet. Just choose whichever you want, and I'll get rid of the rest. I nodded and moved so Nikita could come in. She looked around, unimpressed. It's pretty bare bones in here. Please leave it to Nikita to make me smile. Malcom left the room with the board so we could get settled in. Nikita opened the closet and pulled out 3 bags of bedding. Which one? She immediately pulled away the one with the busy print, knowing I wouldn't like it, which left me with a light purple, flowery set and a light blue set with thick dark blue stripes across it. I pointed to the blue. It felt calmer to me. I needed some calm in my crazy life. She nodded and tossed the extra bedding sets to her mate. You can go relax, babe. We're going to put some things away. He nodded and took the sets with him. He wouldn't want to stick around anyway. It was probably uncomfortable for him to be here, not with his pack, not on pack land, in the house of another dominant werewolf. We'll need to get some decor before I leave. We have 2 nurseries to put together before you leave. I couldn't manage 2 nurseries and get enough rest to prevent the babies from being born before they were ready. Nikita and I spent maybe an hour getting my room in order. My belongings were still in boxes, but my bed was made and ready to provide a nap. I knew Nikita wasn't tired, so I kicked her out to get settled into her room. I waited until she was out of the room before lying down and taking a nap. I was constantly exhausted. A nudge woke me up in what felt like seconds. Malcom was standing next to my bed. You should probably start getting ready. I stretched, not feeling completely rested. But I sat up. Where's Nikita? In her room getting ready. I grabbed my walkie-talkie. I'm up, I told Malcom. I'll be ready in an hour or 2. He nodded. Need anything? I shook my head. No, I think I'm okay. I knew Nikita would have her matching walkie-talkie as I pressed the button that would make her set beep annoyingly. When I heard it from my open door, I smiled. She cursed, then came into my room with a glare. That's really annoying. By the time I was ready to go, everyone else had been waiting for a while. Luckily, no one complained about the time it took the pregnant woman to get ready. Getting back to Finley's wasn't a big deal. After the nap, I knew I wouldn't be a risk for wanting to go home early. I should make it through the party at least. Finley's home was crowded when I looked in through a window as we pulled up. There weren't many cars here. Most of these wolves had changed and ran here. I was very nervous about meeting strange wolves, but I followed Malcom into the house anyway. Someday, these wolves were going to be my pack members. For now, they'd become my friends and eventually, maybe, I would trust them with the care of my children, maybe. I tugged off the oversized jacket I was forced into. Nikita hung it up beside the door and pushed me in the direction that Malcom went. She squeezed my shoulder. Think of it this way, at least you're not a werewolf from another pack. My wolf is telling me I shouldn't be here. It feels like I'm cheating on my pack. Nikita had probably caught on to my apprehension. I smiled back at her. Well, get used to them. They're going to be around whenever you come to visit. She gave me a reassuring smile back. We'll get used to all of this soon enough. We followed the direction Malcom went, which was into the vast living room with the fireplace I loved. This room was full of werewolves, even more than I thought was possible to fit into it. Fortunately, not everyone looked at me immediately. I would feel like a cow up for slaughter. I heard an excited squeak, so I looked in the direction to see a woman bouncing as she made her way towards me. This was Madalena, the other sister of the Medills. I have been waiting for a niece or nephew for a lifetime. She was in front of me in an instant, not bothering to curb her werewolf speed. I never thought the first would come from Malcom. She reached for my belly. I readied myself for the unwelcome touch, but a hand shot out and grabbed her wrist. "Cool it," Malcom said beside me. "You have to be gentle." The woman looked at Malcom with a glare. I was being careful. He shook his head. "You were excited. You're not careful when excited." She huffed much like a child. "I am careful." He took her hand and brought it lightly to my stomach. I felt his hand clench at my back, taking a good grip on my shirt. Was he planning to pull me back? Does he not trust his sister to control herself? She is an ancient werewolf. Shouldn't she have that control? Or is she too old and slowly losing it? When she backed away, she twirled and looked in the direction of her father. "Can you believe it, Daddy?" she said gleefully. "A baby!" she screamed. "I'm so excited." She screamed and jumped up and down a few feet from me while Nikita and I exchanged a look. There was something Malcom hadn't told me about his sister. Is she just excited? Maybe she is just hyperactive. Malcom pulled me a couple of feet away from the bouncing woman. Finley came over to calm his daughter. "Time to bring it down a few degrees, love." She beamed at her father. "I know, I'm just so happy." Finley smiled at his daughter, then looked at me. "We're all happy about the baby." He wrapped an arm around her shoulder. "Why don't we go get your surprise ready?" Again, Madalena beamed. "Oh yeah, let's go." She practically dragged her father away. For the better part of an hour, I didn't move 3 feet away because the different members of the pack constantly approached me. They all seemed really lovely, but I just couldn't stand it anymore. The pain in my back was peaking, and my legs would have started shaking if I stood any longer. Malcom cut off whoever planned on approaching me next with the politeness of a gentleman, which was something I wasn't used to. He brought me to the sofa in front of the fireplace. The pack members interacted like a family. This was really nice to be around. My children would have a great life growing up around these people when they were out of me, so I could get past this pain. Nikita leaned over the back of the couch and rested her chin on my shoulder. "How's the back?" "Knives are in it." Nikita pushed me forward, put a pillow against my back, then let me lean back again. The extra support was terrific. "You should have said something." Malcom sat down on the floor between me and the fireplace. "Wolves don't understand the constant aches you have because of pregnancy. For werewolves, pain lasts for healing time and during the change. Other than that, wolves have no pain. Because you heal quickly." "Because we heal quickly," he agreed with a small smile. A woman sat down beside me, putting her hand on my belly and earning a glare from Malcom. Abiela was the one sitting so close to me. I nudged her away. "Not now." She pursed her lips unhappily. "Ah, come on. I just wanted to formally welcome Malcolm's child and its mother to the pack." I rolled my eyes. "Well, I haven't given birth and I am not a wolf just yet." Abiela smiled at me. "It doesn't matter, sweetheart. We all know you're Malcolm's," she leaned in, "even if he's not yours." Malcom was up in a second and had Abiela by the back of her neck, pulling her off the couch and away from me. Nikita took the seat Abiela had been in. That was a little funny. Her being led away like that? Nikita's smile broadened. "Yes." We both started laughing. Then Felias made his appearance. "There you are." He smiled as he crouched down next to the sofa. "You're huge." I rolled my eyes in annoyance. "Thank you for that news flash, Felias. I don't need to be told I'm huge. I have eyes." His smile broadened. "You're even snippier when you're uncomfortable. I'd hit you if it did any good." He put a hand on my belly. "Good thing it would do no good." He rubbed over the belly, probably surprised it was so big. As far as I knew, Felias thought I was only having one. "The nursery has been decorated, if you want to take a look at it." I nodded. "Of course I want to see it." I didn't even know anyone had gotten started on it. Felias stood up and held his hands out in front of me to take. I gladly took them since getting up was becoming increasingly complex. He started to lead me up the stairs when Malcom and Abiela were coming back down. Malcom looked bothered, but when he laid eyes on us, his face went neutral. Abiela, however, growled at me when she passed. Nikita returned the growl with an extra dose of threat in it. Nikita would get in a fight with Abiela before I did. Malcom stayed at the top of the stairs. "Where are you taking Emiliana and Nikita?" Malcom asked his brother, his voice laced with tension. "I'm taking them to see the nursery." Malcolm's tension disappeared as he smirked. "I'm not going to miss that. This is either going to be amazing or really bad." Malcom barked a laugh. "It's the second." Nikita shook her head and huffed. "Well, let's go check out the nursery and see what we have to go get." That made me happy. I loved baby stuff now. Even if we have to go buy the boy everything, it'll give me something to focus on. Felias helped me up, and we walked upstairs to the nursery. Malcom pushed the door open and leaned on the doorframe, keeping his eyes on my face so he wouldn't miss my reaction. I was so stunned at what I saw that I didn't even walk into the room all the way once I saw what a horrible room this was. It was so pink I had to squint until my eyes adjusted to the brightness of the color. I shook my head. "This needs a new paint job." Nikita nodded and made a face at the paint. She hated it. "Does this shade hurt your eyes as much as it hurts mine?" I finally asked, walking into the room. My expression greatly amused Malcom. It was probably of pure horror. I could not let my children sleep in this room. Even more so. I opened the closet. Need boy clothes, toys, another crib, more diapers. Nikita looked through the drawers. Stuff for baths. I reached into the drawer and took out 2 bottles. They can't be serious. 2 bottles. I sighed. "When can we go?" Felias came into the room. I didn't miss that his eyes were marginally squinted. "I thought you were having a girl," Felias said as he looked at his brother. I earned another look from Malcom, which told me I had said something I wasn't supposed to. "Emiliana is having twins." Felias's jaw slackened as he looked back at the only pregnant belly in the room. "Twins? That's very rare, Malcom." Malcom nodded. "And a secret. That one was shot towards me. Tomorrow we can go to the hardware store. You can pick out the paint so we can get started on that." I nodded and put the bottles back in the drawer. "How long has it been since there was a baby in this pack?" 26 years, maybe." He shrugged. "Margot was the last child born to this pack." Felias smiled at his brother before rushing over and hugging him. "This is amazing, brother." Malcom smiled and hugged his brother back. Felias let go of his brother. "I'll have some of the guys clear out the room so we can repaint it after the color is chosen." Then Felias was out of the room, practically bouncing at the news of the twins. Malcom looked over at me. "Others might know now. The twins were supposed to be a secret until they were a few months old. I didn't want Mars's bounty to entice rogues once it doubles from there being 2 babies now." I shrugged. "I was just saying what we needed. It's not like I did it on purpose." Nikita patted my shoulder, so I looked over. She was already walking towards the door, spying on whoever was in the hallway. I crept closer to the door with her. I was sure that if the werewolves speaking in the hallway were paying any attention, they'd know we were spying on them. A woman was talking. She sounded mad. Nikita and I both had our ears pointed out the door, listening intently. I could see Malcom shaking his head at us from my peripheral vision. That wouldn't stop us from spying. We were too nosy for our own good. "She's critiquing the nursery I had to put together for that child?" The woman hissed at Felias. I recognized her voice anywhere. How dare she badmouth my child? I could have gotten angry with the woman, if she weren't a werewolf. "Abiela," I mouthed to Nikita. Nikita nodded her head in agreement. "You painted the nursery a neon pink, Abiela." "What did you think?" That she wanted to put newborns in a glow-in-the-dark room. It was Felias. Why couldn't she just stay away from here? Why did it have to be Malcom who was with her? "You need to quit this infatuation with my brother. If he wanted you, he'd have you. He doesn't. Get over it." Felias sounded annoyed. "He doesn't want that kid, and he's letting them stay here." Malcom scooted past us quickly, stopping the conversation between his brother and his former lover in its tracks. "You'd better be amending that comment with haste." Nikita and I hung around the doorway in the hall, witnessing the action about to go down. "I'm just expressing myself, Malcom," she nearly shouted. Malcom growled. If I didn't want a child born, I would have taken care of it a long time ago. Don't think for a minute that I would ever want you over my own child. You just want her for her child. You don't even want her, she said in a harsh whisper. Malcom had the woman by her arm. He pushed her backwards down the hallway. When she tripped over her heels, he held her up by her arm and pulled her into the office. Feliaz looked back at Nikita and me with a childlike smile. She's in so much trouble. Chapter 30. Feliaz waved us out of the horrid nursery. We should probably go back downstairs. Malcom will probably be in there a while. Abiela has a hard time understanding that a human takes precedence over her. At the bottom of the stairs awaited Finley and his bouncing daughter, Madalena. She was very excited about something that she was holding behind her back. It looked like a project board. So I'm guessing you're coming from the horrid nursery that Abiela was allowed to decorate. I had a feeling, from her tone, that Madalena wasn't a fan of Abiela like everyone else seemed to be. I smiled. I hate it. Madalena squealed. I'm so glad you hate it. They should have let me decorate it, but she beat me to asking for it. My hearing had gotten better since I've been pregnant, so her high pitch hurt. I told them they should have called you before they let anyone decorate the nursery. Hot pink isn't a baby color, but they don't listen to me. Maybe they should have let you have the honors. I conceded. Anything else would have been better than what Abiela did to the poor room. She nodded once proudly and looked over my shoulder at her brother. Told you. He rolled his eyes. I felt a kick, so I put my hand over the spot. They were getting stronger the longer they were incubating. It was truly amazing to feel them moving within me. Slowly, she put her hand on mine with a smile. Is the baby moving? I nodded and held her hand as I moved it to my belly. I was nervous. Feliaz moved to my side. You should let her have some room, Maddie. People have been touching her all day. She grabbed his wrist and brought his hand under hers. It's still moving. He gave me an apologetic smile. I'm sorry, my sister doesn't understand boundaries. I smiled, trying to reassure him that it was okay. Once I had had enough, they would know. I'd start snapping at them. It's okay. Random people come up and touch my belly a lot, especially now that it's so huge. I grabbed his wrist and moved it to a better spot. He smiled when he felt the baby move. That really is pretty cool, he muttered beside me. It feels like an alien is trying to burst out of me sometimes. I joked. I could only imagine. His smile was still wide when he took his hand back. That's my first time feeling that. That surprises me a little. His smile dropped off a bit. Having pregnant women around isn't something that happens often. Madalena rolled her eyes. And my brother would never ask to feel a baby bump. Well, excuse me for respecting her space, he said defensively. Yeah, she put her hands on her hips, and that's why I'm never going to get more nieces and nephews. The timing's not there, Mad. She shook her head. You're just afraid of women. All right, enough with the back and forth. Malcom came down the stairs. We need to get back to the party. Malcom didn't leave me any option when he led me back to the living room and sat me down on the sofa. It wasn't long until a few of the pack members sat down on the surrounding furniture and kept me entertained. By 11, I was ready to go to bed. I was exhausted, and my back needed some relaxation. I learned that the only one I had to worry about was Abiela. Malcom liked her, and she probably didn't want me. 11 was well past my bedtime. Jared's recommendation of bed rest was looking like an excellent idea. It would give me time to relax and try to enjoy the rest of the pregnancy, whatever of it I could want. I was well past the point of being ready to get these babies out of me. I found Malcom outside, talking to a couple of his pack mates. He looked happy. He was even smiling at whatever they were talking about. Even if he had been such a jerk for the past 32 weeks, it was nice, actually, to see him smile. It gave me a little hope that being back on his own territory would bring some needed relief from the strain we've had on our situation. Maybe he could be what I needed him to be now. But I wasn't going to bet everything I had on it. I needed to see the change happen and see that it was going to be permanent. If this whole thing imploded on itself, I would be the one who had custody over my kids, and I knew Malcom would stay close. Malcom looked over at me when one of the guys he was talking to jerked his chin at me. I remembered meeting the two, but I couldn't put their faces to names just yet. Malcom shook both of their hands in a very informal manner. That was something I hadn't seen either. Malcom came into the house looking less stressed. Ready to go? I nodded once. Are those to your friends? He looked back at the two before nodding once to me. They are. Are you three close? He shrugged, avoiding the question more than answering it. Are you ready to go? I let it go. I'm ready. There would be time later to figure out who Malcom was close to. Malcom went to get Nikita and Michelson, while I went to the front door to put my jacket on. It was no surprise that I was struggling to get the thing on. When it was pulled away from me, I almost expected Abiela to be fake again. When I laid eyes on the person, I smiled. It was Felia's. You're escaping already? The pregnant lady needs rest. He smirked. I thought you would have wanted to hang out with me a bit more. I'm amazing. I held out my jacket to him. Want to help me into my jacket, Mr. Amazing? He whipped the jacket out and held it open. For you, madam. I laughed, but took the opportunity and slipped into the jacket. Where did you escape to? Felia's smile was almost as devastatingly beautiful as his brother's. I needed to stretch my legs. Stretching your legs, huh? I was skeptical. Didn't you take a trip up to Canada? I asked knowingly. I don't know what you're talking about, he said, having fun with the Canadian accent. I could figure out that Felia's had probably chased Mars far enough away that he'd stay away for a while. Nikita led the two men to the door. She smiled at Felia's. You're late. Felia's had probably gone to stretch his legs after we chatted earlier. Felia's rolled his eyes. Yes, I know. We're leaving. Malcom stopped any conversation that might have started. Philip's eyebrows rose at his brother. Talk tomorrow? Malcom nodded once. Emiliana needs sleep. Felia's opened the door and stood to the side. Nice seeing you guys again. When we got to Malcom's, I took a shower and went to bed. I was asleep as soon as I settled in. Nikita and I spent most of the next day using Malcom's money to decorate and stock the nursery at both his house and his father's. We didn't decorate the one at Finley's because we didn't want someone to see that we were preparing for two. We spent that night and most of the next day arranging and decorating the nursery. We went white for the nursery at Malcom's. It took my breath away, making it all so real. I was expecting 2 babies within 8 weeks. I probably wouldn't make it the full 8 weeks. Nikita left the day after that. She left too soon. I watched my best friend leave me an hour ago. We didn't even start on Finley's nursery yet. You'll have help from Madalena. I nodded. Yeah, I know. She'll be great. I'm just going to miss Nikita. You're going to have a few days to get Finley's nursery together. Malcom went to his garage. There was obviously something he wasn't telling me with that kind of comment. So, I followed him out there. What does that mean? Malcom grabbed a duffel bag. I have to leave for a few days. And you're just telling me now? I was shocked that he waited so long to tell me. Don't I deserve a bit of a heads up? You do, he agreed with a nod. But you've been doing so much lately that I didn't want to give you something else to stress about. The nurseries have been too much on you. That's just an excuse and you know it. He sighed and stood in front of me. I didn't move to let him back into his house. I have to pack. I took a deep breath. You're not going to do this to me again, I told him. You're going to give me a week's advance warning. You're not allowed to drop this kind of stuff on me. He rubbed his hand over his face in apparent frustration. And if there's an emergency? You'll tell me when you find out, I said. I know you're going to say you don't have to because we're not in a relationship, but you'd be wrong. He nodded once as he struck the deal. A week's warning when I have it. I stepped away from the door. And don't forget it. He walked to his room and shut the door behind himself. He wouldn't let me stay here alone, and I didn't feel like entertaining protectors. That meant I'd be going to Finley's for a few days. I conceded to my fate, went to my room, and packed a bag. Maybe going to Finley's would give me a few days with no stress. I was so wrong. I didn't get much rest. Madalena was constantly asking me questions about the nursery, Nikita, my relationship with Malcom, giving me advice on Malcom, and checking on me so often that I'd get maybe 3 hours of sleep before being woken up again. I was exhausted. When she barged through the door 4 days after Malcom left, I didn't even jump this time. I groaned. What do you want, Mad? I had adopted her nickname on the second day of being at Finley's. Malcolm's back, she said excitedly before she ran off again. I sat up, tired, and rubbed my weary eyes. At least I'll get some sleep now, I muttered to myself. I got dressed while throwing clothes into the bag I had brought. I wanted to get away from Finley's home. I needed a bath and some sleep. I sat on the edge of the bed and rested for a few minutes. Even moving was draining. It felt like I had been awake for the whole time Malcom was gone. Maybe I wouldn't curse him being around so much. When he was gone, his sister was intense. At least he acted like a buffer when he was there. I got up, grabbed the bag, and walked out of the room. I took a step out of the room when Magdalena came bouncing back to me. I kept my curse to myself since she's the werewolf with super hearing. Have you seen the new girl? She's cute. Magdalena, I said tiredly. I just stepped out of my room. How would I have time to see a new girl? I shut the door to the guest room behind me. She smiled. The guy she came with is yummy too. Does she not understand the need for sleep and rest? I sighed. You're not going to let me leave until I see them, aren't you? She nodded and took the bag off my shoulder. She tugged me towards the stairs and let me go when we were there. She dragged me down the stairs on my first day here, and I nearly fell. Rules were slowly being added as the need arose. She dropped the bag next to the door and ran to the living room. I slowly made my way over there. I heard footsteps coming back and cringed at the thought of Magdalena coming back for me. I was probably too slow for her. I was pleasantly surprised to see Malcom instead of his sister. I was too tired to notice that the footsteps had been heavier then and not as frantic as Magdalena's usually were. He stopped when he saw me. His eyes stayed on my face, probably taking in how tired I looked. I sat down on the stairs now that I knew Magdalena wouldn't bother me since Malcom was here. I felt relieved. He crouched down next to me. You look dead on your feet. I nodded. Your sister is full of energy. He sighed unhappily. Was she all over you? I nodded. They didn't stop her? They tried. I offered. Once she woke me up, I was up for a while. I gave Malcom a small smile. At least I'm actually excited that you're back. Malcom sighed. I'm going to have a little chat with my sister. Stay here. Once I'm done with her, I'll take you home. I nodded and stayed sitting on the stairs. I'd meet the new people Malcom brought back after I had some rest. Right then, it just wasn't possible. I knew I was going to be resting soon, so my energy left my body. I heard Malcom's voice rise as he chastised his sister. I listened to the yelling, but I didn't understand it because I was too focused on sitting up without falling over. Malcom came back and whipped my bag over his shoulder. I'm sorry for Maddie. I should have kept her away from you. I shrugged. I wouldn't want her to stay away from me the whole time. Malcom crouched down and picked me up. I wrapped my arms around his neck and rested my head against his shoulder. Maybe next time it'll be better if you stay home. I'll keep patrols around it. Malcom opened the car door and put me in the passenger side. I buckled myself in. I could do that at least. She just needs to get it out of her system. She'll calm down eventually. The ride to the house was quiet. I was pretty surprised that I didn't fall right asleep. I skipped the bath and went right to bed, but I couldn't sleep. I tossed and turned, trying to find a position that I could be comfortable in. It was 10 minutes before my door opened. You're not asleep yet, Malcom said from the doorway. I can't get comfortable. Malcom came into the room and stood at the edge of the unoccupied side of the bed. You don't have to stay here, I said when it was apparent he was going to stay. He took off his jeans before pulling the blankets over himself and pulling me towards him. You need restful sleep, and having me close will give you that. I couldn't argue with that because I was already starting to fall asleep. I stayed in bed for 2 days, only getting up when it was necessary. Malcom was only in my bed to sleep or when I was having a difficult time sleeping. I stayed inside Malcom's house for 2 weeks, making me 35 weeks pregnant when I had an appointment with Jared to check on the twins. Nothing had changed. A cesarean was becoming the reality for me. As long as the girl remained breeched, a C-section would be the birth plan. If she flipped, a natural birth would happen. Jared informed me that he doubted she would turn now. There wasn't a lot of room in my belly for her to move anymore. When we left the appointment, a woman was sitting in the middle of the backyard. I didn't recognize her. Who is that? That's Alexis. She's here for recovery. She'll be here with us for a few months. Can I approach her? I wouldn't want to go up to a wolf that had no control. That would have been stupid of me. Malcom nodded. If you want to. I started towards her. She's been here for 2.5 weeks and I haven't met her yet. It feels like I've been rude. He chuckled. You were recovering from Magdalena. I'm sure she understands. She's been dealing with Maddie since she arrived. Alexis stayed sitting with her eyes closed. I sat down a few feet in front of her. Once I was down, I knew I was staying there until someone helped me up. Hi, I'm Emiliana. Alexis opened her eyes and gave me a small smile that didn't reach her eyes. Something had happened to this woman. I'm Lex. Her wolf was ascended, but not fully. There were streaks of amber in her brown eyes. She glanced over at Malcom, who stuck close to me. You're the mother of his baby, aren't you? I put a hand over my belly and smiled. That's a little obvious now. We've talked about you before. Her eyes brightened a bit. You look ready to pop. I nodded once. I feel ready to pop. The wolf retreated from her eyes. I think the two of us could get along. Malcom stuck close as I chatted with Lex. She was a newer werewolf who had been changed because of an attack. She didn't go into details of why she was here, so my mind made up its own story. Maybe she attacked someone. Maybe she fought with her alpha. Maybe her wolf wasn't submitting to her. There were many possibilities for why she was here. Chapter 31. I was starting to get anxious as the weeks passed. At 38 weeks pregnant, all I could do was lie around. I was too big to go anywhere. Walking made me uncomfortable. Sitting or lying down for too long made me uneasy. I wasn't getting more than a few hours of sleep at any time. I was ready to be done. I hadn't left Malcolm's house since my last appointment with Jared. Lex would come over, but that was only when Malcom was around, which wasn't often. My discomfort made me snappy, which led to fights with him. It wasn't because I wanted to, I couldn't stop it. So, he avoided me unless I called for him. I just felt so alone. Malcom had said he wanted me here so he could protect me, but he left me alone for most of the day. I was positive that there was a wolf somewhere around Malcolm's house just watching. I heard the kitchen door open, so I turned to investigate. No one dangerous would be coming into Malcolm's house. I watched Finley walk into the living room. I was disappointed when it wasn't Malcom coming to keep me company. I offered a small, but fake smile. Hi, Finley. He returned a smile, but his smile felt authentic. Hello, Emiliana. Finley sat down on the recliner, since I was lounging on the couch. I was just too tired to move. What brings you around? I asked because I hadn't seen him since I had stayed at his house for a few days. I was hoping to have a little chat with you about my son. I rolled my eyes. Your son. I shook my head and looked back out the window. And, why would you want to talk about your son with me? I suppose this isn't something you'd want to talk with a father-in-law with. I looked back at him. Did that mean he considered me a daughter? But you don't know Malcom or why he's behaving the way he is. With a sigh, I pushed myself up into a more sitting position. So you're about to also give me excuses for how your son has acted like the world's biggest jerk. He smiled. Perhaps he has. But you deserve to know why. Shouldn't Malcom be the one explaining this to me? Finley laughed. Malcom is a complicated being, Emiliana. Usually he has better control over his actions, but in all his life there's only been one time when he's felt so hopelessly out of control. I kept my eyes on Finley. And when was that? He gave me a weak smile. When his wife was killed. I was utterly shocked. Malcom didn't come off as a guy who would even think of getting married or anything else that came along with a relationship. I just sat there, mouth moving as I tried to think of something to say. Finley's smile grew stronger. The man that Malcom is now isn't the man that he was back then. He was happy and optimistic. Now he just does what he is responsible for and pays no regard for much of anything else. I leaned back in the chair, rubbing my belly. I'd rather have that old Malcom here. Finley nodded. I'm hoping that those babies will bring my son back to how he was. For so long he's been against deep personal ties to anyone that he wouldn't even take a girlfriend out of the fear of what could happen to them. He doesn't want the life of someone he loves on his conscience. I nodded as I processed this information. Having children will force him to open up, or he's going to be hated by his kids for being so cold. Finley looked at my belly before looking at my face again. He will be a good father to these children. It's you he might not be as good to. I shrugged. Malcom and I are well past the point of entertaining the idea that we can be a traditional family. I'm always going to just be the mother of his children, and he is always just going to be their father. Finley nodded once. But my son will open up after having these babies around for a while. It's then that you need to try to change his mind. I shook my head. I don't think he'll change his mind, Finley. I don't know how much you think you know about what has happened between Malcom and me, but I can't be with him. He's a jerk and thinks very little of me. Finley sank back in his chair. Malcom's just acting out. Acting out or not, the damage is done. I let the finality of what I said hang in the air. I knew it was true. Everything that had happened between the two of us was just too much. I suppose it is then. He pushed himself off the couch. I hope you keep the idea open. I would hate for him to see the errors of his ways when it's too late to make a change. How could Finley be talking to me about this? I wasn't making it a secret that I wanted to give it a shot with Malcom for my kids. I'm not the one who needs some convincing. You should be talking to your son about this. He nodded. I have. And you think coming to me is going to change his mind? If he were going to change his mind, he would have already. It wouldn't be my fault if Malcom ruined his chance at having a family of his own. My life had stalled out enough because of him. I know what you want for your son. My dad wanted it for me, but it's just not possible right now, I said gently before he walked away. I knew Finley wouldn't go far. If he came here to talk to me about Malcom, it meant Malcom wasn't around, and there was probably no one nearby to hear what we had talked about. Finley would make himself scarce, but he wouldn't leave until Malcom came back. Slowly but surely, I was starting to understand these complicated wolves I was forced to be around. I drifted off thinking about Malcom being married to someone. Was his past really holding him back from having a family of his own? Waking up, I could hear two deep male voices talking. I glanced at the clock on the wall. It was 5 minutes past when I was supposed to meet the pack doctor for a checkup. I had one every day now that I was so close to giving birth. I rubbed my hand over my face as I stretched. I heard their grumbling then, so I stayed still and listened to whatever they were talking about. I could eavesdrop when I felt like it. Not Jessica. It took a second to realize one of the voices was Malcom's. She's not going to make the same mistakes. Finley's voice was the second. My sleepiness slipped away when I realized that I had the opportunity to eavesdrop on a conversation between Malcom and Finley. I'm not going to let her make the same mistakes Jessica made. Until the kids are 18, I'm not letting her do anything. Malcom sounded mad and irritated. You can't control her, Malcom. She's not your possession. I recognized that tone. It was the fatherly chastising I had often received from my father when I was growing up. No, Malcom growled. I know what you want. You want me to fall in love with the girl and get a maid out of the deal. She's the mother of your first children, Malcom. Finley reasoned. I'll never love her. I felt a little pang at Malcom's declaration. Have I been counting on the hopes of having a real family of my own? I'll appreciate her as the mother of my children. I'll take care of her and protect her, but not love her. She's too young and too naive. Malcom would rid me of any naivety I had, I thought bitterly. And what's your plan going to be when she falls in love with you? Did Finley think that it was guaranteed that I would fall in love with his son? Someone who can't return the favor? I'm a good actor. I'll just be with her to keep her content for the next 20 years. Malcom's growl remained in his voice. I narrowed my eyes in the direction of the voices. He assumed I'd be easy to please. She'll see through your act. Finley warned his son. She didn't see through it when we were together. Malcom let out a short, bitter laugh. Your plan had unexpected consequences. I couldn't stand to hear any more. I sat up, making the couch squeak and groan. I felt my abdomen tighten and become very uncomfortable during a contraction. I sat up straight and rubbed my hand over my belly. I'd been having a lot of Braxton Hicks contractions since the babies dropped into position for birth. I hissed as I breathed out. This one was strong. The pain wasn't so bad, it was just uncomfortable. When the contraction subsided, I looked up to see Finley with an amused expression as he looked at me. He knew that I had been listening. He had probably planned it out so I'd hear the conversation between him and Malcom. Malcom had accused him of planning something with consequences, The night I was with Malcolm and conceived the twins? The thought alone was enough to give me a headache. I'm late for my appointment. When I got up, I rejected Finley's hand to help me up. Everything I thought about Finley had probably been wrong. He had told Malcolm to pick me up that night. Nikita suggested the idea to me when we had just found out about Malcolm. I'd had to let her know that her theory had been correct. I stopped at the bathroom. Since the babies had dropped, I had to use the bathroom even more. I stood there alone for a few seconds before I felt the oddest sensation I had ever felt. My very first thought was, I peed myself. But it didn't stop even when I tried to stop it. Then my nursing training kicked in. My water broke. I screamed. I could have whispered it, but I was terrified. I had a breech baby. I couldn't give birth. Not now. I took a few seconds to breathe and think. The babies were coming, but I had time. Very rarely were children born minutes after the water broke. Someone get me a change of clothes. I undressed and started the shower. Not much of the fluid had gotten onto the floor. A lot of it soaked into my pants. The huge shirt would pick up the rest of it. I was in the water when I heard the door open. The smokiness of the glass shower doors came to my shoulders, so I could see who was coming in, and all the entering person would see is a silhouette of my body. It was Malcom, and he was holding new clothes for me. You need to get to the infirmary. I took a deep breath and nodded. I know. I just need a minute. They're coming, Emiliana. I narrowed my eyes on him. Get out. His brows creased. You can't dash. Get out. I yelled. I have more experience in this area. You've never been around the birthing process. I worked in this area. Now, get out. He put the clothes down and left. I nodded once at the closed door. Huh. I calmed down while I soaked in the shower. The flow of the fluid stopped while I was showering. When I came out of the bathroom, the 3 men were standing around, probably pacing until I stepped out. I need to call my dad and Nikita. You shouldn't be worried about them right now, Malcolm said gently, probably wanting to avoid me yelling at him. I have time and the calls will be short. I took my phone from Finley when he held it out for me. Thanks. I punched in Dad's number. He picked up quickly. Hello. Hey, Daddy. Hey, baby. What are you doing? Getting ready to get these babies out of me. Already? Yeah. I'll be there as soon as I can. I'm getting in the car. I love you. Then he hung up in a rush, and I'd be willing to bet he ran to his car. I immediately called Nikita's number next. Yo. Michelson's voice greeted me. Hey, where's Nikita? Hey, girlie, she said. You're on speaker. You better be ready to get your butt over here. The baby's coming? Yep. She squealed. Is your dad already on his way? Yeah. Oh yeah, he just pulled up. I'll see you soon. Love ya. Then she hung up on me too. Well, they'll be here in a few hours, I told the 2 werewolves in the room, even though they had heard the entire conversation. Malcolm drove to Finley's house in record time. He looked calm and collected, but when I felt my first real contraction in the car, he revved the engine to get us there faster. You can change into the gown and I'll get you medicated, so we can get those babies out of you. I undressed with Malcolm in the room since he refused to give me the privacy. When Jared came back into the room and washed up, I felt like I was going to pass out. Malcolm chuckled. Breathe. I shot him a glare. You're not the one about to be cut open. He smiled. You're going to be all right. Nothing bad is going to happen. And if something bad happens, I won't make it. Malcolm looked over at Jared. If the worst scenario happens, you'll be given my blood. I shook my head. That doesn't make me feel better. I'll either change or I won't survive. Malcolm shrugged and stood in front of me. Nothing bad is going to happen. Jared stood on the other side of the bed. Time to dose you up. I turned towards Malcolm and leaned forward, resting my head on Malcolm's chest. Jared had the line in my back within 5 minutes. It was another 20 before I felt the medication doing its job. Jared kept busy by hooking me up to Enfor so I didn't get dehydrated and gave him access to my veins in an emergency. Now for the main event, Jared said excitedly as I leaned back and rested on the table. See you in a bit. He raised the surgical blanket so I couldn't see what was happening. It was better that way. I felt pressure. It was odd and I didn't like it. But I had no choice here. It was all for the safe delivery of my children. I would handle the discomfort for them. All right. Jared's voice was muffled by the mask he had on. Lots of pressure. Malcom stood up, but kept his hand connected with mine. I winced when I felt the pressure. The sensation made me want to be sick, but I held it together. We have a girl, Jared said happily. I looked at Malcom, who was staring at the small baby in amazement. One of the women helping Jared wrapped up the crying baby girl and showed her to Malcom and me before taking her to an incubation station set up to make sure they were okay. I kept my eyes on her the whole time she was being checked out. Lots of pressure again. This time wasn't so bad since I focused on my baby girl. I heard crying immediately after the pressure eased. And we have a baby boy. The second woman helping out took the second baby and repeated the process with him. They were both crying, which meant their lungs were developed and they were breathing. That was what mattered to me. Malcom kissed my hand once before leaving me to go check out his kids. I felt the same discomfort as Jared took the placentas out of me. I heard him let out a curse. I immediately looked at Malcom, who had already looked back at Jared. You're going to feel more pressure, Emiliana. I was scared now. Something unexpected happened. That wasn't good while I had a huge wound in my abdomen. Malcom and the nurse who had been checking my little girl came over. The pressure eased, and I could hear some rushed movement. The nurse moved the small girl as Jared left me to carry another bundle to the incubation table. The woman handed Malcom his daughter before turning back to help Jared. What's happening? Malcom looked over at me with obvious shock in his usually calm features. There's a third one. 3? I felt cold and clammy at that thought. Third? As in triplets. Malcom nodded as he looked at the small baby in his arms. I instantly felt lightheaded and passed out as Malcom came towards me. Chapter 32. I woke up after I had been moved to another bed in the infirmary. I'd probably be stuck here for a few days to make sure my incision didn't open. I was severely restricted in my movements. If I felt any pressure or stretching, I would freeze and revert to my previous state. I saw the 3 bassinets in the room and was really drawn to them. The third baby is what I was very curious about. Was it a boy or a girl? Was the baby okay? I didn't remember hearing cries. How was the third overlooked? Jared came into the room with a smile. He wheeled 2 bassinets over. The new mama has some hungry babies. Jared was handing me a baby bundled in a pink blanket. This is baby A. Malcom walked into the room holding a second pink bundled baby. What did you two choose to name baby A? Angel, I said as I took the little girl from his hands. Jared smiled. I'm sure you know how to breastfeed, so I'll leave you to it. If you have any problems, give me a shout and I'll come back. Malcom put the second pink bundle in the bassinet Angel had come out of. Do you want me to leave while you feed them? Malcom asked as he stood to the side. I shook my head. I'm going to need you when I finish with each one. I can't move around just yet. The gown I had on, tied in the front, made feeding time much easier. So the third is a girl then? I asked as I attempted to get Angel to latch on. He nodded and looked over the 2 babies sleeping. A very strong little girl. Angel latched on, so I looked up at Malcom. What happened after I passed out? They had to suction fluid out of her lungs, and she's a full 2 pounds lighter than her brother and sister. Malcom placed his hand on the third triplet. She's on precaution for pneumonia and respiratory infections. I nodded. That meant she inhaled fluid in her first breath. We were lucky that she had survived. Jared put her on antibiotics, right? Malcom nodded. He wants to do the birth certificates too. He just officially needs their names. Everything else is already filled out. It took a long time to feed the 3 babies. I had problems getting baby C, whose name I had no idea what it was going to be, to latch on to feed. She felt so much smaller than her brother and sister. How could I not have known about her? Was there anything I could have done to help her grow? These were all questions that would have to wait until I could talk to Jared again. But, in the moment, I was bonding with my newborn babies. There was nothing I wouldn't do for my children. After feeding all 3, I was exhausted. Waking up in Malcom's bed confused me. I looked over to see the 3 bassinets. I gently sat up to see the 3 little babies. I still had a hard time believing that the third one had been hidden in there. Jared came in with a smile. Good evening. He looked over the bassinets. They're probably starting to get hungry again. How did we miss the third? She was low and closer to your spine than normal. The ultrasounds never went that deep because I never suspected a third. He adjusted the pillows behind me so I could sit up. She is fine. Her birth score is closer to her brothers and sisters now. He gently took my smallest baby out of the bassinet and handed her to me. You're on bed rest for a week. I don't want you moving much until your incision line heals. I nodded and cradled my baby in my arms. I don't even have a name for her. I couldn't keep my eyes off of her. Something that starts with a C, I'd assume, Jared said with a smile. I smiled down at my baby C, probably. Malcom walked into the room and sat down on the other side of the bed, watching me hold our baby. It was so weird to think about our baby. Jared stayed as I breastfed all 3 of the babies. He was likely watching to ensure they all reacted normally. As far as I could tell, they were all normal newborns, even if the smallest had an issue latching onto feed. Once she did, she fed just like the other 2. He checked my incision line once before leaving to get some sleep. He told me he'd be back in the morning to check up on everything. Malcom ran his finger over Ben's face as I held him. He must have been told not to touch the top of his head, which was good. I'd be furious if he felt the crown of any of my children's heads. What are we going to name her? I asked, looking at the smallest sleeping baby between my legs. He shrugged. What was your backup girl name? It started with a B. So, her name needs to start with a C to match the theme. Of course. Malcom smiled. She would have been Baby C, wouldn't she? I nodded. So we need a girl C name. Cindy. My face scrunched at my dislike. Something else. Carol. Too old, I thought as I shook my head again. Candy. I scoffed. No. Something else. He smirked. Cassidy. I nodded. That's much better. I handed Benedict to him. He looked panicked when I held the baby out. What? He's too small. Malcom looked over his son. I can't. You were holding the girls with no problem. I chuckled. All those muscles and you can't hold your son? Malcom shot me a dirty look. You're not going to break him. I promise. I placed my son in his father's hesitant arms. I could see Malcolm's worry. He didn't want to hold the child too tightly, but he didn't want to drop him either. I picked up my most petite girl. Is your name going to be Cassidy? I cooed, lightly tapping her chin, getting the smallest smile out of her. I looked at Malcom. I think she likes it. He beamed at his child's smile. I wouldn't tell him that her smile probably came from gas. I just let him think she was smiling for him. Good job, Daddy. You named your daughter. And so Cassidy was named. Then Malcolm's front door burst open, so loudly I could hear it from his room. I looked over worriedly at Malcom. But he wasn't worried. He smiled at the baby boy in his arms. It's just your father, Nikita, and probably Michelson. I smiled, now excited. Nikita didn't run into the room like I thought she would. She peeked in first, probably making sure it was clear for the other 2 to come in with her. When she saw I was dressed, she came in with a massive smile on her face. Babies, she whisper-yelled. Then she looked at the 3 bassinets. 3. She counted the bundles. 3, she yelled. All 3 babies started fussing before crying. I glared at Nikita. Really, you yell right now? Nikita smiled sheepishly as she took Angel out of her bassinet. I can't believe there are 3 little babies, she squealed quietly this time. What a surprise. I nodded and looked over at my dad. Come hold your grandchild, Grandpa. He smiled to himself as he walked into the room and took Cassidy out of my arms. This one's very small. I know, I said in a sigh. We didn't even know she existed until Jared was pulling them out of me. Nikita's face scrunched as she visualized what I had said, but she didn't take her eyes off the babies. So what are their names? You have Angel. She was baby A. Malcom has baby B, Benedict. And Dad has Cassidy, who would have been baby C. Nikita threw me a teasing look. That's really how you named your babies? ABCs. I nodded. It's easy to remember. Sounds like Sesame Street in here. You shush. They're my babies to name. Nikita stuck her tongue out at me before smiling. I love their names. It's cute. I said skeptically. You're just sad none of them are named Nikita, huh? She smiled guiltily and winked at me. I'm still holding out for a middle name. I couldn't help but laugh at that. They eventually settled into their rooms for the night. Nikita and Michelson took the guest room while my dad took mine. The night was in no way restful. Malcom helped by giving me the babies and burping them, very carefully, when they were finished. He still wasn't very comfortable holding little ones who were so small and fragile. Being triplets and a few weeks early left them all smaller than if they were in there alone. Nikita offered to help out when I was feeding the second baby. Malcom had Cassidy, and Angel was unhappy about being the last to be fed. Nikita soothed the little screamer long enough that I could hand off Benedict to his father. This is quite the process. Nikita sighed when she gave me Angel. I nodded. And it'll be this busy for years, probably. Nikita sat at the edge of the bed and watched Cassidy as she slept in the bassinet. Can I stay for a few weeks to help out? She looked at Malcom. This is a lot of work to do alone. Malcom put Benedict in his bassinet. She's not alone. Nikita sighed. I'm not uncomfortable handling them. In a few weeks you'll be comfortable taking care of them, and until then, Emiliana can't do all the work. I'll talk to Finley about it tomorrow and make it official. Nikita smiled before kissing each baby and going to bed. She needs Finley's permission to be here? Malcom nodded. If it's more than a day or two, yes. Why? Malcom took Angel from me and put her in her bassinet. It was so peaceful when all three of them were sleeping. It makes others in the pack more comfortable when everything's approved. Although all the packs are connected, it makes wolves uncomfortable to be around a wolf they don't know. They don't want their territory encroached. No one would encroach on Finley's land. Malcom lay down. It's happened before. It's just a precaution. It's just Finley keeping tabs on all of his wolves. Malcom smiled. Yeah, it's Finley keeping everyone under his thumb. There's no room for rebellion under his rule. I slowly lay down next to him. That would make Finley quite the tyrant then. Malcom smirked. Maybe one day you'll see what Finley is willing to do to keep his power. I narrowed my eyes suspiciously. And what does that mean? Malcom pulled me close to him. Maybe later. You have other things to focus on besides Finley's secrets. I started to fall asleep. I needed to get it while I could. I wanted to know what it was that Malcom was referring to, but I probably wouldn't find out unless I became a werewolf and witnessed whatever it was Malcom was hinting at. My week of bed rest offered no rest. I was constantly feeding, burping, or changing diapers. Nikita stuck around to help out, but with 3 newborns, the workload remained constant. Malcom and Nikita took turns taking breaks and helping every other night. Any break I got was short-lived, lasting only 5 minutes before it was interrupted by cries. I hardly even slept. If I heard a baby squeak, I'd be wide awake. Malcom ducked out to get some sleep once a day. Finley and his daughter came by once a day to visit the triplets, usually when Malcom ducked out. Felias came too. He wouldn't hold the babies, though. I saw that a lot when newborns were around non-fathers. I was cleared to be off bed rest when Jared cleared me 9 days after surgery. My incision line was healed with no signs of infection. I had to be careful not to lift anything heavy or do anything that could rupture the line. My workload with the babies increased significantly after that. Malcom no longer had to move the babies around by himself. It definitely took some time to adjust to having babies in the house. I didn't even use their nursery yet. I used Malcom's room to keep the 3 babies in. My room wasn't big enough for the 3 bassinets. Nikita was invaluable for the 3 weeks that she was around. We didn't have time to chat because we were constantly busy with one of the babies. When they napped, so did we. On her last day with me, the babies took a long nap, giving me time to talk to my friend before she had to leave. She was folding clothes and putting them in her bag. She smiled and looked over at me. I thought you'd be napping. I shook my head. No. I wanted to spend some time with you, even if that leaves me really tired later. Nikita smiled and patted her bed. So sit and start chatting, lady. It feels like we've hardly spoken the whole time I've been here. I carefully sat on her bed. It might have been a few weeks since surgery, but it was all still very tender. I found out that you were right about your theory right before I went into labor. My theory? She thought out loud. You mean the one about Finley planning Malcom distracting you from Edward and Margot? I nodded. That exact one. Her jaw dropped slightly. How did you figure that out? I heard Malcolm and Finley having a disagreement about something and it came up. Nikita's brows rose in surprise. That's not even the juicy part. Malcolm used to be married, but his wife was killed. She dropped the shirt she had in her hand and pushed her suitcase onto the floor. He was married before? I smiled at the shock on her face. Finley told me. Apparently it was a long time ago. So why is he a total jerk? From her voice, I knew that she was still shocked. Finley said it's because he's afraid to lose someone he loves again. Nikita rolled her eyes. What's there to be afraid of when he keeps you and the baby safe all the time? I shrugged, unsure of the answer to that. There might have been a few reasons. Malcolm could be pushing me away just because of his fear. His horrible behavior before could have come from that fear. The damage to the relationship between Malcolm and me was all because of something that had absolutely nothing to do with me. I don't know, Nikita. This is all on Malcolm. He's not going to change how he thinks. He might never want to have a wife or girlfriend again. He might always be too afraid. She shook her head. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. He's just being stubborn. He could have gotten over this a long time ago. I nodded. But he hasn't. Nikita sighed. Maybe you should confront him about it. You know about her now. Tell him you're done paying for his fear. Either he gives the relationship a shot, or you're free to go find love with someone else, and he's not allowed to interfere. A high-pitched scream stopped our conversation. Nikita sighed. I guess I should finish packing then. I sighed sadly and got off the bed. I suppose so. Nikita was finished packing her clothes a half an hour later. We couldn't talk about it anymore because Malcolm came back. Saying goodbye to Nikita felt like the worst thing in the world. She had been a lot of help with the babies. I couldn't have imagined getting through those weeks without her help. Malcolm had slowly gotten used to being around the babies. It was obvious that in all his years, he had never handled a baby. At least Nikita was there to help with the slack. My life became a blur of caring for 3 babies. I was constantly doing something. I had no time for myself anymore, and I wasn't used to that. I would have paid thousands to have 3 hours where I wasn't taking care of one of the babies. It made me miss Nikita. It made me miss my dad. It made me miss my life before having a baby. I didn't want to get out of bed. I tried to sleep. Malcolm opened the door to my room with a gentle knock. Can't you hear them crying? I huffed unhappily. You feed them if they're bothering you. There's milk in the fridge. I didn't even turn to see him. Malcolm sighed and walked into the room, shutting out the noise from the cries I constantly heard. What's wrong? He sat down on the edge of my bed, getting a view of my backside. I'm just tired. It's normal to be tired. Malcolm put his hand on my hip. Having triplets is a lot of work. He reasoned, understandingly for once. I'm tired of doing all of this. I admitted, feeling incredibly guilty that I didn't want to take care of my nearly a month-old children. I'm already a bad mom. Malcolm chuckled. You're not a bad mom. You're exhausted, maybe have a little postpartum depression. It'll get better. I just sighed. I'll call Jared and have him stop by. I'll get help with the kids. You just rest for now. Once Malcolm was out of the room, I started crying. I felt guilty. I felt like a bad mom. Most of all, those thoughts didn't take away the fact that I didn't want to take care of my own babies anymore. It was all just too much work that I didn't ask for. I heard the cries stop maybe 10 minutes later. Then I fell asleep. I heard someone talking when I woke up. I got out of bed and put on a robe. Perhaps if I had checked on the babies, I might have felt the urge to care for them again. I went into the nursery and stared at my 3 children. They were all in the same crib, sleeping contentedly. I stood over them, but didn't touch the crib. I had gone through so much because of these 3 babies. The pregnancy hasn't been going so well. I had been uprooted and separated from my family and friends. I had lost someone I thought I loved. I didn't gain anything but a headache by conceiving these babies, who I couldn't take my eyes off of. What was so amazing about these things? What made these things worthy of unconditional love, but not me? They came from me. I made them. Emiliana. Malcolm's gentle whisper came from the doorway. I continued to stare at the babies. I'm just looking. I felt, rather than heard, Malcolm come closer to me. Jared's here if you want to talk to him. I sighed and closed my eyes tightly to keep from crying. He's just going to tell me what I already know, I whispered back to him. I didn't want to wake these cry machines up. And what's that? Malcom wrapped an arm around my shoulder. That I'm unstable. I shrugged him off me. He never comforted me before. Why should he start now? That postpartum depression is something that happens to everyone. That I'll get better as long as I load up on medication. I left Malcom in the nursery and went back to my room. I wanted to slam the door, but that would have woken the cry machines. No one wanted to wake those up. I sat in my bed and stared at the blankets. I looked up when the door opened. Jared came in and shut the door behind himself. I hear that you're having some problems today. Just today. I let out a small laugh. It's not just today. I just can't handle it all today. Jared stood at the foot of my bed. You can talk about whatever is bothering you with me. Whatever I say will just be used against me. I snapped grumpily. I'd rather not. I won't tell anyone anything we talk about. He sounded truthful, but he was still a wolf, bound to tell the alpha and his son what they wanted to know. I have all the rights a human doctor has with his patients. As long as you're not a danger to yourself or to others, no one has to know what we talk about. To others. I narrowed my eyes on him. I wouldn't hurt my children, I growled. I've gone through too much to give birth to those kids. Hurting them would be a waste of my time. Jared gave me a small smile. Why don't you tell me what's really bothering you? I huffed and leaned back against the headboard. Malcom. Jared sat down on the foot of my bed. What about Malcom? Now that I gave birth, he's done a 180. He's helpful and supportive. He's gotten up every night when they're crying. That's usually a good thing. Most men don't have enough energy to help out like Malcom has. I nodded. As far as being a father and helping me out when I was post-op, it was great. But it's all a show. It's all to keep me from flipping out and taking his kids away from him. Jared's brows creased in confusion. You think Malcom's pretending to be a good father for his kids and a support system for you? I know he's faking being supportive. He admitted it himself before the triplets were even born. I looked down at the blanket. He's selfish and doesn't care about my happiness. He just wants to keep me from finding anyone who would become a stepfather. Maybe Malcom changed his mind. He could be really trying to be what you need him to be. I shook my head. I need him to leave me alone. I don't want his help now that they're born, when I needed it the whole time I was pregnant. I felt tears starting. At least if he started faking it before, it wouldn't have been so bad. I wouldn't have known. I wiped the tears away before they could fall and took a deep breath to collect myself. He's just waiting for me to put my guard down or get comfortable so he can slap me back down by bringing some attractive woman over to flaunt in my face. Not trusting Malcom doesn't make you a bad mom, Emiliana. You're just overwhelmed. You need to make time for yourself when you're raising these kids. Jared handed me a small packet of tissues. He must have known I'd end up a crying mess. Being a parent is hard. You should ask Finley, Madalena, maybe Felia's when he's comfortable to babysit once in a while. Maybe once a week for an hour or two. You can take a bath, go to the spa, go shopping if you want. Maybe Malcom can take you out. You both deserve a break every once in a while. Am I depressed? Jared shook his head. No more than anyone else in the world. You just need a break. You hang out in here until you're ready. I'll help Malcom with the babies. He put a breast pump on the bedside table. I'd recommend feeding the babies yourself to help with your mood, but use this when you're feeling full. Guilt ate at me as he walked out the door. One at a time. I conceded. Then no more. Jared smiled. Of course. Enjoy your day off. I slouched down into my covers and lay down. Maybe some sleep would make me feel better. Talking to Jared really helped. Perhaps if I could speak to him regularly, I could cope with everything. Slowly, it all got easier. I talked to Nikita once a day. I spoke to Jared when I felt overwhelmed. I tried not to think about Malcom helping me out with the babies. Everything would work out in the end. I had to believe that. When my kids were old enough to feed and bathe themselves, my life would get infinitely easier. The babies were 3 months old when everything fell back into place. They were my pride and joy again. Malcom was packing to leave for a job. I didn't want the details. He had given me the week's notice I had asked for. I even marked it on the calendar to make sure that I didn't forget. I was still a bit forgetful about long-term things. I leaned on the door frame as I watched him get his things together. The babies were finally napping. Usually, I would be too, but I needed to clear things up with Malcom. He looked at me. "What's wrong?" He shoved some clothes in the duffel bag. "I just wanted to talk before you left." His shoulders slumped momentarily before he resumed packing. "What's wrong now?" I pushed myself out of the doorway and slowly made my way towards him. I heard a rumor that our chance meeting at the club wasn't so much chance as it was planned. He stopped putting things in his bag. "And from whom did you hear that?" I had a moment of hesitation, but I couldn't stop because I really needed to know. "From you, the day I went into labor." He sighed with a nod. There was really no hiding from it if I had heard it from him. "You're right," he admitted. "Meeting you at the club was planned. Did you try to get me pregnant? Or was that not part of your master plan to keep me away from Edward?" I did my best to keep my temper in check. I couldn't explode at him because I was mad. "That was an accident. The plan was to take your mind off of Edward's mating until it became a strong bond. So you just wanted to string me along too," I said in a sigh while I sat on his bed. "All anyone wants to do is use me." Malcom sat down next to me. "I'm sorry you're the one who got hurt in all of this." He patted my leg. "It'll get better. Everything has settled and the babies are doing great." "You mean as good as it's going to get," I muttered. Malcom nodded. "I know you want a traditional family, but that's not how it's going to be. Only because you don't want to try." He got off the bed and resumed packing his bag. "And you refuse to accept it. It's fine that you don't want a family like I do, but you keep men away from me. You make me undesirable." He smirked. "You should just be focused on the kids. Just as much as you, but you're still ducking out at night to be with someone." His brow rose at me, but he kept packing. "You're keeping tabs on me now?" I shrugged as I brought my legs under me and sat on my ankles. It seemed fair to return the favor. "Are you afraid I'll give the kids a stepmom?" he said with a smile. "No. I know that you're afraid to have a girlfriend because you can't get over your late wife," I blurted out and instantly regretted it. His jaw clenched and his eyes narrowed on me. I looked down at Malcom's bedding and started picking at it. Obviously, he still wasn't over it. His reaction told me he wasn't over her. A past woman was ruining my children's chance at having their parents together. "I don't know how you found out about her, but you don't know half of it." His tone left no room for disagreement. "You should go pack up what you'll need for the kids. I'm dropping you off at Finley's once you're done packing." I didn't move. I needed to stand my ground if we were ever going to raise these kids together. "I think you need to talk to someone about whatever happened." Finley wasn't very forthcoming with the details. Malcom shoved more things into the bag. "Of course, he'd be the one to tell you. He can't keep his nose out of everyone's business." "Sounds like it runs in the family," I commented as I looked up at him. "You don't have to tell me anything. I know that. But you can't stop me from moving on and trying to get some semblance of normalcy in the lives of my children." He scoffed. "They'll grow up just fine. I grew up in a house full of love and affection until my mother passed. I want my kids to witness love and caring. I don't want my kids thinking they were just a mistake and that their parents would have never been together if it weren't for one night's mistake." Malcom zipped up the bag roughly. "Well, that's the only reason they were born. They're the result of one night's mistake. There's no point trying to hide it. When they're older, you're going to be gone when my toddlers will ask me why their daddy's always gone. They're going to ask me why daddy and mommy don't love each other." I paused as I ran the scenario in my mind. "Am I supposed to lie to them?" "Yes," he said. "Just like they'll think Santa is real or the boogeyman is under their bed or in the closet. I'm not going to lie and tell them that we're in love when it's the farthest thing from the truth." Malcom ran his hand over his face. "We have time to talk about this when they're older." I shook my head. "No, we won't. You're going to be gone. Children observe a lot more than you'd think. Then we'll have to fake it." I shook my head. "Or I can find them a stepdad." Malcom's eye narrowed on me. "My kids won't call anyone else their father." I let out an exasperated sigh. "My finding any kind of love is all put on hold because you don't want the kids to have a stepdad? I'm not going to be a deadbeat. I'm going to be there for my children. So I just need to accept my fate?" He nodded. I get to have a lonely existence until my kids are old enough to take care of themselves. You won't be alone. I almost believed the sincerity. You have 2 packs to lean on. You know what I mean, Malcom. I glared at him. I want a partner I can lean on, who will love me back. I can give you everything you need, except the love you're looking for. His tone told me he was trying to let me down gently. It didn't matter. I got off the bed. I guess that clears up any confusion I had. Our meeting was a planned event. The kids are accidents. You can go out and be with people I can't. You and I will never be anything more than co-parents. And last, but certainly not least, you're not ever going to get over your late wife, so your children will have to pay. I could see in his eyes that I had gone one step too far by mentioning his late wife. They're not paying for anything. You're just being bitter because I'm refusing to love you. I bit my tongue to stop from saying something I'd regret. My bad. That's what I meant to say, I'm just bitter. I walked out of the room. I'm glad we had this little chat. I went to the nursery with a duffel bag of my own and packed up some clothes and diapers I'd use while at Finley's. Once I had a bag packed, we loaded the babies into the car as they slept. I didn't have anything else to say to Malcom. Maybe during his next trip away, I'd be able to find a boyfriend behind his back. I didn't want to be alone. I wanted to be loved. Malcom unloaded each of the babies at Finley's and kissed them all goodbye, telling them that he loved them before he left. I got the cold bye I had expected. I'd have to go with the flow for the next couple of years. My life would be dedicated solely to my kids. It would probably take years to rid my body of all the extra weight it had been carrying around since giving birth anyway. Epilogue. In the month that Malcom had been back, I'd only talked to him 3 times. In a moment of weakness, I sought him out for comfort, but in the end, I was left rejected and in tears. I had learned my lesson. I needed to seek affection from someone who'd appreciate it, now that I'd lost some more of this baby weight. My body image was poor before Malcom solidified that I was undesirable, without even having to say anything. Malcom had probably considered that he was doing me a favor by being with me. Since then, the only time I spoke to him was when I was talking about our children. They were officially 2 days past 7 months old, and I was stuck rushing to get ready while trying to get all 3 of them changed. I was frazzled and feeling a bit nauseous. My gut told me something was off, but I didn't have time to investigate today. All 3 of the kids were in the bathtub when the phone rang. Looking at the caller ID, I knew it was from Finley's house. Maybe it was Malcom calling to say he was on his way to help. Yeah, right? I put the call on speaker as I answered. What? I snapped, making Cassidy burst into tears. Want some help? Alexis's voice held amusement for my current predicament, but I couldn't pass up the chance. I gasped in relief. Yes, yes, yes. Malcom left 30 minutes ago. I'll be there in 20. All right. I hung up. Lex was an angel. She had helped so much with the kids and had gotten so much better as she stayed here. I would be sad to lose her help, but I knew it was good for her that she was finally going home. I knew she was in love with Mace, and from his frequent visits, it was apparent he loved her too. I was incredibly envious of their relationship. When she got here, I was drying off the last baby. She smiled down at the babies clinging to her legs, trying to balance. It wouldn't be long until they were walking. I was convinced they'd be walking before they were 10 months old. I laughed at the rollers on her head, which also mesmerized the babies. That's so smart. I should have done that this morning. She smiled. I knew you'd need my help, that's why I did this. I hugged her once, before she lifted one of the babies by my feet into my free arm. She grabbed the third and led me to the kitchen. It was time for these monsters to eat. Lex fed them and shooed me away, telling me to get ready. That woman really was a godsend. I could talk to her about Malcom, and sometimes she'd offer me insight into what she's experienced with Mace. It didn't take me long to get ready. I wasn't trying to impress anyone. I just didn't have the time for that stuff. I put on some shapewear to pull in some of that baby weight, then added leggings and a loose-fitting top. The problem with giving birth to triplets was that after they were out, my uterus shrank back to its standard size. I was stuck with lots of loose skin from the huge belly I had. I tried to hide it and act like it didn't bother me, but it did. I put on some stud earrings. I learned not to wear dangly earrings really fast once Ben pulled on them, and a lovely necklace that would hold up to the kids tugging on it. When I walked back into the kitchen, the kids were fed, cleaned, and changed. Waiting on your mommy, Lex teased. I grabbed Ben, who was left in the high chair, and we went to the van. She handed me Angel, then Cassie, and we were on our way to the Alpha's house. She was off quickly when she realized her pack was already there. She handed Ben off to Felia's and was up the stairs by the time I shut the front door. Felia's smirked at his nephew. Girls are crazy. My son giggled, which made his uncle smile proudly, as he earned a smile. Let's hand you off to the girls, he said to Ben, giving him a quick kiss on the cheek. They're dying to see the triplets. He smiled and led me to the kitchen, where women were going crazy trying to cook everything. Every woman gushed and stopped what they were doing to see the kids. It was just as I expected. I didn't have to worry about my babies. The other women kept passing them around. Of course, I took care of everything on the stove since I didn't want my babies around anything that could splash onto them. Are those Malcom's babies? A woman I had never met before squealed. She instantly took Benedict out of the woman's hands. Oh, he looks just like his daddy. She kissed the side of Ben's face. 2 boys and a girl, all children, behind her exchanged looks and quickly ran out the back door. Who are you? I had never met this woman. She was carrying my child and gushing about Malcom. She couldn't be one of his past girls, right? I couldn't handle that right now. She smiled sheepishly. Oh, I'm sorry. I must look like a crazy woman barging in here and stealing away your baby. She came closer to me and held out her hand. I'm Casey Myers. I recognized that name and smiled. Oh, you're Lex's friend. She smiled widely. She talks about you all so often I feel like I know you. Casey laughed. She has talked about you too. It would have been more, but Mace would take the computer so no one else could talk to her. She looked around the kitchen. Can I help out around here? I nodded. Of course you can. There's always food to cook at a gathering like this. She smiled. Well, I would be more than happy to help you guys out. I know my guys shovel food down like they're never going to eat again. And, just like that, the kitchen was in full swing. Each of Casey's pack members came through the kitchen, giving me an introduction before she showed off my babies. The last member, Christopher, tried to steal some food, but he was quickly threatened with a wooden spoon, causing Cassidy to laugh in Casey's arms. My babies were so easily entertained. Keep your hands off. I'm not going to tell you again. When he rolled his eyes at Casey, she whacked him with the spoon, making him hiss. Go outside and be with your guys. He shot her a dirty look before walking to the back. I'd better go with him, Mace said from the entrance of the kitchen, making all of us look over in his direction. Mace followed Christopher out to the backyard. Lex was beaming with joy, like a woman in love, as Mace walked away. There you are. Casey said gleefully before the 2 women met halfway in a quick hug. It feels like you've been gone forever. Even Cassidy decided to hug Lex. It does. I've missed you guys. Lex smiled and held Casey close. She really had missed everyone from her pack. We've all missed you too. Casey's face held a smirk as she let go of Lex. Of course Mace's missed you the most. Lex blushed and looked away. Yeah, well. Casey's smirk changed into a smile. I'm glad to see that you're okay. I was really worried for you. I was too. Lex's smile turned somber. She was in obvious need of some humor. I huffed. You're not the one who was around her, I said to Casey. I can't wait for her to leave. I tossed Lex a wink to reinforce my joke with her. Lex knew that I would miss her when she left, but she was ready to go home. She needed to be with her pack. She needed to be with Mace. He was the one who made her truly happy. Then Malcom opened the sliding glass door, stepping into the house. I couldn't help but shoot him a dirty look. I was still so mad at him. He took off without helping me with the babies this morning. But I knew why I was really mad at him. Why couldn't he give me a shot? Couldn't someone like me make him happy? I had given him 3 beautiful children, but obviously that wasn't enough. I knew the damage my body received from the pregnancy made me undesirable to look at. Maybe what had attracted Malcom to be with me was gone since my midsection had changed. Malcom froze in the doorway before quickly retreating into the backyard. Whatever he had wanted from the house now wasn't significant enough to get. When Malcom left, I felt light and clammy, just as I had before I got sick. I brought the back of my hand up to my mouth. The triplets had a nasty bug a week ago. I could be coming down with that now. I took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, trying to find some balance amidst the sickening feeling that threatened to overwhelm me. "Are you okay?" I looked over at Casey, looking at me with obvious concern in her features. "I've got what the babies had not too long ago." Casey cringed. I hated when that happened. It would go through all the humans twice before it was gone in our house. I tried to offer her a smile, but it wasn't so strong. "I only have to deal once since we're the only humans here." "You're lucky." "Luck isn't something I've had recently," I muttered, turning my attention to one of my cranky babies. "It's going to be a long day," I thought to myself. I wasn't wrong either. I was constantly trying to keep an eye on my children. I didn't know most of the wolves here. I didn't know if they could all be trusted. Getting the triplets to go to sleep was no problem after all the excitement today. They were kept awake by being passed around. Benedict and Cassidy were asleep before they even got into their cribs, but not my angel. She was by far the trouble baby. Malcom tried putting her in her crib, but she started fussing immediately. "Give her to me. I'll rock her to sleep." I smiled at my spoiled baby. Malcom handed her over. "Are you ever going to talk to me again?" I took Angel to the rocking chair and sat down. "I am talking to you, Malcom." He shook his head. "You talk at me. You haven't tried to talk to me about anything in the past month." "It bothers me." I scoffed. "It bothers you?" I rocked the baby, who looked wide awake now that her daddy was talking. "You have never cared what bothers me. Why should I return the favor?" Malcom sat on the footrest that came with the rocking chair. "Look, what happened a month ago wasn't supposed to happen like it did." I felt the anger spark in me. "Now isn't the time, Malcom. I'm trying to get her to sleep. We can talk about it later." He was frustrated when he stood. I could see it in his tense shoulders and flexed arms. "Don't postpone it too long. I have to leave soon for negotiations." I sighed. "How long this time?" Malcolm's shoulders hardly moved. "I'm not sure. Come back after I put her down." Malcom nodded and left me alone to put Angel to sleep. I really didn't want to talk to Malcom about that night. I closed my eyes. It could have been the best night of my life, but it turned into the opposite. I had been stressed beyond what I could handle. Malcom took me out while his father watched the babies for the night. Everything was great. We had dinner, then we went out dancing and had a couple of drinks. Malcom was the same guy I had met at the bar almost a year and a half ago when I first met him, and the night ended the same way. Except this time, it was very different. Malcolm's eyes turned bright amber and the bone structure in his face changed slightly. He looked dangerous, but I wasn't afraid of Malcom. He had intended to mark me. Well, his wolf planned on that. I didn't make any moves to stop it. I wanted a complete family with Malcom. I wasn't afraid of the consequences. He'd be mad for a while, but he'd get over it because I would have been his mate. He would have been bonded to me. If anything, I wanted to encourage it. I had my head turned to the side, giving him complete access to my neck. The man, however, regained complete control seconds before the wolf would have bitten into the side of my neck and claimed me as wholly as a wolf would claim a human. But Malcom stopped it. He became furious that I wouldn't fight him from marking me, as if it were my fault that his wolf took control over him. The wolf and the man were usually on the same page. Malcom sent me out of his bed like I had tricked him into marking me, as if I would mastermind something like that. I pulled my thoughts away from that memory. I looked down at my sleeping daughter and sighed. At least I had my kids. They would love me. They wouldn't ever hurt me like Malcom had. They would make me happy. I had to get over Malcom. I wouldn't have a good life with him, and that wasn't fair to me. The sooner I moved on from Malcom, the sooner I'd find someone who I deserved, someone who deserved me. After putting Angel in her crib, nausea reared its ugly head again. I sprinted to the bathroom, but then I got sick. I felt better immediately after. I brushed my teeth to get rid of the smell. Not that it would matter, the werewolves would know anyway. Their sense of smell was just too good. I didn't even feel sick. I didn't feel off. I felt fine. In fact, I felt great. Maybe the workouts I had been able to get in were just starting to take a toll on my body. I went downstairs halfway expecting Malcom to be lurking around, but he wasn't. I could see him pulling his brother away from Lex and Mace. They looked pretty cozy sitting so close together next to the bonfire. Before Malcom could trap me inside, I walked out towards the bonfire Finley was sitting at. It was that or hang out with the lovebirds or Abila. Finley was the best option. I sat down a few feet away from him and stared at the fire. I felt Finley looking at me, but I didn't glance over. I didn't want to discuss whatever he had in mind. I got an email request from Nikita for a visit next week. I instantly smiled. I hadn't seen Nikita in a little over a month, since her emergency visit after my incident with Malcom. She had almost been attacked outside Malcom's home when she had arrived because the visit had been so unannounced. She wants to pitch a website idea to me. Oh yeah? I looked at him with a smile. And how long will this proposed pitch take? He feigned forgetfulness, with a creased forehead and a thoughtful expression. I forget. A week? 2? I don't remember. I couldn't help but smile. I missed my best friend. The babies had grown since she was last here. I was feeling much better emotionally about my life and everything in it. My life would be extraordinary if I could hang out with Nikita every day again. I knew that would make you happy. Finley smiled at me. I like seeing you happy. I grabbed Finley's hand and smiled. Thanks for letting Nikita come here so much. He tightened his grip momentarily on my hand before letting it go. I'd do anything for my family. It was touching that Finley thought of me as family. Having a family, having loved ones, made me feel powerful, like I could rule the world because of them. It was too bad that Malcom didn't feel the same. Phileas sat down beside me, so close that our legs touched. He huffed and grabbed the bag of marshmallows, stuffing 2 in his mouth right out of the bag. Malcom is a fun killer. He offered me a marshmallow, but the smell was sickening. I immediately turned away and shoved the bag away from me. If you don't like them, you could have just said so, he said indignantly. More for me then. I stuck my tongue out at him. I had never been a huge fan of marshmallows. I liked them with s'mores, but that was about it. Malcom tapped on my shoulder. Come with me for a minute. I threw one more glare at Phileas when he threw a marshmallow at me. Phileas. His father warned. What? Phileas's mouth was still full of those dreadful things. Just having fun. No one around here seems to know what that is anymore. I followed Malcom into the house before I could hear Finley's retort. No one was in the house. Malcom would have taken me into the study if it had been available. I double-checked the baby monitor on my hip before focusing on Malcom. He sat down on a sofa. He actually looked regretful, maybe even a little sad about what we were going to talk about. I'm sorry, was all he said when I sat down across from him. Sorry doesn't make everything okay. It's just a word people use when they feel guilty. Malcom leaned back against the sofa, adjusting because I knew he wasn't comfortable where his conversation was probably going to go. Even as mad as I was at him, he was still the most attractive guy I had ever known. I still wanted him when I knew I shouldn't. He wasn't worth it anymore. Then it fits how I feel. I know what happened was my fault. The night should have ended before I brought you back home. Well, it went farther than you wanted it to go. I should have had better control. You should have, I agreed with a nod. You know what I want. I've made it clear to you. You yank me around one more time and you'll regret it. He smirked. You'd hurt the father of your children? You can bet on it. I didn't hesitate. I was done letting Malcom hurt me. I won't seriously harm you, but I'll make it hurt. I'd probably deserve it. I huffed at his understatement. He'd more than deserve it. You were right about Jessica's death affecting the way I do things. When she passed, I vowed I'd never lose someone I loved as much as I loved her to the change again. He was avoiding looking at me. Open honesty wasn't something that came easily to Malcom or any other werewolf as old as he was. I lost it after Jessica passed. If I lost it again, I wouldn't pull it back together. Now that I have 3 kids to think about, losing it like I did back then isn't an option. It's not something I can risk. Not on you, not on anyone. That didn't mean you had to hurt me. You didn't have to treat me so horribly. We could have gotten along. We could have kept it friendly. This could have been so different if you just would have talked to me. Malcolm leaned his head back and looked at the ceiling. I'm not a big talker, especially when I didn't know you. This little talk isn't going to fix the damage between us, Malcolm. There's some serious work needed to fix whatever it is that's between us. Malcolm nodded. I know. What will happen if I make the change? Will you be willing to give us a shot then? Malcolm processed that thought for a while. I knew it would take him a few minutes to come up with an answer to that. You should really think positive about that. You should use when instead of if. Malcolm looked at me. When you make the change, I'll be open to that idea. Just because I make the change doesn't mean I'll live forever. You have a lot of enemies who will always be stronger than me. He nodded. I'll just teach you how to survive. You've been around enough altercations between wolves to know how it gets. But those wolves were fighting to win. A mother defending her children is a force to be reckoned with. Malcolm was serious about that. I'm counting on that being the edge you have against anyone who would try to come after my children. We'll just have to wait and see where we end up. Malcolm stood up. I guess we will. I heard fussing on the monitor. When it didn't stop, I knew I was going to have my hands full if I didn't get to the fusser soon. I got it. I told Malcolm as I started towards the stairs. I made it up soon enough that Benedict didn't start screaming his head off. He was always the hungriest of the three. I sat in my rocking chair, fed my son, and thought that my future wouldn't be so bad. As long as Malcolm stayed open to me, we would work everything out. As long as his enemies stayed away from us, we wouldn't have any problems. My life had changed so much in the 15 months that I had known Malcolm. My life is likely to change significantly in the upcoming year. There would be a lot of changes in store for me, and I was ready for them. Change wasn't always a bad thing. Change brought me triplets that I otherwise would have never had. I had to hold on to my faith in the people who wouldn't let me down.